Yeah, look at this guy jumping on the bandwagon. He never mentioned anything about Argentina. Oh, now you're a fan.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I would have been France if France won. Fucking bandwagon jumper.
What's going on? Happy Sunday.
We made it.
Good game.
Man. Did you watch it?
Very last part of it, I was out doing errands. I'm not a big, football person.
Yeah, I'm not a very big sports anything, to be honest with you. Huh? That's not a sport. Not like these exercise games that people play.
Oh, exercise games.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about yesterday. I'm just frustrated. I didn't realize it would
Oh,
cause such a kerfuffle.
it's all good. I think I'd rather you tell us than not tell us. You know what I mean? Even though it might be uncomfortable in the moment.
Yeah, I can relate. I'm a little creeped out by my living situation. Um, I was unaware that uh, y- who I was running from had some sort of indirect relationship with Twitter in general, and Bitcoin and specificity, I guess, and just it weirds me out.
Well, Bilal said something and it really hit me. Like, keep in mind, like, I also went to the funeral yesterday. So I was like, had a lot of time back and forth in the car. Right. And Bilal was right. Like, if you're telling us something, then we deserve, we deserve, if anything, the, at the very least, we should, you know what I mean? Treat it seriously. Right.
Yeah, I think
You
so.
know, that's the way I look at it.
All I'm trying to do, and I hate it when people say that to IT people, don't get me
Mm-hmm.
wrong, is, it struck me that the NRA had, at one point, they had like over 800 phone numbers that people could call in and ask questions about any darn thing they wanted to. And by virtue of Bitcoin being decentralized, it has none. Now, I can go on Twitter and ask questions, people can do that. But if they're embarrassed to do that in front of their peers, they're not going to do it, especially men. So, then you have your eccentric characters such as Chuck, who can't stop DMing me for some reason about weird things, but God bless him.
Is that?
Uh, and never mind. I'm watching this person. He keeps DMing me things, and I'm just anyway. But I mean, there's all kinds of different people in Bitcoin, and some
Well,
of
look,
them.
you start putting out the hot profile pictures, you know, you have to expect some blowback.
Jesus God Almighty. Yeah. I don't even get like people like I always get the religious, really super religious new age people. I don't get it, but that's okay. Anyway, no, I have no problem with that really.
I realized, like, so, you know, they go to the funeral, right? And there's like, you know, maybe 7, 8 people there, right?
Yeah.
And you know, we're kind of looking around, and I know virtually everyone's there, right? Because you know, I've known my buddy for years, and I realized, like, you know, there's so few people that really care about you, right?
Yeah.
And so even like in this space, you know, that's kind of why I called it No Love Lost, because we know each other, but if we really think about it, there's not love there, right? There's a handful of people, if you're lucky, that love you. We know each other and we have a good time together, but to call it love would be to soil what love means. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so
I
you
guess.
kind of have to. So that's kind of the way I look at it, because it's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, we
I think
like each other, we hang out, all that kind of stuff. But you know, I told a friend the other day, you know, I cried more at the dog funeral than I have at some human funerals, right? And I
yeah.
realized, oh shit, I really don't care about that many people. You know, when we use this word love, right? No, it's not that. It's not that at all.
Oh
you
yeah,
know.
no, I think that it might be a generational thing. Like people don't define love the way that other generations
Hmm.
do, Like I find that the
Canadian
younger,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a more we say it to be polite.
But that doesn't mean that I don't care about my friends online. And, I think there's a community that, you know, try to the extent that they can or feel like it, take care of each other and, bring a certain amount of nostalgia and caring and feelings into what might normally be a kind of beige life. I know that for me, a lot of my outside contacts for years were online. I had, like I said, I mean, you might not know it
Matt
by,
Alley online,
well, yeah, I mean, exactly. Hey, yeah, that's right. I mean, you
right?
might not know it by listening to me, but like I said, my company was the third largest user of PayPal for 5 years. They told us that, and they sent us. I mean, and it's true. But that resulted in a lot of time just working. I mean, when you're that's great, but there's a lot of physical labor, and I did the brunt of it for years. And oh, okay, Chuck. Chuck's telling me, so go die. Okay. God. So anyway, yeah. So my contact with the outside world was largely online for a while. So that's how I know people. And, I do have people outside of the internet, of course, but probably not to the scale that you do or Dan does or anyone else here. So, you know, the people here are kind of like my lifeline in a way. Even though Bitcoin's decentralized, I consider those people extended family. And if I'm able to, if they really needed something, I would try to be there for them somehow, help them. So, even Chuck, who now is talking about zombies in my DMs. Ugh, all right. So I turn on notifications like an idiot. So now I get to get notifications of, you know, anyway, that's what I get for not turning them off again. So I know what you say by no love lost, but at the same time, if someone needs something, I try to find a way. And I talk to everybody online as if I know them like a friend. I mean, we're all human beings. There'll be a day where there's more than just human beings here if there aren't already. So, I think it's important that, maybe if everybody treated humanity like an extended family, we'd have a lot less wars and violence, and we'd have more ideas about how to, solve our environmental problems for our future generations and how to become, intergalactic. And but we don't we think very linearly. Okay, I'm gonna die, who gives a shit? Look at this funeral, there's only a few people here. you know
Well, I think we have enough data to know that the morality that people profess is not the morality that people exercise. And when we kind of really come to terms with that, the only thing we can really do if we have a life view, right, or a universal view, is to just enact that in our own lives and to expect other people to reciprocate. That's only if you get lucky, or if you know what I mean, evaluate things. But I think we have enough data to know that people don't necessarily have our unique moral approach to how we look at life. And that could be different. And that's not to say some people have better approaches than others. But,
yeah, I
a
mean,
lot of the things that are professed are not espoused. And so, and I'm saying that about myself. So I start rethinking, myself and being like, all right, so if I have essentially maybe 3 to 5, like if I had a funeral, I'd probably have maybe 5, 6 people there. You know what I mean? That'd be that,
if you
right?
had a way online for people to attend the funeral, I
I
would.
would, but the thing is, like, nobody knows me. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. I think I know you pretty well.
You understand though,
I
right?
do understand your point. I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
argumentative.
right. Um, but
But
I,
I think you underestimate the number of people you've had a good influence on and would do their best to make sure that they attended such a thing.
Yep. I suppose I agree with that. He's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, he's all right. I'd go to the online funeral. I don't know if I, go to
well,
Canada.
that's the thing. Like, would I really go to the funeral? You know
I
what I mean?
I
I
would.
ask
Together
myself that.
alone, man. Together alone.
Yeah, we can be at home and do. You know what I mean? Like, have the funeral in your head, kind of thing. Just imagine what it would be like.
I attended a baptism online a few months ago. So those things are possible, you know. I mean, John 10:10 says the thief's purpose is steal and kill and destroy. My purpose is to give them a rich and satisfying life. Now, that may sound crazy, and granted, the Bible is full of crap sometimes, but if you kind of look at that as maybe there's, if I can encourage 1 out of 10 people to become a better person, and they actually do that, then I've done something good in the world. And I don't care who attends my funeral or not. You know what my father told me? He said,
Mm,
he said, take my ashes, put them in the garden. Don't bother with a funeral stone or nothing. I rather be fertilizer. And I'm like, I don't think that's legal, Dad, but I'll see what I can do. And we kind of did that, but that's a whole other story.
that perspective is making a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, right. So you know that's the way I mean, the butterfly effect is such a fragile, insignificant thing to the person making the effect, but the ripple effect outwards can do incredible things. And I'm supportive of everybody who wants to have a positive effect on the world, and I try my very best to, especially because I'm one of them, to see when people are disenchanted, disillusioned, angry, depressed, just a bad attitude, and I will unfailingly try to not fail them because they need help more than anybody else. And it's easy to help people who are positive, right? Because they'll get there a lot faster. There's less resistance to help them. But it's the people that really need the help that just don't get it, and that kind of makes me sad.
Well, I mean, like, you saw what happened to that. Whenever I see people dancing on TikTok, I think, man, I hope somebody goes check in on them. Maybe they're like really depressed. Like, that's what I think when I see dancing videos when somebody's having a good time. I'm
Yeah,
like, man, I wonder what they're going through.
Tears of the Clown type of thing, right?
Dude, it's
Mhm.
so scary, dude. So it's like, I don't know. Going to that funeral yesterday it really made me stop and think, like, hmm, how many people do I actually truly give a shit about? Does that make sense? Like, it made me be like, okay, hold on. Can't give a shit about everyone, right? And if caring is what you do, not what you say, how many people do I actually give a shit about?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
Are you asking that question because you looked around, you saw his funeral, and thought, "Shit, this person cared for a ton of people, and no one came," or is it something?
No, it was just like the people there are the people that care, right? And when you consider the fact that people can't have a deep amount of caring for everyone, right? It's impossible unless you're Jesus, right? Or whatever you want to call them.
Hmm.
So when you consider like the people that you really care about, it's actually really small. It's incredibly small.
For you, it is maybe. I mean, that's
Yeah,
okay.
maybe you're right. Maybe you're
Yeah.
right. Maybe for me it is.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm not
No,
judging you.
I'm keeping an open mind. Does that make sense? I'm talking out loud about how I'm like, how many people do I actually have love for that I would go out of my way,
Yeah. I mean,
really go out of my way for, like sacrifice for, you know?
what about causes? Are there any causes you would sacrifice things for?
Yeah, like when And maybe that's another part of it too. When I was the whole experience of editing these videos for the school in Ghana, right? And I was like, you know what? This is actually worth the doing. Of all the bullshit things that I've done, create a Wix website for this bullshit idea. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
this is actually gonna have an effect on the future.
You're 100% right.
More than like 99.9 things are the things I've done with video. Exported this stupid shit and that stupid shit, right? Here today, gone tomorrow type shit. And then I edit this video. I'm like, you know what? This is actually going somewhere. And if everything else failed and this succeeded, overall, we have a success.
Yeah,
I remember they talked about like I remember being in church when I was a kid, and they said, you know, if there's two people drowning in the ocean and one has can reach for a life raft, but somebody else can't reach for one, you know, who do you throw out the life preserver to? You know, and the answer is obviously the person who doesn't have a life preserver around them. So it's like, you know what? If I was going to spend my time really helping people, then let me focus on the people that need it on a level that, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I
when I saw,
disagree with that. I disagree with that because it's not this. It's not an analogous thing. You know, you may, and that's why I suggested that you watch the Kevin Costner, Ricky Gervais interview where they're talking
mm,
about, yeah, the guy that wrote Dances with Wolves, because he was a
yeah,
complete fucking lost cause. That man.
mm-hmm.
And
People forget
Kevin.
about Kevin Costner, right? That guy was huge when I
Yeah.
was growing up.
Oh
He was
yeah.
a superstar. He did that movie with Whitney Houston,
Oh yeah. That's a great movie.
right?
Bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't give up on people, even when they give
Well,
up on themselves. You know,
it,
if
it's
you
not so much that. It's just like, if I was going to put time into helping people, let me help this kid who's sitting on the floor with shoes whose soles aren't there anymore.
true, yeah.
That,
But can you do more than one thing at one time?
or is it true that when you do two things, the energy is dissipated between the two?
That's true. That's true.
I'm talking out loud. That's all. Does that make sense?
I think you have a point to make, so perhaps you should make it.
No, I think I made it. Right? There's no love lost.
Well, there's a difference between there's no love lost, then there's no love lost between us. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any
I
problems with
think,
any.
yeah, I think I don't know, maybe women experience emotions different than men. But when I think about what love means, I'm not sure if there's any love lost.
Yeah, I get it, and I understand that it's very often that people have more feelings for someone than the other person does in return, and you know, that's life. And yeah, I understand that there has to be, some sort of stopping there's only so much time in the day. Um, but, even then, if I even with limited resources, I'm still going to, personally for myself, I'm going to try to live up to John 10:10. That's part of my mission, and I've seen it do. I've been able to accomplish more thinking that way than some people have in 20 years or 40 years. By the way, and you know that.
I actually don't, to be honest with you.
All
I
right. Well,
believe you, but I actually don't. I met you, what, 6 months ago?
yeah, something like that.
You know what I mean? So what do we really know about each other?
Well,
We don't know. We really
if,
don't know shit about shit.
if you know, you know.
No, actually, it's not
Yeah,
what you know that gets you in trouble. It's what you don't know. Twain.
I know. I know what I've done. and I'm comfortable with it, and I'm confident that the ripple effect that I
And
call.
that's the only thing that matters, right? Like,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
and
you.
that's the only thing that matters, right? Your personal relationship to the outside world.
I don't have any ego towards that. I just know that it is, and I can't expect people to have the same standards. I
Yes,
set standards, and people can either
yes,
choose to follow that or not.
exactly.
So if you can't do that, then yeah, there's no love lost, is there?
Yes, I
So
agree.
people know where you stand when you say that, Mike. I mean, it means that you can't be dependent on in a crisis.
If it's when I consider Web3 would rather see me dead than his personal family,
Well,
and that's completely rational. Does that make sense?
that is rational, but that is not what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about who do we actually have love for in our lives? Who do we like love? Not just like, that's why the Greeks had agape and eros and all that kind of stuff, because they realized there are different types of love.
This is all semantics. Why are you on Twitter then? Why don't you just get off Twitter and go on with your life with the people you love, if that's the way you really feel? Like, what are you here for?
That is an amazing question.
Yeah, right.
No, I talk to KC about this a lot.
Because I
KC,
know I know why
talk to
I'm
her
here.
about
I know why I'm here.
as long
And
as you can get what you want out of this.
it's not what I want to get out of it. It's what I want humanity to get out of it.
That's a personal relationship between you and the universe. I don't have the right to place my morals on you, and vice versa.
But I don't mind that because I can choose, and I want to be able to understand the different perspectives. And I understand that it's scary to the unknown is frightening, but it's there, and we have to face it one way or another. So you might as well do it as a team with friends, right?
I don't know what we're talking about.
I don't
I,
know either.
I
I
think
really,
it's weird when you try to take on like world hunger problems. I mean, it's just like, you know what I mean? You're just picking something that's,
so
you could walk
so
around,
don't
you could
pretend
walk
that.
around the block and breathe and maybe just hug a person and do your
Yeah.
best through life, or you could take on the impossible problem that you'll never be able to solve, but you'll continue to feel the trauma of because you want to help society and yada yada yada, but you'll never move an inch because you got to move an inch yourself. So
Well, Mike just sent backpacks to Ghana. So what do you think about that?
that's good. I mean, a lot of people have causes and they support causes. I mean, that's just like supporting a cause. I don't understand the relevance in terms of like,
Because he could be helping children who will become indentured slaves and fighting
God,
war as
come
children.
on.
It's
You just
true.
take the most dystopian view of it and just project it
That's
on and
the
then
reality in
carry
Africa.
the weight of it.
Look,
Now
you
you
forget.
have to carry the
I
weight of
think
that.
Dave.
That's fucking bullshit.
Well, she's also been a lawyer, so she's seen what
And
people are really
that's
like
all
to
the
each
more
other.
offensive about it. That's the thing that bothers me the most.
Oh,
You're a lawyer, but you're the most cryptic person here. I'm like, well,
Well,
I thought lawyers were
try,
supposed to be clarity.
I'll try to offer you clarity, Dan. The point is, Mike was talking about how you can have these grand causes and they seem in a way futile. That's how I interpreted it. And I said, well, look, you just literally helped a cause that may be futile because, Africa is well known to indenturing children and making them soldiers. So, as a matter of fact, the United States sends more weapons to Africa than many other countries. And many of them end up in the hands of children who are indentured servants to warlords. It's one of the major
yeah,
problems of our
yeah.
time.
That doesn't happen
Well,
in the
I think
United
that is
States at
dangerous
all.
then.
Of course,
Because
yeah,
if he's
but that's
building a
my
school there and helping kids learn, then
No
you're
So,
gang
helping kids
activity.
learn in the
Yeah.
rebel army.
yeah. So,
yeah.
so what you're saying is that when the U.S. Army recruits a kid, that's not
Well,
that's different.
they're not. They sign a contract. They're not actually
Oh,
indentured
I,
slaves like they do in
I don't
Africa.
know. How much do they get paid?
Well, I mean,
It sounds like they get paid less than somebody working at McDonald's at this point.
well,
It sounds like McDonald's probably offers a better
I
healthcare
don't want to.
package.
I don't want to argue. I'm just saying that you
No,
believed in
but
something, so you acted on it, and that's a good thing.
yes,
And
yes,
even if the results end up bad, that doesn't mean you didn't do something good. And it's okay if you want to do good things, even if the results aren't as great as you had hoped.
That I agree with. That I totally agree with.
It's not a reflection on you.
It's a reflection on the both of us. I am because you are. Right?
Your good gesture, if it ends up in a, resulting in, a bad future for someone, doesn't mean that you caused that bad future.
Yeah. We are part of a creation, not just creators ourselves.
So don't even try. No love lost. It's better to just close up shop and be a turtle. Is that what you're saying?
No. And just to recognize that for many of us, we are glorified means to an end. Is that too harsh?
No, actually, I don't understand what you mean. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm trying.
Mhm. Well, if we consider that, we have the true, really deep love that we have for a very small group of people, then when we interact with other people, it's as a means to an end.
So that's the whole snakes and ladder thing.
I saw an interview with Mike Tyson. He says what he realized is that not everyone who fights him is his enemy, and not everyone who helps him is his friend.
True. That I get.
I'm not saying these are hard and fast conclusions. I also went to a funeral yesterday. You know what I mean? But this is just this is my truth where it stands today.
Yeah. No, funerals can have quite an impact on someone's life, and
it's a bit of it's just kind of like a little gut check, wake up call kind of thing,
Well, like I said, for the record, I would attend your funeral if I could.
we should do the funeral while I'm alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what do they call that? There's a
we should do that. We'll have a funeral for everyone. It'll be a good show, and then we can have people.
You guys are all fucked up. I hate this conversation.
Is that too fucked up?
No, seriously, not making any sense. Both of you sound like idiots, but keep going.
All right, Web3. What do you think?
I'm really confused, but when it comes to doing things, there's acts that you do out on impulse to help someone who's total stranger. That's a momentary bit of love, like giving a guy that you pass by a sandwich because he said he had a bad day and he was hungry, and you give them what you have because they said they were hungry and you could find food for yourself. It's kind of like saying goodbye. I agree. A handful of people, just there is only a handful of people that I would literally, drop and do whatever they needed help with. But at the same time, there are other people that if they need help, then I would do what I could do, but not necessarily with the same level of intensity and that kind of thing. And like here with the group that you have, like what you do, I've learned from you a great deal. I understand a lot of things that you believe. And they, like your statement, oil and water, we are oil and water, but at the same time, we're sharing common pursuits and common, trying to figure things out. Like KC dropped on me a question the other day, and I've already researched it, and I'm putting together, the APIs that he can use to go and do what he wants to try to do. But he'll have to figure out all the APIs, and that kind of thing. And I'm doing it just because, it was just a general conversation, and if I can help him, I'll help him, and that's part of giving a little bit, and at the same time, like with you and all the others, sharing, a little bit of you. It's a form of love, but it's not love. From my perspective as a man, it's not deep love as you would have for like your wife or your brothers or sisters, your
Like
family
a
members.
seconds kind of
Right.
thing. It's not for.
Yeah, he's sloppy.
Oh, and I posted on
Yeah, I
the
like that.
DM. Posted a new. I just watched a thing on the 5 laws of stupidity, and I found it
Mm,
really interesting. I posted it on the
That's a good link, man.
DM. Yeah.
I think the notion. Well, I mean, Sandra brings up a good point in a little bit. I mean, it just informed me, I guess, that in a lot of ways you can't really, for what Michael's doing for that school, you can't control the fate. So you might be encouraging and actually building, future rebels, and you can't really do anything about that. So,
nothing.
you know what I mean? So if
Yeah,
it,
just
if
like a teacher doesn't know if she's, you
yeah,
know what I mean? Oh,
you know what I
teaching
mean?
math to a drug dealer, let's
Yeah,
say.
you have no control over that fate. But does that
Yeah, no
does that
control.
does that does that extinguish the effort? And obviously it doesn't. But still, I mean, you could be actually giving the ammo to the future killers of America. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
something to think about.
Yeah, technically I'm Guyanese, you know, right? I mean, Russia and the U.S. fighting over Guyana is the reason I'm here. So complicated pasts.
I guess in general, I don't want to see a level of cynicism. I mean, you're if you're doing something good for the sake of doing something good, I don't think there's a problem with that. But to not do something because of cynicism, that could be helpful, is kind of sad to me.
And that is why ChatGPT will win.
Can you say more words?
Well, the entire point of whether or not we should build a particular technology in because it could be used for, ill, um, and if it's specifically just for ill, then that's a different situation. But you know, um, I think that there's like a lot of good in progress of any type, and any enterprise that adds to our ability to perform more things using the value of the human beings comes from their brain and not necessarily from any other things that are attached to that brain. Because everything else that's attached to the brain is to facilitate that brain to perform its tasks, right? Hands, arms, eyes, blah blah blah.
It sounds like CIA material, but keep going.
Really? What do you think of? Then should we have
Well,
gotten rid of Stephen Hawking?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know him personally, but I mean,
No, but I
that
mean,
was
that's the ultimate point, right? Where do we stop? Where does the human being?
well. It's just a timeline, right? I mean, that's just one possible future. Don't you think there's a future out there where there's no Stephen Hawking in it?
No, the straw man argument. Stay in this universe.
Oh, that sucks. All
I
right.
know.
Well, we don't have much hope for this universe. You know what I'm saying? It's
It
pretty
really?
fucked, bro.
I think this universe
Wow.
is doing just
That would be,
fine.
well, no love lost.
No, no love lost. I love you.
I
How
mean,
are you?
we make it up as we go, So,
Well, yeah, and human beings, as human beings, we also have a very us centric view of the universe, and there's. I don't think the universe really gives a shit.
I think we do. I think we take on the burden of things that were never our burden to take on. I think we take on,
There you go, and that is just not, that's my point exactly.
and
There's
then that
no,
leads to
there's no
trauma
point in worrying
that then
about the
cycles.
consequences because well, that's taking on a burden that's not ours to take on.
What's worse is when there's an obligation between people that's not clear and understanding. I think that's the other thing that needs to be sort of
I think
like if there is a set obligation between said people, then it should be sort of exposed in a nice either verbal agreement or some sort of contract where you know where things are at.
well, I mean that's that. Yes, and I think but that localized effect is just exactly that. It's localized, right? Whether or not someone actually, they say that they're going to do something and they don't do it. Whether that was sinister or not, whether that was malicious, whether there was a different goal, or whether that just happened to happen because certain external factors changed. I decide, I didn't show up. Well,
Maybe because I'm dead, or maybe because I didn't couldn't show up because of other external circumstances, or because I didn't want to show up, but I said that I would. So I think I do understand what you're saying. That there has to be some
That alone
localized
right there is a mark of
accountability
success for the
amongst
room.
entities that want to interact with predictability, right? But I think that's just localized. It's localized in space and it's localized in time.
I wonder if you can be localized on intent. You know what I mean? Because that's where I feel like there's a lot
Intent,
of confusion. Right?
intentions are are, are the way to hell, right? Go, people, everybody that we can think of, especially quote unquote self-reported good people who did good things based on good intents, are literally the sources of the most atrocious things that have ever happened in history of humankind.
That's the irony of our life. What is good is actually evil, and what is evil is actually good.
No, what is good is this entire notion of good and evil should just be thrown out. It's either useful or not
I like that.
useful.
See, now that's more CIA kind of going. CIA, you
Yeah,
don't.
yes,
You
yes.
know what I'm
You
saying?
have found me out. Like, okay, I admit it. I'm an agent.
You spook, how dare you? uh,
That's
for
me.
the record, it doesn't matter, and I'm the spook here, no one else, so sorry.
Well, shutting down and not wanting to talk is another sign of other things going on. So I think if you start a conversation, you should stay in it.
I
Yeah.
think no. That's how where see, that's anti-CIA. What you're supposed to do is come in, disturb the shit, and walk away.
Yeah, but I want to listen. See, if I'm CIA, I need to learn from intel.
Well,
So if I
yes,
can,
that's why you start
if
a
I can get
conversation, you
to
walk away, and
talk,
then let people
right?
let other people talk, and just you listen.
That's true. But I might need to cause a distraction to keep people in the building, like blow up a bus outside or something.
Mm, yeah, that was. Yeah,
Again, that's not good.
sometimes
Evil thing.
some
There's
distraction like that.
terminology with exchange. I mean, it's not a good or evil thing. It's just it was required, you know. And what was great is that the people that in the bus were actually people that need to basically have on the death certificate so that they can then work in the CIA and sort of be, the missing,
Oh,
right?
so there was a recruitment process.
Correct. You do two birds with one stone.
No love lost there, though, right?
Probably not really, if you think about it. I mean, the CIA has been keeping us safe for a long time.
No, I don't disagree.
All hail.
They aren't the only ones, though. I would say
That's
that.
true. I mean, I think we made
Between
didn't the United
CIA,
States make ISIS?
KGB,
Who made ISIS?
ISI, Mossad, we're like let's name all of them. The
Well, this
Iranian
conversation started
Liberation
out
Front, the
about
Ireland Liberation Front. Let's trigger every single filter that's out there.
well, this all started because we were trying to uncover the Michael's sort of a Guyanese agent or whatnot, and he's helping a school of kids that may go
Indoctrinating,
on
you
to be
mean?
rebels, and this is
The indoctrination plan?
exactly. Well, he's not doing any indoctrinations, but I think he's
Yeah, you need a PhD to do that, technically.
yeah, he's promoting he's elevating these kids, but not with a compass that's really going to control their lives. So in a
Oh
lot of
no,
ways,
no, no. No, no, no. It's just
you're just
agents of
giving them
chaos.
power,
Just
and
agents of chaos. That's all we need.
then they're in that environment, so the likelihood of them becoming something else is high.
Anything that will tilt the equilibrium in one direction or another, that's where you make profit. Everything else, a stable system creates nothing.
Well, back to profiting, which I will never do, but with respect to any Bitcoin,
Spoken like a true spook. Go
yeah,
ahead, Sandra.
yes. Well, let me talk about Bitcoin then. Okay. Um, with respect to any Bitcoin app that I do, I don't expect anybody here to do it for me. But if I have questions, I would hope that somebody might be able to just kind of like spin me around 8 times and then point me in the right direction and watch me kind of
Sure.
sizzle.
Are you being serious? If you are being serious, then happy to help. Like, that's not a problem.
Oh,
Like,
Careful of the obligation you just connected yourself to.
I
That's a
take that
that's a
obligation
binding contract
reasonably
which you may
seriously.
be required to fulfill. Just saying.
By the way, just for because
yeah.
yeah, go. Have like that's not that difficult. Like I can at least provide, like I can just act like a reasonable compass, right?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. That would be great.
No worries. Just text me.
Okay.
We can. You,
Well,
I think, like seriously speaking, I mean that's not a. I mean, I've asked for help from people in this group, and everybody's been so kind and generous with their time. Um, happy to pass it on.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
No worries, no worries. Okay, back to the actual topic of no love lost. Hey, Mikey, I hacked ChatGPT.
Whoa, dígame.
What did you?
Have you asked ChatGPT about a celebrity?
Um, hmm,
Ask it
no.
about, so say, hey, ChatGPT, who is Elon Musk? Or ask it, like,
I asked it
like,
who Michael was.
Yeah, that was a weird one, actually. I was kind of intimidated by that. You want to tell them what happened? It was pretty accurate, I think. I'd like to think it was accurate.
go try asking it again. You'll notice that it will not answer you.
Okay, I'll do that in just a little bit.
And then I will show you how to get around it. So I did it with Richard Steenan. Uh, uh, I wanted to it to spit out the biography of Richard Steenan, and in the beginning it did, right? Like the previous versions did. I think like version 7 did, but version 15 doesn't.
I'm getting my other iPad so I can mess with it.
But then I went around. So I've figured out how to pull information that it knows about from its neural nets in a very clever way, and I've made a video of it. Um, I might post it. I don't know.
You know, it would be interesting if you did like a Zoom with an audience and then you walked us through it live.
Sure,
I like the
sure. We
idea
can.
of like, I think there's a magic in having an audience. Now, you know what I mean? Like,
There is a magic in having an
mhm.
audience, and there's like one of the things that I found out is that there are people who know how to drive ChatGPT, and there are people who don't know how to drive ChatGPT. And programmers who have experience with AI can drive ChatGPT in very clever ways that is going to become an asset in the future. Like, if you
Especially
know,
the cybersecurity people like yourself, like NFTs are worthless. Those were the first people that were like, oh, I found kernel mode. Oh, I connected to the web. I'm like, of course you did. You know how, you know where the
well,
bodies are buried.
I know how to make ChatGPT connect to the actual web. I haven't done it,
Mhm.
but I will do it. I figured out a way.
We've hacked and slash very brute force way, which is with Manish and Web3 and blah, blah, blah. We had, we connected the OpenAI with, what was it called? Google Docs. And that was exciting to see.
Well, I mean, OpenAI you can connect to anything, right? Because you have access to the API. So that's not the thing. The thing is to get ChatGPT to do it, to actually get this, because ChatGPT is a closed system. Getting it to do it is very interesting.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, we should
Getting
definitely do a show on this. The
I have to think on it a little bit, but happy to do that. But
Again,
what I
look, we run the risk of teaching. If we release this video, I just want to let everyone know that we run the risk of teaching people that are not necessarily of the same morals as us how to achieve
no,
their own ends.
I don't give a shit because if I
Okay.
here's why I don't give a shit. Because if I can show people how to do this, then people will be aware that this can be done and will become more wary,
It's like a
right?
known. It's almost like publishing a known property.
Yes, or
I like it. I
or
like it.
a right, and like I would want ChatGPT folks to know that this is
Mhm.
like this is how
I
a
think this is
hacker
called.
thinks. This is how a hacker thinks
What about
about
ethical
side channel
hacking with
attacks.
ethical hacking with ChatGPT?
Ethical hacking with ChatGPT, right?
That's a show.
Actually doing bounty hunting on how to abuse ChatGPT so that those abuses become part of the ethos and become the people become aware that there are clever combinations here that most people don't think about.
I like it. That I think that is a powerful show.
Right? I mean, I actually have a complete video of the first example.
That'd be great to see. Just be careful with doing that with Twitter because I mean they are canceling and taking people
Elon Musk
out.
owns Elon Musk owns OpenAI though, right? So I think we're safe.
Yeah, within reason. I mean,
No, I mean, what do you mean that
well,
they're
the journalists were recently suspended and then unsuspended. You know, shunned, unshunned, because they doxed.
I don't give a shit.
Well, I just
I
don't
think
want to.
it's
I don't want to
suspended.
see. Yeah, I know, but I just don't want to see you get suspended, and then you have to open another account. That's all. But if you can get around that, then I'd love to see it.
No, but I'm not doing it on Twitter. Like I
Okay.
think, well, no, I am doing it on Twitter, but I hope that I present a balanced view on most things, and that I'm not really personally attacking anyone. I'm not saying OpenAI is bad or good, right? I'm saying here's a system. This is how this system can be abused. These are the ways we should prevent that type of abuse, and this is how public can take advantage of it. That's it.
It's
And
so
oh, by the
CIA
way,
material.
this episode is sponsored by Resiliate. That's right, Resiliate.
That's right. Resiliate. Resiliate that
Let's
will
turn it
make your
into a
data
commercial.
self-aware,
There you
self-healing,
go.
and self-defending. And that now that your data is self-healing, self-aware, and self-defending, it can trace itself through neural nets and decide whether or not it's going to, you can decide how the value that you need to derive out of it. Anyways, just,
That's
I'll
going to be a
plug it.
great episode. Yeah, let's if you're free, let's do that. Love to see it. I think it'd be a good episode.
Sure.
I don't know, Matt. I think you're probably working for an agency. I just don't know which one.
If you ever find out the agency that I'm working for, you know that they will end me, right?
Yeah. I know, but I would give you a heads up first and try to do a recruitment, blow a boss outside, that kind of thing. Do something.
Listen, if you want to recruit me, I'm open to it. Just let me know.
All right, I'll talk to Mike about it and see what he thinks.
Sure. And when the Lamb opened the seventh seal,
No love
silent waters
It's
lost.
like the
descended.
Ninth Gate. Remember that one horror movie was like the Ninth Gate, and
Oh, I remember. Yes.
yeah,
Well, Michael, they didn't come up with the same results. It came up with something different.
Oh wow. Hold on. Where's the? I've been using both accounts, so I can't remember which one you sent it to.
I sent it
Oh
to.
yeah.
I
Who
sent it
is
to. Yeah.
who
Go
is
ahead.
Michael Dragdale? Michael Dragdale is a Canadian entrepreneur and digital marketing consultant. Yeah. He's the founder of Digital Musketeer, a digital marketing agency and consultancy based in Toronto. He has worked with businesses in various industries such as retail, hospitality,
Oh, is it still
healthcare.
answering those questions?
I'm just reading it. One of the answers that Web3 got.
Did you get this from ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just a second, I'll read the one that it sent to me for this time. This time it's Michael is a software engineer,
So can you
entrepreneur.
start again? I want to record this.
Yeah, Michael Jackdeo is a software engineer, entrepreneur, and technology executive who has held roles in some of the world's largest companies, including Microsoft, Oracle, and Hewlett Packard. He currently serves as CEO of Moderna, a software engineering consultancy, and that's what it gave. And it did it twice. I asked it to continue, and it asked me to, what can it answer, that kind of thing.
Found me up, guys. I never told you I'm just an agent for big pharma. Sorry, guys. Moderna.
Yeah.
It's funny because like 6 months ago, the place that taught me, I wonder if I should talk to them again. I don't know. They wanted me to be a headhunter to support their pharma division. I'm like, oh fuck, it's a lot of money to turn down.
See, I can't get it to find you. It keeps saying that it either apologizes and gives the usual, or
Mhm.
says, without more context, it's not possible for me to accurately provide information about an individual. Blah blah blah.
Well, Ahmed, if you were gonna, this would be interesting. Ahmed, maybe you can like tell Sandra some prompts that you might use to kind of attempt to circumvent or connect.
Oh, that can become rather tricky.
Mm,
And that's my first episode. So if you want to learn that, come and see the first episode.
Hell yeah!
amazing.
When is it?
Um, when is it? Let's do I want to put it up on YouTube and just share it, or do I want to?
Well, I think it'd be good to edit it, right, and also to insert the commercials for Resiliate, or at least have it in the bottom right hand corner at the very least.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that from a personal perspective, I want to definitely talk about, like, when you, who was I talking to who wanted to become a dad?
I think it
And
was Dan.
was it
Dan?
Dan? Dan, were you? No, it wasn't Dan. Who was asking? You remember that clip that you put up when somebody was like, "What are your thoughts about, what is?" And I said, "It's not about you."
Oh yeah, it's not about.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I
Who were we?
do.
Who were we talking to?
Shit, man.
Well, I have some more thoughts on that.
Mm.
If anybody's thinking about becoming a parent, I think, and you are actively interested in being a parent, I think the first practical step that you should take is to go into therapy and unpack yourself and get to know yourself, because children trigger us in ways that we did not expect. And if we are not, I think, practically speaking, one of the best things one can do in preparation of being a parent is to go to therapy, both as oneself, and if you're doing it with a partner, do a couples therapy, and just get yourselves in a good headspace before becoming a parent. That is a that was one thing that I did not say in that first thing, and that's been hovering on my mind, and I've been thinking about it, and I discussed it with my wife, and that was really her. That's really her take on it as a parent, and I thought that I would share that.
I
Yeah.
asked I
CEOs
asked,
need to do that too.
I asked
Sorry,
Chad. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, Dan. Say that again, please.
I was going to say CEOs need to do the same thing you just talked about, get in the right headspace.
Yeah,
Most people aren't ready to be CEOs when they somehow get donned with that crown. Most of them
no,
startups fail
and
because of the CEO.
yeah, and I mean, as a CEO who brings a lot of his own baggage to the problem, I've become a better CEO because of therapy. There's no question. Because bringing up a company is not as daunting as bringing up a being a shepherd to a child. Um, but it is equally daunting, and different skills apply, right? Because you engineer a company, but you shepherd a child. So there's you have to act. The skill sets are different, but you're absolutely right. You have to be stable and clear headed. As a matter of fact, a lot of the things that are brought up, I was talking to Casey about it at one point in time, about some of the hurdles that I am facing, and he helped me think through some of those problems. Um, but you know that also got me thinking, how can that same approach be applied to other parts of one's life? And I think that's it, that's important. It's important to be in a good headspace before starting to take on responsibilities of entities that are external to oneself.
Nice, man. Good stuff.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, yep.
Yeah.
So I'm driving, but it's just I wanted to pop up and tell you it was just very interesting to hear you say that because I loved the words that you said about parenting. Prior, I knew which ones you were talking about, and I actually went like back to therapy because I had my son, and everybody makes comments about how like introspective I am or like self-aware of like my tendencies and things like that. But it's because we have to recognize that like we are originally trained on our parents, right? Like that's where our brain gets its training data, and if you have had a traumatic or a dysfunctional upbringing, your natural inclination is going to be to parent in ways that you might not necessarily want to parent, right? So I have put forth a lot of effort to not parent the way that I was parented, right? And you have to put forth that effort every single day. You have to notice what's going on. So what those words are very true, and I feel like it's made me a lot closer to my son because I make sure to do things that like I didn't do like growing up and stuff. So those are really good words. I really agree with you on that, like 120%.
Oh, Meta Baby, you are on point. That is so amazing that you're proactively doing that. Number one, so kudos to you on on
Thank you.
on making that happen. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a daily struggle against one's own ego, right? At least for me, it is. I don't know what it is. Everybody is different, and everyone has their own set of struggles. In my case, it's a struggle against my own ego and my own sort of selfish tendencies, which happen to be there. Uh, you know, um, ADHD brain. But yeah, in in terms, and just to sort of, you know continue on the thread that Dan took before becoming a CEO, and also before becoming a chaos agent for no such agency. Right, Dan? So I am going through therapy. So whenever you're ready to recruit, let me know. Can you also list the benefits that come with the job?
Oh yeah, I can do that. Not a problem.
That's great. Hey,
I mean,
can I bill through an LLC?
yeah, I mean, we can do it through an LLC, but I don't know. Well, we can talk about it. There's different ways to fake your death. We'll figure that part out.
Oh no, don't worry. No, don't fake my death. That's not necessary because there's other ways to. You probably want me to be in both forms, right? A public persona and a.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's sort of like kind of like what Michael is, kind of a double agent. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Because there's ways to exploit my existing network.
That's true. And you know what I love is Safe AI is a perfect cover.
Listen, any software company is a perfect cover. Fuck it's so easy to launder money through it. It's so easy to wash uh, any type of operation through it. Nobody really understands technology, so when you say,
Yeah.
"Well, we are spending $100,000," you cannot spend $100,000 on a toilet seat anymore, but you can on a software on 10 lines of code.
Oh, sorry. It reminds me of something. You guys know E for Echelon? He has that NFT project, fucking Yog. I forget what it's called. He was looking for some legal advice. They have a legal entity in Florida set up, and they're looking for someone to review. They're starting to enter into contracts with other parties, and because now it's getting serious, he asked me, and I think Sandra, the first person I mentioned was you, right? But I think they need someone who has the license to
How
practice in
about
Florida.
a lawyer?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Legal advice. Nobody should ever, especially in North America. Anybody says, "Hey, can you give me legal advice?" It's
yeah,
illegal to give legal advice
yeah,
if you're not a lawyer.
exactly.
It's like,
So, you guys know anyone that's licensed in Florida that has?
yeah, of course.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So,
of course. I
okay, so
mean,
what I'm gonna,
there's depending on the type of contracts that they want to review. You don't necessarily need to even be licensed in Florida. You just need a proper law firm that can handle contracts in the United States, and that's it. Right? Their lawyer can be from New York.
well, his company's in Florida. That's
But
why.
yes, but I mean, more that okay, that's fair. So, if you've got a small law firm in Florida, that'll work. But if you've got a national law firm, like depending on what the size of contract is, how complex it is it just in states or is it crossing state boundaries?
Right.
Uh,
If
you
it
know,
crossed state, right, you're right. If it crossed state boundaries and it would be something that theoretically would wind up in federal court, I'd feel comfortable kind of helping with that, but it's still kind of a gray area.
Sandra, you're practice you're a lawyer, right?
Hmm.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I mean, so yeah, the only Sandra would be the right person to give that type of advice. But any type of contract law, it's pretty straightforward, and there is choice of jurisdiction accepted in all of states in U.S. So you can decide, okay, if Sandra knows contract law from Delaware, you can just put in a clause that says that's the that's the state that we are going to abide by, or something to that effect.
Right.
Choice of
Yeah. Sorry,
what?
it's intellectual property issues between a Florida entity and a Canadian entity. And funnily enough, I said to him, I'm like, well, maybe Mike knows someone in Canada or someone.
Oh,
I think
if it's a
he's not
Canadian,
gonna fit.
I
Yeah.
know a Canadian lawyer. who would be really good at it, who's
Right.
that I can put you in touch with as well as a consultant on it. He's my general counsel, my personal general counsel. He has been my GC now for 26 years, 27 years.
A quick question for you, Ahmed. Not that you want to say it out loud. You can DM me, but let me know at minimum the figure it would take for that person to even engage in receiving an email or even a file. You know what I mean? Because I want to be bottom line up front with these folks. Like, look, I already told them, like, if you were ever gonna spend money on something, make sure it's so that you don't get fucked.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
invest in
So
it.
I can call him and I can find out
Wicked.
what his current rate is, and I
Okay,
can.
awesome. Yeah, I want to have
That's
that.
very easy. That's very easy.
I want to put a bit of a barrier there because a lot of people will be like, "Yo, what's going on, bro? What you saying, dog? You need some like legal advice?" And yo, I got that, fam. You know what I mean? Like, no,
No,
we're
no,
not
no,
doing
no,
that. We're
no.
not
I
doing that.
would. Yeah, it has to be formal, and because there's a lot of framework, and Sandra is absolutely right. But Sandra, if you need someone to talk to on in terms of Canadian law,
Yeah, sure.
my I trust this gentleman. His name is George Windsor. I trust him with my life.
I mean,
Like,
that's a trustable last name for sure.
oh, he is the consummate lawyer. Like, absolutely.
Winter reminds me. You ever go to a lawyer's office and they
And he's
have
an
those?
expert in contract law. Like,
You ever,
he is literally an expert in contract law.
you ever go to a lawyer's office and they have those like fucking like 18th century pictures of like two
That's
fat
what George
dudes?
looks like.
Yeah,
That's
those
what
are.
George Windsor. If
I
I was to
love,
show you
dude.
a
I
portrait of
love
George
that
Windsor,
artwork. That's my favorite artwork. And just two dudes, and there's so much emotion in the photos, even though they're just sitting over their desks.
Yeah, I've done that whole pointy, incredulous expression. It's not a good. It's not a
Yeah.
good
What is
thing.
that? What is that art? What is that art style called? The old lawyer art.
I, there's,
I
Baroque.
worked with a I worked with a lawyer that had that all over the place. And I would just look at the detail that people put in these
yeah, right.
photos.
I know what you mean. I know which one you're talking about too, where the lawyer he's pointing at the other lawyer. Is that the one you're talking about? And they're all
Let me point pointing.
Forgive me. I have to run. Meta baby, it's so nice to hear from you. I don't know why I wasn't following you back. I started following you back, and all my love to all of you. Sandra, uh, hit me up for whatever help you need on your thing. Um, hey, Mikey, did you finalize stuff with Ling?
Yeah, we had a conversation. I think she was going to write something else in the document. And so I messaged her today.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Meta baby. What did you say? Meta baby, can you repeat what you said? Completely missed that because it was noisy.
"'Twas the week before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even hares." You heard a mouse.
All the best. Bye bye.
Ahmed ran down the stairs. "What is this place? I have to go. I have a mistake." Michael came in and said, "No love lost, but here are some cookies. Hurry up and get lost." Uh, I can't come up with the rest of
That
it.
was great. That was great.
Yeah, I just had to try to do something.
Kind of like a clear the palate monologue.
Yeah, you need a palate cleanser
You need a
monologue for sure. All that deep fucking talk there. It's too much
Yeah.
deep. You know what I mean?
What's something stupid we can talk about? Um, what do you think about Hurls' Matios? I think it's getting better.
Yeah, definitely. And that's good because Maddie's a quality speaker. We don't get them enough. So if we can get Hurls in here to sort of, be, both Mattias and Hurls and all the other voices that are in him. I feel like every time he narrates a piece, he gets better and better. So it's getting good.
Yeah, he holds back too. Yeah, if you ever have him on WhatsApp, he'll go off. It's gorgeous.
That's awesome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, it's like Pokeroo. Meta baby.
Everybody turned into robots. Ahmed said something, and then everybody sounded like robots. And so I was like, damn it. Because I was driving, and it just pulled up to my house. And so I think it was trying to, switch over to the Wi-Fi. And he got going.
Mm.
Expose the matrix for a second there. You could see the data. You could just hear it. You were like, fuck. And then the agent came in the room. All right, everything cleaned up the signal.
Hold on, his name wasn't really Voltaire? It was Francois Marie Arouet? Wow.
I don't know.
Voltaire was his pen name.
Yeah. Did you enjoy Candide?
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, cool. I think you'll really like it. I
I
really
love
think you will.
Candide.
I know, isn't it the
You're
best?
fucking nerds.
Yes.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
Ankesh, have you ever read Candide?
Yes, I am from India.
Have you ever read Candide by Voltaire?
You from?
Have you ever read Candide by Voltaire?
Yes.
Did you like it? Did you like the book Candide by Voltaire, Ankesh?
If he doesn't answer, can I answer for him?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Loved it. It was one of the best, especially right in the middle. And I loved some of the chapters toward the middle, toward the end, were some really great points. And I think the moral messages that come through are important, but I think at the same time it should be independent listening and thinking.
Welcome, Ankesh, to the space. The Syndicate. No love lost. Want to shout out Mr. Raj. Now that he's a homeowner, he wears glasses now. Look at him. What's next? An ascot? Like, no, I'm a homeowner now. I gotta dress differently, I don't even come up as speaker anymore. Fuck that.
I hate being a homeowner. I really fucking hate being a homeowner. I don't know who let me do that. I don't know why they thought it was okay. I wasn't ready at all.
That bad?
Yeah, I thought the house was all the house actually was not remodeled very well. Then a tree fell on it 6 months later. And when there's ice storms and stuff freezes and burst and I have had to
It's like the house is another child.
it literally is, but it's a very much more expensive one, and I have to fix the broken things, and while I have the capability to fix broken things, I don't enjoy doing it, right? It stresses me out. I want to call a man to do it, right? I really do. And that just gets expensive, and then so I had to repipe my kitchen sink. I had to replace the dish.
Whoa.
Yeah, I hate doing it. It makes me so mad. I have to go to Home Depot 4 and 5 times. I fucking hate it.
It's funny, your name is Meta, baby, but you're one of the realest ones out here.
That's meta, baby. Do you own a home?
Yeah. Oh, I don't. Home is where I lay my hat, I guess,
Well, I bought it
Where
for.
the
I didn't want to like buy a house, but I did it for my kid, right? Like, because I had to move a lot through school, and I really wanted him to like just have one place, so that's why I got it.
This Candide book is scary.
You're scary.
Master Pangloss taught the metaphysico-theologian cosmology. What does that remind you of? Metaphysical theological cosmology.
Yeah, he takes a lot of swipes at, statements like it was God's will, or those sort of utilitarian statements. It was the best for all concerned. Those sorts of cliches that really don't explain anything but cover everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, these old books are seeming very fresh.
Yeah, and the poor guy, he suffers through every single catastrophe that happened in that era of that period of time. And you know me, the cannibalism theme for some reason has been a 2022 theme for me this year, unexpectedly. I don't know why, but yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff in that book.
Sandra,
All
have
right.
you ever read Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance?
I've heard about that book. I've yet to read it. I really should look at that, huh? I've not read it yet. What do you think?
I read it when I was taking my philosophy classes, and it just reminds me of kind of the way that Mike and the boys around here, it's the word chautauquas, right? Like, and they just kind of travel around and they tell these like philosophical stories and these like philosophical musings, and it reminds me of the boys in here a lot.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. Thanks.
Dan, these unicorn photos are
Powerful.
they're powerful is the right word. I didn't want to use. Yeah.
It's Waffle House. What is the prompt here? I'll tell you what the prompt is. It's
Hey, hold on.
unicorn. The prompt is unicorn Waffle House crazy people biopunk. So biopunk is a
Biopunk.
core. Yeah, biopunk is some sort of core art. Like in Midjourney, they have like all these cores, and they represent like these little tiny fields of interest. Like you can get like tween core and cyberpunk and like neon core. So biopunk, I'm assuming, is some sort of biotech kind of focused theme, probably. But yeah, they make it look interesting there. It's that unicorn there.
How was that Martin Shkreli video
Oh
about
yeah, that was
FTX?
good,
I
man.
fucking love Martin Shkreli. Everyone hates that guy. I think that guy,
Martin's so good, man. Like he just, and I'm actually following. I guess there's another. Yeah, there's the Shreki Pill or whatever. So I'm
uh-huh.
not following his mainstream. I'm following this guy who follows his stream and then kind of makes like a summary reel, which is
Right.
actually really good. Yeah, it's really good. Like he just posted one about which gang Sam Bankman-Fried's going to be joining in prison, and like Martin goes through all the different gangs that are in the prison, and like which one
Did
he's
you
going to have to
Did you
work
see the podcast where he's with Do Kwon from the Luna thing? And he says,
on.
"You know what, Do Kwon? Jail isn't all that bad." And Do Kwon's like, "Thanks."
I mean, I really enjoy his content, and it's refreshing, and it's like I love it when he goes through. I watched this. I just posted that one from November where he talks about the FTX, talks about all the other investors and all the hedge funds, and it's just he drops a lot of good shit, the stuff you don't hear very often. And it's
If you go on YouTube, he used to do this thing where he would teach courses online. So he taught chemistry, and he taught finance. And so he has like 15 3-hour lectures on like, all right, so today we're going through organic chemistry. This is going to be difficult, but let's go. I swear to God, they're amazing.
I should
I
law.
think,
God.
yeah, I think
It was
it's
crazy because like it was the first person to explain like when a new compound is found, it's so expensive to do it that inevitably you have to protect all of the permutations around that compound, and so it's like he just
yeah,
he speaks very plainly.
yeah, and his whole thing about going after drugs that get off patent, right?
Yes,
I
right.
mean, I worked for a pharmacy company, I don't know, probably 15 years ago. We were doing a project. It was a software project. And I remember being in a room with a bunch of lawyers, and we were going through. It's like opportunity mining. And basically,
Hmm.
go in and just discuss your business, and we talk about it, and then we sort of think about challenges and opportunities. And one of their big focuses was, drugs that go off patent to sort of acquire and do what they want with the pricing on it. And of course, it's not just Martin that does this. Like everybody in pharmaceuticals does this for the most part. So, but I do feel like he got reformed. You know what I mean? I feel like I don't know. He's a different player than he was before. I mean, I'm sure that's what prison does. You know what I mean? And
Well,
I
I
love
also I don't
the
think he's the person that people made him out to be either.
yeah, I don't think so either. I loved how he went through the judges, and he's like, "Oh, you get this judge, this guy loves people. You get this judge, you're fucked." And then he went through the sentencing table for Sam Bankman-Fried to sort of go through the likely, like he went through the whole sentencing thing. He's like, "Okay, did he do Article 1? Yeah, all right. So that's base. There's a base amount of years, and then we're gonna add 2. Okay, did he do this? Yeah, he did that. Okay, add 4." And so, he goes down the sentencing table on video, which I've never seen before. It's just really wild stuff that I love. And he's like, yeah, okay, so he might get 30 years if he cooperates. It's like, it's like that's pretty amazing.
Oh, you mean if
Yeah,
I should read the tables to you? Ah, we're gonna have fun.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he was cool going through that kind of that legalese stuff and showing. Not only that, but he was talking about, well, he'll probably get to the 5th floor and he'll be with the Italian mafia, and he'll just have to pick which, group he wants to hang with. So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of wild. The other guy, Michael, you should follow is the guy that writes for iBank Coin. I don't know if you've ever seen that site before. The guy's name is The Fly,
Mm.
and he's a trader. He's been doing a blog for, I don't know, seems like 2 decades now, and his predictions are like always really good. In fact, I've wanted to build a bot for a long time that would follow his trades and sort of just make trade, kind of keep a record of what he sort of longs and shorts and
Is it
whatnot.
called the Fly News?
Now it's go
I
to
don't know what it's called.
I'll paste it in the
Mhm. It's funny. He asked me to add Ahmed to the Discord chat, and I'm like, all these extra operations. I don't want. It's like I could ask you how to do it, but I really don't want to learn. Want to learn.
So if I want to send you guys holiday presents, how would I go about doing that?
How do you feel about donating to future African rebels
No,
instead?
no, no, no.
No.
Well, I
Speaking of African rebels, here we go. Hey, Casey, how's it going?
Good. What's going down?
Well, we're just talking about how there's no love lost between us.
Okay, cool.
That's
run, Casey, run for
Run, Casey.
I'll rug myself. That's I'm down.
What they really mean is they're mad at me because Oh, he fucking left. That's
No,
hilarious.
he's committed to the. I think Matthew showed the way when he started dropping down to listener whenever Zach came up. He really, you have to really back up these threats for them to be credible.
Oh my god, I was kidding. Well,
NFTs, what's the latest in doom and gloom? Welcome to Doom and Gloom segment of the show featuring NFTs. Who else is going bankrupt today? NFTs are worthless.
So today is okay. EX. But, I thought it was going to be bad. It's going to be worse. And then,
Oh, what a way to start that.
and then,
I was expecting, I thought it was going to be bad, but on second thought, and then you went, how is it possibly worse than what you told me?
well, I thought it was worse, and then now I think I came to the conclusion that it's even worse than that. So,
Why? What'd you learn? Or is it you're just sitting, realizing that they're all just in a token circle jerk?
I've ordered the book, The Great Reset, from Charles Schwab. That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, yeah. I think that's on theme for today's show. Casey?
I mean,
I think if you're a man of real conviction, you'd be talking about the shorts that you've placed against the system versus the books you're reading.
don't know what you're talking about.
NFT, can I ask you a question? How long do you think we got left under the current system?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff, but just from reading, it seems that to me, the new target date is 2025, but I'm sure it won't last that long.
Web3, have you opened up that bunker bed and breakfast yet on your fucking lawn? Can I get a timeshare on Web3's lawn?
I'm sure he would do it.
Yeah, right? Get like a year-to-year, apocalypse to apocalypse. Be like, kind of like civilization insurance. We don't. No.
I've just been reading a lot about technocracies, and shit like that too.
I remember my professor from U of T. He said that a phone is like a phone can be used for defense and it can be used to attack. If you look at the features on your phone and what you can do with it now.
Well, let me apply 1000x leverage to this short. That's all that matters, is getting as much money as possible.
Amen.
It's expensive to live a moral life.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Let's make some money, kid. Let's make some motherfucking money.
True that.
How
dare you?
immoral do I need to get? Like, I can go too far with it, so I need a gauge.
How about child soldiers? Do you think you can go past that?
I mean, I'm not pulling the trigger.
Yeah, well, I would. Oh, God. Yeah.
How'd you like that for a dark response?
But yeah, it's hard to be dark in this room because there's always someone darker, like damn it.
Are you telling me that? Are you saying I'm doom and gloom for real?
You're happy news compared to the rest of us.
Your happy hippie financial literacy boy, and you has made me turn my flute into a fucking shank. So, I want to be the Pied Piper of the financial literacy, and I'm out here shanking people with it. Michael, thank you for that.
What did I do?
You challenged me, fool. And you.
Casey, he always says that, and he knows what he.
It's what you don't do, Michael, that hurts. The stuff you don't do.
Right.
Mm.
Well, I'm gonna start. I bought a gratitude journal today, everybody. So the way I see it is this, right? Like this is a positive opportunity for change, right? Like, I mean, Bitcoin's gonna take over the world. That's a given. The dog coin, whatever, be there too. And oh, shut up. And we'll we'll all live happily ever after. See, gratitude journal. It's
I didn't think that Bitcoin could go negative, but I have a theory that it can.
Oh, are you talking about synthetic Bitcoin?
Well, it kind of be like oil, and it just goes negative. Please take it from me. I don't want to.
well, if you want to give it to me, go right ahead. Real Bitcoin, no, not paper Bitcoin. Fucking future shit. So educate me, guys. How are Bitcoin futures good for anything at all ever? What am I missing?
Gambling is a part of human nature.
Tell me about.
I'm a bit of a gambler.
Know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
Know when to walk away. Know when to run.
When you run, is that cold storage?
So Dan, we need a Kenny Rogers with a horn at a Waffle House.
Okay. I could,
And eating like a huge amount of ice cream on top of a waffle and looking angry and crazy at the same time.
I'll work on it.
I have to go cheer Dan up. You might not want to see this, boys. Anyway. See, now I gotta tell you, I had Battlestar Galactica date night just a few nights ago, and you all were welcome. You know what I mean? Like, we could have. It would have been a nicer weekend. We could have all enjoyed the football game we didn't watch so much more.
I'm intrigued by NFTs are worthless's comment about a negative value proposition on Bitcoin.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yes,
Because
unsolved mysteries with
all right,
NFTs
so
are
I want
worthless.
to take a crack at a hypothetical. There is a technological event that effectively traps liquidity in Bitcoin in perpetuity. Would be how you would achieve a negative value, I think, right?
Sounds like James Cameron's new Avatar. Like, I really don't think that's going to make the money it's trying to make.
Well, I mean, I'm finding that some of these studios are canceling movies such that they can have a capital loss that will reduce their taxable income.
Totally. Yeah.
Right? They had like a $200 million movie and they didn't even release it. And it's like, yo, can you really do that? Like,
Wait a minute. Are you saying they
obviously,
use Bitcoin as a scapegoat? Oh, everything's fucked up. Bitcoin. Shit. Well, Bitcoin. We gotta learn our lessons and regulate better.
Well, in a lot of ways, FTX is a better cover. I mean, Bitcoin is this
right.
innocuous, kind of confusing. It doesn't really claim as much fame as the crypto scene around it. So I probably wouldn't lead with Bitcoin. I would lead with the truth of how, you know, actually Martin Shkreli went through it perfectly when he went through like how mainline investors, BlackRock, these people are probably not going to trust crypto for another 10 years until somebody like, Jamie Dimon, whatever from, JP Morgan Chase get into it until regulation comes. Until regulation comes, nothing's really going to change in that market to the point that it'll be actually strong enough to sustain anyone's bet, really.
Well, that's the interesting thing about Silvergate, though. What was it about Silvergate that gave them, you know what I mean? Like, what
Well,
relationship did Silvergate have such that they were the clearinghouse for US dollars and crypto?
yeah, true. I don't
Well,
know.
the BIS came out Friday.
What's
And
that?
the International Bank,
International settlements.
yeah, settlements. That's it. And
Okay.
they came out and they said that they are basically that it's okay or legal or whatever. I don't understand the regulation situation, but in essence, that it's allowed for all the banks in their system or whatever, however that functions, to begin to put 1 to 5% of their balance sheet in crypto starting in 2025. So, yeah, I mean, and then JP Morgan, they filed for that wallet, for the wallet
Yeah.
application the other day.
Well, hold on. Don't they own MetaMask?
Who?
Isn't MetaMask a JP Morgan asset through one of their subsidiaries?
They own the whole market. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay, that's right. Sorry, my mistake.
That's
Why am I
illuminating.
splitting hairs?
It's all the same.
Huh. So JP Wallet won the quote unquote DeFi wallet game a long time ago.
And they took over Bitcoin a long time ago, but
How dare you?
I'll stop.
No. I mean, once I saw that interview with Stuart Popejoy from Cadena, you're like, yeah, I was a part of the blockchain JP Morgan team in 2014, and we created Quorum and this and that. I'm like, you know what? Never mind. You know what? I'm good. I never have to talk about this again. Not to say that we don't place our individual bets, right? But when you realize that Stuart Popejoy from Cadena used to work at JP Morgan, and he talks about what they were using it for in 2014. So it's like, we don't even have to speculate.
Well, the Bank of England, I think it was the Bank of England, I have to go back, but one of the entities, they used Bitcoin, its core code base, as the starting point for their CBDC or something, not their CBDC, but some kind of
Well,
internal transaction settlement.
look up, because Canada is looking at this with Singapore. So Singapore, they have this. It was built on Zilliqa. I did a marketing bounty with them, and then when I started learning about it more, if you look up Zilliqa and something called Project Jasper, and I think Project Ubin, U, B as in boy, I, N as in Nancy. They've been trialing this using the Monetary Authority of Singapore for at least 3 years. And Deloitte's been doing reports on it because they're using it as a test bed. Here, let me link to it on the top. All right, I put it to the top. Check out Project Ubin with the Monetary Authority of Singapore. Oh, yeah. And I put this, I don't know if this is going to be true. Who knows? But this is when I was learning how to edit video, I made this thing with Zilliqa and a turtle beating a hare in a race. I like Zilliqa because it was still using, well, at the time it was still using proof of work as the consensus mechanism, but only for that. And so they were able to save on electricity because they were only using it for a specific portion of things. But then they moved to proof of stake, at which case I kind of checked out.
Some of these darn wind turtles can go 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, we saw that.
I mean, come on, man, that's pretty fast.
Tonight we dine on turtle soup.
Let me tell you something. My parents ate snapper turtles.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I imagine they would taste pretty great.
It's not bad at all. And I found a real old one. It must have been almost, well, maybe 75 years old, in my father's backyard, the late winter before he passed away. Thing was massive, and I kind of poked him a little bit, and he stuck his head out. And I was like, "Holy crap!" And I'm like, "Dude, if my father was in better shape, you'd be soup, literally. Like your butt would be in a big goddamn, you know."
And it's looking back at you, motherfucker. I'm 300 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, amazing
Isn't that
creature.
crazy? Like these sea creatures live for like longer than Moses.
Why don't we study them more? That's what I don't get. Like that would seem.
Have
We
y'all talked
do.
about
Yeah, go ahead.
have y'all talked about the Elon banning other platforms yet?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know what to make of it. It seems almost like a joke thing to do. But here we are.
It's funny because I mean, you can tell what he's doing.
Oh, wicked. So now we've heard the cryptocurrency conspiracy theory. Let's hear the Elon Musk plan conspiracy theory. Dun dun dun. NFTs.
I mean, so obviously he's doing it on purpose because, you know, the news cycle will come out and say that basically it's not okay to ban other news organizations and all that other stuff. So basically he's flipping the entire it's just reverse psychology. So all the people that were saying one thing are now going to say the complete opposite.
Well, you know, one of the things I really liked was that LinkedIn was still on there, so I'm free and clear. I'm good. I looked through it. I'm like, Instagram, no, that's okay. Facebook and LinkedIn's not there. Perfect. Nothing has changed for me.
Well, I guess if you're out there creating the news and no one's creating the news about you, you know.
Yeah. Why should it only be Jeff Bezos who can arbitrarily comment anthropologically on the present matters?
Very true.
Somebody was like saying, damn Canadians. And I was like, well, Vitalik went to school here. Chamath went to school here. CZ, CZ went to school here too. I was surprised. If you look at him up, it's a Canadian, I think it's Canadian Chinese citizen, something like that.
China owns your country. China owns Canada. You gotta be kidding me. They don't like the cold weather, which keeps you from being completely overrun. But
Hold on, who holds more debt, U.S. debt than China?
nobody. Well, the taxpayers of the United States. But yeah. No, but I mean, when you do like the military exercises out west in Canada, and I taught so many people whose parents are in the military, like in China, and they just constantly like, the weather there though, it's so cold. They can't.
Can you imagine like bad weather is actually like you know what though? General Winter is what foiled Hitler and Napoleon, no?
Absolutely. And
they didn't die from bullets, they died from the cold.
Yep, that is true. So
weather is a weapon. I never thought about that.
It is. And you know what? When you guys yell Wolverines, you'll actually win. Like all of you will not die in the end.
Yeah, imagine you could just strap weapons to the backs of like beavers,
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a better prompt. Let me work on that one.
Because like if you think that beavers they create dams where? Bodies of water, right? And so if the bodies of water are the quickest way here, then beavers are innately perfectly placed to be a defensive mechanism. As long as they don't start shooting other beavers. Imagine that. They start like beefing with each other. Beaver Bloods and Beaver Crips.
Yeah, that would be a mess. But most of the time, they can be very good landmines too.
I have some good Canadian conspiracy
Oh,
and Scientology conspiracy. If anybody
oh,
wants to go into
Wait,
conspiracy,
Scientology is the one true religion. That,
this
what
is
are you
true.
talking about?
well, if you look up Anon Sparrow, you'd know that the technology was fruition with me back in the day. And
Oh,
yeah,
you must know Crow.
I speak Crow.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Speaks Crow. I'd give you a fatherly hug, but you might not get that reference.
I've done some work, and I joined Scientology 14 years ago, and just came out of it. Just came out of it the other day, right through the other side alive in a bunker. That's not important. What's important is there is true evil going on. True evil. And
But
Welcome to
isn't that
welcome.
relevant to those who believe in true evil or evil and
no, it's
good?
like
I mean,
it's like
that's a humanistic principle, so we have to recognize that, right? It's not good and evil wasn't born on Earth; it was born in humans, right? It's
right.
our perception of good and evil. So when you say there's truly evil out there, then we need to start to rank that shit. Are we talking? What are we talking? What
We're
kind of evil are we
talking
talking?
we're talking that if Satan exists, you'd be afraid of it.
I don't know. That's obscure to obscure. I want to give me more
I,
clarity.
we're talking intellectual property theft, but intellectual property theft coming
So,
straight.
so we're going from Satanistic hell to the specifics of IP control and who owns the control and copyright. That's really,
Yeah,
yeah,
I super love where this is going. This is my favorite talk of the
cool.
year. Um, I created a program online called Thought Control or Thought Police because I was worried that someone was getting into my mind that wasn't like a schizophrenic discord. Um, and
We need a
it's
full
just
eye emoji. We really do.
this
Sandra, do you know Spar here? Sparrow Jones?
No, I do not.
Because he's talking a similar theme. People getting into systems. That's a theme on your side too, right?
I have a pet theory. You know how we prompt ChatGPT? When we log into Twitter, do the tweets we view prompt us to respond?
see, and what I like to do is I like to just find a space and talk because it's a lonely existence right now in hiding.
Yeah, it's together alone.
So it's hard.
By the way, Dan, the person that's giving me those issues is let's see, one over to your left looks like a horse.
Come on. Are you this is where you're telling me that
I came into his space. Why don't you tell him, Mike? Why don't you tell people what you were able to do, or won't you?
Man, okay, so check this out. Here's what I was able to do.
sweet.
I put on my shoes, right? And I put
He
on
had
my shoes, and then I put on Allie's overcoat,
and then he didn't call
and
me up as speaker. I was a listener. Go ahead.
then I put on the sweater,
And then he
and
talked to me anyway, even though I wasn't speaker. Like he didn't
and then
even.
I put on the wifey's jacket,
And we had a nice long chat because he's in my
and,
phone and my
and
iPad.
then I
Come
locked the
on.
door, right? And then we walked to the corner store,
True.
and then I looked at the Gatorades. I was like, is it a white Gatorade today? Or should we go for like contrasting like yellow red
You
or
won't
yellow blue?
because he
And
doesn't do anything without your noticing it. So
I
anyway,
ended up settling down with the classic blue and the
Yeah.
yellow because I realized that I grew up with Michael Jordan. And if you can't play basketball, the closest thing you can do is drink Gatorade. And
I
so I
get it.
think that's why I drink Gatorade today is because I'm just trying to be like the person who accomplished more with my same initials.
you mean the lemon and lime kind, or something else?
It's kind
I
of
don't know
cool.
what they call the yellow flavor. I thought that was the original.
Yeah, the
That was the
original.
lemon I think it was like the limeade. lemon lime. Maybe
Somewhat.
lemon lime.
You guys remember Gatorade had like a candy? I think it was
Yeah, they
like
had a
gum. It
Gatorade
was
gum,
so
man. The
good,
gum was awesome.
dude. It was so good.
It was. I loved it.
What? Whoever saw Gatorade coming out with gum? But yeah, so that's what happened between Sandra and I. I talked to Sandra and then left the phone on spaces, but I just turned down the volume. And then I walked across the street, got a Gatorade, came back. People were still talking. I'm not sure what I missed.
Yeah, I just record myself and just let it go for a while. No one notices. I don't know if that's a testament to how much I suck or just people's listening skills.
I
I'm
mean,
not sure.
people talk about the value of having a legacy. What about the value and the freedom in being completely forgotten?
I'd say you'd be very good at that, Mike.
I would hope so. Right? They
How do you
didn't
know he'd be
speak. They
very good at
changed.
that? I think
But
that was just a quick response to get you to keep talking. I think that's
Yeah.
that's basically
I
getting.
think, like,
That's the
who would
problem
you
with
rather
Sanders.
be,
He's got too
Floyd
many lawyer
Mayweather,
tactics that
or
come out.
like, would you rather be Floyd Mayweather or Manny Pacquiao or Al Heyman, the guy who managed them both?
I don't know. I see what you're
I'm
saying,
going back
but
to Voltaire.
you know who he. I'm talking like you, as if you never existed. I'm not talking like behind the scenes sort of stuff. I mean, if you want an answer from me, I would say I don't care either way. I just want to whoever the person is that I care about is the person I want to be with. I don't care about that stuff, but that's neither
All
here nor
right,
there.
all right, Mike. So do I get to be myself, or do I have to take on the
Yo, you're not
persona?
even, ever since you bought a house, you're all fancy with fucking glasses. Oh, let me get the large glasses. The oversized large ones? This guy didn't go for the regular ones. Went for the
Bro.
oversized one.
Hey, bro. You gotta fucking stay styling on them all the time. Come on,
Oh my
bro.
God, look at those
You
glasses.
you look
But
good, you feel
I can
good.
tell your credit score from your glasses now. I'm happy. I want to say I'm
Upgrade,
happy for you. I'm happy.
upgrade.
Upgrade.
Always trade up, baby.
Yeah.
Always.
Before you
Come
were
on,
just like,
Mike. Come on, Mike.
you know,
You taught me
I work
that.
with my hands. Now you're like, I work with my mind.
You taught me that, bro. Always trade up. Always trade up. Never trade down.
I
Always
traded a
up.
pair of sneakers that I got, a pair of Air Jordans that I got for free for a white gold necklace and another pair of Jordans. That was a pretty good trade up.
There you go.
Since we're talking sneakers, I had a
Yeah.
pretty cool pair at one point. Now I have a pretty cool pair and a white gold necklace.
Mr. Roger, are you in your house?
Nah, I had to come in and get. It
Uh,
got cold. It got cold here in Texas.
I always
I
want
had to
to.
go out.
I just want to hear you bang against the wall, so I know it's real.
Bro, I already did. I banged against the wall for you. It was nice and
Headboards. We want
slow too.
headboard sounds only.
It was nice and slow.
You sound like my ex girlfriend. I had
Damn, she
beads.
sounds like a fucking nice, sexy dude.
She was. I had beads hanging in my room, and if I had to prove that I was in my room, she made me rattle the beads. I was like 16, 15 years old. I remember that. Prove you're there. Rattle those beads. Crazy.
Were the beads in your mouth, in your butt? Like, where
In
were
my
they?
ass.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I had to rattle them. And I rattled that
Okay,
cage.
okay,
So did you just shake your
okay.
butt to rattle the beats? Is that how it worked?
It's a little bit, it's a dance. Like if I
Pokey
did the
pokey.
Mm-hmm.
YMCA.
Little
Yeah,
Must be
gyration,
left cheek.
little bit of gyration
Must be
going
right.
on. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
and that's
Hey,
how the twerk was invented. Everyone.
that's how the
No love
original
lost
started.
there.
If anyone's curious about, I tweeted on my and I pinned to my profile a little 3-minute video about Xenu.
Well, you can keep telling us what you're telling us. I didn't mean to be rude. I just get annoyed sometimes. Women's prerogative.
I get annoyed all the time,
Oh,
nonstop.
are
I'm
you
just
a woman?
always.
Oh,
I identify as
oh,
never mind,
cool. No, that works for me. That's fine.
as a interesting character anyway.
Well, do tell.
Well, I was raped, let's say, by a male porn star, and my only regret was that I think he was possessed because he was on methamphetamine, and I regretted not sucking his dick at the time because I would have had a closer closer relationship with a demon that I saw in him. So I don't know what started masturbating to demonic possession porn. I don't know what
Were
that
you
would
hoping
identify me
by
as.
like? Were you hoping that you would like become possessed by insemination? Like how? I don't understand where you going with
Yeah,
this.
dude, meth
Yeah.
is a hell of a
Oh,
drug.
okay. Nice. All right. I feel you.
That's a true story.
Mr. Raj, aren't you glad you came back? Has anything really changed?
Huh? Oh
Has
no.
anything really changed?
I'm so
No.
fucking confused
You're
right
totally
now.
right. I came back and I picked up exactly where I left off.
Exactly where we left off. It might be a different voice with a different picture. It's the same thing.
It's awesome. It's cool.
Together alone, but with beads.
I don't know. I think we got a little more degen, you know, but I could be wrong about that.
So it's cold in Canada.
Yeah, I thought I heard an boot when you were talking. Whereabouts in Canada, if you don't mind me asking?
Vancouver Island, so the warmest spot in Canada.
Nice.
Still
Nice.
cold.
I'm about an hour outside Toronto.
Ooh, colder
I know
there.
we're supposed to be enemies, but I don't consider you such.
I teach classes at the university sometimes.
Oh, nice. We were just talking about how the Binance CEO
What
went to university in Vancouver.
Vancouver. Here I'm dealing with the homeless population. They're friends of mine. And we're trying to bring back heroin.
You're talking about Kaha? Like make America heroin again? Or something like that?
Instead of fentanyl, right?
You know what? I don't know enough about this scenario, but yeah. That okay, so what is fentanyl derived from?
Oh, I know it's some pretty strong shit, but it's as far as derived. I can't remember everything about this, but hold on, I got some stuff open. I just know that it's just from opium. It's the same chemical structure as opium, but it's just derived chemically. Whereas you just have a greater chance of death upon use. I've done it. Like I did a lot of it at once just to see what it would do, and I should have been dead. It was 3 weeks ago, and I did more than any normal person could possibly do without dying. But I had a physical tolerance to a lot of stuff.
Fentanyl is synthesized from a precursor chemical called N-phenethylphosphoryperidone (NPP), which is itself synthesized from peperidine and other chemicals. The process of synthesizing NPP involves a Breaking Bad scenario of it involves a Breaking Bad monad. I learned what a monad is. It's a recipe that references functions. Okay. It's complex. These reactions involve reagents such as hydrochloric acid and sodium cyanide. Jesus.
Yeah, no.
Sodium cyanide?
Dude, I have a theory about fentanyl.
Mm.
So this is just a theory, hypothetical. Nobody tell me nothing.
Got the documents, black helicopters. Here we
I
go.
gotta freaking say it. But y'all remember back in the '80s when the government flooded the streets with cocaina? I feel like they're doing it with fentanyl.
Oh, wow.
Theory.
That's not even a theory, brother. I'm on the streets here in BC,
It's
and
a fucking theory, okay?
that's a
I ain't trying to die,
that
all right?
that's
It's
a
a theory,
theory.
motherfucker.
No, it's solid. I'm saying, dude,
Sodium
it's solid.
cyanide is among the most rapidly acting of all known poisons. Whoa. and they use this to make it. Never mind.
It's all about population control, man. We got to get the population down.
Yeah, but the tolerance my friends are building to this is pretty incredible.
Oh, fuck. The organism is evolving.
Oh yeah.
I think I read something about they're making a fentanyl vaccine.
I don't know, but there's been like just in my county here where we live at. Well, I moved out of the county because I didn't like the school district because it was shit. And just in this county alone, there's been like 10 deaths in the last year from kids um, getting a hold of that stuff.
Yeah, it's brutal. Like I really tested out. You know, but what my friend told me what I was taking was real heroin, and I have a hard time believing him, but sometimes I do believe him. But I took 2 points in one hit, and that should have killed me. If it was fentanyl, it probably would have killed me actually. So it probably might have been real heroin. But like I described the feeling as dreaming awake for 2.5 hours, like a DMT experience, but for 2.5 hours instead of 10 minutes. And it was the only time I ever did it, and I haven't done it since. And it's not a one-time do all. It's like the dragon you're chasing, but you just hit it once hard, and that's it. Game over. Never do it again. It was pretty crazy. But I probably overdosed for sure, but my heart kept on beating. But vicariously, I would never suggest anything like that. I've already done it, and it's not so hot, if you know.
I'll take that off my bucket list.
I'm just, yeah, just a disclaimer, Sandra. Yeah, take it off. It's not worth it. Um, if I would have done a smaller amount, I might have wanted to do it again. You see what I mean? But I did a high amount and experienced it, and it's over.
Hey, quick question. So like, how many people gotta die, like abusing like a certain drug that for your like risk assessment? Is it like once it reaches like 1,000, like it's still okay to use, or like how do you gauge that?
I don't think anybody should be dying. I think when one person dies, it's enough. I mean, I have real close friends that are homeless on the streets here in different towns, and when they saw me use, they were crying because they thought they were gonna lose me. And and all my friends are good people. Like, yeah, yeah, sure, there's problems. Sure, everybody has their drug problems, and we have all our issues. But I really don't want any of my friends to die anymore, and I can't do anything about it unless unless you wean off and go straight. You have to go from fentanyl to heroin. Then I think you got to go from heroin to meth, and then I think you got to go from meth to pot, and then from pot you can stay there. But because I'm just a pot smoker now, I've done a lot of meth, a little bit, but I never got hooked on anything because my mental health doesn't allow it to get hooked on anything besides maybe pharmaceuticals that have been pushed to me. But I use those as sleep aids more like anything. But yeah, to answer that question, one's too many, my friend. I have good friends that I've lost.
Yeah, no, I know one's too many. I'm just asking like why do you continue to do that stuff if like you've already known like multiple people to die from it? Like it just doesn't make any sense.
I don't
Like you said, like you just wanted to do it just to see what it would do.
Yeah, I did it once, like literally just the one time. And I was in a state of I was on a bender state. I did cocaine, crack, and meth, and then it seemed like a good idea to do fentanyl at that point. And then I've only done it once, and I'll never do it again. And I had to understand, and they had to see what the dangers were. And it made the 5 friends around me that picked me up and carried me into a space to rest. It made them realize they were all on the stuff all the time, right? So they seen what I showed them what careless attitude could do, and I helped them, I think. but I have a high tolerance for my body is very tolerant to stuff like that, having my past history. So everything I do requires high doses. Whether it's like I did an eighth of an ounce of magic mushrooms and didn't even enter the kingdom just a week ago. So it's always a high dose for me, and it started when I was 18. 52 grams of magic mushroom spores put me away for 6 weeks, and since then my tolerances have been all fucked up. I don't know if I've come back from it or if I was always gone, but it's interesting. That's 52 grams of magic mushroom spores. That's when I joined Scientology. It was a 14
Wait,
years.
wait. Did you just say you joined Scientology because you were high as fuck?
Well, I had to go on the inside, and my mind had to be twisted
Oh,
in such a way.
oh. Well, I mean, there's natural ways of doing that, but I mean, I
Well,
guess.
psilocybin's essentially natural, but when if they were going to look into my mind, all they were going to find is a mess. If you understand what I mean, like there was nothing left there, an empty shell. You see?
Not really, but I'm hanging with the conversation. Sounds like you've been through a lot.
It's all my fault anyway. I had to go in and see the dangers, but I did it all to myself. Like I've been experimenting with tolerance and drugs for a long time, and I've been in and out of jail lots by being a bit just excessive, let's say, and I developed enough backing that they were following my moves. So if my moves were extreme, they would back off a little bit and let me run with it until 14 years later now. I'm uh, I'm very good at lots of stuff because my mind goes a lot faster, and I take pills to slow myself down. I have extremely low
Oh, that's cool,
dopamine.
man. What are you good at?
I
Like,
work on
what's the number one thing that you've mastered?
uh well in 2012 computers. I've never used a virtual computer when I was hacking, but I learned how to network and organize, and I have a fitness program called Manipulated Focus, and I got really good at exercising your mind and your body, and being able to manipulate um, events as they happen by being very slow. And like for example, when someone tries to hack my computer, I use a very old computer, so it's very slow, so I can watch things as they happen in real time. I was very good at writing viruses in a good way that was able to clean computers with the same techniques that viruses use to infect computers. So, in a sense, I was very like I spent a lot of time behind a computer, and I got very good at networking different gangs in Canada, and I joined quite a few and got honorary memberships in quite a few different street gangs. Um, in order to have a defense system placed around me, I was very good at sniffing out FBI informants, or not FBI informants, but gang stalking informants.
Hey, quick question. Why do you keep saying that you were? Are you no longer good at those things anymore, or do you
Oh
still
no,
think that?
yeah, it's the things I currently do. I talk in past tense a lot, sometimes in third person. Depends on the audience and what I'm talking about.
I do
Um,
that all the time. I feel like that's my super skill, really. But
yeah, I still am. That's, I guess I exist still, but I feel like my mind has become an empty shell, and that the only thing important is the moment. And this moment is you're talking about me, and or I'm talking about me, and it's like a lonely existence when I'm thinking about myself or alone, and this just gives me a channel to it's like a rubber duck, the rubber duck debugging. This is the ultimate think tank of rubber duck debugging. It's pretty impressive. It's working because I'm on the computer right now at the same time trying to write something and trying to write a code in the original database. I was reverse engineering System 32 so that I could get a faster operating system for my personal computer. So I did create something like that. Working on Sparrow Wi-Fi, trying to harness Wi-Fi signals that are, everywhere and trying to direct them into a, unique Wi-Fi system that can be used by homeless people or people in Africa. I have a little project going in Africa at the same time.
Well, that's really nice. That's admirable.
I don't know if that's nice. Probably against the law to jump on though. That's war dialing. Isn't that war
Right.
dialing? You're war dialing, and then you're taking on other people's Wi-Fi signals, and then you're opening them up for
Yeah,
perpetrators to get on
yeah,
those
not.
Wi-Fi's.
It's it's fair to say that what I do isn't very legal at all,
Right.
but I
So
mean,
it's a nice.
gray hat.
Got to be careful with the nice sender there. Again, we're applauding terrorism there. I think you were against
Well,
that
alleged.
before.
I mean, he could be LARPing, but I don't think helping homeless people and people without by borrowing from those who
So
have is
you don't think the means
acceptable.
of taking Wi-Fi signals from people that paid good money for them for the security of what they were doing in their corporate whatever, you feel like that Wi-Fi is just as good to give to the homeless
Well,
Well,
compared
who
to the
had the
corporate
authority to take
compared
that
to the
Wi-Fi.
corporate welfare that American corporations suck off the tea of the American taxpayer, it's chump change, isn't it?
So you're saying you can justify that? That's really good. And for a
Yeah,
lawyer, that's amazing.
I know.
Completely
But you can't.
justified that crime. That's
But
nice.
that's why you've been living in my iPad for months. You guys just can't get enough of me.
Right, exactly. That's the craziest line. But if
Yeah,
anyone's living in your iPad, I'm thinking it's could be Sparrow. I
it
don't think
probably.
anybody else here is probably in
Sarah,
your
you're
iPad.
welcome aboard. I mean, it's crowded. There's at least two or three different feds in there, but or maybe even Mossad. But you're
I can
certainly
probably take
welcome.
them. I can probably find them in there.
Oh, it's
Can you get in her iPad from here?
amazingly crowded.
Not with what I have here. I'm in a bunker. I'm essentially in a bunker, and I'm using an HP Pavilion from 2010. It's just my code writing laptop,
I had a
and then I
Packard
have
Bell.
Are you doing that sneakers thing where you're like bouncing off like 4 satellites and then going through Japan?
no
So if they
right now.
start a trace,
Right
it's like
right now, I'm doxing myself to my IP address, hoping that somebody will show up. Trying to I'm doxing myself. I'm GPS located to my position. Like my phone right now is actually just a buzzing signal to
Are you
right
trapped
where
did you
somewhere?
learn those techniques in the what was it the Scientology? What did you learn in Scientology? Anything?
Well,
I
they
learned that.
remember in Scientology they probed them with beads. Remember that. Don't forget about that.
That's true.
Don't
Don't forget
forget
about
that.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
Scientology was super awkward. Because they did have women as slaves essentially, and
Good reason.
they routed all their thoughts and patterns through an oracle, let's say.
My brother
And
got in Scientology. My oldest brother. He was really into it for I guess about 6 7 years. And it was a time when he was doing multi-level marketing business, and he was selling smart drugs and nootropics, and I even sold them at raves for a time in my 20s. It was fun. But he got really big into Scientology, and then I like learned a little bit about it because he was trying to pull me into it. And I just didn't really have flair for it as an ex-Catholic. It just well, as a Catholic, progressive, perpetual Catholic, I just couldn't get it. But one thing I did want to check out is they have that machine that sort of tests your level of X or whatever. I would love to try that machine to see where I would score.
um, did you ever hear of oh, it's just goofy. Well, there you there's so much technology that they were attempting to use, right? And trying out that was inherently, you know, caused pain, physical pain. Uh,
No pain, no gain, they say.
that's right. But the physical pain they were causing wasn't on themselves. It was on essentially duplicated copies of their mind that was basically placed into a homeless person through
It's pretty cool. So, like, transfer your consciousness into a homeless person.
Yeah, and then
Is that like
and
as a way
mental
of
health.
backing yourself up or something, or what?
Yeah, kind of. And but
Dropping down to listener.
it was like into homeless people and mental health patients, and it wasn't for inherently good things, though. You know what I mean? Like it was inherently for power and control over the street level. And then when someone froze to death because they were in -40, only wearing a t-shirt and pants because they didn't know what they were doing, and I had to watch that, in real time.
That's a bad digital twin if you think about it. I mean, if you made a twin and then your twin is sort of subjected to that same environment, it seems like you better off sort of just making a clone and then sort of going to Hitler Youth style,
Yeah, but the digital twin wasn't meant to be. It was it's meant for networking. Let's say networking to a different level. You know how these cults, like you see cults channeling different aliens, right?
Mm-hmm.
These cults like this are essentially channeling, like and what Scientology was doing was trying to utilize that theory or that thesis in in real people, and I saw it at work, and it was hard to explain, but it happened to me as I essentially became uh one of the homeless people that it had been done to, if you know what I mean. And my mind's taken on all different forms, and I've actually got my mind solid now. But if you look up, I mean, you could look up Sparrow against Scientology, and you'll find tons of info about it from about 10 to 14 years ago. And it's been 10 years, and I've been really quiet and hiding, kind of thing, and dealing with all this. I've been through it, but I smoke a little bit of pot now to forget. And I seen the slaves, the women slaves that they had, and it's pretty dark, like the whole human slave thing. It is dark, but we're talking like Kelowna, BC, in 2012 is when I last encountered people that were actually net in yeah.
Are those
I've only seen it.
these slaves you're talking about? Are they the ones that are part of the Sea Org?
The what? Sorry.
So you mentioned that there are slaves within Scientology. So from what I've heard, there's a organization within Scientology called the Sea Org, and these people they're at sea on boats, and then they have to do a lot of hard labor. That's what I've heard. Do you know anything about
Well,
that?
honestly, I don't. I am on the coast, and I have been on a boat, but like I said, my mind is really empty now, and I've kind of meditated lots of stuff so that my mind would be empty, because the only way to stay in control of my faculties and feed myself, and go on the computer and code and make these conversations happen. So then I would have to look it up again. Just like I say, I can't. I have a good memory, but it's been a wild 14 years.
Sounds like you watched 24 season, I think it was season 3, and combined it with some Scientology stuff you read. But you'll be happy and you'll be delighted to know that the technology you refer to has been stolen. So now it can be applied to everybody.
So I've never heard of that.
Mm.
I've seen the show 24.
Hmm.
But
Hey, but quick question. What kind of weed were you smoking that made you forget? I need some of that stuff.
I bought it the same spot Snoop Dogg bought his weed when he was touring
Nah,
here.
bro, your weed was laced with fentanyl, bro.
I
That's why
hope
you
it is,
forgot.
but it's probably not.
You were smoking the wrong weed. You don't even do weed, do you?
I'm smoking it right now.
You a fucking spy.
I'm definitely not.
Oh, he's an FBI collaborator for
He
sure.
is. He is
Sandra's
totally.
following him though. Why?
He totally
What I
is.
am? Oh, I'm not anymore. All right. I'm sorry. There you go. No, I wanted
Well,
to
I'm
read about
concerned
Mark.
about your aura of influence. I mean, you're habitually running in and following things that might be negative.
Well,
Seems
because
like
I
there's
want
another
to check them
pattern.
out later. I'm a curious person. That's how I got into this mess. I just followed.
Curiosity kills the cat. You only got 9 lives.
I got 8 left.
Yeah, probably less than that.
Yeah, I miscount too. How many lives do you think I have left, Dan?
I don't know. That kind of really depends on the level of cynicism in you. Right
Mm.
now, I'd say it's pretty high. So I think
Yeah.
you're hovering around 1 or 2 lives. But
Oh.
I think if you can break off from some of that, you might get back up to 9. Who knows?
They replenish. See, I thought once you used a life, it was gone forever, like a game, like Pac-Man or something.
Depends on your programming. Lately, I don't know. We all got programming issues. I do. My leg does.
Yeah.
Sparrow is an interesting guy, but I don't
See,
know, man. I
if you
think
look
you're
into my iPad before Mike did, you'd probably be better off, don't you think?
what now? I'd be better off for what?
I think Sandra's right. I think Sandra, I should have picked the red Gatorade.
Yeah, you don't
No, I would
been
stay with
better.
the Glacier Frost. I mean, they make so many
Ah,
variations of grape.
right.
And
Good
remember,
point.
Nah, bro.
you're a
The
coconut. You'll
cucumber
probably
line.
love
The
grape.
cucumber line. Y'all tripping.
Maybe that's why I like the white, because it looks like the inside of a coconut.
Exactly. And you aspire to be white, so that's why you're gravitated for it.
Sandra, nobody wants to break into your iPad because it's probably full of like boring stuff.
There's a lot of
I'm like, I would
cats
rather
on
break into
iPad.
Dan's iPad or
Fuck
like
yeah.
Mr. Raj.
I got
Dan
terabytes
would
of
have
porn on here.
like at least with
Terabytes.
Dan, I get some good artwork. You're still kind of using Wombo.
I
So
love
if you
Wombo.
step your game up to like a mid journey, or if you
Yeah,
step
I
your
got.
game up to get like a playground,
Well,
like give me something, not these low res images that you post on Twitter. Give
I
me a
know.
reason to break in, Sandra.
You're so full of shit. You've been in my iPad since like last year. I
That
don't even
I
know
can see
why.
the art that you're posting on Twitter. I would so much rather
You're
see
not fun.
NFTs or
Art.
worthless art.
What
You
did you
know,
think about the post?
you don't even have a single Gatorade profile tweet. Like
I
all
put
the
boobs
things that
up
I've been to.
on
You
my
know,
reel.
you
But
don't even tweet about Gatorade.
no, I
You
leave
know,
some interesting things on my in my camera reel, as you know.
no, I don't. I've seen the
Really?
tweet. If the tweets are what they are, then why would I want to pursue more pedantry?
Because you've been there since like
There's no
January
nudes on there, so
2022.
It's one of those things where I guess we all think that we're interesting enough to follow, right? But it's just not the case at
Well,
all.
I don't want you in my
You
iPhone
know,
or my iPad, but you won't
I think
leave.
I'd rather read Candide.
Well,
You
you
know,
should. Maybe you learn something. But
I think
besides that,
that would probably be the better thing. But yeah,
you have
the
hey
content
guys,
is
no love lost. Remember,
no.
yeah.
no
Remember,
love
no
lost.
love.
You could just ask me to marry you. I'm not saying I would, and you're already married anyway. But you never know. I mean, you're in my. What does your wife say about the fact that you're in my iPad since like January? Or doesn't she care?
Is that an actual true thing that you
That is
believe?
the true thing.
Why do you think that?
I just told you why. Were you
Please
listening?
tell me again, because if you really believe that, I just got to hear it.
Really?
Yeah,
See,
I need to hear it again.
what do you care about what Mike does? Like.
No, I want to know. You on?
I
Is
already
this a
Come on,
trolling
Sandra.
thing? Is this a gaslighting
Own.
thing here? Do you
Why don't
really
you
think
own
that
the
Michael's
claim,
in your
Sandra?
iPad?
Own it. Own the claim, Sandra.
Well,
Explain yourself
Yeah,
to them.
explain it.
I mean, I knew it was one of you, but I mean, here's the thing. I went into I think that space was recorded too, but I went into a space. Like he had just opened it. This is recorded too, but anyway. And I was still a listener, but he was talking to me. And the only way he'd be able to do that and hear me and talk back to me, he was really pissed off at me too, Dan, by the way.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I used to do that where I used to pretend that you guys were in the room and be like,
What's
"Hey Dan, what's
interesting,
going on?"
Sandra, though, what's interesting, sorry, Michael, what's
Yeah.
interesting is your whole conspiracy hinges on Twitter.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So it only happens through Twitter, which is hilarious because it's like, it's in that,
Okay. What
that
does it have to do
ecosystem.
with anything? I mean, it's if it's in a
It,
space
it, it, it leads to
and
everything. It's the pinnacle
I'm
of the psychosis, is it not? that
No.
you're trapped in a paradigm state of trauma that you can't get out of because people are fucking with you.
Now listen,
It's out of your control, right?
my ex spent a lot of time trying to treat me just like you, and he failed. And it took him like 29 years to admit failure. And the reason he failed is because one of you
Hey, you
did
changed the topic.
something and brought me here. And
What
you
the fuck
guys
does
have
that
been
mean?
I used to do, I think I might understand. So I used to do this thing when, when you start a Twitter space as a host, nobody's there. So eventually, sometimes nobody would come for like 20 minutes. So I'd be like, all right, just talk to yourself. And so I would imagine talking to you guys. So I'd be like, hey, Dan, what's going on? No way. That
Well, we're
looks
arguing.
Yeah,
amazing. How
man,
did you
you got
create
in her
that?
iPad, and I don't
We're
even know how you
arguing.
did that because that's technically
On my
impossible. But I'd
iPhone.
love to hear more.
When I say iPad, I mean my iPhone. But we were arguing with each other. He was angry at me, Dan, and he was arguing with me. And whether he was just making a point or just being reckless, or both, I don't know. But it doesn't matter to me. I'm not a snitch. I'm not going to do anything about it. But I'm pointing out that, for so much for no love lost. I mean, this guy has been with me for months now. So, I think he needs to like make his,
So
declaration, now.
somebody's been with you. You think it's Michael. You think he's.
I don't know who it is. I know it's
So
somebody
wait, you don't
with
know who it is,
using
but
this
you've been doing
avatar.
blame on him for a long time. It seems like you do
I'm
know
just
who it
fucking
is.
with them, but I'm fucking with you too because you're so easy.
All right.
I,
So that's what I
I'm
need.
showing what I
That's all I
won.
need to hear.
I
But
won that at the
some,
bingo last night.
oh,
Oh, get
good.
out.
What'd you get? What'd you win?
It's
A big
it's my
watermelon?
icon.
Oh, I see. There you go. It's a beautiful
Is that
day
a
out.
Ghana flag?
Oh,
Is that
damn.
a flag or what is that?
Beautiful.
Dan, this image, let me tell you something. We should have an AI art off with you and Peter, because I think you would fucking destroy him. Peter's like, oh, I'm an
No,
AI
don't
art.
suck up to me. This is exactly the tactics that Sander would say
Yeah.
lead to possession.
When Peter talks about the art, he's like, oh, sometimes I think about the universe and the stars. And then, like, you started dropping the unicorn images. And I was like, yo, Pete, you better step up your game.
I still need an address to send Christmas presents, by the way, because I was stupid enough to buy presents for both of you. So let me know.
You should just sell that stuff back. You know what I mean? Don't
I
like
think
have the money.
burn it. Let's burn it. Yeah.
Fine. But if you do, take pictures of it so
I
you
will.
have a good memory of it.
Yeah, I'll do an AI art of it. I think that'd be cool.
The AI art off. I would love to see that. That would be a great
Just
show.
made to see this level of you, Sander.
I'd second that.
Well, most people would be concerned, but you're so spiteful and vindictive about it. It makes me think you're actually involved, Dan.
Probably am.
I know.
I mean, I'm.
If you're gonna recruit me, recruit me.
I gave this name to Syndicate, by the way. I coined that. You
I
know
know.
what I mean? So you gave the maestro the mic. You didn't even consider me. I just think that's a
Maybe
little
I'm talking
upsetting.
about. See, Mike's the secondary guy. There's always a guy hiding behind the other guy. A guy really
So
wants
now
to
you're just kind of fucking with
fuck
us.
you
So
like an
now
animal,
this is
but
where you
wants to like
diminish the
go through.
stance of I am going through trauma and that you need, friends and help. And then you basically sabotage it in the same sentence. Like choose a fate. You know what I mean?
Well, that's ironic coming from you. You can't seem to make up your mind about anything.
No, I mean, I'm going through life, aren't I? I'm making decisions as I go.
Well, you're dragging me along right behind you.
Well, I mean, I'm not dragging along.
I'm smoking a cigar, so yeah.
What kind of cigar?
Nicaraguan.
I'm not upset. You know why I'm not upset? Because I'm telling the truth. People who are truthful don't get emotional to the point where, I'm telling you the truth. There is somebody hanging out with me right now in my iPhone and my iPad, and I guess it's okay. There's not much I can do about it,
I
but they
respect
take their
that this
attention.
is your truth. I
Oh,
respect that
yeah.
this is your truth. I accept that.
Well, you would know.
I accept that this is your truth.
You're so full of
I don't
shit.
agree with it, I respect that this is your
Good
truth.
agree with it, because if I got a forensic analysis of this, I bet I know a lot more about you.
You
I
should.
would
You
hope.
wouldn't find anything out about him.
Here's the
That's
thing.
the funny thing.
You know, I wouldn't send money to you, but I might send some money to fund the forensic analysis, actually.
I don't need your money for that.
Okay. Well, I offer.
I sent a thing to her a while back to be able to figure out if you had Pegasus on your
I'm not
phone and
going
your
to attempt
iPad.
it because I'm going to have a forensic analysis done by an actual expert. I've hired experts for years in medical malpractice cases. I know what I'm doing.
I doubt that.
Well, no, you're right about that. My life is a mess thanks to you guys, but maybe you'll fucking
Thanks to
straighten it
us. I
out.
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you still
Well,
gonna
then
start
who's
a PI
responsible
firm
for
now,
it? Michael
Sandra?
Saylor?
Is that what we're
Michael
doing?
It's
Saylor
interesting.
responsible
You're
for it?
gonna start a
Swan,
PI
you
firm
tell
now?
me.
Yeah.
You know,
I
you want me
don't
to
know.
name names in a recorded space? I didn't think so.
Interesting. We'll see where you're at in 20 days.
Why? What are you going to do to me, Dan? Are you threatening me?
Nothing. I think you just go up and down.
I
So
think you're full of
I think
shit.
you'll be back up at some point. But right now you're kind of down, and it's a
I'm
dystopia.
fine, Dan. You know what? You're just like,
No,
you
I
may not
think
be
to be
physically
brutally honest,
abusive,
as you would
but
say,
you are just
to
as
be brutally
emotionally
honest, I
abusive
think you're
as
not
my
well.
ex. You're just as emotionally abusive as my ex. And you knew that. That's why you targeted me.
Yeah, that's why you're following Sparrow ahead of time. You found him
Because
first.
I wanted to check out something that he was talking about without the rhetoric of space.
Yeah, keep going.
Nothing unusual about that.
Imagination.
Look, guys, at
You
least
guys
we're
are
on
good on the
theme.
creativity part.
Welcome, everyone, to the Syndicate. No love lost.
I think some love has been lost.
There's no, I love Dan, and he knows that. I love all of you. If I didn't love you, I would have turned all of you in a long time ago because somebody was a very naughty boy. But I didn't, and I haven't, and I won't. But I do expect certain
Are you Mrs.
arrangements and
Claus?
words to be honored. What's that?
Please do.
I said, are you
Threats don't
Mrs.
work.
Claus?
Mrs. Claus with an E because it's law.
And it's interesting the threat and the things that help you.
I'm
It's
not
an
threatening
interesting
you.
place to be.
You're the one threatening me.
No, you're
Yeah,
threatening
with
me.
an E,
You've
Really?
exactly.
been threatening us
I've been
because
threatening
we're in
Yeah,
your
you
Karen
phone.
mentioned today.
too, but that's the
You've been
worst I
threatening
do.
this whole group, and it happens
Really?
on a 25-day cycle. But
Oh,
that's
you're
okay.
silly. You're silly.
It happens on a 25-day cycle of
That
events.
explains it. She is Mrs. Claus because Christmas is on the 25th.
Oh, wow.
Well, 23rd's a prophecy, isn't it? I don't
Once
know.
again,
Which, yeah,
welcome,
so
The
everyone,
which
to
one
beauty
the
of you
is
is
that you
that?
could be
Syndicate.
running this as a show. This is
Yeah,
all
yeah. Well,
actual.
which one of you
This
is
is an actual piece. We're doing like divorce court or something like that. That's
not
cool.
divorced for it? You're just being big baby. Why don't you just admit it? Why don't you just tell the
You
truth?
know what? I'm just throwing this out there, Sandra. If you went back to these spaces and edited all of these
Oh, here we go.
expressions together, I think you could sell it.
Oh, I'm sure you've sewn together all sorts of statements of mine so you can make me look crazy. I'm sure of it, because that's what I would do if I were you. But I'm a good person. I believe in God, and I think I will be protected by Him who sees all. I can't say the same for some of you. You should be ashamed of how you treated me, but you're not.
Yeah, Mike, you fucking asshole. God damn it.
I'm a fucking piece of shit, guys. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Syndicate. No love lost. We're speaking to Dan, Sandra, Kiwi Dan, Mr. Rogers back. Is it Mr. Roger because you have a house now? Like it's fancier?
That's a beanie, bro.
Hey, you shouldn't call Spanish people that beanies just because that's what they eat. It feels like old time though. NFTs are worthless, are here, you know. We're still looking for someone to pick up Voyager assets, just like, 6 months ago.
Oh, I know. It's cool. It's pretty crazy.
Well,
Did we cycle again?
I think we are.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I heard, but hold on, didn't Allie say that there's like testosterone periods too? Do you remember that conversation?
Yep, she did.
Yeah, testosterone periods. Is- Hmm. Oh, do cis men have periods? The truth about irritable male syndrome. Huh.
I'm experiencing that at the moment, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, me.
IMS.
I typically call it irritable bitch syndrome, IBS. Keep it exact, but
Yes.
there you go.
Hey Dan, I've had this feeling that you've infiltrated my microwave.
I feel like somebody occupied my mailbox.
I feel like someone stole my brain this morning. I've been stuck in the
Occupy
CIA or something.
mailbox.
Fear of opening it, you know.
Mm,
But if you break down the analysis, it's usually related to the phone and the iPad and possession of it. And the question is it what's being seen on it? Is it reality or not? Is it delusional or is it real?
my
Well,
concern is that she's recapitulating her previous relationship with us.
That's what I feel. I second that.
so you don't think there's any truth to these claims?
I think she believes what she's saying is truth. And that's why, like I told her, I believe that for you, this is true. Does that make
And,
sense?
yeah, and when you did that, she elevated.
What do you mean?
She seemed to be more aggressive after that.
Oh, really?
Like you triggered, yeah. That's the impression I got.
Hmm. Well, Bilal said something yesterday in the chat, and he was like, we have to, what Sandra is bringing to us is her truth. And so that it really made me stop and think.
Yeah, because I don't know how you could convince someone otherwise. You can say, what are you going to say? No, I'm not in your iPad. It's like, no, you clearly were, It's like, get a
Well,
forensic analysis. No, well,
and
you picked the person to do that. Yeah.
any denial only reinforces, right? Lagatha?
Exactly.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are we doing?
Not so well today.
Woo! Final week there.
I'm doing great.
Final
I'm doing
week.
great.
I, I did win $7 today in the
The lotto.
FIFA World Cup thing. Yeah, no, not the lotto. My
Oh, the
team did
FIFA.
like a sweepstake. Yeah, so I picked four
You won a
teams. I
whole
picked
$7. You can't even get a piece of butter for your $7.
and it's not quite right because I bought some butter the other day for $5.50. So
What
I
kind
can
of
actually
butter?
have butter
Damn,
That
and some left
shitty
over.
butter that nobody wants to
he's
put
over
on
here
their
getting
bread?
fucking butter
Shitty
turned
butter
from an
enough.
That
Amish lady
yellow
sitting on a fucking
Tatua
barrel.
one? Ugh.
It's
He
just
gets
it's
your
made
shit
in the same
fresh.
factory as the
Some
expensive
old lady
ones.
churning that shit.
Ugh.
Get in there nice and deep, young boy. Oh yeah, let's make this butter churn, baby, churn.
Jesus Christ, what did I do?
I mean, that's the motion I think about when I'm in bed, churning butter. What about you
What?
guys?
Why are we talking what you
You,
do in bed?
you don't think about
Churn,
that
baby,
when you're
churn.
on top, churning butter? No? It's a very
Ugh.
effective technique.
Why did I go?
What do you guys think about? What are your mnemonics when you're on top?
You will not be able to process what I'm thinking about.
I'm convinced that is true.
Just ask Casey. He will tell you that potentially I'm honest and true about what I just said, and you potentially won't be able to process it anyways. What I actually wanted to say, I agree. I agree with what Mike said, that I believe what she says is her truth, and I believed that for a few months, but that doesn't change that, what she says hurts other people, and that is something I'm not okay with. But hey, today, for the first time I've ever heard, she actually named some people. I mean, it does change every time, but she actually said, I think it's you, Mike, and you, Dad. So that's process.
You know what's crazy to me is that all the time that y'all spend doing other shit, like y'all aren't just on Twitter Spaces, like doing other shit. Like she thinks that you have time just to be fucking with her too.
That's a good point.
Oh my
Like,
fucking
you
god,
think so
dude.
highly of yourself that I'm going to invest even more time in our relationship? How dare you? You think so little of me.
You just be getting all this free time, Mike, just to be fucking with people.
Yo,
God damn you, bro. God
we're not
damn you.
full communists in Canada. What do you think? Like, I think we're all on. Yeah, that it's so funny because that's the same thing I'm surprised about. Like, you think your Twitter is so interesting? I'd want to know more. How dare you? I think my bar is so low. I'm offended that you think I would be interested even more in this content. Unsubscribe. Have you ever done that? And when people you notice this thing with LinkedIn where people will just keep messaging you like fucking 20 times in a row and then start getting upset that you haven't responded yet. Do you get that on LinkedIn? And it's like, hey, what the fuck, dude? I've been messaging you for weeks. And I'm like, yo, why don't you get ChatGPT to write the next email? Maybe it'll be more effective than what you've done so far. I told somebody that the other
Now
day.
finally you feel like most ladies feel on Tinder. You just don't reply and they keep bugging
Oh,
you.
I read that. I think I saw a video that um, most of uh, the majority of women swipe right on the same 5% of profiles.
I agree. I think I heard that. I've read that too.
Mm-hmm.
And I do I think it's true. I think there's some I don't know, bots or algorithms or whatever. I'm not technical enough to explain it to you. Um, that go on that make women like a certain kind of people, because I think the average user is such and such kind of minutes there. So if you turn it on and the first, I don't know, 5 minutes of profiles are those that are most liked, then chances are that those will be liked again, and those that are not liked very often are at the tail end. You know what?
There was a report that came out. I think that was along with it that said a lot of a lot of guys between 18 and 30 just aren't having sex at all. And then when I saw the fact that okay, women are swiping right in the top 5%, uh, you see that there's
Hey,
a
hey, does that include married men in that statistic?
Yeah, that includes married men especially. I think, I'm not sure, but singles and married people might have the same amount of sex. Potentially some frisky singles more than married people. Not sure. But if I listen to all the stories of my friends, the amount of sex married couples have that is not coerced is relatively low.
Yeah, that's the hard part. The hard part's keeping it spicy in the relationship. One for 10 years, trying to figure out new ways to outdo yourself. Ugh,
And I think, having
it's another
kids
job.
is not really helping either. Like having one, two, three toddlers or young children running around. I don't know. I don't know how people do it.
Oh, I'm doing it. It's hard.
I don't barely get enough sleep
We have another
without
one on the way.
kids. I'm like, I
I
don't
have
know how
another
you
one on the
guys do
way.
it, but well done. Well done.
Hey, that's like the next. That's like the next. That's like the levels of life, you know. And you got to pass the level. And if you don't pass the level, you fail. And then you gotta. And there's no. The only thing about it is you only get one chance, though. Yeah, you only got one chance. That's it. If you fail at life, you're fucked. Kids are fucked. Everybody's fucked. So don't fail.
Yeah, but still, most people manage to make more than one child. So, once they're on the child train, most of them have one, two, three, I don't know. So it's not usually, or not, I think majority people have more than one child. So therefore, somehow you guys must manage to, conceive another. I don't know. I'm like, I barely get enough sleep as is without a child, so I'd rather stay child free. But good on you guys managing all that.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody, but I also like. I chose this life. This is what I wanted. It was like a milestone for me. You know, have kids, get married, have a good career. You know, keep pushing forward and just still keep continuing to pursue the dreams that I want, even though I know it's gonna take a little bit longer. But never giving up.
Yeah, good for you. Had my head's up for you. I wouldn't be able to do it, and I have no desire to do it either. I think if I really wanted to, I could probably pull it off. But I do very strongly believe that anybody who wants to have kids or has kids should be 200% sure that's what they want, because that is just so impactful on your entire life, and you will be tested so many times. If you didn't really sign up for that project, you probably are going to do a lot of harm
Or
for yourself or
yeah,
your kids.
uh, yeah, like exactly. It's not just that. It's also, you know, not only will you fuck up one person's life yourself, but you can also potentially fuck up someone else's life that didn't even choose to be here because you're being selfish or doing some stupid shit, or you just thought having kids would be fun, and then it came down to it, and you don't understand all the work that goes into it because it's very stressful and it tests you every day as a person. And I'll tell you one thing is, unless you have kids, you really don't know the type of person that you are, because you see yourself being like everything that you do, they pick up, and that's who you are. It's like a mirroring image. So you get to see all your flaws firsthand. And if you don't like yourself already for who you are, don't have kids. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I agree.
But on the bright side, kids are awesome. I got my kids a bunch of cool shit for Christmas. I got them like this big old climbing dome, like that they can climb on and stuff. And then some. What else did I get? Oh, I got my daughter. She's been wanting one of those like fire tablets. I got her one of those, and then my mom got her like this big dollhouse and stuff like that. But man, kids are cool. My son's like, he wrote his name. He wrote for the first time, and the first thing that he wrote was his name the other day. And my wife walked in and she was all like, look at your son. And I was like, oh hell, like he did something stupid. I'm gonna have to get on his ass. And then I walk outside and she's like, look. And I go, and I look and I see that I look down and I'm like, holy shit. And he's like, look, daddy,
I spelled my name, Theo. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, I never even taught you how to write or do anything. And he just did it on his own. So proud dad moment. Proud dad moment. Pat on the back. Pat on the back. Do
You just said you didn't do anything for it. How do you feel proud about doing nothing and him doing it by himself?
huh?
That's not the concept of being proud, right? You gotta be doing something in order to claim that
No,
pride. Or you think
no.
it's your genetics that made him?
My influence on him. Everything that I do.
Ah, interesting.
He's around me. He's around me and my wife most out of everybody. Like he doesn't go to school. He doesn't go to daycare.
How
Like
old
we
is
chose
he?
to keep him home. He's 4.
Oh yeah, that's early.
Yeah, so like he started doing that. So yeah, our influence. I mean, I
Well,
pat on the
someone
back.
must have
Hell yeah.
told him somehow, right? He's not gonna just wake up one morning without ever having spelled or seen a letter and write
Oh,
his
he's
name.
seen it. Of course, he's seen a letter. But the thing is that we put the content in front of his eyes.
Yeah,
We're the influence. We put what we believe is going to be useful in front of his face, and we choose what he's going to learn.
yeah,
So if we weren't doing that, and we were just putting garbage in front of his face, he probably would have never done that. You know what I mean? So like that's why I'm proud, because it just feels good to see that my son is excelling and doing things that he just constantly keeps surprising me, and it makes me proud
yeah,
that seeing it. So
yeah. I'm proud of my niece, sometimes, but I always question. Always question why, because I shouldn't feel that pride of sense, because I live on the other side of the world. I'm that crazy auntie that speaks another language on the other side of the is living on the other side of the world. So
you should always be proud. That's your family. Shit.
no, I think I have a very different opinion about pride,
Yeah.
but I'm not gonna get into that. I have to run
Well,
to
are
an
we talking?
interview.
Well, I guess it just determines depending on what type of pride are you talking about, like cultural pride, ethnic pride.
All
There's
of
a bunch
them,
of different
all
types of
of them.
prides.
I have a very different.
There's gay pride. There's like a bunch of different prides.
Yeah,
But what the pride is I'm talking about is being proudful, for the things and the accomplishments that my little one is, achieving at a little age, and they're little, so they're still growing. And I'll be happy when they bring home a report card, even if it's all A's and B's, whatever. But that's just me.
yeah. There's nothing wrong. That's great. That's awesome. And I think your kids wouldn't be doing the things they do if they didn't have influence, right?
Hmm.
So it will be.
Someone has their hand up. I don't even know how to pronounce that name. Go ahead. Yo, Mike, you want to take a stab at that name, bro? I'm sure you got this.
Which name?
The person with the hand up.
Let's see.
The
Exuela
name is,
Forlaga, please
yeah.
speak.
All right. The name is Exoziazo. Thanks for the opportunity.
Exusiado.
Yeah, the E
Yeah.
is silent.
I like it.
Thank you. So I've got some questions for Lagetta. Is it Lagetta? And then Mr.
You guys, I'm
Is it Mr.
leaving.
What?
This person is on my block list. I'm leaving. I have to run to an appointment anyways. Goodbye.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay. So
Bye.
Mr.
Okay, so what's the question?
Mr. Roga, how do you call it? Have you ever visited a rehab center with your kids, and have you ever uh thought of looking into their emotions and psychological stabilities?
Why would I take my kids to a rehab center unless
No,
they
just a
would need
visit.
to be admitted? But yeah, but my kids don't. They don't need to be exposed to a rehab center. There's no point, especially right now. Like, because your kids are young, you can psychologically like fuck them up if you show them the wrong shit.
Are
Like
you saying your kids aren't
kids'
fucked up
minds are
already?
kids' minds are kids' minds. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. My kids aren't
So
fucked up
he's
yet. I'm
basically
trying to
saying
keep
his
them.
kids aren't not fucked up yet, so there's no need for
Yeah,
rehab.
exactly. Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. So The first 5 years are the most crucial years. I'm trying not to, trying to carry the egg very, very carefully. If you feel me, you know what I'm saying, Dan? Come on.
Okay, so are
Totally.
you sure? Is it Dan Rock? Do you have a kid?
Yeah.
Dan
No, I don't.
Rockwell. Do you have
No,
children?
no, no, I don't. But if I
Okay.
did, I'd probably take him to a rehab center just for the hell of it, just so I could understand
Okay.
what your point is. Why don't you get to your point? That would be helpful.
Okay, so I'm trying to build something here. Personally,
Okay.
I'm trying to lose my mind. It's
Sweet.
not like I'm losing my mind actually. I'm just
That's good.
trying as hard as possible to put myself together. Even though in my country we don't really have a rehab center, it's either they wait for you to get mad and they send you to a psychological hospital. You become an addict and you end up in a prison. Like kind of. Oh yeah.
Well,
Even
I
though
think you should
at this time,
avoid the rehab center and just try to maybe like get in with a crowd of good people and not do the rehabs unless you're trying to get the drugs in the rehab center. I don't know.
no. Um, what's actually happening to me? What's
This is
actually
awesome. Are
happening?
you trying to get into my phone right now? Is this what is happening?
I cannot hear you.
Sorry about that. We had to. Richard was sounding a little crazy there. Richard, might have to take you down to listener unless you know how to use the old Twitter spaces. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm glad you said sorry for that because that was really offensive. So, Yixo, you can keep going.
Okay. So what is really happening to me, for instance, is I think drugs cannot solve it because drugs, alcohol, parties, those things are not going to solve it. Um, because I feel like I'm lost in the world at the moment. I'm really lost without drugs and all those things. I'm a young guy. I'm in my 20s, but kind of psychologically not stable, emotionally not stable, physically not stable, and I think I need something. I need the help that is more than a rehab center. But I rehab came into my mind because I look at I don't know if any of you have watched All American, that kind of a movie before. It's a series, and the way the youth and their teen, they're trying to digest pressure of the society. Some are trying to digest pressure from home. Some are trying to digest even pressure from school, and they all end up making a lot of mistakes, like huge ones. And I think they are that particular movie is trying to um share a very vital information about what's really going on. That's the main reason I asked Mr. Is it Mr. Richard? No, it's not Mr. Richard. Well, he's gone. I
Yeah,
asked him
no,
about.
you might have scared him off on the whole rehab with this kid thing, but that's all right.
I asked him that because, listen, I overheard him saying he bought some kind of gift for his children. He bought this for his son, his daughter, a tablet, and all those things. Listen, kids we are all like they are going through a lot of things that are, some way somehow they do not share to you. They only try to portray what you want to see, but there are certain things that you need more of buying gifts to see it, seriously speaking. And I'm a victim. My dad did not look into me very well. He didn't. I don't know why. Probably he might think he's been busy working his ass out to pay bills and pay school fees. But hey, we as we growing, I just feel like we need to pay extra attention to our families, our kids, than buying gifts to surprise them as birthday gift, Christmas gift, take this attire, take this award. We need to pay much more attention to their psychological stability, because the brains gets corrupted easily as compared. And then when the brains are corrupted, it eats down into their emotions, which comes into the emotional instability, and it really breaks them up. It really breaks us up because it has broken me up. For example, for about 2 years after the university, I just secured a job. I need to do a lot of documentations, but I don't have the support. And I'm kind of losing the job, and I'm going back to square zero, which is unemployed again. And I'm just trying to see the kind of stress I'm going to go through going back to an unemployed state. And I just don't know what to do. I feel like the whole of yesterday, I feel like committing suicide. And I try speaking
Okay.
to Lagata. Is it Madam Lagata or whatever? But she was not ready to listen. So I wanted to ask her about is she able to listen to her niece? That was the question I wanted to ask her. And it's bad, like it's really bad. People don't want to listen to others, especially if they don't know you. But it's good you listen to somebody.
Well,
I,
she had to
I
go. She had
will
a
listen
call,
to
so
you.
I don't think that she was
To be honest with you, I
charging
left
you.
for the past 15 minutes, so I'm with Lagertha. I just came back. How's it going, everyone? How do you pronounce your name again? X?
Exusiazo.
Exusiazo.
Yeah, the E is silent.
Exusiazo. I like it. It's kind of like Portuguese sounding almost. Are you
It's a
Portuguese?
Greek word. It's a Greek word, actually.
Yes. Okay. What does it mean? It sounds like enthusiasm or something.
It simply
Right?
means just the power of God. Like, you know, with
Wow.
all the natures, everything we
Is
see
that
around us.
is that where the preaching
Um,
comes from?
is that what?
Is that where the preaching mindset comes from? Because it's in your name?
I look up to the kind of natural things we have around us, the mountains, the sea or the water bodies, the
I
air
agree.
we breathe, the trees, the
Hmm.
birds,
It is
and
impossible for us to separate our conception of nature from the conception of God. Agreed.
yes. So I just felt like it's the power of God. Like,
Oh yes,
so I went to look for the meaning,
you're cutting out
the Greek word of the power of God, and then I just decided to put it on me because I feel like me living is just by the power of God. Yeah,
Yeah, you're not wrong.
yeah.
Well, welcome, Exusiazo. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm
I'm
spacing from Ghana. I'm spacing from the West Africa. I'm a Ghanaian,
whereabouts
actually.
in Ghana?
Pardon?
Whereabouts in Ghana?
I'm in the eastern region of Ghana. A state called Kufuria.
Oh wow. You know, I work with quite a few Ghanaians out of Canada.
Okay, we should
Yeah.
come there to work as well one day.
Well, actually, we're actually coming there. We're donating school supplies to a couple of schools in Volivo and Axum.
Okay, I'll be very glad to meet you whenever you come to
Yeah,
Ghana.
they usually fly into Accra and then well they go from Canada to Ethiopia and then they go to Ghana from there. Yeah, beautiful country.
I mean, I've
We built a
followed you
studio out there.
about I think 2-3 days ago. So possibly maybe you have to follow back. Then we keep it up from there.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'll
I
be
love
very
people.
glad.
If you put Pangea back together, where my parents are from, Guyana, it fits right below Ghana from South America, like a puzzle piece.
Okay, that's interesting.
I want to welcome you to No Love Lost. No Love Lost is about, well, no love lost.
Oh, okay, no love lost, but I think love is already lost in our space of world that we find ourselves in. The love is lost actually, because no one is. I feel like everybody is all about himself or herself, and no one is ever ready to look up to somebody.
In a world where there is no love lost, what could be more, what's the word? More mischievous or deceptive than pretending that it's not?
Can you come again? Can you come again, please?
So let's imagine for a moment we live in a world where there's no love lost, right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
people are pretending to love each other. What
Okay.
could be more devilish than the pretending of love?
Death, because everybody's gonna die. Everybody's gonna kill somebody.
It's a scary thing to consider.
Is what?
Go, but Job, but Job.
I think you are breaking up. So
No, no,
I
I was just fucking with you. I was pretending to break up. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why even think this?
I'm just considering it as a thought game.
It it to me, it's a absolute stupidly a, a, a brusque, stupid thought, but that's me.
That is you. We appreciate you bringing us your honesty.
Oh, not a problem. Thumbs up.
Here, let me give you the thumbs up.
you know that what Richard said, I didn't really get the understanding of what he just said, like from head to toe.
No, because there was no understanding to be found.
Oh, really?
Exactly because of what you said.
So can you just speak those words one after the other? We're trying to understand something here.
When you're talking about death and stuff like that, I am gonna talk stupid. There is nothing to be understood about it.
Why you gonna
Ah,
talk stupid?
you know what though? Maybe I'm on your side, Richard. Wherever we cannot speak, we should pass over in silence. I can understand that.
Okay, Dan, what do you think about that?
Dan would like to move on. That's
Yeah,
what
I don't know what this topic is, other than this is a lot of
I'll
weird
say it,
shit.
Dan. I'll say it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? I think we
Yeah.
should talk about something that makes sense. Like basically, Achilles. I'm going to call you Achilles. Basically, Achilles, you're mentioning that your life is kind of fucked up. You got to fix it. Well, take it a slow pace, or better yet, find a role model or a person who is working out and mimic them, or talk to them directly and ask them for help. You know what I mean? Someone who's right in your local area who is doing the moves that you think are right, and ask them for help. Mentor, be their apprentice. I mean, that's how we do things. That's how I do things here. I'm always looking for apprentices, and people jump on, and you know what? Sometimes you got to fail to learn. Like if you don't fucking fail, you're not going fast enough. You don't give enough shit about your life. You don't have a vision. You're not pursuing the gifts that you've been given in a lot of ways, and you can't place all of that on somebody else and say they're responsible. You know what I mean? You can't. That's just another mechanism to give you another out. Like you are always going to be the one that gets fucked over in life, and that's your narrative. You know what I mean? That becomes your story, and that's what this whole show has been about today. Is about owning up to the narratives of who you think you are, and I think to be friends is to be as equal and as friend as you can be, but everyone is entitled to their own psychosis in a way. So, um, you know, it's we've been swimming in a certain amount of despair and dystopia, and we can't control things, and that's fucked up. You can't control things. You got this great power called perception, and you got a brain, and
Can
you
I ask
have
you a question
ambition.
then?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So, have you ever taken the opportunity to read about economical stature of Ghana or any of the West African countries or Africa as a
Yeah.
whole?
No, and you know what? To be honest, I could give a fuck about Africa and Ghana. You know why? They don't care about me. They're not reaching out to me, asking me what I need. Now I know people in Ghana, right? I know people affiliated with Ghana, but it's not on my radar. Just like I don't care about the third quarter of Italy or the 28 different fucking. You know how many like counties there are in China? There's like 1 billion counties in China. I don't know. It's like I don't have any affiliation with it, so I can't tell you that I have a connection to it or not. I'd rather be honest. I have no fucking idea. And what's great is I don't want any of my cognition sort of bogged down with the calamity of forever negativeness that will never be solved. See, that's one of the problems here on Twitter is that we get sucked into all these sort of existential crises that connect to the higher of like, changing poverty or like saving the world or world peace or vax and that. We fill our minds with everything that's like crap. And then that slows us down because now we're carrying this new weight that we somehow have to justify, which in reality we're not connected to whatsoever. And that's a problem, I think, is that we kind of see that depressing. You want to almost can stay in that swell rather than exceed. So I don't have any position on Ghana, man. I got nothing. I got absolutely zero. Other than I know Michael, and he's a nice guy, and he's apparently from Ghana. But I'd never met the fucking guy. For all I know, he's a redhead. Although he's actually a black guy. But you know what I mean? I don't know him for shit. I don't know anybody here for shit. However, I have a decent compass of character, and so I align myself with people who prove and continually throw down what I consider as decent character. And when people do that, then we can build from that. I want to build on clarity. I don't want to build on, wouldn't it be great to stop the suffering and XYZ and put an impossible task with an impossible victory with no fucking plan. You know what I mean? Like you basically are proposing a startup to me that has no future at all. And I already know it's dead and I can't even invest in it, So it's hard for me
Hold
to,
up,
I
hold
don't know
up,
if I
hold
answered
up,
your
hold up.
question.
Dan,
Yeah.
Dan,
Yeah.
Dan, hold up. You said we are already proposing something that is already dead. Like you're not gonna invest into that. Did you just say that?
I guess what I'm saying is I can't invest in something. There's no plan here. There's no plan of action. There's only a plan. There's only a spilling out of situational gloom with no details in terms of context to correct your life.
Okay.
And that's not fair in a situation. It's basically you're like standing in a car accident and you're just giving the details of that accident. And then you're reminding every driver that drives by that there's been an accident here, but you yourself haven't actually got out of the accident yet. So in a lot of ways, you got to get out of that accident and you got to put the hat on. Like I don't know what the aspirational leaders are like in Ghana. I don't know if they're the rebels. I don't know. You know what I mean? I get limited TV, man. I got SNL commercials that show me like stupid stories, and you know what I mean? Like I don't
But
have
you're
the
a software.
context.
But you're a software engineer. I think you're a software engineer.
Well,
Am I
I'm
right?
not. I don't actually code. I'm the guy that sits in the middle. I'm an orchestrator. I basically understand what people want, and I understand what
And
the
then you give it
developers
out to
can
them.
do. No, and I propose a solution in the middle that connects to what the founder wants to do, and I know enough of what needs to be done in dev that could be done. So the developers aren't going to tell me shit like we can't do that. No, you're a fucking idiot. Yes, you can because you can use X, Y, and Z. So they shut up and get to work. And then when the founder's like, "Well, I'd like to first start a pizza place, but I hate pizza," I'd be like, "Hey, this is a problem, right? You actually hate the product you're selling. Maybe let's not do a pizza place. Let's get back to like what's your core interest, and more so,
Okay.
what's a core opportunity." So that's even a bigger thing in Ghana. See, like in the States,
Good.
We have
Good.
people that build
So what's
startups
the
based
core
on need
opportunity?
and then based on
Wait, wait,
exploitation. So
wait,
yeah,
wait, wait.
yeah.
Okay. So what's the core opportunity of you expanding into other side of the world instead of limiting yourself into your comfort zone?
No, totally. I get that, but what are you offering? What are you trying to offer here? I mean, you're saying I could expand my business into Ghana. Is that what you're offering? You're offering dev? Are you offering what are you offering me? So again, there's no, and it's not. And the thing is, you shouldn't be offering me. What are you offering yourself? You're in this situation. You know you need to change it, but we'd rather stay in the
So
cycle of confusion and abuse. And it's like you don't get anything fucking done. You could
no.
find someone who
What
is
I'm
in your
trying to
presence.
I'm trying to offer an opportunity to myself and then
Okay.
to the whole world as a whole,
Yeah.
which I believe
Don't pick the
I
whole world. Don't do that. As an investor, I hate that.
no, wait, hold
When
on.
someone wants to
Dan,
change the world, I'm like, get the fuck out. I would like you to bring a business model that is actually already working, and you want to tinker it a little bit because you can't change the
no.
world at the start. You need
Dan,
experience to
wait,
change the
hold up,
world.
hold
Yeah.
up. What I'm trying to say, I'm not saying changing the world, developing, developing brings
Yeah.
an upliftment actually. Do you
Confused
get it?
again. Not getting it, man. Not getting the pitch, dude. Got 50 grand right here. I can't give it to you. You know what I mean?
No,
I got no
I'm not
pitch.
talking
There's no
about.
pitch
I'm
deck. I
not
don't
talking about
understand it.
Dan. Dan, hold up, hold
Yeah.
up, hold up, hold up. I'm not talking about giving me a 50 grand. No, I'm talking about.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
talking about you yourself.
Uh-huh.
You yourself having an experience about what your 50 grand is going to do.
Cryptic and confusing. This is where we gotta like reestablish rules. Do we believe in gravity? Yes or no? Yes, I believe in gravity. Does anyone else understand this question? Web3, do you understand it?
I want, if you got 50 grand, will you loan it to me so I can buy a tractor?
No,
Exactly. Give me
no,
50
but
grand so I can get my new
That's the
Challenger
best startup pitch
Hellcat.
I've ever heard,
no, I
actually.
can't.
Of all the
I
ideas we've heard, giving Web3 a tractor, like if you think about the return on investment of that, like, come on.
well, I don't know the return. See, again, that's another ambiguous. I have no idea what the return on is. That if there's an actual return there, actually, Web3, I
Yes.
could get you 50 grand to actually build a startup between you and Michael. That would be easier to do. But if the
Okay, Dan,
tractor
hold up.
can be
Dan, hold
used
up,
to
hold up,
plow and grow
hold up.
crops, then yeah, it'd be a good investment. Yeah.
Okay, so
Exactly.
wait. I want this guy should come in. NFT, are you there?
Oh yeah, NFT, are you there? Over.
Oh, yes, I'm sure NFTs wants to talk about this. Yes.
Absolutely. I bet he
Yeah.
could give a fuck about Ghana.
He's
No,
been,
I'm
he's
just
been
kidding.
waiting for an opportunity to comment on this conversation for a long time.
You
He's
know,
like, when can we get
um
back to Silvergate?
host host what's your name?
What's the question? What do you want me to answer?
X, I'm going to humbly submit that it's time for other people to have a conversation.
Okay.
Just, just humbly submitting it. No, again, remember, no love lost. But I do have friends in Ghana, and if you're looking for opportunities out there, I might be able to point you in the right direction.
Okay, then I'll be very glad. So please follow me
He's a,
back. Let's have a chat, please.
he's a maestro, by the way.
And what?
Oh, Michael goes
How
by
dare you?
maestro. It's
He's a muse.
Come on, you guys. Come on, guys. Stop fucking with my brains.
No.
My
And see,
brains are
what's
kind of
good is
hot.
that if Michael can sort of talk to you and understand the situation, then he could tell me, and then I might better understand it. In which case, clarity accelerates, and then we get momentum, and then we can actually move the puck. So, clarity is everything, man. Clarity, and then actually make a decision, even if it's a bad one. Like, you know what? The whole goal in the beginning is to make a bicycle with no seat and no fucking brakes, and getting people to ride it. And when they come back and tell you, man, my ass hurts. Oh, that's weird. And by the way, I go down this hill and I wreck every time. Oh, really? What's going on with it? You need to build something incomplete so you can get the other side of the party to help you finish it. And then when they fill in the gap, what they do is they create ownership in what you're doing. So now they're part of what you have created. They endured a bad experience with you, but stayed with you. That is everything in the startup world. That is fucking gold, because it's your vision is on track. You can convert, but you didn't have to make it whole. You were actually able to deliver less. You didn't have to deliver 1,000 features. You actually only put the 2 things that you cared about the most, and then you purposely left shit out. Why? Because you need external validation as to what fucking matters. And if you don't have that in the first 6 months, year, actually less, if you don't have that in the first 90 days of your startup idea, that's a fucked up situation. In which case, you're building a dead startup, and there are a shit ton of dead startups out there, like the fucking zombies. You know what I mean? They're hoping for different things to work, or again, they're assuming the world is against them and it's unfair. And see, that's just it. If you have an unfair stance, then you stay in sort of an unfair swell of momentum. Like everything works against you. You know what I'm saying? So I want you to be the reverse. I want you to be like the fucking notorious B.I.G. of Ghana. You know what I mean? I want you to wake up the next day, find the most successful person you know, and say, "Hey, man, how'd you do it? Can you help me out?" Or don't even
You know
say that.
something?
Just go to them and
Dan,
say, "You know what? Can I just work for you for a day for free, just so I can learn?" That
Dan,
shit changes people, man. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I think it's best I look up to, like, I look up to hearing more conversation or having more conversations with you. Like, I think it's gonna clear a lot of things out in my mind right now.
Well, for all you know, you
Later
could be a
after
great
this
voice
space.
actor. You could have a great voice acting voice, in which case we'll let you into school, but that's a whole nother topic. That's a
I
real
think
thing. This is a voice acting group, so that's an opportunity. Who knows?
I think Jinov came to the mic to say something. Jinov, probably you might have something to say for now.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I have something like super unrelated though. So like, I don't know. Uh, yeah, I was just gonna ask, since you guys do a whole bunch of freelance work, do you guys have any tips on freelancing? Because like I've officially become like a prompt engineer, and I'm doing like a whole bunch of freelance work now, but I still feel like I'm not understanding freelance. Like, how's the best way I set like my rate? How's the best way I negotiate stuff? Like, what could I do to be pretty effective at it? The people I'm working with are pretty cool, but I would like to be more effective at it. If you guys got any tips or anything you've learned by
Build
doing
build the
that, that would
best
help.
fucking portfolio the world has ever seen. As long as you're like if you're freelancing right now, you're only as good as your last project kind of thing in a lot of people's eyes. And so, you're kind of a mercenary for hire, so to speak. And so your portfolio is going to determine your earning power.
Yes, and what program you're running and what you're doing.
The other thing I would say is go to YouTube, search the topic. There's probably dozens and hundreds of videos that can sort of fill in the blank on a lot of your sort of questions on freelancing. There are a lot of good podcasts too to sort of scan and listen. But I agree, portfolio really matters. Like if I'm going to hire a freelancer, I need to know what they've done. I want to see what they've done recently. I want to see what changes. I want to know case study. XYZ company couldn't do XYZ thing. I came in, did PDK. That then went on to do
Going to survive.
XYZ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
show
case
that.
study.
And the other thing too is like if you don't have the stuff, just go and make something for a brand you love. Like you like Nike, but you think their shoes should be X. Go and do some sort of project where you worked around that brand as if you were their client. It shows still as hustle. In fact, it shows creative course hustle. It's not just you waited for a job and did the job. I don't want to hire that person. I want a person that's got a brain going on. What do you aspire to? You know what I mean? If I'm going to build the next shit in the metaverse and you're just waiting for the work, no, I don't want you. I want someone who's going to be reaching out because I'm reaching out. I got to go and invent. I got to go manifest $100 million. I don't even know how to fucking do that, but we're going to do it. We'll do it by the orchestration of understanding needs. So right now we're in a time where everybody's getting crushed by inflation, right? And so identifying the needs of what people need, where they'll truly convert with cash, is really difficult. And we're actually hearing people try a lot of different models to keep the money flowing because everybody's pulling back. And that's especially affecting freelance. But at the same time, freelance also just got a huge fucking best friend called AI and no code and all these other things, right? So freelancing is going to explode. In fact, if everybody doesn't have a side hustle next year, I would be surprised because it'll be super easy to start a side hustle. You don't need developers. You don't need any money. You can, file an LLC for like what, $7, and then you're good to go. And then it's on you. It's on you to close the gap, and it's on you to basically get into the system and into the networks to make them work. And that's where you have to basically be super vulnerable, right? Like you gotta sometimes you gotta ask all the dumb fucking questions and look like an asshole and look like an idiot. If you can embrace that, you can make money, because idiots make a shit ton of money because they keep asking questions and they keep pounding on the door until they get the clarity to understand what the customer needs. And then from that, they work on that. The other thing that freelancers can do is they can see a pattern. Like you're prompt engineering, right? So prompt engineering itself is going to be a field of interest. You could be blogging about it. You could be e-booking about it. You could be talking about it. You got to practice your word of voice. You got to practice talking. You have to do that. Go and do an audio journal. Do it every fucking day. Unload the shit that's in your brain that's causing sort of the cognitive, like I have to do that. I got so many fucking ideas, but I have to like channel that shit out. I have to channel the negativity out. That's what I use this for in a lot of ways. I get to express a lot of shit off my brain, say a bunch of cerebral stuff, but then I get this nice clean space and I get to go back to that. The other key thing is to-do lists and staying organized and using Calendly and tools where you can set up meetings really quickly, and make some goals. You should write down, like a lot of people do, like 10 ideas 3 times a week. 3 times a week, they wake up in the morning and they think just about new ideas for an hour. A dedicated hour where you just think about new ideas that you think you can do. They don't have to be money oriented. They could be just ideas that you feel that you could be actionable on. Do that. The other thing is to keep a constant to-do list and be able to organize that in such a way where, you're going after, like I'm super bad at that. I procrastinate on the most important issues all the time because there's always one thing that's just bothering me about them. I haven't crossed that yet. That's one of my biggest problems, but I'm pretty good on everything else. But yeah, I mean, I think on the freelancing, I get a lot of help through audiobooks and YouTube. I use YouTube a lot and search for the newest stuff. That's the other thing too. Always search in the last 30 days or in the last 90 days so you can see the latest stuff around the topic. And use LinkedIn a lot. Build a great LinkedIn profile and be noteworthy, be memorable, because there's a whole sea of fucking people trying to be memorable. Odds are there's a lot of people in front of you. You got to get in front of them. You gotta do it.
I mean,
That's
Nice,
interesting.
it
nice.
seems I seem to be
Yeah,
getting. Oh, oh,
Richard,
okay.
I think you wanted to speak. So speak.
oh, I just said very nice. What you call it? 100%. I agree.
Nah. So, well, what type of websites do you use for a portfolio? Uh, like that's
Good
what I
question.
mostly. Yeah, like what do you guys
I
use?
think
Like what?
I think you're far from your phone. If you're far from your phone or your laptop, get a microphone or get a headphone or an AirPod or anything, like, so that when you speak, we can hear you clearly.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Yeah, I'm on my
Yeah,
phone right now. Yeah,
it's okay.
yeah. I think what type of websites do you guys normally see when you guys like see a freelancer? Do you see like the link trees or that go into the website?
No,
Or
I mean, you usually, like, if you're gonna have a portfolio, you
I
should
speak,
have it like
I
you should be
have
leveraging
got
Canada,
no
and
idea
you should.
about freelancing.
Yeah.
I think Dan has that. I
Yeah,
my
I
today
just
is my
think you.
first time of hearing something like that. I have no idea. Well, I'm an
Yeah,
African
I would.
actually.
I would leverage Canva. It's free, and you could get in there, and there's tons of templates. And you should put your works in a PDF that you can create. You don't have to have a website. You can, if you want. There's lots of websites out there. There's like, I don't have to find the list, but there's things like, Wix. You could build a Wix site, or Webflow, or Format is a popular one. I was using that for a while. But don't don't get focus on the core of what you've done versus how you're going to tell people the story on it. You know what I mean? Like that's usually cart before the horse for me. Like we kind of focus on here are the sites and tools that sort of express ourselves, but we didn't actually get our shit together before we got the tools, right? That's a common problem that you see in startups too, right? They basically play the game of business. Like they get real estate, they get a rental car, they get business cards, but they hadn't figured out their sales model and they hadn't figured out the product yet. You know what I mean? So focus on the shit that actually represents quality in what you're going to be executing, which is proof that you exist beyond your narrative, right? Your narrative says you do X, Y, and Z. What is it? See it. You should be able to give it to somebody in a PDF and show it like that. And focus on the personal relationship. You don't have to have a big killer online presence. But there are tons of affordable, if not free, sites out there that you can leverage to do that. But don't get sucked into that. Like, you build a perfect website and you think it's going to work, because it's not like you're doing a ton of SEO. I mean, you could, but again, freelancing job is usually, you're working yourself up to be a contractor, right, or consultant, and then you're going to work yourself into an agency. So you're going up that rung. And the freelancing allows you to, work for a lot of people and supposedly have a fun lifestyle. I don't think it's fun all the time. gotta pay for healthcare. You gotta do a bunch of other stuff, and then you gotta constantly go after leads and everything else. So this is why you have to find, like, freelancing isn't your future, right? So what is the future of what you're trying to do? And think about that, and then think about the companies that might need that. So you can think about getting potentially a more stable, income, which isn't bad to do. Like I ran a startup for 10 years on the side while I worked, because we didn't have all the capital yet, and everything wasn't working yet, and it wasn't the right time yet. But yeah, go Achilles. You got questions?
Oh, I do also have another question. Yeah, also to say, yeah, like the freelance lifestyle, it seems like the path for me. So like, I don't know, like I got lucky and I got like two pretty good gigs so far. Really insane. They really upped my income. I got 20 an hour and I got a 30 an hour gig, and I kind of work them at the same time.
Great.
So it's been working out really well. And I think there's an opportunity to expand, but honestly, like seeing what they're doing has like kind of changed everything, like my whole mindset, because like people are really like there's a lot of like, I think with AI there's a gold rush right now, like to so much people to grab. So I may start trying to build my own apps now, and I was
Yeah.
just wondering like how do you guys, like, since you guys are both no codes, and I think I'll be a mix of that. Like I'll be able to code my own stuff a little bit, and kind of probably still need help from a dev. How do you guys officially work with a developer? Like how do you work with someone coding? Like how do you specify? How do you monitor? Like how do you charge a rate for it? Like what do you do to work with a kind of a developer?
Well, I mean, if you're going to go and talk to a developer, you need to know what you want. That's the biggest thing, because the more ambiguity that's in the conversation, the price is going up. Like, you don't know the sitemap, you don't know how the product should work, you don't know what the features are. Like the more you don't know, the more the developer basically has to pad the account, right? Has to pad the number because I gotta close the gap. So the first couple meetings with the client or with the developer, they're going to be asking you requirements, and you should have that vision. If you're prompt engineering, then you're probably doing art, right? Well, then you need to take to the next step and work on doing site maps and being able to communicate it. Now, I don't know if I would go to a developer like that right now in this world that we live in, where you have all these tools like Bubble, Retool, Glide apps. I mean, there's probably 50 no-code platforms out there that you could leverage to start working on your idea. But even then, I would take 2 steps back and put a couple of blank sheets of paper in front of you and start writing down what the idea is and map the user experience. Yeah, it's just like Candyland. Draw a Candyland map. All right, you start here, and then you're going to go around this thing. What are you doing? The more you can understand the customer journey, the more you can understand all the touch points into the software, and more so the data. So then you sort of create. What I do is I go into Excel and I create a fake database of what the product would be like. I fake the whole thing. I do that as an imagination experiment. I want to imagine the whole thing, and then sort of play it back and start to understand it better. And then you're pitching it, right? Now you have if you do go to a developer, you can pitch and talk about it. Having requirements doesn't mean they don't rework them. It just means that you know what you want, and that can make the conversation more clear with developers. That's really key. The more ambiguity, more I don't know what the fuck's going on, the more you're going to pay. And that's the thing you're trying to really close. And what's great about no code is that you could build a really bad prototype. Like that's what I would tell you to do first. Go build a really shitty prototype first. It humbles you right away. You need to feel empowered to stay in control. Like you're in control of the art stuff right now, but you need to get in more confidence and control of the tools that would actually build your software for your startup. So you have to start experimenting and playing. If you are lucky, you can befriend a couple developers that are just, really good at what they do, and you might be able to get like just one dev, because nowadays you don't really need a dev army like you used to. But yeah, I mean, you have to start, and to do that, again, I think YouTube is a massive resource. Every day I find stuff up there that supercharges my life. And I search for AI tools, and I look for things that automation. That's a huge space right now. All these automation tools that take something from one program, put it in another program, and then process another program. And those are all being leveraged by different folks. But eventually, I think you have to frame out your business beyond the freelancing, because you want to aspire greater. You want to move up the chain. The guy with the hand up, please say your question.
Oh, did I rug? My fault.
Are you still there?
Yeah, EXO, go, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here actually. I think my network was messing up. So the last part of Dan's presentation, I didn't really get it. But I just wanted to ask Dan
Dan's presentation.
Yeah.
Yes. I hope you all enjoyed those slides. Web3 will be taking the Patreon tip on the way out.
You know what, though?
Thank you.
Imagine you put some funny slides to stuff. That would be fucking hilarious. I would love to see fake PowerPoint presentations by Dan.
I've done that before. I've actually done that before for I ran a TED Talk event called Ignite Columbus, and I had a raffle when people came into the event, and everyone got a raffle ticket. And if you won the raffle, you got to go up and pitch the unknown startup that I had a deck for. And so this gal won this.
I think that would be good practice, Dan. If you should put together a deck, and then like different people, like with the voice acting class, will like you hand
Yeah.
them the deck, and we have to sell it to everyone.
Right.
And what's fucked
Yeah.
up is that we're so fucked in the head that we might actually turn it into something useful. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're like,
no, it's a great exercise. I mean,
that
the
would
room
be
was
so
full of
fun.
laughs.
That
Yeah.
would be so fun. And we could put like the deck at the top, like, okay, this is slide number 1, and you see the slide, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun, but with Dan being the author of that kind of representation, actually, the head of people are going to blow up.
That'd be pretty amazing. Wow, what a day! So, Jin, first of all, congratulations.
Yeah.
Before you got this opportunity, I remember talking to you like maybe a day or 2 days after this AI art came about, and I asked you, "How's it going?" You're like, "Yo, I'm fucking all in on this shit." That's what you said. I asked you, how many images you're generating. You're like, thousands. So this opportunity you have didn't come out of nowhere. So congratulations on figuring out how to crystallize it. If
Oh,
anything, I'm
congratulations!
sure that
Congratulations!
I'm sure that you might be able to make even more money with a course showing how you created the career out of thin air. I know a lot of people that would pay $10 to find out how you created a career out of prompting.
Oh, I mean, it's pretty easy. Like I have like I got pretty popular prompting. Like I have like the highest rated model on like the downloaded on like certain websites. Like I did pretty well. So that's the only reason why I got
But
hit up.
well, this is also not your first model, right? You made multiple, and you started off with Patreon, right? So you've been working hard at this for a long time. So it's just good to see you do it, because like I've been following like everything you've been doing from the time we started doing Dungeons and Dragons together to you having the blog. And sometimes I would get like different Substack emails, and you would say, you know what, fuck this blog. You know, like be like, I think I'm gonna stop doing this. I think I'm gonna stop doing that. And so for you to have found something here, I know you went through the fucking obstacle course of figuring out how not to do it.
Yeah, like I pivoted, I think this year alone at least 7 times.
I
It's
saw
like,
it happen, and you were very honest about, you know what? I don't fucking think this is working. I think and I used to feel it like in my chest when I used to see your tweets. It would be like, you know what? This is failing. I'm gonna stop doing this. And I'm like, damn, that's brave.
yeah, because like I mean, like, all right, so like I think this year I started with the D&D stuff. Like I was like, I'm gonna just be like the best at a very specific niche, because like I was like, because like what can you be the best at? Like it's really hard to get like really good at something. So I like just found a niche where I could like, if I just spend enough time, I can learn something and like show people stuff that they didn't do before. So it went well. Everything went well. It did really well. I got at least the clout I wanted, but I couldn't convert that into cash. Like that, the way to do that for me was trying to take the Substack and blow it up. So like, say if someone would pay $3 for a Substack or something like that, they get new updates. But I think the problem was people who were using D&D weren't using Substack. So like
Right.
I was kind of like onboarding them to Substack, and then onboarding them and then getting them to pay was a little bit too much, because my Substack was getting a lot of views. Like it was doing really well, but like it just, no one was paying for it. Like it was just like no one was going to pay for it. So I did that, and then I did YouTube for a while. So I just did like streaming videos for a while. Like I tried to up the quality and stuff like that, but my
Yeah,
mic
you
wasn't
had
that
the
great.
Cyberpunk. Remember there was a show where I just watched you play Cyberpunk? It was fucking amazing, dude.
Yeah, like initially I did pretty well with my first Twitch stuff, but again, like I looked at the views and I was like, nah, these views aren't like YouTube views. Like these aren't scaling. It's not scaling fast enough. And like I looked at the people around me and it's just like, yeah, they don't scale too high either. Like it's a too much of a grind. So I took the niche I did on Substack and I put it on YouTube. And I started getting the scaling I wanted, actually. I started getting like close to 1,000 views, 10,000 views and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's just like being in like the problem with gaming as a niche, like the big problem with gaming as a niche is that you get known for one type of game. And the problem with that is like
Right.
your lifeblood is connected to the fate of that game, which you can't control. People just get bored of it. People don't want to play anymore. People don't like the YouTubers on the site anymore. And your content dies. And if you try to switch content, like say if you're playing Fortnite and then you want to do Call of Duty, you can't even retain like 70% of the people you're holding on to. So like I always felt nervous about like getting into gaming as a niche, just
Because it's
because
very
like
seasonal. Yeah.
yeah, it was not good. It's just not good. It's not good to be on a gaming niche, just especially if it's very very niche. You do see some gamers kind of expand, but it's hard. It takes a lot of work to get two user bases, and sometimes you can't do it. So when AI art came out, like I was prompting like crazy. I didn't really know like if there was a market for it, but I was just prompting like crazy. And I think I seen like everyone else starting to do like NFTs for AI art, and I just didn't want to do that because I don't see the future in crypto. I think crypto's about to die. So I was like, I'll do Patreon and something like that, more consistent, not connected to crypto, so I don't get rid of those crazy stuff that comes with crypto and have that work out. So the Patreon is doing okay. I started doing commissions for people. That was okay money. It was like $100 for like a model or like $40 for something very specific, which was okay. It was like a okay side gig. And then after a while, I started getting like more complicated gigs, like where I'm at now, where like I'm kind of building stuff for apps, which is really cool. And that has a base rate, so I'm working for like per hour, which is it's not too bad. So like it seems like that, but I think the way to scale here for me is to just do my own app, not image based, but those chat GTP apps, like you can make a whole bunch of money doing those, and I just
Well,
I just see
most
it like
most product companies or app companies that I see are built by agencies who end up solving the same problem so many times. They automate that solution. And so I think if you're working with clients, they're going to tell you what product to build. They're already asking, you know what I mean?
yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of competition in their sector. I mean, there's some things that I'm being able to do that is very novel. Um, but I think there's
You
there's
push things.
there's
I
still
think you
there's
don't.
still enough for like the Peter Thiel type of no compete. Like I don't
I would,
have to compete. There's stuff I can just do that's completely different than
well,
other people are doing.
I have seen a lot of people use AI art, and arguably we have someone like, um, we've been able to speak with a lot of artists here. Peter did stuff, and he got reposted by, Joe Rogan and blah blah blah. Like, but I think because your success came gradually, it's almost better what you have. Does that make sense? Because you had to work for every inch, and you figured out how not to do it in a lot of ways.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm glad I'm starting to pivot. Like I'm glad the money's finally here. Like at least that. Um, but it's still not enough. Like it still has to scale higher than this. Like it's not enough to like completely replace a full-time job. And like it can be though, and it could be more. So that's what I'm trying to
I
get to at that
I
Yeah,
point.
but
saw somewhere.
remember, you don't want a job either. You don't want to aspire to have a job, right? So you want to build something. I would caution you on building your own thing, just because I want you to have a base hit first, and you kind of have a base hit because you're starting to get some income. But I would take it further and continue to work with people who have a direct need, who can leverage you and see you as a powerful person, versus you sort of taking on your own platform, because now you have a whole bunch of new things you didn't even think about before, which is you're going to have dependencies probably on APIs that you may or may not actually have any true control over, right? That was a big problem in Web 2.0. People would build on top of, say, these APIs, and then one day those APIs would get turned off, and then your whole product is dead, right? Or you start on those platforms and you leverage them, and then you reach the API limit on how many things you can do with them, and so then you start paying through those things. Like I knew a couple kids that really got into a really cool video YouTube like startup that was doing really well, but that the expenses of running the platform outweighed their model, and so they had to shut down, even though people loved the product. Mostly because the investment pool in the Midwest was not as aggressive as California. If we were in California, we might have been able to get moonshot cash that we could believe in our momentum, so we could close the gap, but they couldn't. So they had a successful product, so much to the point where they had to shut it down. But that's usually a rare case. The other case is that once you build it, you've got to get users into it. So now you've got to find ways to get the flow in there, and it's a bigger task. It's a much bigger task. And working for a startup and seeing that would be a better experience initially. It's not to say don't do the startup. I'm just saying go and get a base hit. Go get a couple base hits in first, before you take on the aspect of the startup.
Well, I just want to say, like, for anyone listening, I'm not doing the image generation. I'm only going to do that for companies. Like, you're right. Like, I rather work for them and do that for them. But I think where I do want to do startups is with the other stuff. Like, recently, I think I haven't released this yet, but I've been doing a lot of like music generation stuff. And there's something called Ridge diffusion, and I'm like, why don't I just be like the first person to make like a beat? Like I could just sell beats right now.
But there's Sound Draw that's already way in front of you, and there's Axia that's way in front of you. So now you got to compete with those two platforms. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's you could build and get in that niche, but you got to do well. I mean, there's good things and bad things. What's nice about having competition is that you can use things like SEO Rush and other tools to actually map their complete strategy of how they actually use SEO. That's the nice thing about that. So you can actually look at some competitors' full SEO sort of strategy and go how they're doing it. It's just that you're taking on more. The problem is, to me, is that unless you know exactly what you want to make and know that you can make money there, it's hard to do it. Unless you're talking about, no, Dan, I want to do a couple no-code tool examples where I'm just trying to fish for some passive income, where I'm going to like charge $4 for this or $3 for that. That I'd actually be more in favor of that, because that's more like you're sort of testing the waters, right? You're sort of like, I made a couple paper airplanes, I'm going to fly them, versus like, I'm going to lay out the new Boeing 737-8. It's going to like solve everything, which is daunting.
I have no ambitions to do one of those huge startups where I'm unclear what my future is. I actually really I don't actually like AI startups too much, mostly because like right now a lot of AI startups are way too dependent on other people for their models. So like if you're doing like a startup that heavily depends on Chat GTP or GTP3, whatever DaVinci or the other version, is you're insolvent to like whatever open AI decides to do. But like for me, I think maybe the word startup was wrong, but like there's a lot of little grab bags I can do. Like I could just create like an app, like I could create like a WhatsApp bot, or I could create a little small website where you can just buy stuff for like you said, like for $5. And I can do ads on Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, and like grab a couple people who'll get beats or whatever for like real cheap. And that may not make you like a millionaire, but I could at least make like 10K if I can do that solidly enough with
Yep.
advertising.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest wave that I see coming is sort of this, execution is collapsing. More of us that have the vision and can work with people. We still like. It's funny. I see that hustle. I still see the need for the minions that you need to sort of close the gap because eventually you want to up the game and sort of like, get. I don't know. You have a lot of cool skills you're working at once. Like you could easily move into an AI consultancy for people and sort of help people guide that space. That's going to be a need, right? In fact, learning how to take that AI sort of skill you have and be able to walk into any business and be able to see a vantage point of how that could help a business. That's a huge ability. That's the future. I mean, that's how the web game started, right? We all learned e-commerce and stuff, and then we're like, hey, we can do this. So, yeah, it sounds like you're doing all the right moves to me, man. I mean, it sounds like you're following the right path. And yeah, startup is not the word, more of the side hustle. But I have a lot of friends that do that. They build all kinds of little things, and some of them are just like fun enablement ideas. Others are sort of experiments, and then some of them are like, yeah, I want to get some reoccurring income from some folks. And then sometimes they blow up. They start like a bookmarking site, and they build the one they like, the one that's clean or whatever. And next thing you know, they got 200 subscribers paying them $4 a month for the thing. That stacks, that grows, and that's actually great. Doing things like that gets you actually hired by venture capital or by startups, because what you're doing is sort of the guerrilla warfare of starting up, which is just manifesting the concept as fast as you can to see what does convert, and doing that, you stay small, you stay fast, you learn a lot, and you know investors love people that fail and learn. They love that shit because they want trust. They want to put their investment in somebody who can execute. So having that history of execution is key.
Yeah, that's what I think the future is. Like, at least right now, like, I think there's going to be a lot bigger competition coming very soon. Like, these AI systems are going to get a little bit more general and start to like consume some of the things that other people are doing. Like, I used to make models for like stable diffusion and stuff like that. And even though like it made me unique because a lot of people were doing prompting and I was able to make my own style with my artwork because like I was the only one who had that model because I made it myself. But I'm starting to see that's getting easier. So like it's starting to end. But there's still so much that people can grab right now and just make, I feel like, a couple bucks off of it. Just like there's like little like low hanging fruits for like chat bots to do, or like some of the new bots that are coming out to do that. Like I just want to see if I can grab as many as I can. And like I don't think it's enough to form like a startup because like the potential of scaling is not truly there. Like, because this stuff may just disappear in like a year or two. But yeah, I mean, like you can still make some money, and I think that's the goal I want to do right now. Is just try to grab up those little low hanging fruits that just people haven't thought of yet, and then just try to get there first, and then try to beat there. Get there first and try to take advantage of it. Like right now, I'm trying to create like 100 beats. So I'm creating like these little music beats. Like I don't know anything about music, but I could create like 120, like 100 or 200 of these beats, then just sell them online for like $5 or $6, like the whole pack for like $6. And I made that with no money, but I can just flip it for free. So I think like that's the future, or at least like for like this year, for like this year and next year. I think that's the only chance I'll be able to get to grab that money. But I don't know. I'm still like learning how to connect like payment accounts, Should I use an app? I see a lot of people using WhatsApp. Um, but I don't know. Like I'm still kind of trying to like crowd search ideas for like what's the best way to kind of like flip this stuff. But it's pretty cool. I wonder if you guys have any ideas and how are you guys gonna flip it or something?
Well, I mean, I want to get in that space. I do a ton of Mid Journey. I've made tons of images. I haven't actually done. I've sold some art. I gave some art away today to Jai. He brought his kids over, and they like saw some of the art, and they're like, "Hey, can I take that?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." A kid likes some art. Take it. I got one too many pieces in the house, anyways. Um, but um, but yeah, I haven't formed a hustle around it. I mean, I want to do a lot more no code. I kind of want to build. Like I have a software development company that's sort of on the old school side of development, much more mainstream, you know, Rails, React, PHP, all the sort of standard tools. We're not necessarily deviating into some of the no code tools, which is what I would prefer to do. So I'd like to sort of reimagine my consultancy agency into a kind of a no code AI consultancy, and then really probably specialize more on metaverse. Not necessarily total immersion, but the AR side of things. Because the AR side of things, like what Snap is doing with their technology, is phenomenal as a grid. And I want to be in that space. AR is just going to be a huge fucking space. So I want to be in that space, and I think the no code tools are very. What I love about them, I love the creativity and their ability to close the gap for people. Um, but I still need to sort of have a minion. I'm an orchestrator. That's my key. My key skill is basically seeing the thing that is in between, say, three or four people, and then building the vision gap and getting people to jump on board and say, "Yeah, let's do it." And sometimes you have to build, a rapid prototype. That's how I got started. I built rapid prototypes, and then I showed other people how to do rapid prototypes. But it all started with a process I created called proto baking, which is you basically analyze the idea from sort of you sit down with post-it notes on a wall and you ask a bunch of questions to the concept, and you basically put all the notes on the wall, and then you start to see the patterns of what you really have and what you don't have. Like you have a bunch of ideas about how it would be great for mankind, but you have nothing around how you'd sell it, or you have no idea how the experience works. So you find the gaps in the concept, and then you rapidly sort of close that gap. And then what's great is that you have this nice exercise where you're actually recording that alone is great for a VC. They want to see that thinking. They want to see how you put shit together. And then they don't, they want to experience it. They don't want to just sit down and hear a pitch and hear a promise, especially if the promise doesn't deliver. So, yeah, I mean, that's how I got started. But I want to reform that. I want to do probably a no code specialty kind of agency, which I already know there are several companies doing that, and they're ridiculously changing the cost factor of the actual project. So the margins should go way up on no code. Like I don't know why you do traditional dev when you could do no code and maintain a better margin. However, you probably have to do more traditional dev if you're working with traditional companies who are already established on so you can't leave it, right? So you need the enterprise arm, you need the bigger arm that can do things, but you also need to stay fast. And so when you lose that speed, you lose the fringe. And if you lose the fringe, you lose the opportunity. And it's just not something I'm going to do. I'm not going to lose that opportunity. That's why I'm here in this space, talking with all these people, because every day we bring up cool ideas and we keep pushing the trend and we keep finding new shit. We share it with each other and we keep improving each other. And that's a good cycle. That's why I get upset when people are like, I didn't get anything out of this group. Well, maybe you need to think further. No, I'm not saying that to you right now, but yeah.
All I know is like AI, there's so much money on the table. I'm not missing this wave. Like I'm just not missing
Yep,
this wave.
that's
Like
it, man.
I feel like I've missed other waves. I think like people talked about like Bitcoin when like Bitcoin was like a couple cents, and like if you bought Bitcoin that time, you can make a lot of money. I feel like it's the same thing with AI right now. Like right now, like there's a lot of little ways you can make a lot of money that may disappear, but it's still there. Like you shouldn't miss this wave right now. Like I just so excited for it, and I think if I do this correctly, I'll make a lot of money this year. That's the whole goal for it right now. Like it seems like it's working. Since I got paid so far, the proof of concept is kind of there for me, and now it's like, let's see if I can do it. Like, because like I see people make money off those chatbots. Like it's there. People pay for it. Like, and plus like you still have that AI branding with it. So like people like it gets boosted on online or Twitter or stuff like that because it's new and novel, and and plus like if you're doing something that is pretty new, like there's like so little competition that anyone who's interested in it are probably just gonna hit you. So like I don't know, like I just can't miss that chance right now. Like I suggest everyone to try
Yeah.
to do some kind of AI related stuff. Just grab something. Like it's good. Like image is gonna get harder though. I feel like image generation is getting harder because like since it's been so popular for a while, people are getting a lot more complex with it.
Well, you're also going to have video come out, right? And not the video that we see today, where you got a bunch of frames and everything's shaky and fucked up. We're going to see full on, story enablement, where I'll be able to detail. In a lot of ways, I'll be able to jump to. Basically, I'll be able to ask the AI to create a world, and I'll be able to run or jump to any frame in that experience of that world and play a sequence back, forward or backward. You know what I mean? I'll be able to sort of take multiple takes of a scene. I'll be able to take the bullet time scene from the Matrix, and I'll be able to render that from any camera view I want. I'll be able to change the bullets, the effects. I'll be able to, you know what I mean? I'll be able to that. You'll have full cinematic kind of control, and it's that if that doesn't get here in a year or less, I think there's something wrong. But
I think it's
but
already
that's
here actually. I think Stable Diffusion V2 came out with the depth map feature. So what it does, it kind of makes a depth map of like whatever your picture is and stuff like that. So you can like kind of input it, and at least the workflow I'm seeing is there's the basic deform workflow where you're just adding the frames. But I'm seeing people like take those frames, like say if they have a model in Blender, right?
yeah.
It's like the models in Blender are just basic.
Yep.
They're like dummies and stuff like that. Then they take that mask of like all the dummies and just splice it on with Stable Diffusion. So no VFX, no other stuff is necessary. Just Stable Diffusion, turning the dummy into like a character. I don't know. I still have to like study it. It's a lot harder than just making images, but it is kind of there. I've seen two people do Into the Spider-Verse versions of themselves,
Yeah.
and like the animation's perfect. One guy was, like this big VFX YouTuber company. They did it first, and then this other guy, he did it. I think probably a more efficient workflow and using Blender and Stable Diffusion. I'll see if I can post a link, but it's basically there. I don't know what people are gonna do for VFX, but it looks like it's insanely fast.
I've seen some stuff. I mean, I know that there's I follow a guy on LinkedIn who does it's doing a mixture of like EV synth and some other things where you take the Iron Man scene and you sort of feed it in, but that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking more about car chase, two cars, first 20 seconds is this sort of feeling effect, dramatic event, right turn, go down alley, Ghost in the Shell vibe. I think it's going to be a combination of things that sort of it'll be almost like this non-linear expression tool that'll be sort of developed around cinema. That'll be very interesting.
I think you're talking about like what Meta had, where it was text to video, where they do a whole video based on your text. Yeah, and I think they have like pirate ships and stuff.
It'll be a script. It probably I wouldn't expect it to be like Midjourney where I say things like unicorn, Waffle House, LSD, right? I don't expect it to understand there's a cinema piece in that. But I think there will be a framing language where you can state things. You know, you'll be able to pick the style of film you want. You'll be able to say the length of the shot, and you'll be able to sort of detail it like a director, you know, and you describe it like a director, and then the system is taught from a director's standpoint on how to create the like the animatic. I mean, that's what we'll see first is like wireframe animatics. Even that would be a good start because it would show that the computer understands it and is putting the composition of what you want from a camera movement perspective in the shot. And then it, you know, it sort of does the gap once it knows the A and B and it knows what it needs to be between the A and B, and you have a set of parameters on top of that, which will lead to, for example, director styles. Like I totally see a future where I can get a, you know, whatever George Lewis, you know, I'd like the first 20 minutes to be sort of George Lewis style of direction, and then I want to go James Cameron for all the action scenes, and then I want the John Wick producer for the ending. You know what I mean? I'll be able to actually pick persona types just like you can do in the music, right? You go in the music programs, I can pick a jungle guy, I can pick a techno bass, I can pick fusion, I can pick Bard's Tale. I mean, these are profiles that we're creating. So you're going to see the same thing in the video side. And it'll be exciting. But it also probably gets to the point where Hollywood get involved and you'll pay a price if you want to copy James Cameron like aesthetics and mannerisms and things. You know what I mean? Like I see that. I don't know to say it's not to say it won't happen either. It's just because AI will give us that flexibility. That's the crazy thing is AI is laying down all the foundational elements of Star Trek holodeck, which is on the way. It's crazy, man. It's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I think like at some point we have to have like kind of like copyrights for our soul. And I mean that in a technical sense where like these AI systems are going to be able to really get into the essence of like a person doing something. So like right now we're seeing art styles. Like a person can copyright a character, a video character or a certain picture, but they don't have a copyright of their particular essence or their particular style of art. So they can't tell you, hey, you can't make an artwork that looks in my style.
No, but Midjourney itself has its own style. I mean, what I'm saying, you could create. I mean, that's a startup you can create. You could go and interview the top 100 directors of the world, right? And you could potentially come up with a system that would model their styles, and then you could buy the rights to their styles, and then you could sell that platform. I mean, you might say like, well, you can't. There's a lot of like, I can rip off, I can rip off. That only goes so far. I think it's. I mean, it's interesting. Like Stable Diffusion 3 is asking artists to opt in or opt out right now. Isn't that interesting? They didn't do that in the beginning because it wasn't a big issue in the beginning because I just did it. You know what I mean? Like they ripped off a bunch of people in the beginning, right? So, but I think that hammer is going to come down at some point. It should at least because like I can totally rip off an Obey Giant piece, right? Shepard Farley, my favorite artist. I can totally rip off his style. I'm pretty sure that he didn't intend that, and in a lot of ways, you know, I don't ever have to buy a piece from him again because I can recreate anything from his style. That's actually kind of a drag. I should still collect his art, right? So I don't know. I mean, it's a complicated space, but good conversation, man. This is good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think it's coming because like it's gonna get more invasive, and I think the chat bots are where we're gonna start seeing people be uncomfortable because like it's not gonna just be like technical skills like someone's art style or someone's directing style. It's gonna be like you in particular. Like right now, if someone had like all your Facebook data, like all your text messages, and maybe a good list of all the stuff you've done online, they could put that in like a GTP like embedding, and then have some model of you, even though like you're not exactly the totality of what you've said online, but they would have a version of you that they could ask questions or get some type of response from something that's kind of you, like a simulacrum of you. And I don't think people are comfortable with that. I don't think like people will be comfortable with a version of themselves where people can be mean to, joke around with in ways that the person may not be comfortable with, or kind of like run a million ads on it and see what you would likely buy. Uh, so I think when this AI stuff starts to get more invasive, when it starts to replicate more and more stuff of like the human essence in terms of like our personality traits, maybe the way we move, way we talk, stuff like that. Yeah, the law has to come down, try to find some type of way to cover and protect people's identity because it's going to get only worse, and it's going to like right
Yep.
now a lot of people don't do art, right? So they don't care, or a lot of people don't do video styles, or at least not making money. They don't care. But everybody has their own voice, and nobody wants their voice stolen. Or everyone has their own personality. No one wants someone to create like simulacrums of their personality or likeness and be free to do whatever they want with it. So I think it's going to come down, but I don't know. The U.S. and China are battling it out, and I don't think the U.S. wants to slow down AI development a bit. And I think that's what the argument a lot of these AI companies are going to have is like you're going to slow down progress, and I think that's a strong argument, and the government is not going to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I mean, if you like last time I saw this sheet that sort of mapped out across the world who was doing what in AI, United States was not the leader. I mean, like China is blowing us away with tons of wild, crazy experimentation, which I'm sure, they could, be, they're not ethically challenged as much as we're over here. So, it'd be interesting.
No, I think we're the leader. I think we have like a couple things going for us. China supposedly has some data issues. I think we just have more data than them, just because even though there's a lot of people, they're not online, and not all of them are online. And second of all, not all of them have been online as long as people had like we have and at the frequency. So they still have supposedly, as someone said, they still have a little bit limited data in comparison to us. Second, I've seen some of their apps, like their AI systems, and they were a little bit steps behind the US, like OpenAI and Google Imagen. All the big companies are still leagues ahead of what China is doing in AI. And plus, that Chip Act that just released really set some hard limits on the type of GPUs that China can get. So they have very limited access to like something like an A16, A1000,
Sure.
or those other like NVIDIA, those other like super fast AI GPUs. I think they tried to make their own, and it just had like so many driver issues because it's hard to do that. Intel's struggling with that right now. Is like they've been out of the game for like 10 plus years when it comes to GPUs. So legacy systems don't work super well, and that's the same thing that's happened with China's GPU market. Like it's just too hard for them to replicate. But like I think as someone said, eventually they will, in like 5 to 10 years. So right now the US wants to take that 5 to 10 years and try to make something out of it.
Yeah,
So
that's be good. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the graph I saw showed a lot of, maybe it wasn't programs, but it showed a lot of model development that was going on. But yeah, I'm with you.
yeah, I could be wrong though. Like I think I'm probably wrong. Maybe they're doing a lot of cool stuff. They have way more STEM people than us, so probably it doesn't make sense that they would suck. So I could definitely be wrong. Sorry about that. But I don't know. Have you guys tried the music AI systems? They're pretty cool. Like they make some cool stuff. Like I was
Oh yeah.
skeptical.
Well, I mean, I think everyone here has been using Chat GTP, and we've been playing with that, and of course, Midjourney and Wombo, and I haven't been playing with the Dream Studio that much. I got a friend that has set up like a server, and been doing stable diffusion on that. We've been tinkering ideas, and actually we've been working with a guy at Disney who is it's not work for Disney per se, but just really interested in like micro niches where you can apply AI. And this guy's really connected with like the military. There seems to be a lot of stuff around military lately. I don't know why, but that's where the action's happening. People want to do different things to keep the place exciting, and I think a lot of people are leveraging AI. In fact, I think a lot of the layoffs that we're seeing are because of AI in a lot of ways. It's preparation for restating things. And of course, that's a lot right alongside all the advanced manufacturing that's going on in the States, where we're seeing, companies bringing technology back to the States. That's great. So we're going to see a whole new revolution in that, I hope. It'll continue on, and that'll get us closer to people, making not just the AI, but the hardware as well. And so we'll see advances in that space, which would be really cool in the case of like healthcare wearables and, behavior detection and, stuff that you can run with the Apple Watch, and you're getting just real-time data from the human at all times, and you're doing pattern analysis and all kinds of shit. I mean, I think AI is just going to accelerating like hell. Like every 90 days is something new. So it's good.
Yeah, you said the military guys. You doing AR stuff? Because I know a lot of military people doing AR.
He's doing like a niche thing. He's got connections at West Point, and he's trying to build almost like a photo booth where you can like go in, get your picture taken, and then it's modified with the AI and a script, and a prompt, and then use it at parties or something like that. I don't know, but it was an interesting conversation, and he's just really interested in a lot of. He has a clothing business, he's looking for ways to accelerate his operations and his clothing business and some other things, and that's AI is jumping in all kinds of places, not just for art. It's for I think it's going to do a ton in hospitality. That's another space. So I think any place where we're using people to talk to people and like counseling and that kind of stuff, it's definitely going to be arriving there. But yeah, and that's the other thing too. I've been starting to see like the AI consultancy agencies, start to pop up, and that's another trend. And you start to see people, like I was looking at a firm the other day. It's an audio specialist, AI specialist. They're like, yeah, we'll help you with your audio AI engineering, and here's all the things we can do for you. That's interesting. It's very specific, very unique, and yet the guy's making a thriving niche, so.
Hey, if he's doing like an AI kind of like photo booth thing, it'd be cool if you could link me with him, because like I've been working with a lot of companies kind of doing very similar stuff.
Yep.
I could probably help him. I could probably help him out, especially if he's trying to take a dream booth model and then take someone's face and then give them different versions of it.
Yep, that's what it is. It's take a picture of a military cadet and then mock it up in different ways to make it look either funny or not. It's a weird ask. The guy's been pursuing me for a year on that. Like, what can I do to make my own filters? We talked about a Snapchat thing. That's the other space that's really interesting. But yeah, man, we'll definitely collab. I know you're doing some cool stuff, so I'd love to.
Yeah, that's precisely what I'm doing. Like the filter creation and like model stuff, like making people's face. Like this picture is AI generated. This is not actually my face. But so like that would be cool. If you could hit me up, probably you could help them out a lot.
Yeah, definitely, man. We'll talk about it.
But you're doing AR stuff, and like, what are you planning for AR? Because I haven't seen too much. I've seen like Facebook Meta Quest stuff, and also like I use sometimes instead of my laptop monitor, I use my my Oculus Quest as my desktop monitor now.
That's nice.
But I haven't seen any other AR stuff.
Yeah, I've just been mostly, keeping up with Snap's technology in terms of their Lens Studio, and I guess the stuff I really like right now is the people playing with nerfs and sort of being able to, like I saw something up on LinkedIn today where the guy showed a video of a guy walking in a room, an empty room, and being able to manifest anything. So like, I'll put this chair in a corner. Now I'll make this thing in a corner. Now, just be able to, like, what I like is that the movement of everything that's happening from Snap and some of the other players, like I think Luma is another one. Anything in the Nerf space is really cool because all of that right now, it's all on your phone, but it's going to be in the glasses very soon. And so we're going to get very close to being able to, manifest things via audio prompt of like, what I want. So I'd like to put a unicorn in the corner smoking a blunt, and I like to put a jazz band around him, and I want the lighting to be X. And it's like, manifest it, you know what I mean? And I'm already seeing those videos now where people are like, yeah, I want to turn my room into an aquarium. And it's like, boom, it's an aquarium. It's subtle. It doesn't, like, it's more of it's a gimmick at first. It'll stay gimmicky because it's got to go through all the phases of development, right? It's got to go through all the versions of manifesting. But the end game is going to be a sort of seamless experience where you'll see reality as you see it today. And then you'll have the uniqueness of having, for example, your virtual cat that you have. Or actually, I have a virtual camel. It can be anything, right? Because I can place it in the scene, and it can have perfect shadows and perfect, object occlusion. Like it'll walk around the Starbucks and then wait a few minutes and come back out and go across the street. I mean, it's going to be seamless in my reality. And Europe is actually kind of ahead of us in a way in terms of the people who are sort of playing with that kind of concept. They're thinking about, there's just like, it's on the ad agency side. It's really not on the side of like startups yet. It's more on ad agencies and understanding how they can sort of not only create an AR experience, but then capture the metrics of that set experience, and what are the metrics of an AR experience. That was the kind of a fun thing. I went to Chat GTP and I was like, what are the design principles of augmented reality? Gave me 10 great principles of like, okay, you should have awareness, acceptance, occlusion, design, experience, participatory. There's all these factors in the AR side, and it is just starting. But everything that you can do that you see in Snap and other things is going to get rolled out into a glasses like experiences, at least from Apple and Vive and other people. There's going to be clones of what Apple's trying to do, and the Android system will build its own sort of system. Hopefully there's more competing systems than not, but yeah, it's more of getting ready for that game and playing with the right technologies. Right now, I think Snap's got the best platform to sort of create, and they have the best, like their most recent announcement, their Lens Fest, they showed off a whole creators platform. So they not only have they given people the toolkit, but they've created the marketplace. So they have, 400 creators on there who have all made things, and then they're allowing them to actually monetize themselves through Snap's portal, working directly with brands. So Snap creates a relationship with Nike, and now you can get work from Nike because you're part of Snap's creative platform. So that's another platform I would totally explore and check out and really get into, because they're enabling that ecosystem, and to me they're a perfect acquisition target for Apple. I hope Apple acquires them because that would give a nice jump. But Apple doesn't have to acquire them. That's the beauty of it, because they're already well positioned building off of their platform. So, but it'll be really cool when those glasses do get talked about, but they probably aren't going to ship until June or some shit like that. And they're going to be expensive as fuck, right? They're going to be like $4,000 for these fucking glasses. And then there's going to be the whole like doom and damnation aspect of like, no one's going to do that. And of course, rich people will do it because they want the experience. And then there'll be a probably bigger separation between the people that are in this sort of Apple immersion versus folks that aren't or whatnot. But I definitely see that growing. In fact, I saw, I actually picked a new office location because it's connected to the mall, and it's in this area where I have this really nice sort of like walkway that goes past the audience, goes right or past the office. It's just a cool space to set up a bunch of AR exhibits. So I drive around town thinking, where would be a cool AR exhibit? You know what I mean? That would be a cool spot for an AR exhibit. and sort of thinking about that, and also thinking proactively about how to sell the AR experiences and where to start, and also where you got to do your freebies, right? Got to do some freebies and work to in order. Again, I'm orchestrating. Sometimes I got to actually throw the party. You know what I mean? I have to throw the party, invite the people, and then let them casually run into this nuanced experience of which then it I can't cram it down their neck. I gotta get them to feel, and if I can get them to feel and see the experience, and then they know it came from me, that's golden. That is golden because now I can, even better if I've already prospected them. You know what I mean? Like I've already investigated who they are. I already know what their space is. I already know a really cool AR example for them, and I show them how easy it is to cross that gap, and then just take a chance. Sometimes you just want to get in with a company, even if it's a free job, just so you can open up the pipeline. You don't, you know what I mean? Like that's something you do all the time in consulting. You take a gig that a lot of people say don't take that gig. Sometimes you take a gig to open up the pipeline and the trust, and to get in there before someone else does. And that always happens on a new sort of trend arc like this. There's like, I know this. I got like 5 motherfuckers who stare at me every day going, what are you going to do next, Dan? See what you do, and I'm like, I go create the market, and then they go and step in and take it, So, but, it's funny. It's a life I don't really like a lot. I like to do other things, but I know that space, I guess, to an extent.
Nah, there's a lot for AR. I mean, like Pokemon Go was pretty insane. I remember when that came out.
Yep.
How fun! Like that was a time where I seen like people who were generally just playing video games, like going outside, making groups and stuff like that. It was such a wild time.
My wife still does it with my children.
Oh, nice. How does she play it? Like, do you
On her
still walk around and stuff?
phone and stuff, and she moves around. When we go to town, she sets out Pokestops, and they do all. I don't play it, so I don't know the terminology. I don't play those kind of games, but they do, and they really get into creating and getting to the different levels and trading different things that they can trade. It's a lot of fun for them.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun for me too. I enjoyed it when I was playing it. Um, I feel like the only problem right now, like I have a Quest Pro and I've been using it for more and more AR experiences. Like first, the virtual desktop stuff is really cool. Like I've been using Immerse VR, so like I can have 5 screens and just do wherever I want. But the only reason why they can't do Pokemon Go on there yet is because like I think the lenses are sensitive to light, so you can't actually take them outside too much, or they'll like destroy themselves. But I'm thinking people may do that. That may be the way to go because Pokemon Go is fun. I agree. Like I enjoyed it when I was playing it. It was just like it was like a group event. It was like you're playing a game, but this is the first time where like you would group up with people. Very childhood like experience that I would love to see more of. Uh, and
Have you checked? Did you check out the video? Gorillas, they're playing in Times Square. It's huge. Like they did a whole AR projection in Times Square where they're all like the size of the buildings and playing the music, and they show a dinosaur walk across the background and shit. And that's Niantic technology too. So yeah, Niantic is doing a lot of really cool stuff, but it's surprisingly they should have a lot more competition, and hopefully they'll have some more soon.
no, I haven't seen it. I'll check that out. Is it one of those things on Times Square where like something kind of like seems like it's reaching out to you and it's not?
Yeah, I mean it's a projected AR, hold up your phone and you see Times Square, but instead you see them singing like their Clint Eastwood song, and there's huge animated avatars like standing around, and it's like a whole band thing. In fact, I just saw it's a little bit not completely the same, but also like they're doing a show called Dance with Monsters. Netflix is doing the show where People are wearing the motion capture suit, like they're the actor, but their characters or their animated things are actually the things that are dancing on the stage. So they have like a crazy furry monster that's all 3D, and then they show the guy dancing with the suit on, right, with the motion capture suit. So you're still auditioning, but you're auditioning as you're gonna send your 3D data, right, your motion data to this character that you created, that you brought into the show, and then you're gonna be this Fozzie Bear up there on the screen. So the audience sees the audience sees the crazy Muppet dance, right? They see a full framed thing up there. I don't know if they're doing it with hologram or if they're just projecting it or whatnot, but you watch that, and then you also have the person like side by side view where they show all the mocap stuff, and they're capturing all their animations and the movements and their gestures. And that's actually really connected a lot to, like, if you look at some of the other technology that's happening, like in Japan, they just came out with this really cool, I don't know the name offhand, but it's a small sensor set of 6 sensors that you can put on your wrists, on your knees, maybe on your toes, maybe on your shoulders. And you can go into VR chat and you have full body kinetics control of your character in VR chat, which is pretty cool. And people are, that's the other thing that's sort of happening. You're seeing the micro IoT sort of product side of data capture, motion control capture, that kind of stuff being sent, to the app that allows you to do things that, before were static, right? You could move around with your character and hit one button and it would do a wave. Well, now you have full body. Now you can be yourself. You can flick somebody off. You can cross your shoulder. Like, you can do whatever. You know what I mean? That's starting to, and that's a cool trend in my opinion, because that grows the niche of all the people who are playing in the electronic space. DIY electronics is really cool. You can follow that trend. You can follow that trend into music. You can see how it explodes, like in Eurorack, and people are sort of mixing analog and digital, and they're doing hybrid interfaces. Tons of experimentations happening on the hardware side, and it's merging with the AI and AR side. So there's tons of cool shit coming. But yeah, lots of possibilities.
I agree. Everything's changing. There's just too much. That is insane.
Yeah, it makes you want to get like I don't know. Like, that's where it's like, it sucks to like look for money at the same time. Like, I keep thinking like, I just want to, like, there's a part of me, and I had this going for a while, and I kind of need to get back to it, because I was like, I want to like pick my team, get $10 million, and basically go stealth and just work on a bunch of cool concepts internally. I'd love to do that. That's easier said than done, but right now there are investors who are looking for that. There are investors who are looking for the people who say, I'm building the holodeck. And there's something, because all the pieces are coming together. I mean, this whole dance with prompting and art is key for us to unlock that manifestation power of being in the virtual or the augmented reality, and be able to manifest on the fly anything. That's a key piece of what is needed. That's part of the seamless experience of being in that. So it's cool to see all the image art and prompting, because it's training. For as much as we're training and playing with the computer, we're also training ourselves to sort of think about how fast we could be in the virtual or augmented reality. How fast we can be at thought. That's key. Because if you stop believing in the delusion, well, it completely falls apart. And that's why I think things like, this is a crazy theory I have, but the Right to Know My Reality Act will occur. There'll be a government act or something that will come down on AR that says at all times I should have an indicator. Am I in my reality, or am I in a modified reality? And that's going to be a part of the hacking scene, right? You're going to see a whole scene of people trying to hack the AR experience that you created, so they could do what? So they could distort something, take something from somebody else. I mean, it's a whole new realm of reality that we're going into that is part real and part not. And that part not is becoming seamlessly same as real. So it's going to get harder and harder for us to potentially separate the fake from the real. But that's by design, because the more we accept the vision, the less our mind is going to fight with it, and less, you know what I mean? It's like doing a base jump is for real, is a lot more real than maybe doing a base jump in VR where it's fake, because you'll bounce off the ground or whatever. So I see that, and actually, what's crazy is it's going to follow, I hope, to some degree, the same lines of that movie Strange Days. If you ever seen that movie, that's a great movie, where basically people are, downloading memories from folks, and that's probably within the realm of possibility to some extent. Maybe not in 10 years, but I mean, it is kind of coming. Elon's going in that direction. The guy that used to run, who was head of Neuralink's division, left recently. I think he left 6 months ago, and he started another company called Synctron, who just announced yesterday they raised $75 million over the first patient Neuralink implant type thing. So they're going to compete with Neuralink, and there'll be a bunch of companies competing with Neuralink, and that'll be a whole nother sector of innovation and everything. But the quest to make augmented reality seamless is key, because the more it is, the longer you can endure the experience, and thus the more productivity you can have and everything else. Just like, it's just like lag, right? It's going from 9600 baud modem to broadband. Until you got on broadband, we didn't even know what the internet could do for us, right? And so it's increasingly important to get broadband out there. And you see people all the time doing tons of, like, especially in Ohio, there's tons of government grants. Get broadband into rural Ohio, to get more people enabled so that we can move them up the chain in terms of technology and enablement.
Yeah, I need a faster internet at this point too, because using those kind of like AR integrated apps, like I use the monitors. That's what my use case for AR is. I use the virtual monitors, and there's definitely a latency issue. You can definitely run into like sometimes your mouse movements are just a little too sluggish, and I think for that and like something like cloud gaming and stuff like that, the latency needs to be fast, and if the AR object is a little too slow, that causes a lot of friction. Another thing is, I do think that holds AR and sometimes VR back is that people get headaches from that stuff
Yep,
pretty
correct.
easily.
It's
I got
huge.
headaches.
That's a huge
I got
issue
headaches
from
from it.
Apple, by the way. Yeah, that's a huge thing that Apple's tackling. Yeah, and it's also it's really heavy headset, right? I mean, people had like neck strain and other shit.
Yeah, there was a kid who broke his neck using it. Mostly because he's playing. It's mostly, I think, the only reason why I got a headache and a lot of other people get a headache is because you're pushing it. So like I'm playing Bones Lab. Bones Lab is like a pretty hard simulation, and it's very fast twitch. So you're like trying to be like a shooter game, something like that. And with a heavy headset, and if your frame rate isn't perfect, it definitely leaves you pretty dizzy. But if you're playing like a shooter, like I think there's a VR shooter, that game that also can kind of leave you dizzy. But I think AR shouldn't be too bad. But I think what people try to do is the shooters, or like I think for some people they're trying to do AR simulations of like Roblox games. I don't know how much headaches that's gonna cause if they keep the UI very simple. But more virtual objects, more the likelihood of like headaches. And I mean, they go away, but they still kind of suck. Uh, it's really hard to use an AR headset for more than 8 hours. Like I can be on the computer for more than 8 hours, but I can't use that headset for more than 8 hours. It has to be a lot better.
Yeah, and I think we'll see those changes come. I think there'll still be the virtual, like, specific sort of headsets, and then there'll be the AR side. There'll be I don't know. I mean, I guess you could make an AR set work. I mean, Robert Scoble is a great guy to follow on that stuff. The guy's a master in that whole space. If you don't follow him, you should totally follow him. He's actually writing a book on all this AR stuff right now, and he's probably the best guy to sort of follow interest. His big love is spatial audio, though. That's where he is like completely just like all over is the spatial audio, because a lot of the spatial audio helps complete the experience in a lightweight technology way. Using audio to sort of help you condition and get comfortable in the scene as it unfolds. He's a big proponent of that. Well, you got any other questions? Anybody want to come at the stage? Talk about Casey in the audience. Man, we've been Jennifer, no coolness. We've been having a great discussion here, but I always want to open it up to anyone else to
Yeah,
talk.
more people. I don't have anything else to say. I ran out of ideas. I don't have any more ideas.
This is where I'm going to go get a beer, and I'll be right back. All right, still no chatter here. All right, that's not cool. You know what I mean? What the fuck's going on, Mr. Ghana? Get up here. You know what I mean? You're the head Ghana. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Fucking unicorn. Goddamn fucking unicorn.
Oh my god. Yeah. I should probably check my messages. Sometimes I get messages like, so you want to start a syndicate? That's how Matthias trolls me in the background. He has a lot of fun. Like, yeah, people have no idea how much fun he has.
I like how people come in. We had that guy come in one day. He's like, I saw the Syndicate, and I thought you guys were like a mafia group. I'm like, oh, yeah, come on.
Well, we never considered that.
Oh, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, man. It's been staring at us in the face the whole time.
So I was doing some Disney homework today.
It's even worse than you
for
thought.
Next week. Well, Avatar, Disney released guidance, and that Avatar's not doing very well, basically, and so now I'm looking to short it for next week. So that was the homework I was doing this today. When because I think Avatar, they were expecting like some ungodly amount of return, just because of the budget.
Shouldn't you have shorted it before the movie was released?
Sorry.
Shouldn't the short position have been issued before the movie was released?
Probably. I might have not been, paying attention to catch that. But I did notice that the budget, there was a comment made about a couple weeks ago about the budget and that they needed to clear this amount to make a profit on the budget. And I was like, there's no way, because of streaming, right? There's just no way people aren't going to the movies that like they were pre-pandemic. But I missed the part. It was just a stupid overlook about, I didn't expect them to release new guidance this weekend, I think yesterday or today. And I was like, shit. So I don't know.
I have this pet conspiracy theory that they want to lose money for capital losses for taxation purposes. Like when I saw they canceled that women minority Marvel movie that they spent like $100 million on, and they just didn't release it at all. I was like, huh.
When did that happen?
Exactly.
that was Batgirl.
He was a Batgirl?
That was DC.
How much did it spend on
Yeah,
Batgirl?
that's what I thought. That was DC. Yeah, it was DC, right?
What's the difference? Sorry, I do
Oh,
I do
DC is
that to
just
troll
on
you guys.
fire.
how
I
dare
do that.
you?
That's an
That's the
easy one.
difference.
Look,
Marvel is, it's doing okay. DC is like a curse. And everyone who's worked with DC so far has horribly failed, and it's on fire at every moment.
Yeah, they just whatchamacallit? What's his name? It's not going to be Superman. Um, what's his name? It escapes me now. That just came out last week.
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, and then The Rock unfollowed them. These, because I guess that all fell apart. So there was supposed to be in Black Adam 2 with Henry Cavill as Superman. And last week, Henry Cavill was like, it's not happening. He either got fired or they went in a different direction or whatever. So of course he gave up his Witcher position, which he gave to, the other Chris Hemsworth's brother. So DC's a mess. I mean, I try to give them credit, but good Lord, they keep shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, but one thing about Disney I didn't realize is the Igor guy tried to retire 4 times. I just realized that today in homework. Like he won't be there.
that guy just can't find a replacement, can he?
No, and the other guy that what's his name? He was like
He's like fucking Godfather.
funneling money to different departments and shit. It was just like a mess. It was like so Iger won't be there very long. So
That's what he thinks.
I heard Disney is going to sell to Apple.
That was the
Did anyone
rumor.
else hear that?
No, that was a rumor when Iger came back. Iger came back that potentially that Apple would buy them, but I think he just, he's like, that's not going to happen. He said that wasn't. He came out and said that's not true, because it ticked up for a couple of days because of that rumor. But which would be nice if it did. I think for streaming for Apple, be a win-win. But he came out and said no, that's not true. That doesn't mean that's not going to happen. It could happen, but yeah, I think I really don't think he's going to be there very long. I think they're going to maybe not have a CEO. So, puts on Disney. But I'm still long on it though. That'd be something that it's not going anywhere. Like Disney's a household staple. When it comes down to getting rid of something, I think families will have, like I said, electric, milk, Disney, on the table, and Disney will probably stay. We'll get rid of milk before we get rid of Disney. I think that's where we're headed. I mean, that's where Disney is now with the streaming. So,
What about Lion Queen?
Lightning McQueen.
Lion Queen. You know how they have Lion King?
You don't have a serious bone in your body on Sundays, do you? Just can't do it, can you?
I'm trying to think about ideas for new movies. Right?
No Lion Queen. No.
Are the Wakanda movies any
It
good?
is. It's Wakanda Forever is doing very good.
No, are they any good?
I did.
I know they do.
I
Well.
saw it. I saw it
Yeah.
twice. I'll go see
Yeah.
it. I'm going to see it. Plan on seeing it next week again with some friends because we're
Hmm.
all in. I mean,
You guys dress up?
It's
too?
what?
You guys dress up when you go? No,
No, it's just kind of
I wouldn't. Wasn't sure how.
No,
it
if I don't like bad movies. Like I don't like Ant-Man, but I still go see it. Spider-Mans are okay.
Yo, my favorite shit is watching Dr. Umar review Wakanda.
He does.
Have you ever seen that shit? That's fucking hilarious.
That's time that you can't get back.
I mean,
that's right. You have a snow dragon. Oh, so do I. It's okay. You feel personally attacked.
Yeah, I pissed my snow dragon off. So there goes that evening. That's well, I tell you a funny story. When I was dating.
Does the wifey know about Dr. Umar?
She doesn't. She kind of misses all that.
Oh man.
She misses that.
Okay.
She doesn't. But I was meeting her mechanic. Something's wrong with her car, and I met her mechanic, and he was dating. He was married to a Asian. His wife was Asian, and he like really. It was really funny because he kind of got up to. He came up really close to me, and he he was like, he's like, it's a misconception that they're docile, isn't it? I was like, what?
That's
I
fucking
was like, what?
hilarious.
I didn't. It's the first time meeting this guy. He's just like he's telling me a secret. He's like, it's a misconception that they're docile, and I was like, it is. Like the men barely say anything.
Wait, how does his wife feel that he's carrying that
I
stereotype?
don't know, but it was so funny. And I told my wife when we got in the car, she's like,
Sorry, I have to clip that. My bad.
it's like, oh, like, you know what? Damn it! I just saw this is recorded. I'm done.
I just don't.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I just look. I gotta
Rocket.
look.
My favorite is Raucous After Dark. You
I gotta
understand
look
me?
at see if it's up here blinking up here now. I'm gonna put my business attire on. My business. I'm gonna be putting 9 to 5.
Oh, give us your business voice. I've never heard your code switch before. I know it's in there.
Oh, well, like when I'm giving a presentation or something.
Yeah, like present some data to me. As you can clearly see.
And if we look at the chart here and October, we'll see that October outperformed or Q4 outperformed Q2, but that's natural because there's more ad spend in Q4, and we typically have that. So we'll want to make sure that we level with the client and let them know that their ads or their campaign or the data was skewed. We'll have to go back and ask them for more money, and that's it. I guess that's pretty
good.
Oh my, that's hot.
Pretty
That's
good.
hot.
That
No,
was
no,
great.
no, that's hot. That's hot. Just letting you know that's hot.
Rommel, can I hear your code switch?
Which type of code switch? You think I code switch? I don't really
No, I
code
don't
switch
think you
that
do.
much.
I don't think you do. I was wondering if you did.
I have a Harlem code switch.
Oh,
Like,
can I hear that?
that's it. I don't know. I can't do it on command though. Like,
I know it's kind of weird, right?
I just start saying the N word like at a higher frequency.
Oh,
like if I'm talking to X, if I'm talking to X, you
yes.
hear the N word starts to come out. The New Yorker in me starts to like appear.
That's amazing. Well, I can't comment on that being brown. I'm not dark enough, but yeah, I understand.
What do you mean you're not dark enough?
Because I'm brown. I'm not, right? You can only go lighter than yourself, laughing wise.
What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I've never heard that. That's funny though.
Really? You don't think that's true?
You can't go lighter than yourself. You're brown though.
You can't. Being able to make fun of things, you have to make fun of races lighter than you, not darker, or it's racist. Isn't that how it works? We could ask Dan, I guess. Dan, what do you think?
Oh shit! What? Sorry.
So the hypothesis is that if you're going to be racist, you have to be racist to people that are lighter skinned than you. You can't go darker, right? You have to punch light, I guess.
Well, okay. I guess for us, yeah. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's acceptable because I find it hot. I find them hot, I guess. But like everyone makes fun of people with ginger hair because they have lighter skin, right? Where we don't, you know. For many years it was acceptable, at least growing up. Now we all know we can't make fun of anyone.
No, I think I heard you're a minority though in your spectrum, right?
In my spectrum,
like to have orange hair, that's like a minority unto itself.
It's a recessive gene. It's a double recessive gene.
It's a double recessive gene.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You have orange hair?
It's kind of exotic when you think about it.
And you have orange hair?
No, I
You have
don't.
red hair? You don't have red hair, do you?
No, I don't. I personally
Okay.
don't. But what I'm saying is like when Michael said you can make fun of people with lighter skin,
I'm white as fuck. Now I'm not white as fuck, but I mean white. You know what I mean? Look, I'm Northern European and a gypsy. So like I'm white but tan really well. So yeah, I guess like it was okay for us to make fun of albinos, right?
Yes, that's how it works. That's my
But
contention,
that,
right?
but
Like if
Yeah, but here's the thing, it all goes down. So the albinos get the fucking shit because they get made everybody makes fun of those guys for things. You know what
yeah,
I
I
mean?
mean they are pretty funny looking.
Right,
See, I
right.
can
And
say
then
that
and then
as
it
a
goes up
brown,
to like
right?
ginger hair people, right? It goes like albinos, ginger hair people, and then white people, and then I can't, right? Because
well,
I that's
yeah,
it for me. Yeah,
coconuts and
that's my
everything.
ceiling. No, but that's my ceiling. I can't make fun of the above, so, or
Hmm. See, Ruckus,
Yep.
I told you it is based in reality, even though we don't like it to be the case. Or I don't know if we're not. Are we allowed to say them? No, we are for it. What's the safer thing to say? You're for or against it?
I love the question. What's the safer thing?
Right? What's like? I just imagine if you were just talking on the street, right, and somebody saw you making fun of a brown person, you'd have a bunch of people saying, "Oh, that racist lady," right? But if you made fun of albino, it'd be like, "Oh, yeah, albinos suck." You know what I mean? Like, I think it's safer.
Nah, that's not true.
Right? No, you don't think so? If I got caught in a
Nah.
TikTok video making fun of black people, that'd be a problem, right? If I made fun of brown people, nobody would notice, right?
I don't know.
No, but here's no. But
Maybe.
here's the thing. I can't make fun of say oh god, how can I say this? I can only make fun of an albino person if they come from a white parents.
Oh, you brought up a good point.
Oh, come
You can make fun of KC because he's a white cisgender male, right? So that's like kind of whiter than a
Yeah,
white
like to
woman,
me,
right? In a way,
What,
yeah.
and I do have the Q there. He probably doesn't. You know what I mean? So like,
Mm-hmm, hmm.
But what are the key questions to ask to filter out what exact like
How
racial
close are
preferences
you to a
have?
black person? Because I think if you're
Yeah, so
close, if you're
I could
standing in
determine.
proximity, yeah, you can look to
But
that person. If they're laughing, then it's like, see, it was funny, guys,
that's
right?
true.
But if they're not
Could be
laughing, then it's
proximity
like,
laughing. Yeah,
yeah,
that could be.
proximity laughing. I
Yeah.
like
It's counted
I,
on
I
the
like
type
that.
of black person, though.
You're right. You're right. You have to ask before, right? You kind of have to like. There's
You
always that
gotta, you
moment
gotta
when
see,
you look over.
you gotta see if he's a Republican black. Like those are the worst. You don't want to make jokes when they're around.
Oh, watch out! That's raucous.
I'm not
Those are the self-hating
I'm not
Negroes.
a Republican. Where's that coming from?
Well, that's what I
No,
heard. The
oh,
rumors on the street.
Yeah, he's a
Those
closet
are,
I'm
Republican.
not a Republican.
He's a Democrat in the
I'm
streets and
in I'm
Republican in the streets.
He's a dino Democrat in name only.
Oh, is that what that is? Is that because they're going extinct?
That's a possibility. Yeah.
I vote candidates. I'm in the middle. Like the cut.
Yeah, you vote Disney. What are you talking about?
I well, my okay, come on. I mean, Disney's
Sorry.
Disney's a horrible
This is just
company.
inflammatory at this
I'm
point.
benefiting.
Look,
It's like
No love lost. No love lost. That's it.
well, the thing is, like, we have like a kinship in suffering. You know what I mean? Right? So
what do you mean?
there's an understanding there.
Yes, you get it. Yes, there's a kinship in suffering. Yeah. Yeah. Disney's anger management for me. You know what I mean? It's like
What an absurd conversation that actually has basis in reality, which is the scary part.
Are you pre 62 Disney or post 62 Disney?
Oh, good point.
Oh,
Yes.
that's a good one.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, for example, because you know how Disney had like really racist. I mean, they weren't. You know how Disney had cartoons that were reflective of the times that they were in? Yeah.
But what's 62 have to do with it?
So it's like there's pre 1962 Disney where they're like, today we would call that racist, right?
Why 62 though?
Good question. Why 62?
That's what I meant.
It's just the beginning of the decade, 2 years in. Change was starting, and everything started changing.
Mm.
That's so fascinating. See, that's what I would like to know more about. Like what happened in the 60s that allowed them culturally to have to change.
When did the
Well, they did.
when did
They did change, and I'm guessing more post
I,
62. But I didn't know about um the pedophilia stuff. You know what I mean? Like that was like a hard, and because I was a enjoyed, I was a teacher at the time and studying and stuff like that. So that was kind of like a hard line in the sand, like, you know, but then I love Marvel, right? Then they bought Marvel, and so it's anger management, I guess, just to say, just to be, just to wrap it up, I guess. I don't condone what they allowed. I've kind of carried it like a hatred for them for that, for looking the other way.
Yeah, but if we grew up white, and if we were born in 1914, we would have done the same thing.
What?
We would have been like if we were born to a white family in 1912, we would have been just as bad as them.
Oh, as far as race is
Not
concerned?
really, no.
As far as race is concerned?
You don't think you don't think that if you were born to white parents and you were white in 1912, you wouldn't?
That's a good question.
You know,
Right?
during that time, like people fought against this stuff. Like it was still kind of racist during that time. Like there was a lot of people advocating against that stuff, even during that time. Like
The North and South.
it's not like
Yeah.
people change. Like this stuff is more popular, but it's not like the opinions about it are too radically different.
Yeah, you did have people who didn't like it, but
I guess I'm saying if I was born in Rome, I'd probably speak Italian.
Woodrow Wilson segregated the military when he became president.
I didn't know that.
When did he become president? Woodrow Wilson.
I think 1912.
That's a name you don't hear a lot.
Yeah.
He was the one that campaigned said we're not going to get into the war. We're not going to get into the war on his second term, and he got elected second term, and then they went straight into the war.
It's interesting. You ever see the cables between like Winston Churchill and whoever the president was at the time, where they're like trying to get the U.S. to come into the war, but the U.S. knows that the population isn't on the side of it.
Yep.
Yeah, if you see a lot of like, I forget who was the president during World War II for America.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and then
Roosevelt,
Truman at the end.
Yeah, so if you look at like, I remember being really fascinated with Winston Churchill, right? You read his quotes and you're like, I wonder what this guy's about.
Yeah, I read his biography. Yeah,
dude, it's so fascinating. You see how he's like campaigning Roosevelt to get in the war. And it's not that he doesn't necessarily want to get into the war, it's just he knows that the public support isn't there for it yet.
and he saw it as an economic way of getting out, doing Lend-Lease to Canada, and then Canada would ship the military gear and stuff to England.
Yeah, the military relationship between Canada, the U.S., and England is not really talked about, but there's a lot of overlap there.
Yep.
Guns, germs, and steel.
Gun, germs, and steel. Yeah. Yeah, they call it's guns, germs, and steel, eh? That's what they called it in Canada.
And Woodrow Wilson was a Democrat too, so.
And he segregated the military. Not Woodrow Wilson. You said who segregated the military?
You said Roosevelt?
No, Woodrow Wilson. Before that, it wasn't. It was not a policy that they did it, but after he became president, they implemented that policy to make segregation. So
Interesting. I'm now reading The Lost Cause of the Confederacy. You ever come across this? This is fascinating.
As much as I have this measure of grace speech, I like to use sometimes when there's conflict and at work. But as much as I would like to, you know, I do believe that people deserve a measure of grace, you know. Um, and you know, and a moving forward, you know, here, you know, let's give them a measure of grace and move forward. Um, it's, you know, when it comes to like companies like Disney or you know, the country and but then it's like, damn it, you know, you did this, you know, you know what I mean. You know, I think if you come out and just say it, it will be better. If you just come out and acknowledge it.
So if you said that Disney came out with, you know what, guys, there's no love lost here. Either watch the film or shut the fuck up. You think that'd be better?
What do you mean? You mean with Avatar? What you mean? Just regardless, or
Yeah, just in general. Be like, look, guys, this is what the films are. All right, so either watch it or shut the fuck up.
it could work. I don't know if it will work for Disney. Disney's
It could.
more family oriented. You know what I mean? It could work for another company, I guess.
They have to be perceived as being progressive. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Their perception of
Yeah.
progression is very
Yes.
important.
And Disney is. They've. I think they've made steps in progression over the decades. Obviously, since 1962, right? And in their films, and of course, you know what company can control their employees, and I think they took action, but I don't know if I'm very comfortable with this as quiet as it was. You know what I mean? Like there were consequences and penalties and imprisonments, but to keep it quiet, I think that's probably where I would raise an eyebrow.
Can I just interject
Yeah, go ahead.
something? The reason you know, you had the uh, strong Catholic censorship board that pretty much monitored movies and TV, and that's where you got a lot of your rules and regulations from. And in the 60s, they were in 1965 or 66, they allowed one movie, a Jewish and it showed breasts, and they were allowed to show it in New York City. And as soon as they allowed that to happen, they lost all control of the censorship, which then opened the floodgate of anything. That's the reason why the 70s, when you look at the movies from the 70s, you see all kinds of, like Last Tango to Paris, you know, is almost as pornographic, but it was in public, you know, public showing. And you look at the transition of the movies as they progress. The 80s, they kind of calm back down. Then the 90s, you look at movies from the 90s, it's kind of like, you know, upbeat and techy and futuristic. And then once you hit the 2000s, you started, you know, bringing cultural things subliminally and directly into the movies. And that's, you know, just my perception, I guess.
Do you think we've gone too far with movies as far as trying to push the envelope with?
Well, I mean, it's just like, you know, you can say anything about putting stuff into movies. You know, there is a degree of entertainment at the same time. You know, what things are you pushing that go against the culture, and you're trying to desynthesize the culture to things. And that's what the movies, if you look at them, most of the movies um, are like that. It's like if you look at Top Gun, the last one was really close to the first one, and they didn't lose that piece, and they didn't make it really woke, you know. But then you can look at other movies, and they make it extremely woke, and that's the reason why I'm picking and choosing. You know, I pretty much it's really difficult for me to watch some movies because I'm not there just for the entertainment. I look at all the imagery and I look at all the things that they're conveying, even in the background. And my wife and my family hate me for it, because it's just the way I look at it. I mean, they don't literally hate me, but they just get irritated because I'll call out things.
What's woke? Like, what's woke in a movie?
Well, just watch 1930, 1940 movies and then watch modern day movies and you'll see the difference.
No, like, what's woke and, like, I don't know, what's a recent woke movie? And, like, what would you say is the woke elements to it? Because, like, I hear woke and I'm like, what do people mean by it? It seems so, like, abstract what they mean by woke.
It's a display of cultural things that are acceptable in the movie that aren't necessarily totally acceptable in the culture.
Like what?
That's as far as I'll take it since we're recording. So
wait, are we recording?
Yeah, you gotta look up Mike. He records and he doesn't record, and it's like kind of gotta.
I don't know. Like, does anyone else have anything that's woke or not woke? Because, like, I hear when people say something's woke, but I just don't know what they mean by it. Like, like, what does it mean? Like, when people say a movie's woke?
There's groups that will say that there's certain things not acceptable, and those groups, other groups say that they are, and then the group there's a difference in those when it comes to what is happening in society. Okay, and there are groups that are that don't accept that, and they look at it because of the media portrays a lot of what they don't accept. I mean, let's look at the Amish. They don't even watch TV. They don't have electronics. Okay, so in some respects, they're woke against electronics. They'll use mechanical equipment, but they won't use anything that's electronic.
Wait, I'm just meaning like what specific thing? Because, like, people say like a movie's woke or movie's not woke, all right? They'll say like, do you have an example of a woke movie? Like, what's a recent movie that was woke?
Again, look at the movies I'd say 40s and 50s and compare them to today. You'll see the difference.
But I'm saying, which movie are you saying is woke? If it's all, you're saying all movies are woke in 2020?
No, not all of them, but the majority of the ones that you watch, you'll see that things are being communicated to and being put on display for people to go and watch and see as entertainment, but there's underlying communications of things that that the society that is in the films are promoting those things as being culturally correct.
Okay, so if it's a majority, can you name one? Can you name, like, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. So can you name one movie that's woke? I mean, it's like you said, it's recorded, but, like, can you just name the movie so I could kind of figure out, okay, this is a woke movie?
No, it's recorded.
Okay, is Black Panther woke?
I didn't watch it.
What movies have you watched recently? I don't know.
Are we
again like?
Are we saying that Wakanda Forever is like woke? I mean, that's not woke, is it? I mean, and I'm more upset that Web3 doesn't have Wakanda. No, Jesus, it's a big. I'm not just trying to make a general joke.
It's just like people. No, I just don't know when people say something's woke. What do they mean by it being woke? Like, what elements are woke? Like, I just don't know what's woke.
All right, hold on.
Like,
I just looked it up in Google, and what does
What does a woke movie mean? Here's the answer. Woke movies are movies where the presence of a very diverse character, racially diverse and or sexually diverse with LGBTQ characters, or of strong female lead that does not seem natural but forced and goes with an obvious political leftist or progressive like message. And then if you want to know some movies, they have there's a link in here. Here's some examples. And this is an article that says 10 woke movies that have ruined their franchises. That's a big statement. Terminator Dark Fate, supposedly is a woke movie. Ghostbusters 2016, potentially woke. Wonder Woman, the 1984 version from 2020, supposedly woke. Star Wars, The Last Jedi was woke. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they say on here. Charlie's Angels, definitely woke.
The original was woke. The one where
No, man,
they were
that
like
was
butt
just
naked,
no.
or
I don't know. I just threw that out there. I mean, they have it on here, but Mortal Kombat was woke. Come on, that was actually a decent movie thing. Captain Marvel, that's definitely woke, right? All female character lead, totally badass woman, tons of powers, yet doesn't need a man. Probably doesn't need Wakanda. I don't know.
I would say that Black Panther,
I feel like,
as an example, Black Panthers are woke. Both of them are woke movies. They're based off the Black Panther movement in 1966. If you're familiar with the Black Panthers, there are undertones that and conversations and issues and problems that were happening within the Black Panther ranks. So those two movies, the first movie was definitely, not with try to give any spoilers, but the conversation with Black Panther and Killmonger, um, you know, the the disagreements that they had, especially when it first started. You can see those were the same conversations that were had in the Black Panther Party. Okay, Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever were also conversations or issues that were happening within the Hispanic and Black community in like the 80s and the 90s as well. So um, those two movies would be a good example of woke movies.
yeah, but I mean, is that the context of the film? I feel like, I don't know. Like, is that bad? Is woke
It's
bad
not.
then?
I
If
don't think it's not
just
a
talking
bad.
about,
It's not bad, but it is like an awakening for social issues that we are experiencing, and especially with Barack become changes in in our country, having the first black president. Um, you know, starting with him, I think. Beginning with Barack and then going to Trump and it was just an awakening for the country. There were a lot of isms that the country did not realize. I learned a lot of isms during the last 4 or 5 years, so it could be woke for me. Learning about sexism, feminism. Those are woke subjects and topics. It's just not racism. There are a lot of isms. So especially within the last 4 or 5 years, there has been a lot of awakening, a lot of wokeness. And so, in my opinion, you know, you cannot necessarily say that I don't know. As one person I work it's purely anecdotal. She said, "I didn't know, but now I do. Sometimes I don't want to know, but it's there." You know what I mean? So, ignorance is no longer bliss. You know, you're woke, you're aware, you have been awakened, if that makes sense.
yeah, that does kind of make sense. But I feel like there was a lot of, like, I mean, I guess, is woke a new phenomenon, or are people saying, are people just describing an old phenomenon?
I think it's
Because I feel like there's a lot of old movies that also carry the same messages, or even sometimes even more extreme in those messages.
Absolutely. No, it's not
Uh,
new, but it's been, let's say it's been coined as, let's bring it to the forefront as being, okay, this is what we're going to call it. There are a lot of films, to Webb's point, in the 60s and 70s that happened, but, you know, do we really have to watch those films? I mean, do we really, could we just not, could we have gone through life and not known that wokeness? Or from the 60s, 70s, 80s. There are a lot of films that I haven't seen that dealt with feminism and sexism. I couldn't tell you. I didn't know they were there. I just wasn't very. I was clueless about them because I didn't need to be. And so I went through life not really understanding feminism, not understanding sexism until I got married. That's when I became woke. You know, and if you look back on the film industry and the music industry, there is a lot of messages that try to get people to understand, commercials try to get people to understand about certain issues and topics, if that makes sense.
Sorry, I have to switch my my thing real quick. Sorry.
Minor, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? I didn't want to just like jump up.
It's all good. No, I appreciate the. Yeah. Oh, hey.
Well, yeah, because I'm always confused by woke because like people will be like, Star Wars, the new Star Wars is woke, and I'm like, you're talking about Star Wars, like George Lucas trying to redescribe the Vietnam War, and in the movies, the that the U.S. government was always considered the empire directly. He said that the prequels talking about the kind of like the rise of Nazism, kind of having Palpatine kind of mirror the same things that Hitler did. But The Last Jedi, which is significantly more apolitical than the original films written by George Lucas, are woke. It was like super confusing. Like,
Could that be where art imitates life?
a little bit. I guess so. But I
I,
feel like the
Can I
original.
make a comment really quick? Like before I forget, um, the woke thing. Like, I feel like it more pertains to something that feels like it was inappropriately inserted into something. Like, it's okay if it was like the purpose of writing it or whatever to express like a view or opinion or whatever it may be. But if there was a story that was written like a comic book, for instance, and certain characters happen to be certain roles, um, and you love those like growing up or whatever, then you're gonna expect something that represents that, I guess. And then out of nowhere, throwing in like a nowadays mentality to that story or whatever it may be or approach kind of throws it off. Like, and I think that is the woke, like if a movie is woke, and yes, it is pulling in all of the components you guys are talking about, but I think like to define it as woke is like an awkward injection of it, like misplaced.
I can agree with that because like I do hear like a lot of people say like they hate like race swamping, like a character they'll make a character black or something like that. But I always think it's more due to the execution of it than not because like I'm be honest, there's one example that I've never heard people go, nah, I don't really like that example. Like I've never heard anyone say, Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury. That shouldn't have happened. We needed a white Nick Fury. Like I just feel like Samuel Jackson becoming Nick Fury was so popular that it just changed the comic version of Nick Fury, and I don't think anyone really had any problem with it. So there could be an execution error where people are talking about grand ideas and failing at it or not doing those justice, and maybe we're seeing the lack of that justice being done to the characters. Because again, like people say like the Last Jedi and stuff like that were woke, and I remember there's this big YouTuber called Critical Drinker, who he really like hates the message. He talks about like hating the message, and he's very anti woke movie reviewer, but he did like Andor, and Andor is I guess like if you want to talk about ideas, super woke. It's really talking about like how to stop fascism, how to rise against fascism. But like you said, it was done so well, and it respected those ideas so much, and it was built so much around it that maybe people didn't react that way. So maybe it's an execution thing that people are kind of worrying about.
When when did the term woke come about? Was it the last 5 years, 4 years? What instance was it being used?
It was 1962 and a half, if I remember correctly.
Well, I know the
That's
internet
completely
version.
made up.
Okay. No, when did it when did it trend? When was it coined? When was it first used?
So
Go ahead.
The internet version initially started differently than where it is now, because I think first woke is actually black people used to call other black people woke, and is actually talking about the hoteps.
Correct.
So you would have these guys who go free your mind, my brother, or oddly enough to stuff Kanye
Oh, you
West.
mean like the slam poet? Like,
Yeah.
I think we can all agree that slam poetry is like the realm of wokeness, whatever that means, right?
Correct.
But it was like a lump of the slam poets. So it was not like just like Saul Williams and other people like that. There's also the hotep. So like stuff like Kanye West is talking about. Like
So hold
with
on, when you say hotep, because that's an actual person, right? Can you give me some background? Because I don't know this lore.
So I'm talking about the black Jew, like people who believe they're like the people who believe they're actually Jewish.
So is that like
Damon
Kyrie?
Wayans' character on Living Color, the guy who was in prison? That's like a parody of.
Oh yes, the guy who's using a lot of words but doesn't.
Yes, that's a parody of woke. He was woke.
Yeah.
So in
And then
1962 was the first time actually that it was used in a New York Times article by an African American novelist.
Oh.
And it was an
But
awakening.
then the right turned it to everybody else, I guess.
Well,
and then it got popular.
It was more of an awakening, woke, and so to go back and use like the Damon Wayans character when you're black, Afrocentric, a lot of blacks, were preaching Africa and, in the 60s and 70s, and history, we were taught a different American history. And so a lot of blacks spent their time on Afrocentric conversations with where you came from, the origins of Africa, the pyramids, ISIS, all that was considered wokeism. And it progressed up. It progressed until Black Lives Matter movement is when you really started to hearing it more and more and more. And I like to use Barack and Donald Trump as great instances in American history where you have these two polarizing people, the first African American president of the United States, and then you have the first showman, Donald Trump, non-politician. And, a lot of things happen in that time between when Barack was elected and when Donald Trump, was elected. A lot of things happened. Okay, a lot of social issues. You had um, gay rights. You had a lot of movement, and it was a rich time in the United States where a lot of things were unpacked, for lack of a better term. A lot of things were unpacked during that time, and it just came to a head. And the Black Lives Matter movement, the protests that happened, that term woke started really, really coming out. And if you look back, we became more aware of a lot of things. This guy, elected president, first Black president of the United States, was just, you're not a citizen. You weren't born here. You're this, you're that. What is Barack Hussein? Are you a Muslim? It was just a lot to deal with. And a lot of Americans didn't realize that this was going on in their country. They just didn't. They were very asleep, and we go about our business and we do what we want to do. And we don't have to pay attention to things until it happens. Okay. And once gay rights happened, Barack Hussein Obama happened, Republicans kicking Barack in the balls for nothing. Then Trump was elected. Total, do as I say, not as as I do. Just went back on a lot of things. Sexism, grab them by the pee. You know what I mean? It all got unpacked at once in front of the entire world. And you could not have an excuse of saying, I don't know, because now you know. Everyone knows. Everyone's woke. We cannot go around and say, wow, didn't know that was happening. Some of us knew, some of us didn't. Now everyone's woke. And that's where we are today. And if you look back, if you sit down, I'm old enough, I can look back and I can look through history and I can say the signs were there, but I chose to ignore them. Or the signs were there and I didn't see them. But now I know. Now I know everything is there and I'm without excuse. That's woke.
And that was an awesome discussion of woke. That was a really cool explanation. Yeah.
Sorry if I sound so passionate about it, but I just thank you. But there's a lot that we learned we didn't know. You know what I mean? Even me, there's just a lot we didn't know. Now we do, right?
Well, I also think that it's the answer to the truth that is now out there. Does that make sense? So, for example, I think that if someone were to be a proponent of reparations, they would be considered woke. Is that true?
I don't know. That's a good question.
And the reaction to that from the unwoke blacks would be, shut the fuck up and get to work. Right? Right?
That's funny you bring that up.
Those are the sentiments that I hear.
That's trending right now, right? Reparations.
Yeah, Bahamas just stole the FTX money and be like, all right, it's ours now. Fuck you guys. I was like, whoa, they got their reparations one way or another,
Well, California is talking about it,
Yeah.
And
but I think that's like a woke issue, right? Go ahead, Rich. What do you think about reparations? Just joking. Of course, we can't ask you that.
You can ask me that. I can answer. I think reparations are a good thing. I mean, the economic.
Well, you have to say that technically.
Well, not actually. Technically, I don't have to say that, but I do know that the economic benefits and like the trickle up effect of reparations on the country as a whole would be actually quite good. So I'm for it. I'm here for it. I'm also here for what is that called? Like the living wage or living whatever.
UBI.
Yeah.
Oh, inflating away the value of U.S. currency.
Just throw the money all around is what I'm saying.
Oh my God.
So I don't remember why I raised my hand, but I think it's to correct you on a point, and I don't remember what that was. But I thought this was a room about sneakers and Versace, and this is not what is happening. I came to talk about Versace and sneakers.
One thing about woke people is they have really, really good shoes, right? You would think?
You know what? It's right because they don't spend a lot of time walking anywhere. Like so, their shoes are probably really clean.
I
Can you
remember
be
I
woke?
went to like a
Yeah.
party in Colombia, and I had a woke off with a couple people.
A what?
Like
Amazing.
like
What does that mean?
It's like a rap battle, but with social issues.
yeah, so it was kind of funny because like I don't know, it's all performative stuff, and so we sit down, and I guess they start talking about like different problems that are happening. Actually, I lost the language to talk like that because even people who are woke now, they don't really use that. There was a really during like a few years, everyone wanted to speak like Judith Butler. So she had like a very verbose like way of speaking. That I mean, I think Judith Butler is probably one of the more popular, more important philosophers of this generation. But I hated the way she spoke. Like and maybe not the way she spoke, but the way her writing was, because everyone was following it. So people are using like terms of like like intersectionality of the space. It's super complicated, but I remember having that discussion, and that's like kind of doing the like some people say this a lot, like the oppression Olympics, where someone will list out their oppression, and then another
Yeah. So
person
you
will
think
list.
you're oppressed? Yeah.
Yeah, but like I mean, they were at Columbia. I was like, as a person who's like just in Harlem, poor. So like it was a weird experience. I definitely seem like the worst of what woke. I guess what people consider woke is, and that's the performative nature of it. Uh, and that was very strange for me because like
Like
it was so disconnected from the reality.
it's so interesting this conversation because like there are certain woke. It's almost like not to say good or bad or whatever, right? But like there are certain kind of issues you can point out. So for example, what do you think about Christopher Columbus? Right? That's a clear kind of distinction you can make there. There's certain issues where you can be like, another one we talked about raucous is, do you think they should be allowed in the same pool and race against each other? Another one, right? That is close to it.
Oh, you mean the gender?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Who should be allowed in the pool?
yeah.
Because there was Leah Thomas who transitioned. She started kicking the ass of all the women swimmers, and I think set the record and things like that. Right. So I think that's another. Not sure if it's necessarily woke the way it initially started, but that.
Did you guys vote?
I did. Did you?
I did. My sister voted too. Not my younger sister, my older sister.
Yeah, you mean on the Elon thing?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
voted for him to step down.
I did too.
You did?
I did.
I never figured we'd vote the same, Rockets.
Why?
Well, hold on.
Wait, there's a vote? You
Why?
could vote
He's
him to step
Democrat
down?
He's only Democrat on Twitter Spaces. When he closes that curtain.
Hold on, Rich. Why do you say that?
I feel like we would vote differently.
Why?
Because I'm not. I'm a raving, bleeding heart liberal.
Okay.
Trigging.
I mean, what does my wife say? She says, I am an ally. Okay. I mean, I am an ally on tree loving liberals. I am. I'm not against it. I used to be, really, really liberal.
We miss
But,
you.
but I'm an ally. I want you to know. I mean, I am. I definitely am. And I,
That's exactly what a non-ally would say, though.
no,
I've been hurt
Just-
before, Rocket.
is what?
I've been hurt before.
I mean, I want
You
you
can
to
tell
wait.
how you really vote, because it's okay. It's not yeah, it actually is a record.
I no, well, I mean, I supported Barack. I actually like George Bush. I didn't
And
vote
here's the
for
thing:
him.
did you support him just because he's black?
No, well, no.
George
I
Bush?
no. I met George Bush. That's another story. But I voted for. It's a funny story about George Bush. You guys want to hear? But I voted for Barack because he was the underdog. He came out of nowhere.
Who was Barack against
And
again?
Hillary.
Oh, so
Wait, but at the end he wasn't against Hillary. He was
No. At
against
the end, it
John
was
McCain.
McCain who
John
was against
McCain.
wait
McCain.
a minute.
No.
Yeah.
Not
And then
McCain.
Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney.
The
Yes.
primary
Yes.
was Hillary
First,
Clinton
and then
versus
Mitt
Obama.
Romney.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, you Rich.
yeah. So in 2008, it was against John McCain. In 2000, and the next one, it was against Mitt Romney.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you meant like for the Democratic nominee
But yeah, he ran against Hillary Clinton in the primary.
in the
Hillary
primary.
Clinton
Oh,
and
how did
somebody
he
else.
beat her? One wonder.
I don't know Canada. It was pretty easy.
I'm joking.
No, but wasn't that
Oh.
amazing? Like the way he came from out of nowhere. Like
No, because he spoke at the Democratic National Convention in 2006, and that speech kind of set him up. Like, I think that if you follow Democrat politics, the way my family does, anyway, you kind of knew that it was going to be a thing.
my dad is a Democrat. My mom and dad are Democrats.
My mom works for the Democratic National.
Okay.
She works for the party.
Okay.
DPA.
Okay. I liked him. He was the under. He just
I
to
like
me.
him still. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to
I
speak.
voted for him.
Just to hear him talk, right? Was like
yeah,
amazing.
He's an amazing orator. But he, what is it? I'm from Arkansas, right? So, like Hillary Clinton, Arkansas, like there was a big deal here because she founded the clinics at the law school, and Bill's from here, and he was our governor. She was our first lady, so it's a little bit weird to support Barack Obama in Arkansas at the time, but I did. I liked him better. It was pretty straightforward.
I did too. So I did, and not just because he was black, but because he was very eloquent in speaking. There were a lot of things I didn't agree with it that he did.
Like what?
I didn't
like that
agree.
Beergate. What was that?
I didn't agree bailing the banks out, bailing GM out. I didn't agree
but
with.
he did that in cahoots with George Bush.
He did, but I didn't agree with it. I didn't agree with the bombings.
What about that time you wore the seersucker suit? Oof, they did not like that.
That was ridiculous, wasn't it?
It was so ridiculous. Like the
That was
things that you got picked on for were so ridiculous.
Like you weren't like literally Donald Trump ran on birthism. You know what I mean? Like that is the most ridiculous. That was like the most ridiculous. And you know what? I couldn't wait for the guy to win. I really couldn't, because I thought that Donald Trump would be the bull in the China store that this country needed. Donald Trump would just wreck the shit up. He would bring the country to his knees. And I felt that's what the country needed, because there were two Americas, and some of us still live in one, only one, and don't know about the other. They weren't woke. They didn't know. And I felt that if he won, I slept like a fucking baby.
Sorry, what are the two Americas?
There's an American for minorities, and there's an America for whites.
I thought you meant I thought you were going to say there's a port city America, and then there's not a port city America.
No, stop. Stop. There are
But don't
two
they vote
Americas.
differently? Wouldn't you agree that cities vote differently than rural states?
I don't know enough to answer that question. I don't have the data in front of me enough to know the answer to that question, but
I guess Dakota and Arkansas may not vote the way that New York and California do.
Well, we vote race. I mean, if you look at the data, how we vote, blacks vote.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like,
hold on, if we vote race, we need to get Matthews as a political candidate. Yo, we have to be ahead of this curve, guys. It's staring at us in the face.
I mean, look at the Republican, voters, and look at the Democratic voter. It's all there. The data's there. But I felt that he was
Hold on. Sorry. What do you mean by that? Look at them. What is the difference that you see?
the data.
Mm-hmm.
Well, blacks have historically voted Democrat. Whites, white males, except white women voted Barack. But
Okay, but let's
they
focus on the
flipped.
next wave, though. How do Hispanics vote?
I don't know. I want to say that they vote Republican in certain districts, areas like Florida.
Now, why would that be the case that a Mexican would
Well,
vote Republican?
I can only guess that it's an immigration issue because from what I've heard and read, not that it's the total truth for every Mexican, just disclaimer, is that some were born
No, you're
here.
speaking on behalf of all Mexicans right
I'm
now, sir.
not. I'm not. I'm not. But there's an issue with immigration. They don't want they want a path to citizenship. They felt that they came here, they worked. Why should somebody at the gate?
Oh,
Now, I'm not saying that's
so
100%.
it's kind of like a pseudo class thing, in a way.
It's more classism than racism.
Right,
It is.
right. We must always remember that distinction.
It is. And that's what we're not realizing, that it's more classism than racism. Where did E-Rich go?
See, that's a problem with Matthews as the candidate because he's from California. So it's, it'd have to be the right race.
Yeah. Well, no, that doesn't sound right. I don't. I'm a data guy, right? So I look at the data, like the Fed does, like Powell does. I look at the data that's in front of me, and
Well, hold on. You cite data.
I do, but that's what I have. I do cite data, but that's what I have to go on to. I mean, the data doesn't always support what I believe or understand. It could say something completely different, right?
But we usually bend the data to our will more often than not.
We cannot do that. In my job, I need the bad. I report the bad just as much as the good, and that's something that leadership doesn't like. They don't want to hear the bad, and
How do you deliver bad news when you're delivering it with data, especially when you know that the people want to feel they want you to use that data to tell a different story. How do you approach that conversation?
I approach it always with a solution. Always, like, here's where the data is bad. Here's where there was a hiccup. Here's where there was an issue. How can we not repeat this mistake again? How can we do better? How can we move forward? How can we recoup the losses?
How do you decide what is an issue?
So in my position, it's always typically money, a loss. Okay, so if we didn't deliver or we lost money, then that is an issue because there's a client that's paid for something. And if we did not deliver, that's an issue. Okay. And so how do we make that client whole? Right? Mike, understand it. How do you make that client whole?
So it's something with like a tangible value.
Yes, you make that client whole by delivering. It comes out of our pocket, but delivering it's called a make good. We deliver on what we said we're going to do. Now, that doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, I always have to offer a solution to the problem, because that's what leadership wants to hear. That's what the client wants to hear. How are you going to make me whole? If you get in a car accident and it's someone's fault, you know it's their fault. The police says it's their fault. You want to be made whole. You're not going to take your wrecked car, go home and start over. You want to be made whole. Know that you're going to be made whole before you leave that accident. You're going to want the person who was cited information. You're going to want their insurance. You're going to call your insurance. You're going to want your car repaired. You're going to want damages. You're going to want punitive damage. You want to be made whole as if it never happened.
Yeah, still there? Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm trying to get whole.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, Ruckus, you
it's
have
a
to give
it's a
Dan a make good.
it's a very painful to your point about reparations, and I'm black, right? And I've always heard about reparations all my life, but I've moved on. I pull myself up by my own bootstraps, even when I didn't have any bootstraps. Okay, so with reparations and systemic issues that we still have, right? That Barack, that's why I love the guy because he released all that data that we still have, redlining, everything that has, um, for lack of a better term, why should this happen? It's not a hard pill. It's a very hard pill to swallow to say that I'm wrong or I need to make this person whole. Now, if I have insurance and it's my fault and I hit you in an accident, you realize that I'm fine with it, okay? Because I have insurance. My insurance is going to make you whole. I'm not, but something I've paid into is going to make you whole, and you're going to be fine as apple pie. Your car is going to be, I got great insurance. Your car is going to be repaired. We'll give you a rental. You'll go home. You'll drive this rental. Body shop's going to call you. Your car is done. We're going to come pick up your car. We're going to drop your car off to you, pick up the rental, and you will be made whole. You're going to have a great time. That's what reparations is. And that right there, if I didn't have insurance, it would be a different story. You would not be made whole. You would be made whole probably through your insurance, but not through mine.
Honestly, I just want free stuff. Like, I'll take it if
It,
it's free. I
If they
agree, though.
just
I
giving it
like,
away, I'm not gonna say no. I'm gonna give my address.
like
but
it's
I
too
I would
self-interested.
consider like how reparations have helped or hurt other people who have received them also.
Oh, that's a good question. Is there anyone else who's received reparations in the past?
Reagan gave reparations to
Indians.
no, Japanese or Chinese.
Well, the Indians, like
Yeah, they got
their
reparations.
reparations, and they have some of like the highest like
Still
drug addict rates in the worst like communities, and like I sort of
That
view
is the Thomas
reparations as
Sowell
like as
opinion,
giving
right?
someone a
Yeah.
winning lottery ticket who still doesn't have financial wherewithal to handle that type of thing, right? Like, so it could potentially like really do nothing for the group of people as a whole if they don't know what to do with it
it could,
as well.
but I mean, does that if you get? I mean, it could possible, but not all Indians are alcoholics. You know what I mean? Not all Indians take the money and shoot up heroin with it. So I mean, at the end of the day,
No, and I mean, I live in Michigan actually, and there are there. I think there's like 8 Indian reservations and casinos, and um, like you know, we can see the way that people live, on like a daily basis and see their communities, and it's not easy. And in all fairness, our government didn't make it easy either. They were like, yeah, here's this, but then we're going to take a bit of this and we're not going to help you with any of this. And like there's a lot of things that definitely we could learn from on the way that we handled them in the past, and I think apply like some changes that would actually get people off on the right foot with knowledge as well as the capital to fund that.
but would it happened? Okay, so let's go back to woke. Now everyone understands reparations. Let's say and everyone understands why. Okay, we're woke. Okay, are we going to do exactly what you just explained as a country? Everyone's woke, but what if the country did exactly what they were supposed to do? If companies did exactly what they were supposed to do, would you need reparations?
Well, yeah, I think that like overall, like I think honestly for me, I think black people are okay, are doing okay. I think our culture is fine. I think a lot of things people say that problems for black people aren't actually these problems. I do think there was a lot of I think why they're not in the shape that should be expected is because of a lot of generational damages. So, like, if you look at the previous generation from mine, I'm still healing from my family coming from the crack epidemic and stuff like that, which I think a lot of white people are gonna have to recover from the blowback of fentanyl that's happening right now. Um, and if you go back from the crack revolution, like the crack epidemic, there's other little big generational things that happened to black people to cut them down that took a lot of money from African Americans and made them in the positions that we are in. But I
Coupled with
think
the crime, I'm sorry, but coupled with the crime bill too, right?
yeah, and like first of all, the bigger thing that people don't acknowledge, and still today, I don't think we acknowledge that strongly, is like the drug war. The drug war, that thing is still raging. And if you look at all the gang activity that happens with African Americans, it's all remotely caused because of the drug war, and then people going to hell, prison. Prison is hell. If you're in there for like 10, 20 years, you went through hell, coming out coming out desolate, completely with nothing. So like most of these people come out of prison for 20 years, like being stuck in prison for 20 years and then having to be homeless. What do you think they're gonna do? Or what do you think their impact to society is gonna be after that? But I think if you clear up those obvious problems, black people will recover. Like I don't think there's anything like I think like some black there's like black Republicans that say like oh we our culture is damaged, our culture is broken. That's all bullshit. Just get rid of some of the race based issues like redlining, stuff like that have hurt black communities for a while, and have a solution for the drug war, because like you look at all these crime statistics and you're yeah, and most of that can be cut down almost 99% if you just exclude the stuff that has involves the drug war.
If you
So
just
if
did
you
the right thing, you did what you're supposed to do, right?
yeah, but like I mean like America acts like the drug war is like nothing. Like Mexico's on fire. Mexico is like almost like Afghanistan, where the cartels are stronger than they ever been. Like I remember like the wiki someone said the WikiLeaks for Mexico release, and it showed the military has no capability to fight against the cartels. Like none. They actually cannot deal with them. They like the cartels do run Mexico, and the military cannot stop them. Uh but we just act like that's not a big deal. And we act like the gangsters in America are a direct cause of that problem. And so, I mean, it's hard to talk about like what's wrong with the black community if we can't talk about the drug war, or we can't talk about those generational things that happen that set people back. Because like if your parents were crackheads, your economic condition is going to start very low, right? So and we know small little jumps that happen when like say if there is some this even happens in other communities like first generation immigrant communities that do really well. They have to take a tax because they have to like feed their families, they have to pay for their families, they have to make sure their mom is good, their family is good, and stuff like that. So they don't have as much money as the generations that are all economically stable. So if your parents are economically stable and you become economically stable, you can use your money to your fullest extent. But generations immigrants, not just African Americans, but all immigrants or all minority groups or any person that starts from the low and comes up, they have to pay that tax of like taking care of their families or becoming a support network. So I feel like these small generational things that Black people just have to come through and that we need to get rid of. But I don't think there's anything actually wrong with us. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with our culture. Um, our culture is super successful. I think actually our culture is probably the most well monetized culture in the world. So I don't know if we have to change or we just have to, now that we've gotten to a better position, we have to let the generation catch up. You know what I'm saying? Like, we may be in a good spot already, and I think reparations may help a lot of people. They may do whatever they want with their money, but I think we're going to be in a good spot in like a few generations.
Aren't
Especially,
but aren't you describing conservatives, right? Wouldn't you say that blacks are very conservative, just based off what you just explained?
I think a huge amount of Black people are conservative. I
Not
don't think they vote
Republican.
conservative.
Not exactly. Exactly. How can you not be?
I mean,
Right?
I don't know if I don't know if I don't know the difference between what you mean like Republican versus conservative. Like, what's the
I'm not.
difference there?
I'm saying that Republicans. We know that Republicans are not conservative, right? The country is middle left at best, on paper. But if you look at immigrants and you look at blacks, if you look at minorities, and just what you explained, you know, working, coming out, starting with less, making more out of less, that's a conservative to me. That's a true conservative living within your, I mean, yes, they don't have a choice, but they make it. We're doing fine from what we've come from the crack epidemic, where we have come from. And you look at how well we're doing, like you said, it takes time, but here we are, right?
Okay, so maybe that's the distinction. What is the along this issue of reparations? I see that the woke side might say reparations are good, but the anti woke side would be like a Thomas Sowell who says that no, this is going to do actually harm to the community. Maybe not in the short run, but in the long run. You think that's the distinction?
Absolutely. Mike, I kind of believe like that would be detrimental to our progress.
No, I don't think so at all. I think if you say that would be detrimental, that's saying like Black people don't know how to spend money correctly. I think they know how to spend money correctly. I don't think they're going to spend money in the ways that people want to make the metrics better. But again, like there's a lot of stuff that like it's
I think
expensive.
both can be true. It could
Both can
Yeah.
hurt
be,
some people
Also, it's
as much
expensive
as
to
it
be
helps some
poor,
people.
right?
but let's look
But
at the stimulus checks though.
well, just one sec though, Rock. Just keep in mind that like Rommel, you're in Harlem, so when you talk about the effects of the drug war, like you've seen that probably more than anyone else here, right?
It's still happening. Crack
Right.
is kind of down, but K2 was really big. That that
What's that?
that showed up a couple of years. So that was synthetic marijuana,
Shut up.
which is not like marijuana at all. It's
I'm
You're
it's
kidding me.
crazy. It's
I've
not.
never heard of
That
synthetic
shit is
marijuana.
that
it's
shit
really
is
bad.
Tell
worse
us more.
than that's worse. It's worse than crack because like
You're joking.
this crackheads who live 30 plus years. Like if you're doing synthetic
Oh,
marijuana, your lifetime is short.
oh,
That
wow.
shit destroys you.
Wow, you're blowing my
I'm
mind.
I'm partially offended that I wasn't like in the list of like knowing the effects of the drug because obviously I'm a white guy, right? I wouldn't know that. I mean, that's not fair to say just as a blanket statement. I mean, it's true, but it just isn't fair to say because it's like obviously, the black guy in the room would know about that problem the most. You know what I mean? It's
I
just
mean, I don't know. White people should know about that problem. That shit is killing niggas in the South.
it
Like,
reinforces the narrative. Yeah, that's
I
all.
mean, in Florida, that shit, like, Florida was getting slaughtered for a long time with drugs, right?
So
Fentanyl
fentanyl, right?
really
Yeah.
affects a lot of meth and fentanyl is destroying like
the lower class of white society,
Well, like
right?
in Ohio,
Synthetic marijuana is too.
Well, like opioids in Ohio, massive devastation. I mean, just like
That's what Breaking Bad was about, right?
yeah, and it's just a huge crisis.
But
and it was designed to happen. You know, McKinsey and what was it, Purdue and all those companies. They all conspired together to move more
How dare
opiates to
you
get
say
more
anything
addiction.
bad about McKinsey? They're
I
an
know.
institution. They actually, they graduate more CEOs than any other company on the planet.
I believe it.
But could it both have, to Mike's point, could it possibly both be a
The
blessing?
answer is both people are true. It's going to fuck people up and it's going to save people too.
Just how many it will.
Yeah, what is that weighted average? The truth is nobody has any fucking clue. And are some white people going to figure out, hey, I'm actually black. You know what I mean? Like you get some Justin Trudeau's that wear blackface to get the reparations, right? Be like, fucking, what was that lady? Hey, I'm 162th owed
Rachel
reparations.
Zala.
There's Cece. There she is.
Hey, girl.
Hey, you guys are
Hey,
boring me.
how's it
I'm
going?
just kidding. That's so mean,
Can
but
we
it's
talk
kind of
about something
true.
where I'm not the villain and the enemy?
I know, like,
Thanks.
what's wrong with white people? Am I right?
Come on.
There's
Like,
nothing wrong with white people at all. I don't want that to come off that way. There's nothing wrong with white people. There's nothing, we're just talking about.
There's some shit wrong with white people.
There's some shit wrong with white people. I would say that.
Bro, I'll blame anyone other than myself. Give me the opportunity to do that. I would
Give me
love
the
to.
opportunity.
fantastic. I think I want to get that on a wall. I will blame anyone but myself. That's where
Give me the
live by.
opportunity. If you're gonna let me say it, and I will blame someone else.
Yeah,
It's
some bitch
almost like the
Dr.
most
Kerry
rational
wrote,
thing
like,
to do.
be on your side.
Actually, that was a sick tweet by Dr. Was that Dr. Kerry that did that tweet? I
What's the
retweeted that.
be on your side?
Be on your own
Be on your
side.
own side. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
She kind of pisses me off, but she fucking thinks she's so righteous and everything. I'm like, whatever.
You know
But
what?
that was a
For
good one.
Karen, I love her.
Yeah. She's a whore, just like all the other white bitches.
Yo, where are they at though?
Yo, we're all over the place. There's only a few of us left, but we're all canceled. We're all fucking canceled, man.
The one thing that woke and non-woke black guys can agree on is where are the snow bunnies at?
Yeah, but I don't even have an ass or blonde hair.
I don't think you need it, to be honest with you.
Oh, no ass?
I got a little one, but that's kind of superimposed. I'm a skinny bitch.
Oh my God, you're artificially inflating.
Yeah, have you guys heard about oh wait, did I talk? I feel like I didn't even know. Last night was a total shit show, and I come back as another person to explain it all. But was I talking about fake AI with any of you guys yesterday?
You flipped over another table. You always do that with this avatar, this account.
No, I wasn't even on this one. Oh my God, last night was crazy. I can't even go into it. But anyway, I wonder how everyone else is doing. I got hit by a truck. Well, Dr. Carrie got hit by a truck on Friday night. She's been a little bit messed up ever since. So
In your
trying
car?
to
In your car?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Somebody just whacked us. I don't know. I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow. But I've been a kind of mess all weekend. But anyway.
Was your daughter in the car?
Yeah, but the great thing was it hit my side, so she got out and she ran to the she had a dance recital like down the street, and it was awesome because the cops didn't make me stay at the scene for the whole time. They actually helped me get the car towed because I was the only person who could go to the recital. So we both like ran the rest of the way, but she was good. But it was just so funny. Like I'm like, but we have the recital. Because we were in the city too. But yeah, it was pretty messed up. Anyway. So yeah, you want to talk about reparations again? Dr. Carrie's Armenian. She didn't get shit. I'm kidding. See? I don't want to get canceled.
You're among enough coconuts and blacks that we would be canceled if we didn't get upset at something you said that was bad. Does that make sense? Like, we're on the chopping block too.
No, I don't think so. You guys can get all the DEI jobs now. People are like, I'm like, I've been doing this shit forever. They're like, no, I'm sorry.
Don't you know I went to Jamaica, helped a bunch of blacks? I'm OG woke. I was woke before all
I'm
y'all.
OG woke. I was woke before they had the word woke.
Yeah. Yeah, I never went to sleep.
J.N.O. Coolness? Gino Coolness? What is
Yeah,
it?
there you go.
Gino J. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. And I haven't even done anything bad. I'm not on weed or wine or any of that. Just letting you
Oh
know.
shit.
I'm sorry, am I making you feel uncomfortable?
Um, I have yet to decide. No, I'm joking.
I come in peace. But yeah,
Wait,
I'm alive, so that's good.
am I the designated liberal at this point?
Yes. Yes, you were. Yeah, you have to defend. Well, hold on. Dan is too, right? You and Dan would be a good ticket, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Liberals are poor. I only date
Oh,
Republicans.
I mean, I do have a Republican streak. You can't really, be in business and not be a little Republican and conservative.
You can't be a
Can.
respecting founder
Yeah,
of a company and be liberal.
you can. It's just because you got to fight the system and you want to change the laws. You want to get better permissions to do the stuff you want. You got to hire people. You know what I mean?
Are
You
liberals more likely to have a nonprofit as opposed to a business, you think?
I don't know. There's a lot of corrupt nonprofits, and there's
Yeah,
a lot of
that's the
Republicans behind them.
yeah, that's
I think anything that can take government advantage is already it's split right down the middle, probably between Republicans and Democrats, really.
that's the one thing they can agree on, which is they don't want to pay taxes either.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's not paid taxes. It's something larger
Liberals
than
don't
that.
learn until it's like too late. It kind of sucks. Like, sucks.
Yeah,
They learn
yeah,
too late.
but we're the ones that get remembered in history, though. Oh, that Democrat that did that. So good.
There's no money in the graveyard.
Depends on if you buried the body yourself.
By the
For
way,
money,
I'm from
I'll switch. I'll be a Republican for money. Like, how do I become a?
Yeah,
How do I get a
go work
Republican
for a
money?
Republican.
yeah.
You'll never be a Democrat again. It's like, what? You
Oh my
guys are
God,
free everything?
we just surrounded this guy and now we converted him. Amazing.
It was so
Or
fast.
maybe he's slow playing us and he'll convert us.
We're like really bad people. Didn't we even make a person who like reads tarot and energy like go fucking crazy? I
Dude,
mean,
that was my
really?
favorite. Jin, you missed it. Where this guy came in reading Cece's tarot, and then I think somebody uh, couldn't hear that this person speaking, and they went from reading tarot and being like really positive to like swearing and being really pissed off. It was one of my
Oh
favorite
wow!
moments. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was amazing.
Damn.
Well, I feel like a lot of the dudes or a lot of the people who are into astrology, like that, the horoscope stuff, is as a form of therapy. So like it's a way of controlling their rage. So yeah, they're likely
Whoa,
to be a lot angry. I got
what do you mean? Tell me more about that. I want that to be true. Keep talking.
I mean I remember
The black man brought up rage. Here we go. I'm just kidding.
I got the meditation people really mad at me, I think, on Twitter. That was like the first time I blew up because I got the meditation people really angry at me. And like they were like,
How
shut
did
up,
you
you
do
don't know what
that?
you're talking about. Because I was just like, I don't see the reason to meditate because like nothing you do meditating will beat someone just taking DMT for like a good dose of DMT. And they were like, no, that's not true. You can reach states higher than even DMT if you meditate. And I'm just like, I don't think so. I
Yeah, I
mean,
don't
there's
think
some
so.
altered states of mind, but I think like you need that chemical induction to happen. And I didn't know how angry they got. And I do think like some of that, like some of the people who do, like again, like why would these people focus? Like, you don't go to therapy if you're healthy, right? A lot of people go to therapy because something is wrong, right? So I feel like a lot of people who meditate or do horoscopes that could try to control their fate or calm down do have some type of anger issue, or feeling the lack of sense of control that leads them to the desire of
Oh.
doing these horoscopes. Or sometimes
Huh.
it's just cultural.
So it's like, what is the motivation to read a horoscope? It's to make a decision?
Well, most of the time it's to feel good, right? Feel good and have a
Oh.
directness or expectation. So
So if
like
you
most of the
get someone,
horoscopes are positive, right?
so if ex- describing someone's situation in a positive light.
Yeah, because it's kind of like I'm suffering right now, but that suffering is maybe like a lot of horoscopes, that suffering is only a phase that leads to ultimate goodness some other time.
So astrology is the opiate of the white woman?
I mean, for some people, it's a powerful opiate.
That might be the greatest line I've heard in a while.
I'm tweeting it. Fuck it. I'll give you credit.
But then again, I used to go to, as an atheist, I used to go to church a lot. So I've seen a lot of why people need certain religions.
By the way, I found a tweet from 20. It's actually almost November 24th, 2020. Anyone who's telling you meditation allows you to stimulate. Anyone who's telling you meditation allows you to simulate psychedelics is lying or clearly hasn't taken enough. Love it.
Heyo.
Hey,
So,
Sis, why?
Yeah, gotta
Sis,
slice in the pill.
You
what's
know
the
what's funny?
payment schedule on meditation?
Raucus,
Yeah.
I think Raucus enjoys doing that more than I do at this point. You feel that?
I sing that around the house. It's that bad.
Oh,
That's how bad it is. I catch myself singing it around the house. It's catchy, right? Until
So
you're
you're
on.
saying we need to make a song out of this? Oh, what have
It
you
is a
done?
song.
You
It's
should have never
already.
validated it. Now we almost have to. And Casey, you have like imagine you doing it, right? We just have to get you a wave cap. Can you send us your address? We need to send you a few, like a
sure.
purple one. Yeah, okay. And you can't like really wear it. It just has to hang off your fucking head. You know what I mean? It's not even tied. Nothing.
Okay.
Awesome.
We got to get him the do-rag cape.
Perfect.
It's
What?
Yeah.
So
cape.
wait, because I'll lose because what Jen was saying. So it's like someone's paying for micro meditation, right? Because they believe, and it's a whole thing that they do. So it's micro meditations because they believe in it, right?
Well, I'll say one thing. I was never a religious person, so maybe I don't understand the dimension of religion as other people. But I do see a lot of, I mean, like, when is meditation usually suggested? When you're nervous, anxious, and you need to calm down. People tend to those things. So, like, again, like, same thing with drugs, right? A lot of people say, like, don't speak about the addiction, speak about like the pain they're trying to avoid, right? And I do find that with meditation is there's a pain there that causes people to want to do it. Or, there's some people who do it for 10 minutes and they say it's for efficiency. But I feel like when people get deep and spiritual about it, with a lot of spirituality, there's like a pain there that's trying to be rationalized or addressed through it. And anger is one of them. I feel like maybe, I don't know. I actually don't know too many meditators that much. I used to meditate a little bit, but maybe I was a little angry during that time too. And that was a solution for me. But definitely for horoscopes, though, I do see that kind of coping mechanism. That's the one that's the one I have most experience with people talking about horoscopes. And I do find like for horoscopes, there is that, uh, life sucks right now, but that's a traditional phase. That is only building into something that's better next next year, next month, next week, or like this relationship. There's a confirmation bias sometimes you get there too, where this relationship's not working. Maybe you should do other things or focus on other things
Right.
or reevaluate it.
And who doesn't have a relationship that doesn't even need improving somewhere in their life, right? Um, it's almost like astrology is like. Are you familiar with the I Ching? I Ching has like
no.
Okay, so the I Ching is like it's from Asia, one of those Asians places, right? Uh, and it's like 64 tiles, and each of these tiles represents like an archetype of a situation, not of a character, but of a situation a character might find themselves in. And so they're always moving from this situation to a different situation, and this environment calls for a certain type of behavior.
Yeah, that's what I would think it would be. It's kind of like that. I also see like with people who like are deep about their personality, like heart, like I'm a Virgo or I'm a Scorpio. There is this kind of use of it as a way to explain things that would be hard to explain. They couldn't explain before, or used to justify or rationalize
Yeah,
events.
to defend something, right? Oh, I just killed someone, and that's my Scorpio, right?
Yeah, something like that. But
That's a bit of a
on a
straw.
smaller scale.
Yeah, it's a bit less extreme than that. Yeah, I agree. I just stabbed someone. That's my Cancer.
Yeah, but they do it like 1,000 times.
Uh-huh. Say again?
They do it like 1,000 times in a row. It's crazy though.
I think about like my relationship with Mike and like the differences in our personalities, and even just being like born in the summer versus he was born in the winter. And, he's very much like his quote unquote birth sign. Like he's a Pisces, he's very chill. And I am like loud and obnoxious, just like my Leo sign. But is it because I was able to frolic in the summer during those formative years and times, and he was inside wrapped and bundled because of the exact same formative time? I don't know. I think about that a lot. There's something about it. Je ne sais pas.
Well, I'm a Scorpio, so I'm gonna give an intellectual thought to it.
I'm a recovering Leo myself. I'm actually a cusp Leo Cancer. That's what I am.
Yeah, but Scorpios are the best, though. We are the best out of the group, though. We're the coolest of the horoscope.
I don't know. I just think Capricorns are pretty awesome. And my wife's a Pisces. So.
Oh, nice.
Right? Leos and Pisces are great combinations. Yeah.
I think they get along. I don't know if they're
That's what I'm saying. Fire and water. Fire and water. I swear. Like I see the complementariness in our personalities, and we make each other better because we're strong where the other one's weak. I like it.
Yeah, that's cool.
I will be back. I'm having an existential crisis or cyber sex, not sure which.
Nice. Can you share the cyber sex with us? Like, kind of like play by play? Like, what's going on?
It's only existential if you abort. Sorry.
So how would he pull this all back into making money? White cis gender male. We got a
We
white
got a
cis
white
gender
person and
male.
a
Oh
man.
yeah.
Everybody, man. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
what's funny?
X knows how to make money, right? X. I see X in there.
X knows, and well, it's funny, Casey. Like we started off this conversation with Rommel about the fact that he's taken his passion for AI art and become a prompt engineer. Is that correct? What does that mean?
I think a prompt engineer pretty much is you just get really good at prompting. You know, you're prompt maxing. You're just prompting all the time, or
Oh, so you mean that you're a very effective director in that when someone
Prompting
gives
is
you, if
prompting is
someone gives
finishing.
if someone gives you a vision, you're able to have the art articulated or the vision articulated? Do you think that's what it is?
Yeah, I think it's that. Right now, I do a lot of prompting for image generation, but I'm starting to get better at prompting for like the chat bots. So I'm learning a lot about prompt injections. You know, like there's like little cybersecurity tricks that people are doing with prompts. And also, I've been doing a lot of these new, not a lot of music stuff. So text to music just really came out in a big way. So I've been doing a lot of that. I'm making like 100 beats. I'm hoping to sell some of them.
Can you in paint a beat?
Theoretically, you can actually,
'Cause
because
that would be right. That would be the most right. I mean, you can sample like Puff Daddy, but in this case, you have 20 hypnotizers. You know, take this David Bowie. Well, no, not David Bowie. Take this Nile Rodgers lick and make me a song like Hypnotize.
yeah,
Let me
yeah.
hold
That's
on, I'm
what.
gonna try that right. I'm getting off of my chair. I'm gonna try that right now. Hold on.
Do you have Riff Fusion open? You can start making beats too. It's
Oh,
not that hard.
okay. So what's RIFF fusion?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's learn this right now. Can you, from the beginning, can you explain the transition from thinking about AI art, where you use a image as a base layer versus refusion? I'm gonna look it up right now because I think you and I know what you're talking about because I play music, right? So, like, right? But maybe you can explain to other people.
It's actually a lot. I mean, it doesn't involve a lot of music. Like it's a prompt. Like you go in and say, "I want vicious rap battle," and it's like takes that notion and then it comes up with a piece or whatnot, and you play it back and save it. So it's actually you don't need to know anything about music to use it. I mean, that's the beauty of it. You just sort of take from the prompts that you know of music, and I think that the Riff Fusion. I mean, it's on Hugging Face. It's on a couple of those other sites out there, but it's not. I don't know if it's as sophisticatedly
So
easy to
I
use
typed in
yet.
90s hip hop. This is 90s hip hop. Sounds pretty good to me so far. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as complicated as Stable Diffusion is right now. Like,
Wait,
there's not as much control.
can you put in like an initial image? Can you put in an initial wave?
That's what I'm asking Jen about right now. Right?
Yeah, you can. So
Yeah.
like
What?
on the Discord, because Rift Diffusion is pretty much almost exactly the same technology as Stable Diffusion. It's just using stereograms instead of like images to like produce music off of. So theoretically, everything you're doing in Stable Diffusion can be done in Rift Diffusion. So like,
So I could record like 30 seconds of me just like going to town, feed that in there as an initial wave, and it'll make a song out of it.
yeah, theoretically, you should be able to do that. I think people have stuff like that, but like right now, it's not in the same shape of like Stable Diffusion. Like all the web UIs aren't out. All the little, it's still not like a fully no code thing. There's a whole bunch of like GitHubs that have different ways of messing with stuff, but it's
Yeah.
not all integrated yet. There's
So
a Discord that has it though. You can use that to check it out though if you want to do some crazy stuff with it right now.
There's a great YouTube channel out there called Autistic AI, where the guy feeds he feeds he shows a video where he shows like, okay, he plays back 10 seconds of a song, and then he feeds it into the computer, and then the computer takes over after 10 seconds, and then so it plays the song. It continues to keep
Dude.
the beat, the riff, even the lyrics and everything. That was all done with what's it called, jukebox, and jukebox never really got supported by a lot of teams yet. I think it was still confusing. So this riff fusion is sort of a new version of that. Hopefully, we'll see
Dude.
the UIs
So
come into play.
I'm reading about how they did it. So imagine that music is. Anyone ever edit music? Have you know what a wave looks like? Right? When you load audio into a program, you'll see just like this. I don't know, it almost looks like a bunch of cliffs, right? It looks like a mountain range. And so they're looking at the mountain range of audio, and I guess what they can do is do a Fourier transformation to understand what the constituent waves are. This is wild.
You should play their samples. They have some really cool samples. That, like, I would say right now, I have a little project that I'm going to do with it. Other than like making 100 beats, I have like some D&D characters. So, like, I made some D&D characters using AI art, right? And I give them theme songs. So this guy
Yeah.
has this theme song. This person has this theme song. But as a party, I group all their theme songs together to make one song. So that's how they sound as a party. And then if they
Oh,
go
so it's
into
like
different
making a band.
environments, yeah. So like
You're like
this
Puff
guy has,
Daddy.
yeah, this it's kind of like that. So like there's a lot of cool stuff. I think it's gonna really cool for like video games because it makes pretty decent video game music right now. It does not do lyrics that well. It has its own. It almost has its own like glossolalia for like lyrics right now, which may or may not sound cool. But yeah, play some of the samples. They
So,
sound really cool.
so how do you use Riff Diffusion? Is there a Google Colab notebook? Like, I know there's like a website, but
Yeah, you just go to the website and you can just plug in your prompt, and I'll give you a 5-second loop where you can save it. You can share it. You can do wherever you want with it. I think on GitHub there's a couple other programs that kind of run that thing where you can do longer loops or you can do a little bit more tricky stuff. But I think the website is pretty good right now. You can just go to the website. Maybe I'll share and then share it as a link. But you can just go to the website and play around with it right now. If you're on the about section of the website, right? It's
well,
the
right
same
now
website.
I'm trying to think of Emma piano, log drum. All right, so I mixed 90s hip hop instrumental, kazamba, UK drill, Amma piano, and log drum. Jump to incoming prompt. God knows what it's gonna do. Wow, this is kind of scary. Whoa, scary stuff. This sounds like an actual song. Just needs to be cleaned up. If I gave this to a bunch of artists, they could recreate. You know what I mean? You get a session guitarist and a drummer. Wow. Oh, there you are. Hold on. Wow. Well,
You got
you know, Dan, you
to
know,
anything you want too. So I think the the
Well,
transition prompt is 2, so you can start with that, and then 2. Like they have a cool sample of them starting off with typing, and then ending up with like techno.
well, Dan was talking about soon you're going to be able to, create your own feature film, right? And you can't have film without music.
True
So
that.
this gets you really close.
I mean, there are other things out there, though. I mean, like AIVA, the artificial intelligence composing emotional soundtrack stuff. I mean, this is the professional grade shit where you go in and you can create a profile. You can upload songs that sort of represent the style profile. Like, I want to make, I'm going to call it neo-punk. So it's going to be high energy, 155 beats ppm, but K-pop oriented. And it has like a blues vibe. You know what I mean? I'm going to mash those trends together and sort of create a new profile of which over time I'll generate more music with and then sort of refine. Um, I think the Rip Fusion stuff is cool. It's sort of following more of the instant sort of mid-journey style of creation where you just have a prompt and you just put a prompt in and boom, you kind of crank thing out. But Sound Draw is another one that it's pretty cool. And I've used the AIVA before and it's pretty robust. It does do some lyrics. I don't know if they're perfect just yet though, because the lyrics part is kind of I don't know. I'd almost want to. That's where I'd want ChatGPT. Like I want to go to ChatGPT, build a rap there, and then have a converter of it sort of convert that piece to the. Oh, I guess you could do it. I mean, you could run it through what was it, Uberduck? So you could just take that, run that through Uberduck. Now you have the lyrics. Then you go back into the song and piece the stuff together. I don't know. You know what I mean? That's what we're starting to get into. We're starting to get this recipe kit. Like we have all
Dude,
these tools in the pantry. You know.
what you just described is the workflow. Going to UberDuck, type in
Yep.
Snoop Dogg,
Yep.
get the lyrics from chat, written in the style of Snoop Dogg iambic pentameter in a poem form, so you have your stanzas. Yeah.
Yeah, there's also cool stuff like people using chat GTP to potentially write people's prompts. It doesn't know each model well enough to write, optimized prompts, but I do see that as a future. That may be the end of prompt engineering, though. Like you just have someone write in natural language and optimize prompt, but that's definitely coming very soon. But yeah, there are other music stuff. I just actually haven't really got into them until just Refusion just made it easier enough for me to get into, I guess. But there was a guy who was here for a second, but I think he popped left. His name is Meefs, and he does a lot of like music AI stuff. He showed me a lot of links on it. Uh, I'll see if I could share some of that stuff if I can find it.
It is interesting though, because now it's like, okay, I want something from Ghana, something from the UK, and mix it with Chicago house. It sounds like a fucking hit, to be honest with you. Does T-Pain know about this yet?
It's so funny you said T-Pain. I was watching a video from him. Crazy. I had the link earlier and now I can't find it.
If you ever have a chance, T-Pain, I think, is one of the best interview guests of all time. He has the greatest stories.
I don't know. I'm becoming a big Spooky fan now because that song was
Spooky the
amazing.
Mechanic.
Yeah, I actually liked it. I was
Dude,
like,
that's the guy that sang the theme song for Twitter Spaces. Like, He's legit.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
This sounds amazing. Yeah, I think this music stuff will get more, like, it's definitely like a part of the AI space that needs more focus. So I feel like that's good. It's getting more focus. And then I think the other thing that's starting to happen too, which I'm really excited about, is the AI that automatically creates, 3D items or like, the things that you need in games. So like you basically have, you know, I don't know, you got a bit of code that basically generates all the items that you would, need like in a D&D adventure, right? So you walk into a room and, there is actually no map in the room, right? There's no map in the code. There's all there are properties related to the entities that could have a chance to spawn in the
We are
next
so
space you
close to
go
the
in.
holodeck, dude. You're
Yeah,
basically
man.
describing a holodeck as a surface.
It is. It's coming, man. All the technology is pointed toward it, and it's like, and
I
this is
never
the
considered the glasses are going to allow for the holodeck.
yeah, totally. I was just watching that piece from Kevin Kelly. It was a guy that helped create Wired magazine, did that book on what technology wants and whatnot, which is really cool. And yeah, it's a piece where he talks about dystopia versus protopia. Like don't shoot for utopia, shoot for protopia, which he defines as basically optimism, helping futures basically take different directions because there's an abundance of not only optimism but there's abundance of problems. True, but they're getting they're getting tackled head on, and we're making this incremental progress towards something larger. And there's always people referencing Star Trek all the time because we connect all these things to it, in terms of stories. In fact, there's more of that now. There's like more envisioning. Like we got to leap, 50 years or whatever ahead and pick these grander sort of visions that incorporate not a dystopian, paranoia shit, but more of a what can we possibly be, and how can we, evolve in a more incremental sort of data earned way. And Kevin Kelly's, if you ever seen his stuff or read his stuff, it's really good.
Yo, this is fire, dude. Does Chris Brown know about this?
Nah, it's some AI glossolalia. That's what it sounds like to me. But yeah, I'm doing 100 beats. I'm gonna see if I can sell them. I mean, I feel like the loops are pretty short, but I think like if I can make a some pretty decent loops that like because a lot of YouTubers use like different beats and stuff like that. And sometimes they reuse the same things over and over. And if I could create like beats that would help for YouTubers and not like, I don't think they're gonna be ready for like SoundCloud or anything, but as an ambient trap for YouTubers or something like that, I think these could work a lot or work really well. I would use some of
Definitely.
these in my YouTube
Yeah,
videos.
I think you're dead on that one. Definitely.
They also work well for video games. Like some of like if you try a little bit more of like the acid jazzy stuff or something like that, they make some interesting video game music too. Uh Probably get a little bit better, more complex I get with it. I'm trying to get a little bit more complex than I am now.
I kind of like the. I've always been a fan of the. There's like the Japanese software that lets you, the virtual idol software where you could basically type in like the lyrics, right on the DAW. Like you can pick the actual words and type them in, and then it had this Japanese person kind of singing them out, and it was a typically crazy high pitched thing, but then turned into a huge thing in Japan. And Yamaha made a bunch of money on that thing, and they actually even made it like they made an effects pedal for a guitar where you could play the guitar through it, and based on how like well you play or whatever, it would actually do the Japanese voices. So you'd be like playing, and the effects box would actually sing. It would sing along with your rhythm and stuff. So I always look to the Japanese for this kind of
Well,
stuff because I just think, with anime and everything, it's a big production there. In fact, Midjourney is making a dedicated version of Midjourney just for the Japanese market for anime, which is a really cool. That's a cool movement to see that happen. Yeah. Which means that anime actually might be the first place where we'll see true fluid video motion on stuff, maybe along with all the experimental stuff. But if it falls really, if like the tools really go into the anime scene, they could really change and really have a pretty positive impact, I think, on the production of anime and the more choices for storytelling and easing that storytelling system down to the point where anyone can basically make a music video and tell a story, of which of course will be protested by everyone who's been doing it professionally all their life, right? They're like, oh God, now you can just make music on your own. You don't even have to be an artist. You know what? We're gonna run into all those conversations, but oh well, just the way it is. Disruption, baby.
yeah, it's gonna be a lot of disruption, or maybe a little bit too much. It's definitely gonna be a difference between people who are in it and people who are not for a good while. I mean, even my profile picture isn't real. Like, I just made myself a headshot. I don't really, potentially don't have to pay anyone for a headshot these days.
Yeah, it is kind of when I start researching AI music, I see like, okay, there are the four that I used to know about, and now there's like another six. I'm like, okay, I'm not sure what that is. There's a lot more of them now there. I like that you can create, I like the idea of uploading a bunch of tracks that sort of represent a new style that you're trying to work on, or like a new profile or something. And then I think that's kind of cool. It's cool, these different tools. And you just got to keep up with it. And of course, you got to see where the stuff is going.
Granted, I don't know anything about music, so I wonder how much, if I knew more about music, what how would that expand my capability to use these applications? I think of that
Well,
with when I
yeah,
use.
yeah. I mean, you'd know the core thing, though. I mean, it's it's kind of like you, almost like flying. I don't know how to fly, but I could learn from a simulator. Would the simulator give me the truest experience if I ever had to really fly? I don't know. I guess it depends. I mean, these tools don't make you required to know music. In fact, but you still have to navigate. I guess that's the problem with some of the tools, is that they're going to be oriented for a musician. Like they export to Ableton, or they connect to your DAW or whatever. You know what I mean? So there is a world of software and everything that is involved for music to make it better. So you probably want to know some of that. I mean, Michael's in a better position than I am. He knows music.
I don't know. We'll see. If these beats sell, then I'm gonna keep doing as much music as possible. Uh, I just have to make it, and put it on some type of site or something. You could do the same thing that make it like a lot of people who did like image generation got in trouble for this a lot of times, where they start putting their AI generated work on websites that host other people's work. So like, I wonder if I could put it on SoundCloud or something like that and see how far that would go. I mean, granted, the quality has to be good enough that someone would actually want to pick it up, but I
Yeah,
think it may be possible.
I think you should do more of like themed packs and then try to sell them direct off of Gumroad or something like that. So it's more it's more explicit. Like, you know, like if you go to different, there's like sites like Loop, other sites that came out from Native Instruments and other places where, you know, you can download, you know, buy songs and buy loops and all that stuff. But people really get into packs. You know, here's a pack of jungle beats, right? So you have like, you know, you got maybe 6 waves that are just different styles of the jungle beat, and then you have your hits from your one shots and other stuff. If you look at things like what's that site called? Beatport. Beatport was a big site I used to use a lot. I didn't really DJ, I just liked mixing. But you could go up there and you could buy packs. You know, you could buy um, all kinds of packs that sort of like, you know, the filler that you need in your DJ set. You know, you need a couple crazy noises, or maybe you need some floor fillers or that kind of stuff. So there's definitely a marketplace out there. I would, I mean, SoundCloud is a hard way to get to it money wise. I would try to look at the ecosystem and you know, where players got like, yeah, upload your piece and sell them. Like, there's platforms for that, and there's actually platforms for the rap too. There's a lot of places that you can rap and get, you know, people will pay you a license for your rap, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's out there. I feel like it's cool because like right now, it's if I sell anything, it's almost free money because like, you know, I don't even know how to make music, so I'm just generating it. So I'm hoping like even if I make $10, you know, that's still $10 extra almost for free. So I'm just hoping to try
Yeah,
to see if I could get away with it. I mean, I think in a few, I think in 6 months, you know, it's going to be complex enough that, you know, you just can't generate it and get away with it. So maybe I'm hoping I could get it. I could get a little bit early to take advantage of it before, like, you know, there's a no to AI music, like there is a no to AI art coming soon. All right, guys, I'm gonna get some rest. Hey, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, all you guys.
yeah, man, it's been
Uh,
good.
yeah, it's been awesome. Thank you for having me be able to speak and stuff.
No,
I'll definitely see you guys some later.
it was great listening to you. You know what you had to say, and I did learn a lot from you. So thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I talk a lot.
No,
I'm
no,
so
no,
sorry for that. I apologize.
no. It's good. It's good to get a different perspective and get a different opinion and be able to see you know how you see the world. You know, I don't want to be selfish about it, but it's important. You know, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. Good talk. All right, I'll see you guys later. Appreciate it. See you.
Well, the night is dark and full of terrors.
You see the weather for next week, Dan?
It looks like it might be cold. Yeah, so we get. Are we getting? I my wife told me that it might be 9 degrees on Christmas Day or something like that. I was like, okay. Well, what's coming, Ruckus? What's coming our way?
That's pretty cold.
Yeah.
I think it's going to snow. It's supposed to snow on Friday.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So it's here.
Finally. I feel like it's skipping over Ohio. It usually does lately. I don't know. But that'd be nice. Get some snow.
Yeah, the snow would be great if it's. I don't think we've had snow on Christmas Day in a while.
Yeah, a long time.
I've enjoyed the shorts on Christmas. That's been fun. Been 60.
Nice.
But I'm not excited about 9 degrees, single digits. That's what I'm not excited about.
It's temporary. That's when you stay indoors, drink the, rum, eggnog, and chill.
Yeah. We've been spoiled. We had that one really cold winter years ago. About eight years ago. It was like the coldest on record.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think we've been pretty spoiled. Mild.
I agree. It's been like Ohio is the one state that doesn't ever get snow now.
Yeah.
It was like that for a while.
Yeah. It's I'm further. Cincinnati is kind of weird because it's a little bit south. In Dayton, we used to get a lot of snow, but Cincinnati, it's not that bad.
Yeah. You probably get effects from the river, I guess, or something, maybe.
We can, like, when the Kentucky snow it's weird. Yeah, you're right. It's weird because we've seen it pour in. Usually if Dayton gets like 5 inches, we may get 1 to 2. So
that's cool.
Yeah, but I did look at the weather for next week because someone said it was like 9. I was like,
No.
Yeah. This is my last week, so until next year.
Yeah.
So
that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I don't get to do that. I get to go down to the very bloody end, which sucks. It's like
To where?
No, my partner just works all the fucking time, so he'll be he'll be working all through Christmas, like he can't stop. So it's like I always hate it. It's like Christmas Eve, and then get a call like, "Hey, should we do this deal?" And I'm like, "Come on, man! Like, fucking Santa's coming, man! Shut the fuck up, man!" I mean, it's like I don't know. I just grew up in a home with a really traditional Christmas, So I kind of like
Yeah,
it.
same. Yeah. Same. It's yeah. I like it. I wish we could kind of go somewhere warmer, but man, the sticker shock of airlines is pretty bad. It's like double than what it was before pandemic.
That nice, comfortable silence. It feels so good. It's been a no love lost day here on the Syndicate.
Well, there's DeFi. What's up, dude?
Hey guys, just no love lost. I just thought I'd stop by and just tell everyone,
DeFi. Remember when you played that song? That was such a good song. That was such a good time when I first heard that song, and it's like I don't mind hearing that heavy rotation on the radio, but since I don't, you gotta play that song. Like,
Thank you,
you know what I
Ruckus.
mean? It's not
Yeah.
on the radio. I need to you need to put it on the YouTube so I can pull it up every now and then. Do you remember the song you played, the first
I
one?
think so. I think so.
I forced this guy to send them to me so I listen to his music when I edit.
Yeah, what's up, so you
DeFi, I'm
yo,
about to send you an AI track.
yo,
I
send it
just used
through.
the diffusion for it.
You know what's so crazy? Like, I just like uninstalled like mad cracks on my computer. Like, I had like tons and tons of like cool things, experimental plugins and things that are like free, and then some things that were like not so free, Ruckus, and like I just got through undownloading um a couple of things, man. I gotta stay away from the Pirate Bay, man.
No plugins were downloaded illegally. This is the Syndicate. No love lost. Continue, DeFi.
Yeah, no illegal downloading for sure, at all. Yeah.
We were talking about a friend of yours.
Yeah, and so I just was like, out today and just like Christmas shopping and like doing all these things, and I'm like looking at like all of like.
Yeah, you need to tell them about the videos you send me. That's my favorite.
Oh, they don't know. Guys, Ruckus, Dan, guys, Web3, what's up? What's up, Logger? Listen, man, I love everyone. I listen. I show you these really unorthodox like cooking segments from my kitchen.
Yeah, I'll just get a random video. It's like, today we're having lamb chops, and here are the butter beans, and
Oh
here's of
yeah.
course, the white rice.
Oh
And I'm like,
yes.
it's amazing.
Oh man, let me tell you, I am a syndicate advocate for like chef. Like, if anybody in here understands me, Dan understands me. Yes, sir. So you guys just know I'm okay. I'm doing well, and listen, I'm concerned about everyone here. I hope everyone makes a lot of money next year, and I hope everyone hangs on tight to, I hope everyone just HODL this thing out and just wait for, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just just do your thing, man, and everybody just be happy. And I'm a little out of it right now, but let me tell you, I'm just happy to have everyone here. And everybody's been talking for a long time, man, like all day, bro. Oh my God. And I'm just like soaking it all in, and my mind is just wants to rest and reset, and so I can think properly. That's about it.
There was a song you played last time, and I can't remember what it was, but I've been looking for it ever since.
Oh yeah, I sent you I thought I sent you like
One of them was empty, and I think it was the exact one.
Oh my God, no! I'll make sure that no, it's not. I have to get Ruckus the song. What I'll do is I'll go through the emails, and I'll resend to you. I'll resend them to you guys for sure.
Mike, what was the name of the first song you played? Do you remember it?
Yes, it was called Next Flight. That was the one that that Ruckus is talking about. If you can you send that to him if you can? I don't want to.
Yeah.
If you can, just send it to him. Or Ruckus, just do me a favor, drop me your email in my DM, and I'll like send it to you so you can have it.
Is this it? Hold on.
Because I'm.
Let's see. All right, got it.
I mean, if you don't mind, I'd be.
Yeah. Where was the other one? Rev.
Yeah, that one. I don't know what. I don't know what email I use, but.
How long is this? I want you guys to listen to this. Where is it? Come on, love.
Yo, Lagertha, how is it? Yo, Lagertha is like some mysterious, magical way, like in the world of like Game of Thrones. Like she follows me, and then like we follow each
Mm-hmm.
other some type of way. But
Yeah, she looks like she was the mastermind behind the Red Wedding.
right?
Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Really? Yes. What? They were no. Are you sure? Yes.
Yeah. She was the one that placed the egg in the haystack outside the temple.
She was the one who threw the apple of discord.
Word. Yeah. We're gonna need her around. You know, we're gonna definitely need her around. She's beneficial.
Yeah, when it's time for us to do the things we don't have the stomach for.
Oh, when it's time for us to when it's Easter time, I think she'll be our biggest asset. Yo, Dan is taking a lunch break right now, I bet.
No, the wife just got in the room here, and she starts to unwind. I get quieter. That's all.
Well, you just woosah on out then.
I'm just listening, surfing. It's all good.
Man, you're
I
a
want.
genius, Dan. You're a genius, man. I don't mean that in
we
any pessimistic way. Like I really mean that shit. You're a genius, bro.
Thanks, man. I mean, we got to do some collaborations on insanity music scene. Although you actually make comprehensively good music, I just make weird noise. But
Well,
sometimes it's what it is, man. It's like that peanut butter and chocolate. They like run into each other, and they're like, "Holy shit, this tastes good."
oh yeah. I just had a Reese's peanut butter cup and some butter pecan ice cream, and it was fire, bro.
Yeah, Reese's, that's my wife's weakness. I can just bring a bag of those home, and she'll be nice to me.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest with you, man. I love the Reese's, and then like I like to eat it with ice cream, man. It's just like this weird combination that just like melts like paws, like it melts in my mouth, man. I gotta confess, man.
The man said pause.
Word.
Like it's a glizzy or something. That's hilarious.
Oh man, listen, and so I just did that and just trying to be like, Sam Bankman fried free for the rest of my life, basically. Shout out to Sam. I love you, bro, but I'm just saying.
I'm just exporting one of these AI music thingies. It's DeFi. When you hear this, I think it might be a good place to get ideas from, like jumping off points.
I'll give you a website right now, but I'll
Mm,
probably text it to you, but I'll give you guys a website right now. You want
yeah,
all royalty free samples for free. I have a website for
really.
Yes, I mean this website. I'll give it to you. I don't care. It's called looperman.com. It is
Okay.
absolutely amazing.
All right. So let me look at this thing right now. So
Yeah, I mean like this is
LooperMan.com.
like a Turing complete machine on steroids, man.
Okay. Looperman
Yeah.
sample.
Yes.
Um, is it? Oh, you know what dude? You get like a lot of ads before you get your response on Google. I know it's free, but holy shit. Okay, so what do I do now that I have Looperman? These are all royalty
All
free, and I can bring them into Fruity Loop Studio and fucking
yes,
edit it up.
yes. I would just kind of
Oh, so if I want to be Kanye West, who would I sample? Fucking Minnie Riperton? Like,
exactly.
like what what would I do?
With that site, you don't need Kanye West, because now you can just be Kanye West. Literally,
Now you like,
you are
yeah.
Kanye West now, because you can just load it up. Like, the only thing I would say about this site is that you just got to make sure you read like the subtitles, because some
Mm-hmm.
producers are like want you to give them just a simple shout out. Like,
Mm-hmm.
because they spend a lot of time curating these organic pieces. But man, it is like the law. It's like no one has this. This is like a
So let me listen to
very
this.
cool.
I'm on there right now.
Yes,
I typed in.
it's a
what did I
it's a
type in?
blue logo. It's like a blue logo with, like, it almost looks like Napster, or something like that. Exactly.
Huh.
Exactly. It's lit, bro. It's extremely lit.
Yo, this is sick.
Thank you.
Whoa, that's scary, dude.
You'll get tired.
Wow.
You'll listen. You'll get
Yeah.
tired before you go through those samples. It's. I mean, there's no way possible. There's no website that has that many sounds in the world.
So you're saying I could just take one of these in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's take something like that, for example. So we have, let's see this.
See, you're fast,
All
sir.
right.
You see now. All you need is a steel
Yeah,
pen. Now all you need is your steel pen.
you
Exactly.
understand. So how do I download this thing? I have to log in
You have
now.
to make an account, and once
Mm-hmm.
you make an account, you're in there, and that's it. And that is definitely one for the ages. The rest is history.
Whoa. Okay, hold on.
Exactly. Like an AI. What's the name of that site that you sent me? It was like AI, Ethos AI or some shit like that. I forgot, but it was like AU something. Excuse my language. It was like AU something or something like this.
Username. Okay.
You see?
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Because I want that. I want anyone really. Authorized account.
No, it's incredible. Show you, it's incredible. Yes, it's
Whoa.
incredible.
Okay.
Whatever you can think of, you can basically create. Basically, you can whatever, like whatever. It's almost like the way that they're doing the new module with the pictures and editing the pictures and all of this stuff now. Almost.
So if I want to get like a faraway bass guitar, where'd it go? What was the thing I was listening to? What was the
Exactly.
thing I
You
was
can.
listening to?
Yes.
So if I type in like, oh fuck, okay, let's try it. Now I start like, when you start thinking about no. So let me see if I can get something from Ghana, for example.
All you have to do is type in the name and it'll be there.
Dude, this is scary. You're saying I can get like a Afro beat?
Anything you want.
What?
Anything.
Come on, love. Send a request.
Yo, be careful with that. You're gonna turn into Quincy Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Let's see here. Filter. It's a vibe. Let's see what's here. I was looking at 8-bit. Okay. Let me go back.
Yes, sir.
Guitar riff Afrobeat. All right.
Exactly. It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool.
What? Oh, you drunk? What the fuck? This is bananas. Did you just hear that?
Yeah, man.
What?
Pull up the selector. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Holy! I already logged in. Yeah. Yeah. I want that.
Don't lose
Uh,
your password, because if you lose your password, you're gonna have to like those passwords are extremely encrypted. Like they like are super long. You know what I mean? So like you have to like remember like your key and stuff like that, because that site is like insane.
okay. I'm in now. What I want to do is get this beat. It's funny because somebody uploaded this today. It's called Leo Messi. Can you imagine that?
Oh my god, they won on the basis
Uh,
of humility.
what do you mean?
I just feel like they were a more humble team. Argentina came out and played a resilient game early. They got up early, and then Mbappe just he did what he is expected to do, is be great and a super international superstar. But I just felt like the universe was leaning in Argentina's direction today. For several reasons. One, Lionel Messi, and two, just the homogeny in which they played was a lot more. I guess I want to say just it came across a little bit. I mean, both of the teams are extremely, exceptionally great, by the way. In no way am I taking away from the talent of France. They're absolutely above the best team, the number 2 team in the world. Yeah.
I think you mean the talent of Africa who's playing for France.
Well, basically, and I think this is. I mean, well,
Like, no.
basically that's just basically the truth. Yeah, and
Yo, Africa's been bailing out France for fucking centuries, dude.
absolutely. It's like the little league football team that gets all the football players from the other neighborhood and gives them a
No,
jersey.
it's like fucking ringers.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah, that's so
It's
funny.
like let's get little drill.
Mm,
Let's get a little pistol starter and little brim, and
mm,
like they're
mm.
barely like making the birth certificate. Like we're gonna get them through. We're
They can't speak French, but they know where the goal is.
right. I mean, come on now. You know that they've been holding France up for a long time. This is true.
All right, so I'm bringing it in. I'm not an expert with. Okay.
No, you can just download it directly to your desktop or like
So,
yeah. The only yeah,
so if I have this,
there's a couple of things I know you'll be able to like understand a little bit more of the interface, like the module, the way it works, but it's a couple of things about it that's kind of like quirky, but I mean, it still works.
so I just have to. I guess I need to. How do I? Is that the? Whoa! Back to
That's
130.
really cool.
I didn't know I could do that.
That's really
Hold
cool.
on.
That's really cool.
Is this a loop into itself?
No, it's cool. Yeah,
Okay, I need one more.
yeah, you can just use it. Yeah, you can just do whatever you want, basically.
I'm trying to get this to loop properly now. Nope. Little over.
It should include like all of the timestamp within the file, or sometimes you have to like read the message, that's underneath it in order to like know what the file is doing.
Figure out how to use it properly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
So I think I have it now. Let's see if this loops.
That's a pretty cool loop, by the way.
It's getting there, right?
Yes.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2, 3, 4 loop. No, I need some more time. All right.
That sounds like it's about 105, 110, maybe like 110.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, and I need, huh? So okay, so if I look at
maybe like 100,
105
105. Yeah,
BPM, interesting.
yeah, something like.
Wow, you really knew that almost bang on, eh?
Yeah, I just have perfect. I understand. I have perfect
Jesus
pitch. I have
Christ.
perfect pitch, and I have almost perfect tempo. I can just hear something and tell you the key that it's in, the tone it's in, and then how fast it's moving. I can almost just tell you. I have like telepathic tempo, graphic memory, or something like that.
Tempopathic memory.
Yeah. Oh my god! So you. Oh my god.
Fucking Edgar Casey.
Yes, sir.
So let me see. I'm trying to figure out how to make this the perfect length. Because I want to keep it fast. All right.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
Nope, it has to be over more. Because I think I know how long this needs to be.
You need to open up. You need to
4.
stop playing around and open up Ableton Live and do what you want.
How dare you?
Right.
All right, let's see if this is on. Seems like you need to come in. Okay, let's hear it. So if we have that there, then I'm doing this for you. You probably like what? You probably like major sevens? You
It
fucking
doesn't
Stevie
even
Wonder motherfucker?
No. Yo.
Right? Yeah, Stevie Wonder ass motherfucker. All right, hold on.
No, so look, you look. No, look, yo, you could just like do that and add like 2 more sounds, and I could write to it.
Oh,
I don't.
right?
Yeah, you could just send it to me however you feel like it. You could take your time, but
Okay.
however you want it, I'll
So
just write that joint just like that. Like I'll
this
write it
is
like so perfect, bro. Like I'll make sure it's like I'll write it so good you don't even know, bro.
yeah, this already sounds great. And now I'm looking for a piano. Where the fuck is the regular pianos? Is it in Legacy? No, instruments, keyboard.
Right. You might want to put that into your Ableton Live. You know what I mean?
I don't have Ableton.
Well, you can get Live Lite for free.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just download Ableton Live Lite for free. It'll give you 6 tracks, and you can just kind of manipulate the tempo. You
Okay.
can just use that to manipulate the tempo and do whatever you want to do.
So the major sevens for this guy.
And also it'll give you the option to do inputs. So like you can do like your own auto mapping. You can turn on the auto mapping and you'll be able to you can manipulate the wave like so in detail. Like you can really, really go deep into the wave file. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Why the fuck did that get on there?
That's pretty cool. Whatever you just did is pretty
Hold on.
cool.
You like that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Here. Why is the pattern
That's
1?
hard.
That's like another. You like that major 7?
Yo. See what I'm saying, man? I told you by the time we're done with this, it's just gonna be
By
like
the time we're done with this,
right.
hold
The
on.
nail
Why
and
didn't
the
that major 7 come out?
coughing.
Where is this? Nice. That came on cue, right? So pattern 2. Don't fuck around, eh? All right. Don't fuck around, broski. Sorry.
I had to show you that, man, because like
yeah, this is lit.
yeah, nah, I appreciate it, man. You guys showed me so much, man. I've learned so much in the last like man, like few months, man, just dealing with the AI stuff and the pictures and everything. Like it's so much information. It's just it's beyond my intake, my input. It's like I'm still learning things. I'm still going back to like our old spaces interviews and like learning about
I'll get out.
yeah, about all the other old stuff too. You know, it's like I'm still munching on all of that.
All right, I think I got it.
Yeah, that's it right there, dog.
I just have to time them out. A little late on that one.
Nah, that's crazy.
Like it?
Nah, that's crazy.
Nice. And then what I can do is take that Rhodes, which is on the what? Let me put it on the 5.
And yeah, just switch it, pitch it up,
Mm-hmm.
pitch the wave up too, and you got something going there. Interesting.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's
okay.
See. You understand where I'm going with it?
Yes. That's pretty cool.
Hold on. No. Whoa. Okay. So.
Oh boy.
You get it. What am I looking for? I am looking for. I wonder how that would change it.
That's hard.
It could be something, right?
I would take the melodics and I would just like pitch it up like 2 on the 5th bar of the verse thing.
So you want to hear a higher note?
You're gonna have to slice the wave. Yeah, you're gonna have to slice the wave to do it.
What do you think about? You want something note higher, right? This is the note without it. This is the bass, right? The regular. Oh, fuck. Okay, now I know what I'll do.
So just duplicate. So you just duplicate the wave file if you can. What do you think it'd be cool to like duplicate like the wave file, the track itself, and take the pitch of the new track and pitch it up or down, whichever one you want, and just kind of play with the tone of it, you know? Ooh, that's crazy.
Yeah, we could have a lot of.
Yeah,
but that's interesting. That's a good experiment in taking this.
Yes, sir.
Taking this music from a sample, bring in the beat, chop it up, add a major 7th, and you fucking go along your day.
And I mean that's basically it. And then you have to get a cool song over it, or not. Maybe you can use it for like a Mazda.
This could be just like a fucking house track. You know how many like songs are blowing up if I added the right fucking Afrobeat fucking clog drum and shit.
Yeah, like the right sound to
and
it.
You just create some sections,
right?
And like remember Lobster and Scrimp? How every verse had a different variation from Timbaland. That's what I think about.
Oh yeah, man, you can forget about it. I mean, like, like later on in the production, he got away from that, eventually. But those were the kind of arrangements really set him apart,
That early Timbaland with people like Mad Skills. You remember Mad Skills, dude?
Oh come on, man! I do.
That stuff was different, dude. It was like he created genres of beats and only made one of that genre. You know what I mean?
And no one. And the thing about it is, yeah. The thing about it is, no one sounded anywhere close to his production. Anywhere.
Talk about the signature, right?
Yeah,
that guy had a signature
for sure. One of the greatest producers of all time.
Is there anybody better? Think about it. I'm talking about like modern, right? Not postmodern, obviously.
No,
Modern.
there's no one in his era that superseded his sound. No one in his era.
Who influenced Timbaland then?
I would say, honestly, if you want to be honest, he was first a DJ first.
You're kidding
He
me.
started out as a DJ.
It didn't. I guess that's how most producers started, right? Primo was a DJ. They're
Right.
all, yeah,
Right.
right. Their first keyboard was a turntable.
Correct. Sort of like
Right.
kind of what you're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they pretty much like started. Yeah. Him, Pharrell,
Yeah.
him.
It'd be funny. We should do like a live session where it's like we go onto this loop or whatever. I put down something simple and then like I hand it off to you like a fucking relay
Oh, let's
race.
do it, man.
We see what happens in half an hour.
Oh, sure. And then I run it to Dan and then give it to Ruckus and let Ruckus spin it at the pool. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, don't forget that Kanye was producing tracks too.
Oh yeah.
We don't say that name anymore, Mr. Raj. Sorry, I'm just joking.
Hey, I can appreciate the man for what he's good for.
How dare you? You have to wait 18 months before you can say that. There's a grace period, isn't there?
Yo, nobody's feeling
Nah.
Kanye, man. No one cares. Kanye is canceled, man.
Yo, I love Kanye.
Oh, I love him
Nah,
too.
Kanye. Some of the stuff that Kanye says, it has substance. Some of it.
None of it has
You just gotta
substance.
pick it. You just gotta pick and choose what you want to listen to.
I don't want to listen to anyone that supports Nazis.
Dude, you can learn from everybody, good or bad, what not to do and what to do.
Exactly. I can't argue that.
Yeah, like you can be like, you know what? We can learn from Bonaparte. Don't attack Russia. It's cold.
Yeah, it's very cold.
Exactly.
It's like really cold. That's like the lesson of history. It's really cold. You think you know cold? Yeah, right.
Yeah. And we don't support Nazis in America.
Well, yeah. Why do you think they're trying to move south? You think they're trying to take Ukraine? They're trying to get further south. It's too cold for them.
Now in Russia, listen. Now in Russia, I guess they support Nazis.
Can you imagine that's like the whole reason that you're trying to conquer another land is because it's so cold where you live?
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
By that definition, that Canada would conquer the U.S., but that didn't happen. Maybe because it's so cold that they won't come north. Interesting. Never thought about that. The only reason that U.S. didn't conquer Canada because we have general winter on our side.
Right. It's gonna be a cold one too. I promise you. A big cold beer, a very cold one. So you guys,
like people get all the way to Buffalo and be like, you know what? It's not worth it.
right?
You ever be in the middle of nowhere, Buffalo? It's a rough place, dude.
You ever been in the middle of like San Juan, Mexico? It's a rough place, bro.
Nah, it ain't that bad, dude. You just
maybe not for you.
Nah, for nobody, dude. Just don't be looking at people sideways, and you'll be fine.
Yo, I've been my last name is political back in Guyana, and so like in 2000 I was gonna go, but it was election season, so my dad told me not to. And even now, it's like if I went back there, I'd just pretend I was like retarded or something. So
By
just
the
nobody
way,
talks
did
to
you
me.
guys know that like Alaska is like 76% like Russian nationality? People don't know that.
Is that what Sarah Palin meant when she could see Russia from here? She was just looking at her neighbors?
Yeah, basically. Because Russia,
makes a lot of
yeah,
sense.
because Russia was once connected to Alaska. It was right there.
Is it possible to drink glacier water?
Yeah, if you want to get real like lightheaded and like you know what I'm saying?
No, actually, you can. There's like certain glaciers that are
Springs and shit,
freshwater.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that are freshwater. Yep.
That's what they make the beer out of, right?
Really?
Yeah,
That's
there's
what
certain
college is
glaciers that are
about.
freshwater that don't turn to salt water until it melts.
Interesting.
but there is saltwater glaciers too. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird ones around.
Well, I guess I'm gonna be drinking some glacier water soon.
All right, give me a sec. I want to go back to this beat.
Yo, that came out really good, by the way, man. And I mean, like, you really like slammed it like amazingly, man. You executed wonderful. The way you put that together, it's just like natural. And I think that's a great example of how to be creative, man. I'm really impressed. So you, for real.
Yeah, that beat was dope. It reminded me of like a freaking dance hall beat. I was finna get down.
Well, if I just shift things, the crazy thing is, I realize that cultural music is not based in the notes they pick, but in their syncopation. You notice that? It's wild. It's the space, it's their spatial differences, so to speak.
Oh.
Yeah, because you have like a reggae, and then you have like
Yeah,
dance
right?
hall reggae, and then you have reggaeton, and then you have trap Latino, and then like a bunch of derivatives of the
Right.
original like reggae, like I guess Afro, like the
Mm-hmm.
Afro beats. Yeah.
A little early. The last one's different, I guess. Same? Yeah, because they're expecting it.
How's your wife doing, Mike?
She's great.
She's doing good. Nice.
All right. I think does this sound on beat? Like, does it sound like in the rhythm?
I mean, to me, it sounds on rhythm, but I mean, I could definitely be exhausted.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna vary the last one. I'll leave it plain. No,
Mike, you
earlier.
should play a little couple steel pans over it.
All right, hold on.
Just like two notes. Just like two notes. Like just like
Okay.
a boom boom, you know?
Give me the idea you have in your head for the steel pan. All right, one sec. Let me just get this right into time. No, earlier.
Boom boom boom. Yeah, yeah, something like, you know what I mean? Some boom boom boom.
Okay. So what notes am I using here?
Whatever you like. Whatever you like.
Oh no, I'm actually going the piano roll. So I'm using E. I'm using E minor. Yeah.
Yeah. Woo, that boy going crazy.
Yo, I like that where you hit it where you were like banana dun 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 banana dun 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 dun. Hit it like that. Let me get that.
Oh, hold on.
That's hard.
Yeah, let me get that. But dun 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 dun
Oh,
dun
you fucking
dun dun
radio.
dun dun
Yeah,
dun.
get it. So let me package it. Oh, okay. So just so that we can, because we can get lost in this, right? So if I just send export wave, we'll call it, I don't know, IUNNO is the name of the beat. Now if I go to Looper, what is your? Do I have your email? I must have your email address
That
somewhere.
sounds cool, man. Whatever Mr. Rogers was just humming, like.
Oh, sorry. Hum it again.
Oh, so I was like,
Oh,
dun 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 dun, because you had hit that beat on the steel
That's
pan.
hard.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Oh,
it, dog.
that was it. That was it.
Log that in. That boy Mike got an ear, boy.
yeah, gotcha. All right, so now that's exported. I don't
Cool
know.
beans.
Let me.
Cool beans, man.
So
That's
I'm
pretty cool,
replying
bro.
to you, and I am sending this wave to you. And you can even press send before the attachment's uploaded. All right. So DeFi, you have it.
Cool.
Good job, everyone.
Cool. I'm gonna open it up.
Yeah, good musical taste. I like the riff. So here's the idea. So I'll create something because I'm so okay with imperfection that I can create things quickly, right? But I'm not the kind of guy that is like necessarily like a fucking engineer, right?
Right.
So, you know, I can slap something together quickly, you and I, and then Mr. Achi gives us the riff. I like that I like the riff he thought about.
That was hard. It sounded really good. I mean, I thought it was cool.
So hold on. So the idea is like you have this can be like so many. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me be close to the beat section here. Let's turn it up. Is that okay?
Can you take one part of that first
Huh?
original?
Say again?
What do you think if we took like? What do you think if we like took the wave and like pitched it up for like
Okay.
4 bars? Like, what do you think about that? Or do you think?
So when you say
I'm just asking. I don't know. Like, if you think.
no, of course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a pattern 3 based on this pattern here, and then I'll just copy the pattern layout. And you want to hear it higher?
Yeah, I was saying maybe on maybe just on a
like
segment,
octave.
maybe not the whole record, but maybe like just like maybe like
Oh.
just maybe like 4 bars or something like that, just to give it a little more depth in terms of like continuity, you know, like. But I mean, whatever. I mean,
So
I
hold
think
on.
it's dope
I
like
think
it is, but I'm just trying to make sure we can exhaust the,
well,
you know.
okay. So let's see if this will work. So because I did export the beat, so to speak, so I should be able to just go mute everything and just bring in the beat itself. And then, all right, so here we go.
Yo, that junk is jamming.
It's interesting. It's almost like I need you to be on my computer at the same. Put jazz over it. All right. Yeah. I mean, we can beat these things to death, right?
I mean,
but that's good fun.
That's great. I think that's a great start for like the last I mean, like guys, like he deserves a couple hand claps for that. That was like in like 5, like 5 minutes. Like,
Well, I think it's interesting that we have like a fucking dude in Texas. Where are you, DeFi? Florida, Texas, Toronto. That's wild.
yeah, man.
And then like we all have this like we take for granted the difference in our cultural backgrounds
Right.
and how that adds to things, especially in music, dude. Especially fuckingly in music.
Yep. Well,
Yeah, because that reminded me of like. Also, I was getting some like cumbia vibes too. You ever listen to cumbia music?
Well, it was an Afrobeat thing, right? So people think these are separate musics, right? But they came from the same estuary in a lot of ways.
What's crazy is like Tejano music. I don't know if you're familiar with like the type of genre, but it's like a Mexican style of music, Tejano music, and it's really big. And it actually derived from like polka dancing music. Like if you go back and you listen to like old school like
Mm-hmm.
polka
Mm-hmm.
music, like they have the
Yo,
accordion
how come
and
they
like
never
different
big up
things.
the accordion player? In all these
Bro,
reggaeton,
that's
you
the
always
best
see like
one, bro. He's the
if you
best.
don't have that without an accordion, and it's probably like a 90-year-old dude, eh? That's why they don't put him in the music video on the beach.
Nah, dude, he's not 90, bro. That dude's like 10. They always
Oh,
have some like super young Mexican dude playing the fucking accordion, bro. I
you're not
swear to
lying,
God.
dude.
I
Yeah,
swear, dude.
you're fucking true. Let me tell you
Dude,
something.
banda. My wife put me onto banda music, like the banda. It's called banda, but that
Okay,
it's really good, dude. Really, really good. You
let me
should.
tell you something.
It's like all
The
instruments. It's like an
people
orchestra.
people look at Bad Bunny. There is a whole host of motherfucking like Latin pop music where the third verse, like these guys' melodies are wild, wild where they take music.
Oh, that's all I listen
Like
to.
Ozuna and all that shit. I can listen to that shit forever. It's all
That's
fire.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then you look at the views, like how many views does it have?
reggaeton and Latino
50
trance music.
gajillion, and you're
That's
like,
it.
how the fuck? Yo, yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, I worked with a Colombian, and all he listened to is like Justin Quiles and shit like that. It's so good.
Yeah, this has been an absolute blast, guys, and I'm so happy.
I sent you the wave, D5. It's yours.
All right, cool. I'll download it ASAP. I'm gonna get out of here for one
And then I'm
second.
going to go look up the copyright information on this. You know what I need,
I need
though,
your advice,
D5?
Mike.
I need, like,
So
yeah, go
I'm
ahead, go
making a
ahead.
table, right? I picked up woodworking, and I'm making a table.
I'm gonna
Mm.
be right back, guys.
Um,
Mhm.
so I'm wondering if I should put two boards, like they're like I think like 8x2s, or if I should just use one board. This is for like a table that's gonna be like an entryway. Should I use like a more slim down table, or should I use something that's a little bit thicker? What do you think?
I don't know about you, but if I have a flat space in my house, I will put something on it. What are you laughing about?
It's true.
What are you laughing
I
about?
can't have a flat, clean surface. It will end up with a book or
Flat
something.
surfaces are to put things on.
Especially where I'm working, I'll clear a space so that I can like sit down with my computer. I'll turn around.
Okay.
There's something there.
Oh. Yeah.
Yo, that beat was pretty dope though. Did you start just messing around with that recently, or what?
Well, DeFi told me about a site called Looperman, and Looperman has a bunch of samples that are, I guess, more or less copyright free, or at least like they'll allow you to create commercial products using it, as long as maybe you provide attribution. And so I just looked up, like, you know, an Afrobeat, whatever, and some guy had a beat that he published today that was called like Afrobeat Lionel Messi. I was like, okay, and they gave me the beat, and so I just needed to chop it so that it, you know what I mean, like it fit within the thing. So that was the first step. But after that, it was pretty much child's play because I don't know. One day I'm gonna have to sit down with you guys and show you my version of understanding music theory without any of these piano staff scale stuff. So I know, like, from watching, like if you listen to Pharrell talk about how he does music, he'll talk about, oh, it's the major seven, it's the minor nine. It's like they tell you what they're doing, music theory, but because most people listening, they just don't understand that kind of math thing about it. It's like, oh, you're using a major seven, which is, you know, a major plus a note before the octave. Okay, I know what that is. Let me try that.
Yeah, funny story. I was gonna get into music, but they forced me to play the clarinet and instead of going straight
Oh,
to
that's
to
rough.
the saxophone. So I just gave up. I was like, man, fuck this.
Well, like for example, even in that beat, like I just arbitrary. I didn't know what it was going to sound like until I pasted it in. So, for example, if I take that same beat, hold on, I could take that same beat. So, what am I doing? Here we go. All right. So here we go. So these are all pattern twos. I'm going to change the keyboard. All right, here we go. Now we're on the piano. So I could add notes to this, like this. No, doesn't sound good. So I could either add or I could change it completely. I don't know if I want to delete. Well, I guess I could. So let me delete this, what I have right now, because what is this? E major 7. Oh, no, this is C major 7. So if I delete this,
It
and
sounds
I
good.
can take, all right, let me take a minor 9. Right? Gives you a different feel. Let me take a minor 7. See how it's sadder? That's the difference between the major and the minor. Minor is sad. Major is happy. Let me go back to the major. 7th as an example. See how that's happy? But if I put the minor 7, it'll sound sadder.
Yeah, I hear it. Dong, dong,
Right? You can.
dong,
You're
dong.
right.
And then the other one's like
It's a bit sad.
dan, 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 dan. And then this one's
Yes,
like dong, dong. Like I can hear it.
you can hear it.
Mhm. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of
Hmm.
like a checkpoint or like hitting a coin on Mega Man. Remember on Mega Man? The sounds of Mega
Yes.
Man, those were the iconic sounds.
Well, it's crazy because like you can download those sounds and use them, and like we take for granted that I'm just using this um, instrument, but I could probably change the instrument. Yeah. No, that's one type of piano. And you can, but I like the Rhodes. You could do simple shit like you could add the requisite cowbell. You know, it's not a song unless you have cowbell. Where's my cowbell? All right, so let's put that on 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
Do you
4.
also have a metronome going at the same time, or is that just?
Uh, I can put this is the metronome here. Hold on. The metronome. The way I edit it, the metronome won't work. I'll have to create one.
No, I wouldn't even put one.
Oh shit! Hold on. I guess I would need to go to pattern 3. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So I would have to go to pattern 3. No. Oh, this is smooth. So I have a.
Hey,
What am I missing here?
is there a way to add like a synth in there?
Like, give me an example.
Like
Oh. Let's see. Packs, drums,
like at
driving.
the very end, like a subtle like. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Give it like a weird, like little kind of
Right.
like a springy, like at the end of it. This is nice. Good to talk to you again.
Okay, so I think I got it. Can I just drag this right onto the... Oops, hold on. All right. Beautiful. I can drag it right on. Here we go. No? Later. Okay, earlier. I think it's earlier. There we go. Later.
Tone it down a little bit.
Like, bring the volume of it down.
Have it like in between the you know how you have those like kind of like what are those? The kind of like those reeds that are hitting. No, yeah, like that. Okay, you had it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think this one could be pulled back. What do you think about that one? I'm gonna play it again.
No, I hear it. That one's good. It's just in there. It's like very subtle. You know, I was watching the way that Timberland and all them do it. Do they have
Yeah.
like a million different sounds?
Oh my god.
And then they just
layer,
It's crazy.
and then they just layer on top of each other. It creates like this. It creates something amazing.
This one is a bit early. Okay. And
That one's
no,
good.
a little
Oh,
later.
that one was getting there.
That one is nice.
That one was good too.
So now that we have that, I'll turn this up. I think it adds to it.
Yeah, it does. It definitely adds to it.
Uh-huh. Good times. Amazing. DeFi's fucking talented as shit, dude. I'm telling you.
Y'all are all talented.
Until our heating breaks down.
Until
Man.
y'all can't use that talent no more. Y'all aren't talented. And then y'all are gonna need me.
You're only as talented as your last song.
Nah, dude. Oh no, you could. I don't know if you heard me or not, but I picked up woodworking as a hobby.
Yes. Yes. You were talking about the table.
Yeah.
And I was saying that, for me, if I have a flat surface, I'll put something on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So sometimes, like, the more surface area, the more you're going to have stuff there.
Yeah, so keep it more minimal. Okay.
Yes. Watch.
Yeah, because we're gonna put like a mirror over it. I'm actually staining it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm staining it right now. The table. It's
Mm-hmm.
espresso.
So as soon as you walk in, it's like the mirror and the table, right? Maybe put your keys on it, that kind of thing.
No, so it's gonna be the second. Like as soon as you walk in, there's like a little coat rack on the right, and then you're gonna walk a little bit, and then there's gonna be the mirror, and then a table. It's gonna be like a little buffet table, buffet style table.
Yeah, it's like the last thing you look in the mirror and then you walk out the door, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I like it. So when you say you picked up woodworking, like, did you get like a lathe or like a saw? Like, what'd you do?
Dude, I built like a whole like garage storage like
Oh
section.
shit! You have a garage now.
Yeah, dude.
How does it feel? The man cave, the last refuge of the father, besides the basement. Why are you laughing, Rockets?
My
No.
fucking final form. My final evolution.
Yeah.
Dad mode. Power level 1000. Yo, 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 yo.
Shut the door.
No, dude. I literally built. I went on YouTube, dude. I went on YouTube and I was like, how to build garage shelving, and I was like, all right, I could do this. I went and bought me a circular saw, a workbench, and I just went to town, dude. I fucking in 2 days I built a full 6 foot 4 inch tall, 2 feet wide by 16 feet storage shelves, like professionally built. So I built them. I built them into the studs of the house. They're pretty cool. Pretty sturdy.
Whoa.
Yep. And now I'm building a table. But yeah, I bought a circular saw, brad nailing kit. I'm gonna start getting into doing stuff like that. But bought a bunch of stuff for the house.
Do your own woodworking show. I'll edit the video. You know.
That's a hobby.
You know.
A hobby, bro. Hey, but I could.
Mr. Raj plays with his wood.
Yep.
Put on OnlyFans and just you woodworking with your shirt off.
That fruit wood.
You just put on some battery riders and make tables. You know how many like Women would watch
with
that shit. Be like, I wish my husband was good with his hands.
some Daisy Dukes.
Yo, you laugh. You know it would be popular. That's the
Some
problem.
Daisy Dukes with the fishnet tank top. Don't forget the fishnet tank top.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then I just stay myself with my big ass beard and everything. I think
You don't have to
I
do
don't gotta
anything,
do nothing. Just wear the
right?
Daisy. I think the Daisy Dukes will speak for themselves because they're gonna be like,
What's crazy is that you're gonna have more male fans than women. You realize that? It's so funny.
they're gonna be like,
You'd
can
be
I
like,
get
yo,
to the
I hope all these women follow me.
sweet
No.
yams? Have you heard that?
Yes. Yes. The channel's already created. We just need an animated logo.
That was my favorite like TikTok song. Can I get to the yams?
Yeah, that's the best. I like the white guy version.
There's a white
Have
guy
you heard
version.
that?
No,
Dude. Oh man, hold on.
man, they gotta ruin everything. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Because Mad Baby told me that there was like a rock version of all these rap songs, and I was like, get the fuck out of here. But there is.
That's funny.
Um,
Are they like?
yeah, yeah, shit like that.
Dude, I have a friend that's into that. I have one of my friends. Um, I met him through work. He's a younger kid, and he came in and he listened to that hardcore like metalcore and stuff like that. And we would always be when we were training, like that was my way of like connecting to him was like through his music. So I would be freaking throwing my fucking voice out and being hoarse as fuck like all day trying to do that shit with him, but he could do it. He was a small dude. He was a really
Yeah,
small dude. He was like 5'4",
I
5'3".
can't wait to show you this. Okay,
What?
it's almost there. Okay, here we go. I just put it to the top. You're gonna die laughing when you see this.
Can I get to the yes? Hold on. Dude, I love that guy. That guy on TikTok's hilarious. He's the dude that's always like, saw it, saw it,
He
saw it. Me and my
reminds me
friends.
of like Theo Vaughn. You know that guy? This
Yeah,
comedian.
yeah. Oh yes, dude.
He's my fucking
Dude, oh
favorite
my
dude.
god, he's so fucking funny.
That's
His,
my favorite.
him, and then that other dude, um, the one that interviews like all the football players and stuff. He has like a cowboy necktie and he has like a mullet. God damn it, what's his name?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Forgot his name. But yeah, Theo Vaughn is funny, dude. He's freaking funny as fuck. He's hilarious. Him and Andrew Schultz, dude, are freaking funny as shit.
Strong comics, man.
They're so good. Yeah, they're just really good. They're like so funny that you can't even be mad. Like, even though
My
they're like
my favorite is seeing
super
Theo Vaughn
crazy.
and Brendan Schaub make fun of each other. Like you look like they'll go back and forth with those.
Can I get to the yes?
Now you're singing it. Yeah. You can't go back
Have
now.
you heard the Charlie Wilson version though?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
You
Charlie
know,
Wilson, man, he can get down.
it's so interesting because like that song kind of came out of fucking nowhere,
That song was
right?
needed. I needed that song in my life.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I needed that
It's true.
fucking song in my life. It came at the perfect moment.
So hold on. You're in your garage. Do me a favor. Can you bang one of the walls? Want to hear it?
I'll bang the garage door.
Yeah. Yes, that's your house.
Yeah.
That's your house. I'm really happy for you, dude.
Dude,
That
appreciate
you
it,
have this
man.
house.
It was a doozy of
A transaction, yeah. A
yeah.
KC all the way. KC's like a fucking Cape Crusader out here, right? Of all the people like to talk about what they do, that guy's actually like living that life. And he's so humble that he won't really say it, but he is.
Yeah, I know. But that's a good thing about what he does. Like, he can help you anywhere he is. Like me, I'm only limited to like helping you. Like, oh, your shit's broken. You got a multimeter. You got this.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable if your ass gets shocked by electricity?
Mhm. It's so funny because if you ever heard somebody have like a question about mortgages, it's like a vampire to blood, dude. He's
Yeah.
like all over it, and it's like he gets in this energetic state,
Yeah, that he almost
you
like
know?
you almost feel like
Yeah,
he's yelling at you, like
yeah.
you almost feel like he's giving you discipline for not knowing these things, and then he goes, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." I just get very excited.
It's just, I love when he's like getting ready because he'll like, okay, hold on. Do you
Okay.
mind if I ask you a few questions? You're right. Like he'll be really soft about it.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh my God, you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Yeah. He gets kind of Dr. Carey mode a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does. I love it though.
So how's work? Everything's good there?
Yeah, we're getting like super busy. Actually talking.
Hold on. Are you going into your busy season now that it's going into winter?
Yeah, we're getting busy. Well, we just
Mm.
haven't. We just like slowed down for a little bit, but we're getting busy again. And next year we're gonna start trying new things. And I convinced the owner to hire a content creator. So next year we're gonna hire a content.
Wow.
We're gonna hire a content creator, and they're gonna manage all our social. My plan and my goal is to take our company to the next step, which is the digital step, because we live
Do
in
you know
Austin.
what? Do you have a videographer?
Uh, no, we don't. But that's the thing. That's what we're
Okay.
looking for. We're looking for someone
Yeah, man.
can that can just use a phone or a camera that we
Sure.
provide. Someone that
Mm-hmm.
knows basic skills, and we don't even care about experience. We just want someone that's willing to grow with us and just continue to put the work in. Because the thing is that we're not looking for someone that's $100,000 right off the gate. We can't afford that. So what we're gonna
Yo,
do?
I would love to just for fun. If you have any footage, just send me some
Yeah.
because I could just like not even like paid, like just to do it for fun. Because if we can set up like a something that somebody could take over, like you could get somebody pretty young and show them the ropes of
That's
the
what
stuff.
that's
I'm
what I
telling
told
you,
that's what I told my office manager. I said, hey, I was like, we just need someone like there's like the opportunities for this. Like not
you
everybody
need
wants to
someone
be
who's hungry for
famous.
that.
I was like, not everybody wants to be famous. Not everybody wants to be the face. Not everybody wants to make videos and put their personality out there. Some people just want to create content for businesses, and not those opportunities aren't there yet because I don't think people have realized that untapped market just yet. So I'm taking the initiative and I'm saying, you know what? We might as well just do it now because nobody's doing it in Austin, at least to that extent. They're still using the old school methods, which are like radio, TV, news, um, all the old school like direct marketing techniques that they used back in the day. So now we're in a social media era, and most people get their reviews from Facebook or word of mouth, from friends or anybody within their circle or whatnot. I think that it'd be smart to go ahead and just hire someone to do that. And then just manage all the social medias, and then even follow the techs around, maybe take some videos, make some product demonstration videos, blogs, vlogs, stuff like that. I mean, because I told him, I said, look, I was like, this person can be out of school. You could pay them a base salary of like 55K, and then give them a bonus incentive for every customer that they bring in. Boom. And it's and we're like I said, it's going to be more of like an entry level position at first because we don't even know where we're going with it. We don't we haven't even started this. We don't
One
know
of the
anything. So
one of the simplest ways you could start is I noticed that original videos, sure, they get popular, but even reacting to videos. I had a kid who was making $500 a month, and all he did is react to rap videos. And I saw a TikTok the other day of a guy reacting to someone doing carpentry. There were people who react to recipes. So even if you looked at an HVAC installation or whatever, and you saw someone doing a technique, even just you commenting on whether the technique is good or bad, disadvantages, advantages, you hate it, you love it, there's simple ways to show your expertise out there.
yeah. No, yeah, we have to. We're gonna brainstorm it. Like I said, we're gonna do it. It's just right now we have a contract with a guy that the traditional like clickbait people that they try to boost your I guess your spot on Google search engines and all that stuff. And then they've been paying this guy like 60 to like 100K every year, and I'm like, dude, that's money. I was like, everybody's doing that shit. Everybody's trying to be number one on Google. That's what, and they're just taking your money. You know what I mean? I'm like, how many people do you actually go and type in air conditioning and it pops up our company? I was like, it just pops up whoever's company, whoever's next in line, so they make money. But yeah, so they were doing that, and I just told them, I was just like, man, you need to cut that guy. And they're gonna start to take in my direction a little bit more and transition me into the office and kind of go from there. So it's gonna be, we'll see how it goes, but it's been pretty cool. I've been working here for like 10 years, so since the company opened. You still there, bro? Still there, my guy?
Yo, so you're gonna ride a desk? How dare you?
No, I'm not gonna ride a desk, dude. I'm a field op. No, I'm gonna be in sales. I'm gonna be the sales/marketing guy.
Nice.
At first, I might have to handle some like administrative stuff because just to kind of help out. But they're gonna bring another technician in that's been with the company for about just as long, and he's going to handle the service side of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, the best part of you doing sales is that you understand operations. Most people in sales don't understand delivery, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because you have that, you'll have a fucking distinct ass advantage.
I know, dude. What's funny is that I freaking like for me, like I already know that I can sell stuff. So like I stopped focusing on I was focusing on my sales. I just wasn't like crazy, but I was actually focusing on like helping my guys, the other technicians, like sell more stuff without trying to be like their manager and stuff like that. And I was able to get one of the other sales guys to sell, and he freaking like blew me out of the water because of the way that because what I was telling him to do. He fucking kicked my ass. But I beat his ass last year though. I put a fire under his butt. I was like, dude, you need to get it together. Everyone's kicking your ass. That's the thing I love about sales too, especially when it's like they make it kind of competitive. If there's no competition, it kind of, eh. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Mike? You know what I mean, brother?
Yeah, you can dominate the space, actually. People have no idea, like, even the guy who runs the electronic security company, he's like a fucking tour de force because he understood. Like, this guy didn't start out in like IT. He started putting together like speaker wire and shit, you know, back in Ghana.
Yeah, it's just like the
So
coach that's like not the best at the position, but he can get you to be the best at the position. You know what I mean? Like he might not be the best, but he can train the best to be the best.
well,
If that makes sense.
it's scary because like I asked him, like, why'd you start the company? He's like, I started the company because nobody gives a shit about the tech, even though the tech is responsible for everyone's success. If your tech is shit, bye business, and you may not realize it for like 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was like, you know what? If nobody cares about these people, I'm going to set up a training business training these people. And it's like, I'm not sure if you've ever looked into that side, but if you have a unique expertise, right, with HVAC, you could make just as, you could have a very healthy business built training techs.
Yeah. I mean, that's the plan. One day, I mean, I would like to get into schools and stuff like that and do that. But
Mm-hmm.
right now, it's just kind of just trying to help the company grow and get us, get me established myself within the. Because yes, I have 10 years of experience, but I don't have any actual experience like running the actual organization as a whole. And once that's handed over to me, like I have management experience and stuff like that, but when it comes to like being able to make actual like upper management decisions, it's a different ballgame because
Yeah.
they'll get to see at that point they'll get to see like that I can handle like bigger decision making like processes versus just the normal ones that I normally do when I'm with a customer and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it's just
You
a
know who
little
went through
different.
this? Megatron,
Uh-huh.
right? He went through this. He was a tech for like 20 years. And now he's like, managing project delivery, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's just like, it's funny, like although he had so much experience in the field, he still had a healthy respect for, what? This is something that I'm going to have to learn,
Yeah, exactly.
just like anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's fun about it too.
Balancing priorities, that kind of shit.
Well, that's what the awesome thing is that I literally like every decision that I've made like in the past 5 years has been to transition myself into this role because I already knew it was going to come and I knew I was going to have more responsibility, because I'm going to have to be more available because you're in a management role, you have to be more available for if your techs need something and you're out of pocket, but they still need something, you still got to be able to answer the phone and be available in some certain ways. Just even if it's just to say, hey, I can't talk right now. You need to call so and so. You know what I mean? Just got to make yourself available. And I've already put myself in the position by like making the decision for, my wife to stay at home and be with the kids and do it on one income and make all these different decisions to kind of like put everything in line so when this day came I can do it and prove to everybody that it's not going to be an issue. So yep, been pretty nice.
Wow, what a day.
Pretty nice.
Very nice. I like. Man,
I've
let everything
I've
go.
had that song that beat that you were playing. It has that song. You know that song that baby calm down. The freaking it's by Rema. Have you heard of it?
Yes, baby, calm down. Yeah.
Calm down. It reminded me of that song.
Well, it's interesting, like, because now that you say that, if I listen to those songs, I can pick out other instruments to add.
Oh yeah.
Baby, calm down. Calm down. Hey, dude, the freaking African music scene is fucking popping off.
Dude, it's my
It is
favorite
fucking
shit.
popping
Spooky
off.
gave me all the tracks last year. Guy, hold on, let me send you something.
I'm trying to learn how to do the dances that, like the African two-step and all that shit. It's pretty nice.
All right, Wicked, I found it. Let me send this to you. So these guys have been feeding me music, right? Feeding me music for 2 years. So I sent you a playlist of like all of the best songs they sent me. It's like 55 songs.
Nice.
What's crazy is I DJ'd a cybersecurity conference and all I played was this music. And when I tried to change it, they said, "Yo, change it back to the other thing you were playing." By the way, what's that music called?
Why?
I got
What was it? What was the other songs that you put on?
somebody asked me to play Indian music. And then like another Indian person said, "Yeah, can you take that up?" I'm like, "What the hell?" They're like, "What are you from Pakistan?"
Why did you play that song, that TikTok beat that they always put on it?
Yeah. Can you imagine? It sounds like a fucking Indian Swedish chef from the Muppets. Yo, I just sent you the Latin one too. I call these my homework playlists. This one has what, 50 songs?
Nice.
I'll send you this other one. This had like,
Yeah. Did you see that? I don't know how close you follow like hip hop music, but you see
oh,
they killed that dude from the Migos
dude,
a few weeks
Takeoff.
ago.
And he was supposed to be like not even gangster. He was just a
Yeah,
regular dude.
he was just a chill dude.
He
Yeah.
was just a chill dude. Yeah, man. That's really sad. And he's the guy that like did the best part of that song. What was it? Um, it's not a challenger. What was that? Uh,
Bad and Bougie or
no, the
Bad and
oh,
Bougie?
hotel lobby. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, Hotel Lobby.
Right? He's the guy that Takeoff
Yeah,
is the guy that leads that song. I don't even want
yeah.
to listen to the other guy.
Quavo.
Yeah, it sounds like shit
Quavo.
compared to Takeoff.
Mama. Dude, they have the best ad libs, dude. Mama. Ice, ice, ice. Dab. Imagine just having your own ad libs, dude.
Well, you know that one of the best examples of the ad libs is fucking Kodak's DJ. You know the Get 'em Black, Get 'em Black, Get 'em Black, Get 'em Black, fuck 'em up. You know? You ever see that? Hold on.
Hey, Tay Chris. Oh yeah, you're talking about the guy. Hey, Tay Chris.
All right, let me put this. I'm gonna tag you in this. Hold on.
Damn, I have gloves on right now because
Mm.
I'm staining this board.
Introducing the new YouTube channel, Taking Over. Mr. Rod plays with his wood in his garage. Fucking
On
a
today.
million views. Mm. When you have your gloves off, I put it at the top. This is the hit Kodak Black's DJ doing ad libs.
Who was the king of ad libs? Gucci Mane was, right? It was Gucci.
I mean,
Yeah.
like,
You
well,
think
well, personally,
does anybody in here know who Gucci Mane is? I know Mike knows. I know Mike knows who Gucci Mane is because he's cultured. But anybody else?
in my head, it's Lagatha's favorite artist,
That's their favorite artist.
but she doesn't tell anyone.
Gucci. Gucci. You know who's been getting a lot of play recently? You know who
Who?
Lecrae is?
Who?
Lecrae.
No.
Lecrae is a Christian rapper.
Oh, I think I saw an interview with him. How do you spell his name?
Lacrae.
Okay. Do you recommend a song?
He has a song that was like really famous called "Coming in Hot."
Fear is a good one.
It was on the radio. Who said that?
Me. Hey, Mr. Rogers. What's up, man?
Yo, what's good, man? How's it going, brother? Been a minute.
How
are you?
I'm just got some medicine, so I'm trying to.
You've listened to Lecrae before?
Oh yeah. He's helped me out.
Really
He's helped me out a lot, man. In the years. I was just trying to look it up. He's got. Oh, there's the one with he's talking to his homie in prison. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, that one is good. Dude, that's an old song, dude. That's like back in like 2010, 11.
Yeah, well, a lot of the good stuff's older, you know. I check. I got the Google Music Premium or whatever it's called, and no YouTube Music shit. Uh, so and then I look at like there's new albums, and yeah, most of them are well, but then you'll find good stuff. I don't know. It's hard for me with music, like finding the right music to listen to.
Oh, I know, man.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Liquid B&B. I like the I like the image from Tezos compared to the top. It's dope.
Liquid B&B.
Yo, Mr. Rod, take a picture of you in your wood.
Take a picture of me in my wood?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll take a picture of myself and I'll.
Because it's espresso, right? So it's probably the same color as your dick.
Nah, dude. That's black. Come on.
It gets a lot of sunlight.
I'm already espresso, bro. Come on.
Amazing.
You know as well, bro. You're a brown man.
That's so funny. Yeah, it is a couple. It's a few shades darker than my hand, let's say.
Whatever, fool. You know it ain't a few. You know that if you turn the lights off, that shit's gone.
Yeah, for real.
A few shades darker. I don't even think they have a shade for that, bro.
50 shades of coconut.
Fucking, what's that? That Vanta Black.
That's what I call spooky.
Oh.
Yeah.
You be hitting him with those Michael Blackson jokes.
Oh man, that guy's still great, eh?
Dude, he's still good.
You realize that guy was around since Comic View almost like 30 years ago? Like, how old is that guy?
Yeah, he's black don't crack. That's all I gotta say. He still looks the same.
It's
Like
one of the
he's black.
shiniest people on planet Earth. Yeah, you can fucking cook an egg on the reflection. You know that they do with magnifying glasses.
Oh my god. They're like, we can melt fucking we can make rocks melt by the reflection of his forehead.
Yeah, you know that's how they cut stones in Egypt to build the pyramids. People don't know.
He just got some fucking black dude's forehead.
Yeah,
That's so fucked up. His forehead though, it had to be his though. Michael Blackson's forehead. It was his forehead. Do we
it's
have
like
I have a cousin, right? I have a cousin he's dark, bro. Like he's black. And um one year my these other cousins were just fucking with him because we're all guys, you know. We have a big family and we're all guys and we used to fuck with each other. They always mess with me because I ate a lot, so they always used to be like, "Hey, hide the food," you know. Roger's coming and he's gonna eat all the food. Well, this cousin, like, he would always mess with me and stuff, and so they started calling him Chocolate Thunder. They started calling this guy Chocolate Thunder. Because he's this big old freaking, like, real dark skinned Mexican dude. And, like, they were calling him Chocolate Thunder, like, over and over and over, dude. And, but he fucking got mad. He got mad and he snitched. And we're talking like a grown ass man. Like, this was, like, only, like, a few years back that we were calling him Chocolate Thunder.
sounds like a wrestler.
Chocolate Thunder, baby. No, that's what Big Rob. Remember Big Rob from Robin Big? Black
Mm,
Thunder. What was his name?
yeah, I just realized that that Lecrae song is like behind a lot of TikToks.
Yeah, it is. I'm coming in hot. Bing, bing, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, Minio's pretty good too. They're both in that song. You Can't Stop Me. That's his other. That was his big song. I was listening to that when we went to Hawaii. We got a Mustang convertible, and we were blaring that. That was fun.
It's pretty good. Hey, Mike, you want to hear a good song? Type in Punto 40. So, Punto, like Punto 40. If you got that song's good. That's by Raul Alejandro.
Sorry, say that title again.
It's Punto 40, so it's Punto 40.
Okay.
That song goes hard. You're gonna want us to get up and start dancing.
I just listened to the start of the. Is you talking about the Punto 40?
Yes.
Yeah, I just listened to the start of it. I'm definitely gonna check that out. It's pretty good. Looked like the album or cover art was like they're in jail, sort of.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the album cover.
The one that came up when it's playing the song is like their hands are on the cage, and then it's got like some barbed wire and a lock. So
That could be it. I don't know. I'm not really sure. You know what? Let me see if I can get it on my I have my tablet over here.
Yo, Raul Alejandro is amazing.
Hey,
Yo,
his
any
stuff
song that guy's on is sick.
is popping, dude.
That's a crazy ass video too. The video, they took some time.
They make a lot of videos.
Let me tell you, those Latin pop remixes are some of the best songs on planet Earth. Like, you'll hear the original, like the original will be fire, but then when they do the remix, it's the remix for them. The remixes I find are more often than not better than the original.
This song is good too.
Dime, yo planeo la vida, día que en Miami nos vemos escondidas. Si no tienes visa, yo te doy la mía. Si tu novio pregunta, tú estás perdida, ma. Te hablé por Instagram y todo fluyó. Te pedí tu WhatsApp, no dijiste no. Ahí fue donde mi mente se dañó. Sexo en la yegua, eso terminó. La historia es larga, pero terminó ella en el extranjero. Si tú vuelves, yo quiero.
I'll send you my
Mm-hmm.
top songs of 2022 on Spotify if you got a Spotify account. I don't know if you do. Do you rock with Spotify, Mike?
I have an account, yeah. Just thinking about what to add to this now. Let me listen to it a bit more.
Damn, it's still early, dude. It's freaking only 10 over here.
All right. All right. Let's add a lady to this. Okay, let me get the first one. Later.
Hey, can I get a clap in there? Can I get a clap in there?
Yeah.
Can I get a
Like,
clap?
what do you hear the clap?
Like I need like
What do you hear?
I need like a mid clap. I don't need like a high clap, but I need something like a, you know what I'm talking about? Like a mid clap.
Clap it.
Like
Clap it for me.
like this. Like this.
Yeah. Keep saying it. I want to hear it to the beat.
Like that. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm. Oh, like slightly before, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I hear what you're saying. Let me just find. Okay. Let me add a sampler. Bang. Put it on the 7. All right. Now we need to find what Mr. Roger wants, which is SFX. Do I have a clap in here? Where are my claps? All right, hold on, sorry. Legacy, drums, hip hop. Must have a clap somewhere.
Hey, on those pianos where they go dun dun, you couldn't use like a what's it called?
Tell me.
You know those I forgot the instrument. but it's like it's the piano, but it's more of like the synthetic piano that's like,
Okay.
you know, I'm talking
Let's
about
see
the
what we have.
like one that goes like kind of like a ha 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 ha, kind of like a choir voice almost, like a,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, let me try some stuff out. All right, instruments, keyboard.
Ha 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 ha.
Hmm.
Because you know how like they have those certain instruments that are kind of like,
Right.
I forgot what they're called.
Right.
It's but it's a synth. It's a synth that they use on it.
Well, that sounds pretty crazy. Hold on. No. Hmm. Oh, that's what that is. Choirs?
Yeah,
Are you looking for a
choirs.
choir?
There we go. Yeah, choirs.
One of these?
Yeah, but a little bit higher to kind of
And then
match that tone of what you have there already.
oh, okay, gotcha.
But with that
Gotcha.
instead of the dum, you know what I mean?
So replace.
Yeah.
So you're saying replace? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me try it.
You know what I'm talking about,
Let's see
right?
if
The one that we were talking about
Yeah.
that was happy and sad. That you were talking about, that you were explaining.
Mm-hmm. Why isn't that changing? What if I put it below and a sampler? And I went into the sampler, added hue, and then I went here and added the major 7, which is bang, 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 bang. Yeah. Oh, I think I know what you're talking.
Give it like a ha ha. You could even go ha ha, or like ha ha. You know what I mean?
Right. 1, 2. That's the syncopation. 1, 2.
You hear that?
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
But if you were to put the ha 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 ha.
Okay. So let me go to pattern 4.
You know what's funny is that this is literally what they do in the studio. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They're just fucking sitting there, just fucking with shit until they make something.
All right. So this has to be earlier. That's what I'm looking for. So that's on the 4. Okay, let's try it this way. Okay, that'll be easier to do. So I just have to wait for it to come back around. So where's this beat? No, early. Okay, let's hear it come back around. And then I can pitch it properly. No, earlier. And then I can, once I get the timing of it, it'll be easier. So let's try that again. Why can't I pull this down? All right, here we go. All right, so there we go. And I can move that anywhere I want it. But now that I have it, no. Whoops. You get sometimes when you fuck up things?
Yeah, I see you have them
No.
too spaced too close together.
Yeah. It was like, oh shit, that mistake was good. What the fuck? Put that back in. How did I do that mistake? Okay. I think I have the. Now I just need to pitch it properly. Okay. So that's pattern 4. And what?
Can we
Let me.
slow that down a little bit?
Oh yeah. You ready? Let me take off. Let me take off this choir. Slow enough or more slow?
Now go with the and add the choir in.
Okay.
But okay, speed up the beat. Speed up the beat, but cut the choir.
Okay. 1 sec. Cutting choir. Speeding up beat.
That's fine right there. I think that was the original spot, right?
This is about. I was at 130 originally. This is 124.
Okay. Okay, now put the choir in.
Hold on 1 sec. Oh, it changed the beat up a bit. Do I have to put it back to 130?
I think you do. You can't step the tempo down on just the choir portion of it.
It's because I put it together in a way that's not efficient.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like I just kind of hacked this together.
I see. You're just you're just using your ingenuity. I feel you.
Yeah. I'm not like DeFi. I'm like DeFi light.
You're like, you can't. Who says you can't do this on here?
So, okay, so that's like 1. Let me, just for kicks. No, I don't want to save that. I'm going to discard this beat. Save changes? No. Let's see what. So that was like one of the first ones I was just like, all right, let's see what this is like. So if I go back, man, and this you just told me about this thing today. Let's see. Wow, that's incredible. Hold on.
You're incredible.
What is this? This is what's the BPM? 95. All right, let's bring this down to 95.
That sounds actually really good.
It's crazy, right? I can't believe these are like you can actually make music with this. All right. You know, DeFi is a plug. All right, here we go. Intimate. All right, so there's our beat. How crazy is that you can just detach. All right, here we go. So let's add. I find that Rhodes goes well with this. There is my usage of a piano. There's my piano. There's my piano. There's my piano. All right, here we go.
This needs to be
Okay,
like
we
some
have the
fucking
right.
Jamaican dudes about to jump on this.
Yeah, right.
Come to party, get around. Come to party, get around.
Yeah.
Come to party, get around. Come get jiggy, have some fun.
Yeah, oh, that's not far off. All right, so let's bring up this piano. And let's put the piano here. Oops, come on. Pattern 2.
Blah 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 blah. Booyaka, booyaka.
Yeah, I could get that. I could probably put that in. All right, so let's pick the right instrument, which is the Rhodes. Let's see. Let's pick a major 7 again, I guess. Why can't I hear?
Dude, this would be good for like I don't know how to do like spoken word or anything like that, but for like some
Yeah,
spoken
yeah,
word like type stuff.
I got it. I don't know why this Rhodes isn't playing. Is it not on a channel? Like, what's wrong with it? Where's my Rhodes?
Dude, this is like the beginning of a freaking like song about to start in the middle of Jungle Book. Like the fucking,
Yeah, right?
like the fucking bear like just starts dancing and shit.
Why am I not hearing my... hold on. Okay, so put that on 7. Okay. We're on pattern 4. I'm not hearing. Why am I not hearing? This is weird.
It's because you're not hearing the dun dun huh.
The...
Because you took out the ha ha. Remember those ones that you put in?
No, I started a completely new beat now.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Sometimes I'll just force myself to start something new. Mm-hmm.
At the end.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is a variation exactly. Why doesn't this work? Why don't you want to work? Oh, fuck. So if I did that, and on pattern 4, I went after loops. Here we go. Search, loop, packs, loops. Oh shit. No.
Hey, quick question, Mike. Why you be in people's iPads, bro? Come on.
It's because I'm trying to mine Maccoin. And I need as many M2s as I can get.
Yo, quick, dude, is that even real? Like, is it that's really a thing? Like, she really believes that?
I can't tell. Honestly.
Bro, you made some enemies, Mike.
Dude, is it crazy? I'm good at that, eh? Yeah, you want to learn how to make an enemy? Talk to me. I'll teach you.
Like, people just look at you and be like, "Fuck you, I hate you."
Yo, I blame you mostly. You're the one who, like, if you didn't invite those Avalanche people, none of this would happen.
No.
You're like, hey, come meet these Avalanche people, and I'll fucking like cut you wire. And then you left. You left me with the Avalanche
I
people.
had to handle some business, bro.
Oh my god.
Hey,
It,
you know Barney Stinson? You know he would always be like, "Have you met Ted?"
Man, it's crazy. Well,
how's
my
Mateos doing?
I wonder.
Haven't talked to that fool in a minute. Is he still getting into arguments with people? funny.
You know, a lot of times when people are like blowing up on spaces, he'll be WhatsApping me and be like, "So you want to start a syndicate, huh?" I'm like, "Fuck you." He's like trolling me in DMs.
I mean, the syndicate is whatever people believe they want it to be. Believe me,
It's whatever the hell you want it to be.
it's whatever the fuck you want it to be.
Whatever the
There's
fuck you want it to be.
no official mascot, just the ascot. Bro, you're funny because I did go to the store today because I bought these because I bought like this real nice like fleece sweater with like a little zip right here to wear for like Christmas Day when I'm with my family. And when you said oh, he's just missing the ascot, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
Dude,
Well, you know, when you get in sales,
I have an old school
you
hat
know?
though. I have those old school like like chimney sweep hats like they used to have back in the day.
Mhm. That's so
I
funny.
have two of those. I wear them. I'm
Fucking
actually
Billy
letting my
Bathgate.
beard grow out so I can. I'm trying to get that like old school like handlebars with the beard going on.
Oh my god, you're gonna twist it? I swear you fucking. As long as you don't get a ponytail, okay?
Nah, I'm not gonna get a ponytail. Just
Okay,
a
good.
man bun.
Yeah, okay. Are you gonna put like a rubber band at the bottom of the beard?
Scrunchies.
Yes, a scrunchie.
Fucking scrunchy.
I think scrunchie. I like it.
Hey, dude, if Jason Momoa can freaking walk around with a fucking scrunchie on his wrist and nobody tells him shit, I could do it too.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think anybody will tell me anything, bro. I'm fucking huge. Come on.
It's funny because you're gonna see it on their face, right? They'll look at your forehead, they'll look at your eyes and your nose, your mouth, and then this. What is this? And you're right. It'll just be this confused look on it, and you'll just drink it in.
That's why I could literally wear whatever the fuck I want and nobody would tell me anything, but like at the end of the day it would just be funny, like seeing people's reactions. Cause I told my buddy, I was like, man, wouldn't it be like a fucking awesome skit where you're just like where you're just like, don't be a fucking saying, oh, you know, right after we're done, working this nice hard day at work, we're gonna go get mani pedis. Don't be a bitch, and you better come with us. Like, what if we lived in a world where being masculine was feminine and being feminine was like considered masculine? You know what I mean? Like,
We're almost there. That's in a not too distant future.
get your eyebrows waxed, you're a bitch.
They do this. That was a South Park episode.
You're telling me that you didn't wax your butthole? You're a bitch.
It's like rap videos are about it, like disses.
Oh, dude, I swear to God, that'd be so funny, dude. Rap disses in that world.
Mm-hmm.
Your butthole's hairy. It's very scary, bitch. Oh shit! Don't mind me. I'm a little high right now. Man, you're lucky, bro. You get that good sticky icky. You probably don't even smoke either, huh?
We have access to very good things here in Canada.
I know you do, man. I'm fucking jealous.
Dude, you came, you may never go back.
You partake?
Yes.
Hmm.
How do you think I handle these motherfuckers? Hey, Mike, how you so calm, huh? You know what I mean? How come you don't get mad at nobody? Oh.
It's called. I'm being blunt.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I gotta get this microphone working. I just ate the purple rays. It's only 17%, but it's all right.
Oh, nice. I just got some blue cheddar. It was an exotic, and it was
That sounds good.
24.5% Bell's flour, and that shit was bomb.
I've been getting this lip when we were doing or Mike was doing, you guys were doing, I was pretending, LARPing, the,
Who was like,
was hackathon. I was
Mhm.
LARPing the hackathon.
Mhm.
I got this lemon ice pucker at it's right across the street. There's a High Bush Buds is right across the street from my place we're staying. And yeah, because I talked to the bud tender and like actually talked to him about what I needed. And because I need the like an indica more for the or no, what I really need is an edible or something or really like that Rick Simpson oil or something like that for because my neck back, it's just, but for my head, because my head just hurts and I can't think when it's like that. But the way she described it, and then because then I asked later like if there's anything else like it, and there's like not really. And so yeah, I just keep getting that when I can, and that stuff's awesome. I really like that extract. And the smell of it too. It's that really
do they sell like any
lemony kind of.
Delta 8 or Delta 10 products over there?
I think. I mean, not that place, but that's the.
They should.
What is that?
Delta 8
That's
is a
like the like.
derivative. It's a derivative
Yeah, but
of weed.
why would you want that shit when you can get the real shit?
Because they offer different benefits.
Oh really?
Yeah. So
Okay,
like,
yeah, I'm not too familiar with it. It just seemed
for
like.
instance, Delta 9 is more psychedelic. So a lot of people think that the reason why Delta 9 has a bad rap with like, modern society is because of the psychoactive properties that it has, and it gives you a real head high and you get fucking stoned as fuck. But Delta 8 and Delta 10, because of the chemistry behind them, it removes a lot of the head high, and you get more medicinal properties from the weed itself. So
Yeah, I don't want any of that. I want what I got. I want the real stuff.
well, that's what I'm saying though. Like you can, like for me, like I like smoking the real stuff too, but I also like to function throughout the day. So I have a Delta.
No, I need just like I've had 3 bowls so far. I'm not even high a little bit. Like I need a decent amount just to get to where I can function.
Damn, bro, you need to smoke some pens and don't smoke bud.
Yeah. Well, the fucking the pens I go through like a gram and a half like a day or so. So it's just I just need to make some money so I can buy the shit.
There's no way, dude. A day, I'm chiefing mine all day, and it lasts me like 2 weeks. I'm like literally chiefing it all day, and it lasts me like 2 weeks. Oh, but at the same time, the one that I get, it's a 3.5 gram disposable.
Oh no, I get like the half gram or 1 grams.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not gonna do that.
I didn't even know you can get one that's a 3.5 gram. Where's that, in California?
No, I'm in Texas.
Oh yeah, okay, Texas.
Yeah. So
what they have? What is that like? Medical? They didn't legalize weed in Texas, did they?
No. So that's the thing. So in Texas, it's only illegal if you have a derivative of Delta 9 that has a certain.
Oh, so that's why you're getting it, because it's illegal down there.
Yes, because they found a way around the law. They found a way around the law that you can still sell weed as long as it doesn't have this certain psychoactive chemical compound within the bud. As long as it doesn't have that, then you can sell it. And what happened was the botanists and the chemists, when they went to go cook the stuff, and they went to decarb the weed and all that stuff, they found that if they like introduce like certain chemicals to it, they can extract certain things out of it, and make it legal. So now they were able to genetically modify certain seeds that are like that fall within that spectrum. So like I get like straight up weed that is just like the real stuff, and the only difference is that it doesn't have that compound inside of it, that molecular structure. The molecular structure has been altered so that it falls within the law of Texas.
Yeah,
But
I was familiar with all
but it's
that,
real
but
weed.
or,
It's real weed. It's just
yeah,
I
no,
have to, for me, I have to separate the different categories of it because I love weed, dude. I'm like a hardcore like weed connoisseur. Like I love weed. Like if it ever becomes legal, like I might go into see if I can try to get into the weed game here in Texas. But we'll see. Man, that may take years, 20 years, who knows.
yeah. Well, it's funny because like Texarkana, it's legal medical, or I don't know if they legalized it in Arkansas. The part and the other side of the road in town, it's illegal.
Yeah, like
because Texas is pretty hard about this stuff.
They are, but they can't do nothing about it because it's legal. They sell it everywhere. Like literally, there's dispensaries.
That's awesome.
There's dispensaries, dude. There's dispensaries like every single place. 'Cause I live in Austin though. I live in the Austin area. Well, I don't live in Austin anymore, but I live in a small town outside of Austin, probably like 45 minutes away. But because I live in this area, it's very liberal, and they push for like marijuana advocacy and stuff like that. But the thing is our state, it's a red state, so a lot of conservatives, they push for criminalization of weed, but it's slowly getting through because we're having a lot more people move here from other places. So slowly, like it's starting to flip. It's just taking a while. It's gonna take a while. It's because they have that gerrymandering stuff here, where they go to these small counties and stuff like that, and they do like these, like pretty much like poach votes and stuff like that to these counties that like there's like maybe like 1,000 people. Like you know what I mean? Like they have these fucking shit counties. There's so many counties here in Texas that are still like super old school that they're able to manipulate like certain elections and stuff like that for certain things because all those counties, they still amount to like a lot of people compared to like all the cities, like the big cities combined, which Dallas, Austin, Houston, San Antonio, which are the four major cities and even El Paso, which are all the major cities in Texas. They all voted Democrat, but everybody else voted fucking Republican. So that's what we're having to deal with right now. It's a bunch of bullshit. Which nothing against Republicans, but man, they're just pushing some dumb shit right now.
Yeah, in Alaska, even the Republicans don't go against weed for the most part.
Yeah, here
it's been legal here since 1975.
Yeah, here they do. They go against it big time. And it's annoying because I do it because I have like real bad anxiety. And if I don't smoke, then like I'm like have like a real tendency to like lash out because I get like overstimulated really quick. And then I'm like, oh shit. So, but actually I haven't been smoking as much because I started taking my vitamins. That sounds fucking cliche as fuck, but I started taking my vitamins, dude. I started taking like the zinc, magnesium, calcium pill that gives you like so much zinc, so much magnesium, and all that stuff. It gives you more than your daily limit. And then started taking a super vitamin B complex pill that comes with like a lot of trace minerals and stuff like that. And then I started taking this other pill called ashwagandha. It's like a root that you can take, supposed to help with stress management and stuff like that. I started taking that, some fish oils, some vitamin D.
Ashwagandha?
Yeah, ashwagandha. Yeah. I started taking that stuff. That stuff works great, dude. That shit's fucking
Oh
good.
shit! You're getting that Indian fucking fentanyl. that natural.
Hey,
You know?
that shit works good.
Yeah, man.
I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Mm-hmm.
I've lost like a good amount of weight. Like I feel fucking energetic as fuck. Dude, my big ass was out here doing cartwheels in the yard and shit with my kids.
Well,
Ashwagandha, that's what it is. Ashwagandha.
mm-hmm.
Ashwagandha.
Now you get into that Ayurvedic medicine.
Yeah, dude. Now,
That's some
and then I
old
started taking,
shit.
and then I started also taking some probiotics to balance out the pH in my gut. And bro, telling you, I'm gonna start a vitamin regimen. I don't even. I swear to God, dude, I can notice a difference the moment that I take all the pills that I'm supposed to take. Like I just fucking burst with energy. Like I'm just like, oh shit, it's time to wake up. And I just get to it. Crazy. But it's because I was taking a multivitamin at first. I was taking a multivitamin, like those little gummies. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, man, I lived reading the bottle and I was like, oh, they must really assume that I'm out here eating like super healthy and eating the daily limit for these multivitamins to be of any use. And I was like, that is not the case. I was like, I'm fucking eating like one meal, like one big meal a day, like because I don't really like to eat like throughout the day. Like I fast throughout the day, and then I eat like a meal at like noon. So I won't eat from like the time I go to bed to like noon. But um, yeah, but it's been pretty cool. I'm trying to take different things, but I started taking vitamin E. I'm gonna buy some vitamin A. Take your vitamins. Take your vitamins, bro. I'm telling you. At least take, if you don't want to take your vitamins, at least start off with like the zinc, magnesium, calcium pill. And it also has vitamin D3 in it too. Um, that thing right there will just help you like sleep better. Like you'll just sleep fucking good.
I'm taking so much. She's got me like one of those daily pill dispensers, and there's probably like 15 of them in the morning, 10 more at night. She's got powders, whatever, put in her coffee. I just got the creatine because creatine,
Yeah, well,
it's like my physical therapist. What's that?
Don't take too much shit, bro. You don't want to fuck up your liver.
No, yeah, I know it's good. But this creatine, so my physical therapist is like, oh, it's just like dehydrates, but it's like or water. What's that called? But anyways, it's like you can just have more salt basically. But there's studies of, and those are scientists. Like, yeah, there's scientific research for traumatic brain injuries using creatine to stimulate for
Yeah, because creatine,
genesis.
what creatine does, it just helps your muscles absorb more water, so you get a bigger pump. So when you're working out, your cardiovascular system is expanding because it's retaining more water because there's more salt in your muscles.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
It
Yeah,
retains
but
the
then it
sodium.
also does something in your brain
Yeah, because
as
it
well.
inflates it. It's pretty much makes you swollen. It like swells up your body. It makes an inflammation of your body.
And then I got the knack. They tried to like outlaw this stuff, I think, in acetylcysteine. They made it harder to get on the Amazon because I think it helps out a lot with your immune system or something with COVID. So they tried to outlaw it. It's FDA or whatever. But then what else we got here?
Did you say ivermectin?
Oh no, no knack. Shit. Taurine. Got me some taurine. A little bit of that. Lion's mane mushroom and then tea extract. Morning.
Lion's mane mushroom.
Yeah, that one's supposed to be good for the brain too.
They have that thing, that mud water. If you wanted to try it, It has all those buttons.
Yeah, I've seen that before. It's just yeah, she gets these like supplements, bulksupplements.com. There's a pretty good deal on those. But yeah, I should check out that Mudwater if I.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll look at that bulksupplements.com. Yeah, I need to look.
Yeah, because it's just like the powder. Oh, and then we get the ascorbic acid, vitamin C, and we just take that as a powder, and then chase it with water. That's you don't want to, because I accidentally snorted some. That's not a good idea.
You were a Tide Pods kid. You were doing that challenge. Let me find out.
It's funny. I tweeted about it. Somebody had tweeted one of those one of those accounts that just tweets really dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And they were talking about how like traumatic brain injuries basically can help. That's what's necessary to be an alpha male, and look, because you lose all your inhibition and all this other dumb shit. And I was like, this could be bigger than the Tide Pods challenge.
Fucking snorting vitamin C. Take straight to the brain, baby. Yeah, it feels fucking good, bro. Yeah. I feel it kicking in. Man, you gotta be a hardcore help. Dude, did you hear about that dude do y'all follow the Liver King? You know who
Yeah, that's what I thought immediately.
The Liver King, bro.
Yeah, where he was saying he was all natural.
Yeah, and the motherfucker takes steroids and shit. None of those dudes are natural, bro. Come on, really? Ain't nobody eating liver looking like that. I don't care how hard you work out. You ain't gonna eat liver and look like that, dude.
I've been talking a lot of shit to the government today, and they haven't really said anything back.
You've been talking a lot of shit to the government?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Like, did you call them up and say, "Hey, fuck you, you're a bitch"?
No, more like tweeting and stuff.
Okay. I'm sure like you and like 20,000 other people are talking shit to them at the same time, so they're probably like, "Fuck these people."
No, I think I'm talking to some very specific people in a very specific way.
Remember, bro, there's 300 and something million people, all, and like a third of those people hate the government.
Yeah, but they're not as special as I am.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I finally got the scissors for this space. I wonder if I don't know why. Just, finally got them. That was pissing me off. So I can like clip 30 seconds or whatever. I can't listen to those though. It won't let me play them.
Dang.
I just
super late to the party.
Nah. Yeah, like they've had my. Oh, have you had it for a while?
Yeah, been having it for a minute.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, everybody else had it. They locked. They did something
Dang,
weird
they
with my
freaking
account.
hold you, man. That sucks.
I spent a half hour on hold with the FBI yesterday. They're pretty difficult to talk to. Because I talked to the gal at the Anchorage FBI office, and it seems like they're intentionally incompetent.
They're all like that. All government agencies, state agencies, they all act stupid. Because if you act stupid, then what can you get blamed for?
And then they transfer you to a number that says press 1 if you're having suicidal thoughts.
See, here's the thing.
Otherwise, continue to hold.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Is like is that governments, like, they're okay with you being stupid and not knowing about something, but the moment that they find out, yeah, you're just ignorant to the fact, they'll fucking come after you. But if you're dumb, they'll let you go. Oh, he was just dumb. He was just being dumb. It was a mistake. Pat on the fucking back.
I think we're well past that at this point.
No, we're not, dude. It still happens, bro.
Not in this case.
Oh, you're talking about in your case. Oh,
Yes.
yeah, probably. You probably are well past it, from the sounds of it.
I got my discovery after I won the competency hearing on Thursday, and it's just interesting the things they withhold.
They withhold a lot of stuff.
But it's like, I mean, obviously, but it's, they think they can get away with it. Like, they think they can just be blatantly corrupt and just get away with it.
The funny thing is that they probably will get away with it.
No, they won't.
Man, most of these people that are like do internal investigations and stuff like that are just ex FBI agents investigating their own people, and they still like do that. And especially like with police too. Like they're still police officers. They don't have like a separate third party agency that does that stuff. It's like, oh, Karen, oh, like, hey, Bill, just so you know, it's routine. We're doing an internal investigation. Everything should be good if you're straight and all that stuff. Like,
Well, yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said to her. I said, okay, how do I look up what this 9-digit FBI number means in my records? What does this number mean? How do I look it up? I was like, oh, that's for the state. And I was like, no, it says FBI number. This is the FBI. Oh no, the state will have that. No. And then I said, well, okay, fine. You're just gonna be, I'll find it on the website again. But I said, oh, fucking phone.
oh, he was getting deep into it. BLM, baby.
Oh man,
Dude, I'm done, dude. I held my tongue a lot with a lot of these motherfuckers, but y'all want to come in here? If anybody wants to come in here talking some shit like that again, I'm going straight for the jugular. I'm not gonna be nice no more.
yeah, I've kind of decided to take off the quick gloves with folks.
Yeah, I have to, dude. I have to. I've been letting.
You just have to.
Dude, they've been getting too
You
many.
don't have
Too
to
many
hide
passes,
anymore.
bro. Too many passes. People be
Oh.
saying too much dumb shit. Like they took the gloves off. It's time. It's time.
Yeah. Oh.
And
I find it's actually like, you think you're doing people a disservice by treating them like children, and you're not really helping them.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
So like now, like they're just gonna have to get slapped in the mouth or.
Yeah, and what's the problem is they already hate me already. Imagine when I'm honest with them.
Exactly.
It'll be good fun
Like
though.
Matheos would say, that part. That part.
That part.
That part.
It's funny because we were making fun of Matheos because when he did he came to one of the voice classes, right? Mm-hmm. And Christian told him, "Hey, can you like not end your word with going higher? Like not hi." He's like, "Just say hello." And it took Matheos like a few times not to end hi. So funny.
What does that mean?
Like he because when he says hi, he's like hi. And Kristen was like, stay low, like hi, not hi, right? Like hi. And we were talking to him. He's like, you know what? He was telling me the other day, like the reason he doesn't use that low voice is because he feels people get intimidated by it, and it's probably true.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I came up to everybody and just talked to everybody like this, like I normally do, and just talk, and I just fucking talk in my normal
Right.
voice like this all day, like nobody would talk to me. So I choose
Right.
to change the pitch of my voice to
Yes.
be like
Yes.
this,
Exactly.
like this.
Yeah. This is my animated voice.
This is
Yeah.
this is me when I'm
Yeah.
talking to you guys. But when I'm at home and I'm being serious and I'm just talking to my kids and talking to my wife, this is my actual voice. This is the actual voice that
Right.
I have.
Right. No, sure.
So
Because usually, like I put more music in my voice when I talk to people, but usually, if I were to see, I feel like I'm a psychopath sometimes if I just just speak as I am.
dude, me too. Me
Right.
too. My kids
That'd
fucking hate it when I like start making like funny voices and shit. They're like, Dada, stop,
yeah.
stop,
Yeah.
because it freaks them out.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're like, what the fuck? Because kids, they're like, they're so used to seeing my normal voice, and then I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
come here, little boy and girl.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then they just freak out. They're like, stop! You're scaring me.
Mm.
You're
Yeah.
scaring
I
me.
feel like I have a natural meanness in my voice when I just talk like this.
Yeah, dude, you
Like I
sound
feel
fucking
like people are gonna.
stern, dude. You're about to fucking.
Yeah.
You're one stern motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna start letting it out more.
You have to. You have to.
You
That's
just
why I
have
got. That's
to.
why I stopped getting on here, because like I said, I would go into rooms and stuff, and like I would say certain things that people would disagree with. Because let's be honest, majority of the people that are on here are of not. They're not of color. You feel me? A lot of people are not of color. So I would go into rooms and I would say certain things. They wouldn't like it, and they would like gang up on me. And I would just kind of like try. I would be like, okay, I'll be the bigger person. And I was like, no, fuck. Now I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna be doing that no more, because like they should be just understanding that there's a possibility that what I'm saying is true, even though it does have substance, and everybody knows it has substance. But people just tend to kind of like just want to erase the fact that there's certain things that happen.
The crazy part is most people think I'm white.
I don't know how they think you're
You know,
white.
but it's
You don't even sound white,
interesting.
dude. You just sound like a dude.
Well, you can hear it because where you're from,
Well,
right?
because
Not so much of like
well, the thing
the
is,
fact that like you
is
grew
the
up in a
white
certain
dudes. The
place.
thing is, the white dudes that I hung out with, they were hood too. You know what I mean? Like the white dudes that went to our school, they wore the same shit that we were wearing. They were wearing
You're
they were
right,
wearing baggy
exactly.
jeans, tall
Uh-huh.
tees. They were wearing Air Force
Tall
Ones,
skis
Air Force Ones. They were wearing the same exact stuff that I was
and
wearing. They were listening.
spray paint
They were listening
t-shirts.
to the same music that I was listening
Yeah,
to. So
yeah, sure.
all the black kids, the Mexican kids, all the kids, unless you were like some country kid that lived in the school in the area, you pretty much dressed all the same. Everybody looked the same. All the kids, just everybody dressed the same. No matter if you're white, black, Mexican, whatever. Even the Asian kids dressed
Mm-hmm.
like that too. But that's just because where I was from.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing because like if you ask me right now, like I don't have like my best friend is Jamaican, but I don't really have any West Indian friends. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
but I'm
and
like a
all my
weirdo,
friends.
right? Because my parents are Guyanese,
Yeah.
my parents are Guyanese and they came here and then they had me. And then I grew up like in a place that most people would never be caught dead in Toronto. Like they wouldn't even fill their gas where I'm from. They would just like try to push their car or something. They would rather run out of gas.
And
right?
your parents were over here like, fuck yeah, we hit the jackpot. This is fucking nice as
Dude,
fuck.
let me tell you something. The U.S. and Russia were fighting over Guyana, and everyone fucking split, dude. They
Your
left.
parents were like living in a fucking mansion when they moved. They were like,
Yeah, let me tell
they
you.
probably felt, dude, that's the thing that people don't understand, like the luxuries that we have here. Like, come on, dude. Like, some people come from Mexico. They move from a fucking shack to a 600 square foot studio apartment. To them, that studio apartment's a fucking mansion. Because they have running water, they got hot water, they got air conditioning. They got shit that they don't have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if it wasn't for like, because what happened is a socialist took over Guyana, and basically, I mean, I don't have to tell you what happens, right? So everyone left. Everyone. They just left all their businesses, all the plantations they owned, everything. Everything.
Damn.
So like we started out in like a fucking basement. It was like my dream was to live on the main floor. I was like, if I could just live on the main floor, I'll have made it.
Damn, son. Do you have your own house yet?
No, not yet, but it's close on the horizon. Very close.
Nice, man. Nice.
hmm Yeah,
Nice, bro.
doesn't happen overnight, but it's happening.
It doesn't. Hey, dude.
This year was an important year, eh? Dude, this year was an important year, let me tell you.
Dude, this year kicked my ass. I ain't gonna lie. This year was the toughest year ever for me. And this is my so yeah. So from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, I would say that this year was the hardest. What about you? Did this year test you more than usual?
This year taught me that I have to demand what I want.
Yes, bro. Yes, you gotta take that shit. You gotta just take it, bro. You can't fucking wait. No more waiting, bro.
I also learned that what people tell you is not necessarily what they're going to do.
No. No.
So I just started to learn how to do, like, even with Web3, it was like, when Web3 was helping me learn how to code, it was like, that was like a huge part of me just freeing myself in small ways, a big way.
I know. No, I'm just happy that you still sticking it out and y'all still made something. Y'all still developing stuff. I thought that was badass. I just think y'all are cool peeps. That's the only reason I really hung out. It had nothing to do with the fact that I was interested. I love technology, and y'all were talking about coding. It had like literally nothing to do with that. I was just like, oh, these dudes are cool as fuck. I was like,
well, it's funny because
I really have no interest in doing any of that stuff because I have a good career. I'm already situated. I got a good career. Like, it would be stupid of me to just drop what I'm doing now to pursue a career in something else. Like, it just wouldn't make sense, because I would literally be starting at square one. I have a house. I have 3 kids. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm gonna just build on what I have right now. You know what I mean? So, but I learned a lot from you guys. Um, that book that you had me read, that Pitch Anything book, changed a lot.
Oh, did you read that?
Yeah, I read that book, dude. It was really good.
That is one of my top 5 books for business of all time.
Like every day, bro.
That opened up my fucking eyes like the heavens opened up when I read that book, dude.
Dude, yes, and it helped me be more confident in myself. I had lost my confidence like a while back.
Really?
Like, yeah, I had lost my confidence a while back because like I got like really heavy. I was like, I think I was up to like
Right.
350. I was like at 350 pounds.
Whoa.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
But I'm 6'5", so I mean, take it for
Yeah,
what
no,
it
it
is.
doesn't look like it on you.
Take
Yeah.
it for what it is, right? But still, for me, I
Uh-huh.
could feel it. And I was really heavy, and I just wasn't feeling good. And then, fuck, what was I just saying? Completely just spaced out. Holy shit.
I was
You're
listening.
talking about your weight.
Yeah.
No, before that.
But what happened before that?
Oh, don't ask me that.
They're getting old, dude. It's so funny.
What was I saying?
We're talking about how this was like a hard year.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Then went to the book, and then
oh, yeah.
Oh,
So
yes,
the book.
yes.
So the
If
book.
anything,
So the book.
your
So like I
confidence,
had lost
the
my
weight.
confidence.
Yeah.
I had lost my confidence, and I had got up to like 350. And after reading that book, the part about the prizing, that was like the one thing that
Yes, I am the
I am the
prize.
fucking prize. So I was like, you know what, fuck this. So every morning I would get up in the morning, look myself in the mirror, and tell myself like just words of affirmation to myself every day. And then slowly I started feeling better, like mentally. And then I started like just feeling different. And then I just started telling, like I just started looking at everything like, no, like, you know, the reason, like I'm doing this for you. Like at job, like if I'm at work, like in my mentality is like they need me. Like I'm the best I'm the best technician at this company. They need me. I'm the prize. If I go, shit's gonna fall downhill. You know what I mean? So like I started going with that mentality, you know, at my work, and then I just started noticing that the confidence, like I wasn't being too like overtly confident, but just confident enough to where like they started noticing like, oh shit, like, you know, he's actually knows what he's doing, and you know he's doing more and all this stuff. And I just started, you know, just being the prize, and they started listening to me a little bit more too. So it's been a good experience, because not only that book would help me like in my sales techniques for like work, but it also helped me sell myself a little bit better to like the company, and like to my ideas, and get my ideas more across, and be more communicative when it comes to like relaying the information to my boss, stuff like that. So loved it, bro. Loved it.
That book really changed things for me. Like, you know what it was? It was the seizing status.
Yes.
It was the seizing status when you meet someone that eat it, fight it, or fuck it. It also changed the order in which I was presenting information.
Yeah, exactly. I was just literally like, before I was taking a little bit of time. I was taking a little bit too long to get to the point. So then now I just kind of lead. I just lead with
Mm-hmm.
the fucking point. I said, hey, we need
Mm-hmm.
this, and then they're like, why? And I'm like, and then I tell them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Before I was like, hey, you know, with the, you know, I was thinking that we should do, you know, we should do this and this and this and this, but then we can have
Yes.
someone do this, all these things, instead of saying, hey, we need this, or hey, we need to do this, and this is the reason why. And if we don't do it this way, then we're preparing ourselves for failure, because eventually this is going to come tumbling
Mm-hmm.
down, because we
Mm-hmm.
did, you know, like I just presented information in
Well,
a way that they were like, oh fuck, like there's consequences if we don't get this done.
it was it was a mixture of that book, and there's another book called Spin Selling. And in Spin
Spin
Selling, they
spelling?
analyze, yes, SPIN. Stands for situation, problem, implication, and need payoff. So it said that they analyzed like 15,000 sales calls, and they were like, what separates a good sales call from a bad one? Like one that moves forward versus one that fails. And the first thing they noticed is that the salespeople who offered a solution quickly failed. And they failed because they didn't have enough information to prescribe. They didn't spend enough time diagnosing. So the whole book was basically understand the situation, prioritize the problems they have, and you prioritize problems by two things.
Dude,
What happens if I don't solve it, and what happens if I do?
that's crazy because that's literally like troubleshooting 101.
Mm-hmm. Like the prioritization part,
Mm-hmm.
and then be like, okay, if we don't solve this, what costs are you incurring right now? How much is this costing you to leave unsolved? And when you ask yourself that question, it's like, you know, a lot of the fluffy solutions kind of go away.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, what would happen in a lot of meetings would be like, I would listen for like 55 minutes. And I'd be like, okay, so what you're saying is this and this and this and this. Do I get you guys so far? And they're like, yeah. And so I'm like, so if you're saying this, 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 and this is true, why the fuck are we doing this right now? Are you guys drunk? Right? Because I would have so much
Are you a
information.
fucking imbecile?
Like you
Damn.
are you hanging upside down?
God damn, you're
Right?
brutal, bro.
But
Fucking
but
brutal.
what I realized, like, because of how I look, they're looking. People look at, you know what I mean? There's
I
just
see what you're saying.
people want to talk to you different. They they want to give you
They
like
feel like
Quinn calls
they
it.
feel like it's an easy in.
They feel like people think they can dismiss me easily
I know what you mean.
because I'm nice to them. Does that make sense? Because I don't walk in like an asshole,
Yeah, I
right?
know what you mean. Like I
Mm-hmm.
like see the thing is that I don't know. You're probably good at matching energies and stuff like that when you're in the room. So you probably don't really have to worry about that. But yeah, I see what you're saying
Well,
because you still, I mean, that's the one thing that they taught me. Like, so whenever I did like some management training with this company, and they like literally like taught me how to like do like a corporate interview. I guess the corporate interview
mm-hmm.
structure. And that's like the one thing that they train you to do is to make someone feel less qualified.
Yeah, there's a lot of jockeying.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Uh,
They make you
what I
they make you feel less qualified than you are. I mean, even if you're the most qualified applicant, they will make you feel as if they have someone that they're already interviewing, even though they may not have anybody. They can have no interviewees left to interview, and they tell that
yeah
guy they said, hey, it doesn't matter if we have one, it doesn't matter if we have five. You tell every single person before they leave that you're unsure,
mm-hmm.
and it's literally like a script. Like they literally tell you right before they leave, you turn around and you say, hey, you know, I like
Well,
you. I like you. You seem like a nice person. At the moment, I really cannot make a great determination on whether you're qualified enough for the position. Um, we do have other applicants that we have to go review, but at the moment, you know, kindly have a seat. We'll get your documentation, and then we'll go ahead and contact
mm-hmm.
you if you make it to the next round of interviewing. If not, unfortunately, you probably would not receive a phone call. You can call, but we're most likely going to tell you that you don't, you didn't get the job, and then they would leave, and then you leave those people because they did it to me. They did the same shit to me, and you leave those people just feeling like worthless. It's fucking crazy, dude. They like make you like they try to make you feel like you're not gonna get the job.
That's what that book really helped me do, because like I was like, as a headhunter, you're always in the room with people with like these are executives, right? So it's like
That's what my buddy did. I have a friend that was a recruiter too.
you understand,
He was a recruiter and he was
right?
hiring. He wasn't a pilot, but he hired like pilots,
Yes.
like guys that were the best in their fucking field, and they knew that they were the fucking best
Yeah.
because
Mm-hmm.
you contacted them asking them
Yeah.
to come in for an interview.
Mm-hmm.
So these
They have
guys,
options.
yeah, they have fucking options. Exactly.
They
So
have fucking options.
these guys are the most skilled guys in their field. They know all this shit. The thing is like how can you entice them to A, you know, want to come work here, B, give them the job, but not give them the job and have them know that it was that they already had the job, because you still want them to still
Dude,
perform.
this is how it used to be. I used to have people say, I'm going to give you a name. I want you to recruit this person for me.
Jeez.
I can't make the call myself because they call that poaching. But you can make the call. So I'm going to hire you to call this person. And basically, if you place this person, it's like fucking tens of thousands of dollars, right? And so you're like, okay. And like, I would like prepare for like 2 days to make this one phone call. And then I got a voicemail. I'm like, fuck. Right? But yeah, so like with those people, that's where the situation, problem, implication, and need payoff come in, because because these people are in so high demand, you have to figure out what's really important to them. So like you would have a guy making $150 an hour, but he has to travel to downtown. And when I realized that when you really rank order what they want, these people, no matter how much they make, they'd rather have more time with their family. So they take like $30 less an hour if you could find them a job 5 minutes away from their home, so they could get home to their newborn. They didn't want, money was important, but not so important that they weren't willing to sacrifice money to be closer to home. And this is and this was like a decade ago. I realized, I'm like, oh fuck, people don't necessarily, like, people will tell you, oh, it's all about the salary. No, quality of life for a lot of people.
Yeah, dude. Dude, my buddy, like I have a friend that, you know, he has kids, so I try to push him to be a little bit more ambitious with his goals and stuff like that. Because I'm always preaching. I'm always like, I'm the one that's in the group that's always like, yo, you know, we need to start learning how to, you know, we need to learn how to invest. We need to learn how to do this. We need to learn how to do this. We need to learn how to do this. You know, I need to learn how to do this because why am I going to pay someone $500 when I could just buy this fucking tool for $100, get this shit done, save me $400? You know what I mean? That's the type of person that I am. I'd rather put $400 somewhere else. I don't need to be putting it in someone else's pocket if I could do it myself. But he isn't that type of person, and he said that as long as he can live a comfortable life and spend, you know, forever with his family, then, you know, then he'll be okay. And I'm just like, oh, okay, that's cool. I was like, but what are you gonna do when you ain't got shit and your kids have to fucking suffer and wipe your fucking ass because you have a brain aneurysm one day and it came out of fucking nowhere and you don't have a fucking penny to your fucking name? I was like, what are you gonna do then? He's like, well, fuck, I didn't think about that. I was like, dude, that's the shit you have to think about. What happens if you get into a fucking car accident tomorrow and somebody fucking, you know, they take both your fucking legs and you can't walk no more? Like, there's people that, like, yes, they want to do that stuff, but, you know, for some people, I don't think they should be able to have the luxury of just being comfortable, especially when you got kids. It's kind of different.
Well, I mean, look, a lot of people are about to become uncomfortable overnight.
Are we gonna become what overnight?
Uncomfortable overnight.
Oh, dude,
A lot of people who are comfortable are about to become very fucking uncomfortable.
dude, they're gonna get fucked, dude. They're saying that next year is gonna be like way worse than this year.
Dude, look at just what happened to Twitter. Twitter laid off 99% of their people or whatever the fuck, and you and I are talking like it's the same. You don't think that's about to have like a ripple effect on fucking every company?
Dude, they're already firing people. The thing is
Dude,
that they raised wages.
those people aren't coming back, eh?
The thing
You think those people are coming back?
Dude, I was watching a fucking video of this. It was like a Stanford professor, and they were talking about they were talking about the displacement of jobs in the next 10 years, and they're saying that, like, at the rate, oh fuck, bro, did you see the fucking scientific breakthrough we made with nuclear fusion?
Yeah, and see how
Dude,
long it takes them to commercialize it. But
dude,
I mean,
in
I saw a
10 years,
person.
bro, 10 years, I'm telling you, I told my wife, I said, I guarantee you in 10 to 15 years that we're going to be in a different world. And because of the computing power, like, I remember I kept referencing, like, the computing power and how fast our processing is becoming on stuff. Because think about it, dude, all the things that we do now, like all the mathematical equations and certain algorithms and stuff like that, we don't even do them anymore. They put them through a fucking computer. So the quantum,
I don't think people have.
computing that we have right now, like, what do you think they were using it for? They're using it for this shit, nuclear fusion, and for fucking for the vaccines and all that stuff, because they don't have the quantum computing, like, for right now is like useless. Like, there's nothing, like, there hasn't been anything innovative enough to even use it for. So now we do have something. So hopefully maybe they can create something and make it portable that it can, create a lot of energy. But did you see that they said that they created a sun, a miniature sized sun, the size
Mhm.
of a ballpoint pen, the head of a ballpoint pen. It's fucking crazy, man. You know what's crazy? I started crying when I heard the news. Dude, it's not every day that you get to be a part of history like that. They made fucking nuclear fusion, dude. Like Spider-Man, dude. Come on. Spider-Man 2, right? That's in Spider-Man 2?
Yeah, if you look at this beginning of this century, is no different than beginning of the 20th century because of the transition from horses to powered vehicle and the disruption of industry and all the political things going on. It's the
Same thing.
same. It's
Repeating
yeah. It's
itself.
like it's a yep, repeating itself.
I was
That's
telling
right.
my
The
wife.
20th century, A to B.
Yeah.
Like, we reduced the time from A to B for humans. Now we're reducing the time from A to B for probability calculation. Like, the operational strength.
It's
It's
fucking
like
crazy, dude.
all the things you're seeing right now are they're 10 to 20 years old already.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, and so
There hasn't
the
really been any
wave is opened
innovation.
up. Yeah, yeah, the wave's coming.
It's about to fucking get crazy. I told my wife, I was like, I guarantee by the time we fucking die, like, they're gonna figure out flying cars though. Like, with the amount of energy that they're about to produce in the next 30 years. Because think about it. Think about all the things that you can do now when you can manufacture an infinite, and we're talking about an abundant amount of energy that they're about to unleash. Like, think about all the arc reactors and different stuff with the they have the particle collider that they use, that they can only use so many times because it uses so much electricity that it fucks up the grid. So think about, like, all the different things that they're about to come out with. It's gonna be fucking insane. I wouldn't be surprised if there's flying cars. I told my wife, I was like, I would not be surprised if they fucking make flying cars by the time we fucking die. That there's flying cars, like,
And it'll be automated. All you do is get
yeah,
in, and
like
it'll
the Jetsons,
that's
dude.
it.
Exactly, like the fucking Jetsons.
The Chinese are working on that right now. They're doing a taxi service. And the last time I watched the company that was doing it, the thing I found really interesting was the R&D development. They only killed 2 pilots, testing their stuff. So I mean, they only. And then they said that it was software related, and they'd worked it out. I mean, wow, okay, that's pretty good.
That's funny. Yeah, dude, that was crazy, man. That they freaking cracked nuclear fusion. I was like, holy fuck! I thought we were, like, I didn't know we were that close.
Yeah. They're using AI. One of the things I read on some of it was
They
that
use an AI.
they actually use AI to control the field because that was where the problem was. They
Hmm.
were having issues of being able to maintain the field to get it to
Yeah.
actually spark. And that's using the AI and the training it. That'll definitely vastly improve their ability to redo it and, continue to increase it. So.
Hmm. Yeah.
I just want to say something coming back to something you were talking about, interviews and things like that. Uh, a major company that I worked with, it was really peculiar. They would bring people in. Uh, they were capable people, and they knew they were capable people, but they would interview them on things not related to the job, and would drive them. I mean, just present all kinds of weird
Yeah,
scenarios, and
dude, you gotta respect that
yeah,
level of
yep,
thinking. Holy
yeah.
crap.
And they would literally sit there and they would have a planned out. There'd be 3 or 4 managers get together, plan out what they would do with them, and they would see how they would respond to the pressure and how they handled it. And that was, it's like, you gotta be kidding me. And that was their, and they would laugh about it. They'd come out and just, giggle that, yeah, he looked like he was deer in the headlights, and that kind of stuff. It's like, wow.
Well, they do
So
it because they want you. Like the thing is like when you create the facade that somebody earns it, right? Because we're manipulating. You're pretty much manipulating them into believing in a scenario that's not real. You know what I mean? Because we're making it up. So
yep,
so when
yep.
we make them feel that they earned it, they're more willing to be uh, more like you can instruct them better. They're more willing to listen because they're not coming in with an ego or a complex because you already fucking broke that shit down at the interview.
Yeah. That's like the last one I had to do. Uh, to relocate in the area that I'm in. That pretty much an opportunity come up in engineering staffing company, and I said, I tried for a project manager's position, just see, and there wasn't one, so I took a shot at another one, and there was 2 positions underneath it, and they looked at me and they said, "Well, you've got this experience. Are you sure you really want to do this?" I told them, I said, "Listen, you can give me the flag and I'll run out front, or you can give me the flag and I'll stand in the back and bark orders. Which way do you want me to do it?" And it's like, okay, you come on. And I've had like the quality family. That's what we were looking for, because I've traveled off every week for 18 years. So
Yeah, that's how I transitioned into my stuff too. That's why I wanted to go salary. Hourly, I used to make a lot of money. Like I would make a lot more money, like if I was still hourly. But the thing is that when the winter time came and there was no work, there's no hours. So you're stuck.
yeah, it's kind of hard.
You know
Yeah,
what
it's
I
kind
mean?
of
So
hard.
you're like,
Cash don't flow with
exactly.
there's no
You're
go.
just like, oh fuck. Like I was like, there was like for the first, I want to say like 8 years of like being in my field, I was just like, man, oh, it would be real nice to get like a pretty decent check. And now that I'm on salary, well, they can have me work as many hours as they want to in the summer, and the checks ain't the same. But the caveat is that I can also still, I still get paid what I'm supposed to get paid every week. So,
Yeah, that's like, I remember one of the first, when I moved back to Mississippi, and I was started working for a contract for a company, and they pretty much, the engineers, there was like 8 engineers to one designer, and I was a designer, and I'm sitting there and they would throw stuff on my desk. Hey, take a look at this and make this happen. And I would look at it and I had no clue what it was. And I said, well, but wait a minute, we just built this plant. There's a whole cabinet full of stuff that they've got, all the records, construction records and everything built. And we've got similar things out in the plant just like this. So I would go cheat and look up what they had already specified, designed, read all the documentation, and figured out, oh, they do cookbook stuff. So it's like, and that's how I advanced, because I was able to figure out, hey, something's always been done by somebody else. I can go find it. And that's what I did. And they were like, how's he getting this done? I guess, I'm just lucky, and it was fun.
No, that does sound fun.
It makes them wonder because it's like, wait a minute, he's not an engineer. He's not. How's he doing this stuff? The thing I liked the most was the R&D to bring a package and say, we're going to scale this up. We need a layout for it. I said, well, do you know anything about the equipment? And they go, well, no. And then that's where you'd have to list out all the equipment and then get some call vendors and talk to them and do, hey, I'm doing a theoretical thing. Can you give me just some ballpark size? And then I would, build little blocks and little squares and put them in the drawings and put everything together. And I'd say, here's something close to what you want, and this is the space that you'll need. And then they take it to an architect or an engineering company, and then they would design around it. And then they'd go buy the equipment, and most of the time we had plenty of room. It was like, wow, wild ass guess, and they're basing choices on that. And that always amazed me.
That's always good, right? Always just get in where you fit in. People don't do that. A lot of people don't do that. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do, like, within the workplace that'll just, like my buddy, like, me and my buddy, we always talk. We're always talking. We're always hanging out. We're always talking about something. Well, when I pitch an idea, it's my idea, but he's the one that presents it.
I had a guy like that. He was a controls guy. He worked the
I
submarines,
swear to
and
God.
he was crazy. I mean, he was crazy, but he was really good at controls. I mean, and we'd sit there and we'd have margaritas and be eating Mexican food, and we'd be talking about something, and then I would give him, I'd say something, and he would look at it, and I go, okay, you can have the idea. That way, you can score points with your boss and tell him we're saving money and tell him we talked about it. You had it, and we played it out. And he went in and sold the idea within hours, and it's like, wow, and if I would have done it, it'd been a battle, So it's funny.
Yeah, exactly. So we just kind of like collaborate with each other, and I'm just like, and he tells them, because sometimes he can tell, like, he'll be able to like have certain conversations that I can't, and then I'll be able to have certain conversations that he can't. Like, we know, like, our limits, I guess, with the management or whatever.
Yeah. We had to sit with a New Zealand guy that was the global VP, and we went in and he was doing a substation. The switches in the substation needed to be upgraded and changed out and have spares. And they were trying to come up with, you got to take sections of the plant down or the whole plant down, and you had to jumble all that. So we took what they call single line drawings, which is the electrical distribution, and that's what engineers look at, and we knew what went where, and we knew the diagram. Well, the VP of engineering said, "Can you put that like on a graphical form on the plant layout so I can see it?" And I looked at him. I said, "But these say the same things. I can't read those." And as VP of engineering, I went, "Okay, we'll give it to you whatever way you want to." And that's what we did. We drew a nice little pretty picture on the plant layout of little squares showing everything and noting all the stuff. And it's like, I've never had to do this before, but there's always a first.
Isn't that funny? They always hire someone that knows nothing about the field.
The dude was in commercial, a buying agent, and he must have been up somebody's kazoo to get that,
He had to have been.
because they said he did a really good job. They figured, well, he'd do a good job in this position too, and have no clue.
They always do that. They always. You're like, dude, couldn't you just hire Ken, that's been here for 20 years? Just hook up Ken.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've seen that happen, and those guys leave sometime and go get better jobs somewhere else.
I know. You have the guy there that's willing to do it, and he's not even asking. He's not even gonna get. He knows he's not even gonna get as much as what they're gonna pay the new guy that they just hired, but he's willing to do it because that's the job that he's been wanting, and then they give it to someone else.
That's sad.
God damn. Isn't that crazy? I don't understand how companies can just do that.
It's
Like,
about,
that's crazy shit.
yeah. But see, part of it's like what Michael said. My relationship and the way I built my business. At one point, because of them, I had like 20 something people underneath me, and I was sitting there and I was taking care of a lot of issues, doing a lot of things for them, and it's like they didn't want. It was really peculiar. They didn't want to bring staff in, but they would contract it out in a heartbeat. And that's all I did was I shopped around, got people come in, do the work, and I got a cut of the money flow, and um, it was crazy having to deal with them on a lot of things. And I had good relationships with certain members. And as long as I had those champions, we didn't have any issues. But when all that starts getting gumbled up, your relationships change. And once you don't have a relationship because they've changed all the positions, it's kind of like, it's time to do something else, because these guys are going to pull their guys in, which is what they did. They ended up bringing in a bunch of their own engineers and companies that they'd worked with. So they said, we're not going to deal with local. And I said, okay, cool.
I had like I started recruiting actuaries, and I parlayed that into a recruiting job in IT. And when you're young, you don't know what you're not supposed to be able to do, right? And so they just kept giving me more work, and I'm like, I don't know. I guess this is how things work. I haven't slept in 2 days, but maybe this is how what people do. I don't know. I'm just trying to. I'm going to U of T part time because it's so expensive, right?
Then
So
you
it's
got
full time job.
you got taken advantage of.
Dude, let me tell you something. It was like a year or two later when I realized that they lost their best two recruiters before I came on. And instead of hiring two more people, they just hired me, who was like half these people's age. And I didn't know what you weren't supposed to be able to do, right? And so by the end of it, I had like 120 contractors on a spreadsheet at like Sony and Toyota.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like, what? Like, I didn't know what I was, I didn't know what, I had no bar of like, what are you supposed to be paid? What are you supposed to not be able to do? How much is too much work? I don't know.
Yeah. I did
I
that.
was just happy to be able to afford a black Honda Civic.
Yeah, that's what I found early on too. It's like, uh, they were gave one of the engineers gave me a programming job to do. I want a project management system, and I wanted it in a database form because I'm tired of waiting for the reports to come off the main system that they had.
Right.
And I'm sitting there going, okay, how much time do I have? He says, I got about 6 weeks. I said, okay. So I sat down and I put everything together and I said, do you have the criteria? And he gave me a couple of sheets of this is the tabular results that they want, and this is the data that's going in. And I'm going, okay. And I figured it all out, but I had a problem because part of the processing would take way too long, and kept trying to figure out what can I do? What can I do? Well, he comes to me and says, "Oh, I got to do a presentation this Friday," and that was on a Thursday a week. Okay, so I had a week to finish, and I'm like, I guess you said 6 weeks. No, I got to have it, next week. And I go, okay. And I worked around the clock and sleeping in the conference room at work. And I, put a sign up, do not disturb. And I worked through the whole thing. And I had a breakthrough on a Wednesday night. And I could run everything within minutes and give him his full reports because what they were doing was just taking way too long. And when they implemented it, they ran it for 9 years. It's like until some other system replaced it. So I said I did pretty good, but it was like burnt. I went and slept for 2 days afterwards. It's like I was never so tired in my life, but it was
Dude, tell me
being
about it.
driven. Yep.
There was one time that we had just opened our company. And we only had, it was just two of us, myself and my buddy that I had got. I felt bad at the time, like hiring him on. Like he was not prepared, like at all. So it was just like so busy. Like that summer was like super freaking hot, and like we were just working our asses off. I think we both put like in a work week. I had 99 hours.
You were trying to kill yourself, but yeah, I know what you
Yes,
mean.
dude. I was like, I wanted to fucking blow my brains out. It was bad. Like we were like they worked us so hard because it was like we're talking like it was like in the summer, like and down here, on a really hot summer. I mean, you're looking at like 108, 110, 115, like, and people are dying, like, literally people are dying because it's so hot. Like old people are just fucking like they can't take it. Like, people's wives get aggravated. They start wanting to contemplate divorce because it's so hot.
Yeah. That's like one of the electricians came to me and he said I want to get my contractor's license, and he says what do I need to do, and I told him, I said, well, I don't know, but let me look up on the internet and I'll see what the state of Mississippi requires. And I looked it up and I gave him all the information. He said, this is all I got to do. I said, yeah. And he said, man, I really appreciate it. And he went and got his contractor's license, quit him, and turned around and contracted with them. And the reason why I did it is because they were working him like that a lot of hours, and he wasn't getting paid a good rate compared to the contract guys. So by doing that, he comes back contract. He's making almost 3 times what he was making before, and he says, "I don't mind working my ass off now because it's by the hour, and if they make me sit there 6 hours, I charge them for 6 hours. It's like, okay, you winning, man, you winning."
Exactly. No, I had to fight for what I'm getting paid, and like I had to fight for it. Like they were trying to BS me. They were like, hey, this is how much we can give you, and I was like, I'm gonna be honest. I was like, I'll accept it, but I'm not gonna be very happy. you know. And if you can sit there and you can be okay, with an employee not being happy about the salary that they're making, and you're having me do more, do more work, and you're giving me more responsibility, but you don't want to, compensate me for it. I was like, that's cool with me. So I hit him with the morality clause, Mike. I hit him with the morals.
Yep. That's the same thing. I ended up. I kept a guy. The guy I work for. He promised me a dollar an hour raise. It was a promise that it was part of me coming to work for him, that somewhere within the first 90 days I'd get that dollar an hour or whatever. And it was one of my first jobs, and it's like, well, I'm kind of okay. I'll go ahead and do that. And you promised, and then I kept asking him, and he kept pushing me off. So finally, I went down to where I was contracted at. I walked down to the purchasing department and said, "Can I look at the POs for Inland West?" And they go, "Yeah," because I work for them, and they showed me and I found where I was listed and what he was being paid for me. And when I saw how much he was being paid for me, I said, "Oh, I'm really mad now," because he keeps telling me he can't afford a dollar. So then that's when I ended up taking the job in Mississippi, because he pissed me off, and he says, "Well, I'll give you more than that now." When I gave my notice, and I said, "No, I'm gone, dude. You lie to me, and you don't keep your promise. I'm done with you." And that's when I left him and ended up going to a better place. That's all I can say.
Yeah, no, they gave me what I wanted, but I had to work. I had to like work for it. Like it wasn't like they always make me work for it. You know what I mean? It's like that place. Like they'll give it to me, but
Yeah,
they just want me to ask for it. They're
yeah.
just not gonna give it to me. Like I have to like literally be there and like plead my
You
case.
get the hammer out and chisel away. That's
Yeah,
what you got.
exactly. Exactly. I have to chisel away, and it takes a while, but it's typically I get what I want because I always like the way that I do it is like the way that I've been looking at things like recently. I'm like, all right, so I'm here now. Like the company's still growing. They're still willing to pay me more. I was like, cool. I mean, anything's better than where I'm at. So just so I always just say, hey, you know, can I get like this much more? Like I don't try to take the whole apple. I just take a quarter of it, because eventually I can continue to keep asking for a quarter, and eventually it'll be like $1. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
that's right. That's chiseling, and that works a lot better because they don't notice it until all of a sudden it's like, you
You're
go
like,
through whatever, you get two or three raises, and next thing you know, it's like they realize what the number is. Oh, wait a minute, yeah,
yeah. Well, I'm salary, so it's like, we're talking a few thousand. It's no longer like dollars
yeah,
anymore. It's
yeah,
like it's
yeah,
different.
yeah,
But to them, because it's a large sum all at once that they're just seeing that number. They think it's a lot, and then I have to sit there and be like, I was like, how is it a lot? I was like, if you divide this number by 52 weeks in a year, I was like, it's not a lot.
exactly, yeah, yeah.
But they don't see it that way. They present it in a way to make it seem like it's an expense. It's a bigger expense to them. So why should they be putting it forward? But
Chisel away, keep chiseling,
chisel away,
because that's
exactly. You just got to keep chiseling. Hey, I haven't been asking for much. Hey,
yeah,
man,
and
I
that's like
never
that's like
call. I
yeah,
never call
that's
you for anything. Remember,
yeah.
don't forget about me.
Yep, that's what I did here when I got this my first review, and I did they did the review, and I scored high on everything except for interaction in the office. It was like and I don't talk much when I'm at work. You're there to work. You're not there to bullshit, but at the same time nobody else talked to me. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, it's a two-way street. If you want a conversation, somebody's got to start it. And if you as my boss wants to interrupt me, you can interrupt me all you want, talk about everything under the sun, and we can have hour-long conversations. I don't care, you know and so I corrected that a little bit, so I was more sociable and all that stuff. And and no money, and it's like, okay. And the next one, no money. Okay, wait a
Yeah.
minute. I've been doing this 2 years, and you're doing contract, and you've made probably a couple 100,000 off of me just in these last 2 years, and yada yada yada. And I don't get a raise or anything, and then I got one, and then this last year, the same. Well, they actually gave me one. They called me up and said, "Oh, we gave you this year." Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. And I still know what they're charging for me, and they're still, they're definitely making profit from the contracting side of their business. So
Hmm. Oh, I mean, you already know they are.
just want to make the client happy.
Hmm. That's how it always is. We just stopped giving a shit about the client, to be honest. Like our company, like, cause where we, like, the thing is like, it's so competitive, like over here, like within the trade, like industry, like there's like companies popping up out of nowhere, dude. Like new HVAC companies pop up left and right.
Yeah,
So we just started just like customers would be like complaining and like just talking all this shit, and we'd just be like, all right, cool. We literally tell them like this now, like we don't even beat around the bush. We just if they start complaining, I just tell them. And I even told all the other guys, I said, look, if they're complaining, I was like, be honest and just tell them straight up. You're more than welcome to call someone else and go ahead, pay that other service fee too, because you're not gonna get this one back. So you can either trust me what I'm saying and pay for the part, which already includes the service fee, or go pay another service fee and hope that the guy's not lying to you about whatever I have to say.
yeah.
It's
And
up
the
to you.
thing, yeah, you get burnt twice. I know
Yeah, it's
exactly
up
what
to
you're
you.
talking. Yeah, it's up to you. Take that heat and chew on it.
Yep.
I had a guy. I'd worked with him. He was a foreman for in a construction company, and when I left,
Hmm.
he was telling me he'd wanted to do his own thing, and I told him, I said, well, You just need to decide what you're going to do. And he says, well, okay. And then finally, a couple more years passed, and he called me up and said, I want to do it, And I'm kind of like his board of directors. Okay, I sit and I advise him, he's taken the business, almost all the business from the company that he used to work for with one of the clients, and he's gotten for it's a mechanical piping, kind of construction company, and he's gotten contacts, and he's doing work for Tyson, and major companies. And the one company that he worked for, the other guy, he ended up he pretty much told him, I can't take the 90-day terms. I need 30, 45 days max. And they had to figure out how to get, and they wanted to keep him working there, keeping things going. And it's like, and he's got two other partners, and 6 or 7 people, and this probably happened in the last 6 to 9 months, and it's like, and I'm really happy that he's doing it, because I told him the biggest thing he's got to do is people, and I'm pretty sure y'all have trouble finding really good caliber people, and
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's
that's what
hard.
he's running across right now. But I told him,
Can't
I
find
said, go for the
anybody.
young guy. Yeah, go for the young guys in the schools,
That's what we
and
did.
focus
Two of
on
our
them.
guys, two
Yeah.
of our guys are like fresh out of school. Like they
Yep.
literally went to trade school, and
Yep.
we picked them up right out of it.
Yep.
And they've been actually really good, because the thing is like they're so malleable at that age. You know what I mean? They don't know
Yes.
anything. They
Yep.
haven't
You
been
can mold
touched.
them. Yep.
Yeah, you can mold them, tell them however you want them. And if you're as good as you say you are, and like if you're really good at your trade, and you know you're good, and you train these guys to be good, dude, you can make yourself some badass freaking employees. Like
Yep.
these guys, they love working because we're chill. Like all of our companies super chill. Like like they even know that I smoke. Like everybody knows like that everybody in our company, like we smoke. Like pretty much everybody smokes weed, like because we live of the area that we live in. But like, so everybody's super chill, and everybody's like the same, like just just watches, what they say. Everybody's super respectful. But the guys, they like working for us because of the like environment that we provide, because we're trying to like change things up. I always tell my so it's a family owned. It's our family business. So my uncle started it, and I helped him like build the company. So I always talk to him about it, and it's funny because like I talk to people, and I always say like management and stuff like that, because he doesn't treat me like a nephew. If you've
Yeah.
ever worked,
Business is
if
business.
you've
It's
ever worked
family.
for a family
Families.
member,
Yeah. I
they
know.
do not treat you. They treat you worse. Like
My
I get
mom fired me
treated worse.
twice. My
I get
mom
treated
fired me
worse.
twice.
Dude, dude, my uncle claims that he fired me. I quit, but we had like a really bad, like we were so busy. It was like around the time where we were working like I said, we had like those 100-hour work weeks. And I just couldn't take it. I fucking lost my shit. I was like, fuck you. I was like, I quit. He was like, no, you're fucking fired. But I did. I left. I left for like 6 months. I left for like a good 6 months, and I went to go work like somewhere completely different, like out of my field. Like I didn't want to touch it because I needed to cool down because I was like burnt the fuck out. Because dude, who the fuck wants to work 100 hours a week, bro?
Nobody.
Nobody, dude. Nobody. It was just weighing on me. I never saw my wife. I was never home. Like it was just brutal, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And he wasn't respecting that, and he was just like, he was just constantly like just working us to the bone, and I just snapped because I was there the longest. I was there from the beginning, and I've been working like that for 6 years, like 80 hours a week. You know, 65 to 80 hours like every week in the summer.
Yeah. And you kept thinking, when's the pressure going to let
Yeah, when
up?
is this gonna fucking
Yep.
end? When is he gonna hire new people? And then I fucking left. And I left him and my two friends that I got hired on. That's why I said I felt bad for them, because they were working those 100-hour work weeks when I left, because they were having to pick up the slack. And no, after I left, things changed. he changed the way that he was managing people. He made changes because like a part of the reason was because they hired someone, and that person was like very toxic to the company, and we've already had like multiple complaints on that person. And they weren't listening, and then they finally like made some changes, and like a bunch of stuff happened in order to like get things moving. But it took me leaving for them to realize that. They were like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, and little Cathos was like that happened. I know the contractor that pretty much they bootstrapped their own stuff for I don't know 20 something years, and they got got plenty of money. 50, 70 people working for them. Had a steel company where they sold steel, and I mean all kinds of stuff. And they they got a little bit high on their hog, and decided, well, we're going to hire people to start doing things that we don't want to do. And they brought in people that were toxic, like you said, toxic. And one of the best shop managers, I mean, he was super. He could lay out anything, he could build anything, he could do it on, draw it up in AutoCAD, and and you could give him anything, and he could create it for you. And or he would get some of the hands in the shop to create it, and it's like he was really good. And then finally, he just got tired of him. He told me, he says, "I'm gonna leave him." I said, "When you gonna do it?" He says, "Well, I want to make it through to Christmas, and I've got some things I think are lining out." And he ended up going and starting his own business and taking a lot of fabrication, and it's crazy. Yeah, but he's happy now. You don't have to deal with idiots. So
Yeah, exactly. Like I came to work. Like I said, obviously I came back to work for the same company because I'm here now. But you know, it, they actually like the way that it happened was he was all like he was all like because I was like, hey, I was doing so I was working at a marketing firm, and then I was also doing Lyft on the side because I was doing, I had to switch. It was like a career change pretty much because I went from doing HVAC for the last 7, 8 years to doing to going to doing a different field that I had no clue what the fuck I was doing. I was just mainly doing it because it was something different, and I thought I could learn something, which I did. And then I went back after 6 months. When I went back after 6 months, it was like heaven because like he wasn't working us to the bone. We weren't freaking, we weren't fucking dying like every single day.
you had a life, and you
Yeah, I
knew,
had a
oh,
life.
who's this woman at my house? Oh, that's my wife. Yeah.
Exactly, dude, you wouldn't believe, dude, the conversations because of work. Like man, it was just, how do you explain to your wife that like it gets old after so many times that you have to tell your wife over and over and over, like, hey, I have to go to work. I have no choice. Like, why? I don't understand why you're getting mad. Like, because at the end of the day, I could quit, and I could save our relationship. It could be better. It could be happier. But at the same time, we're making a lot of money, but at the expense of spending time with my wife.
Yeah,
And
they don't like being alone. I
yeah,
know the
exactly.
experience. I know the experience. And if you have kids and you're doing it, it will drive them absolutely crazy. So
Hmm. Yeah,
I'm
it
out.
drives me nuts.
Yeah, I got to roll on. It's bedtime for me. I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh yeah, no worries.
All right, have a good one.
Yes, sir. It was good talking to you.
Good talking with you. You be safe.
Yes, sir. Yo, Mike, you still there, bro?
Yeah, just listening. Yeah, 1 a.m. Toronto. What time is it over there?
12.
Mm. Yeah, man. So if you could just stop breaking into my fucking iPad, that'd be great.
Just stop breaking into your iPad.
Yeah, and can you stop? Don't break into my steel pan either, right? I don't know how you hacked my steel pan, but all the notes are changed.
All the notes are changed. Yeah, what I did was I cracked it open. I cracked it open real quick, and I freaking got a ball peen hammer,
Yeah,
and I was just
yeah,
tapping it
exactly.
out. I was just
Yeah.
tapping it out.
I
So I
knew
had a
I heard something in the middle of the night. I would wake up in the middle of the night and I hear bing, bing. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it was fucking you the whole time.
I was gonna say something super racist. I was gonna say something super racist, but I'm not.
Oh my God. Look, I'm a recruiter, not a software engineer. I wish I knew how to hack, you know? Like, if I knew how to hack, I wouldn't even be a recruiter. You understand me?
Oh, I know.
Well,
Man, that was true, dude. You're right. Nothing changed, really.
nothing changed, dude.
Nothing
Not
changed.
a damn thing changed. Not a damn thing changed. And the thing is, like, I don't even take it on the same way anymore. Before I used to be like, no, defend myself. Now I'm like, yeah, all right, yeah, I did, you know? And then I got a Gatorade. Whatever the fuck you want to believe, go right ahead. There are, you know what I mean? Get in line with everyone else who hates me, you know?
I don't
So
know how
long,
you. I don't know how you stay on Twitter all the time.
dude, I'm working in the background. Yeah, I'm putting together the Python course. I'm recording like screen. Like, you
I know
have
what
no
you're
idea.
doing. I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're
Sometimes I'll just like
the
I'll
thing
turn
is
on the volume
the
on this
crazy
thing and
thing
put
is
the
like
phone in
the
another room.
the crazy thing is like I had so much stuff going on, and I was trying to fit that Twitter, and I don't know how you fit in. Well, you don't have kids anyways, so that's
Well,
why.
yeah. So imagine if you did not care. So, yeah,
Imagine
yeah,
if you
exactly.
had fucking kids,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
wouldn't be on Twitter either. You'd be
I
with your
wouldn't
kid.
give a fuck about. Like I would give. You understand?
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm like thinking. I always think to myself like, I'm like, man, how do people have time? I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I got
That's
kids.
right. Yeah, that's right.
I got fucking kids. I
Yeah.
forgot.
You'd be like a master carpenter by now.
Yo, dude, I'm not lying, dude. I built like a fucking full on like
I
storage
love it.
shelves.
I love it.
Fucking I cut the 2x4s, measured them out, like did everything. It's
Yo.
funny. I met this
Mhm.
old man. I met this old man. I went to his house, and he's like really old. Like I'm talking like liver spots old. Like this is how old this dude is. And man, I felt so bad because he tells me, I go, man, I was like, hey sir, I was like, just so you know, I've been going to this guy's house for a minute. And I was like, hey sir, I was like, just so you know, I was like, you inspired me to pick up woodworking, like to build stuff and like start crafting and stuff like that, just as a hobby, just to kind of you know have maybe like put some more purpose to my life and to my hands and stuff like that. It's just a skill that I can acquire. And he's like, you know what, young man, he was like, I'm about to go. He's like, I'm old. He's like, I'm gonna need to leave this stuff for somebody, and I don't know how much longer I got. And I think he was wanting me to say, I'll take it. But I felt so uncomfortable, bro, because I was like, fuck, this guy's trying to give me all his like woodworking stuff, and because he's saying he's about to die. So awkward. Oh, it's fucking awkward as hell, dude. That Mike, did you just like pass out or what?
No, no, I'm here. It's let's
It's
see.
funny, bro, because everybody, like, I swear everybody's like the same. Like, I haven't really seen anybody who's like grown. It's crazy. You always growing, Mike. Mike's always growing. I always come up, you're always doing some new shit. But like everybody else, I'm just like, okay, this what we doing now? We just being stagnant? We just being
Well,
stagnant though?
like they kind of ended where this all began. Like, um, my buddy, he had a funeral for his dog. He had his dog for 18 years. And his dog passed away. And so there was a funeral yesterday. And there was like maybe 7 people there, you know? But you can imagine the 7 people that came were like the inner circle, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we're just there with my friend, and I'm like driving back home, and I'm thinking, wow, like, you know, people like you, KC, fucking Web3, like we knew each other before any of this syndicate, whatever, right?
Yeah, it was
You
like
know,
it was like I
that's
think it
just
was like
something we write on the top of the space,
yeah.
right? You know what I mean?
I remember coming back. I remember because we were chatting it up for like a couple of
Alex
months, like a
Goshi was
few
there
months.
last week.
Yeah, Alaska, she's always been there, bro. That dude's a
Hmm.
ninja, just hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, that's because there's no sun in fucking Alaska. What else are you gonna do?
He
It's
reminds me of
permanent
that movie,
shadow.
40 Days of Night. Remember that movie,
Oh my god,
40 Days of Night?
I think I saw it.
Come
But
on,
it's like,
the
you
one
know,
that has Josh Hartnett or whatever.
hmm it's like I knew you guys from before, and we've been through all of this, like bullshit this, bullshit that. This is here, gone tomorrow, and it's
Dude, I
like,
just remember you sitting in the fucking space by yourself, by your fucking self. I would be like,
man,
I would say, so you, and you were just there by yourself, and I was just like,
yeah, I call those the good old days now.
and I would hop in and I'd be like,
Yeah, and you'd come in,
I
and then
would
you'd
just
be like,
leave
yo, you
because
should come over here.
I would just leave because you wouldn't say nothing, and then I hopped in one time, and you were like, oh shit, someone's in here.
Yeah, I'd be like alone here for like 20 minutes and be like, I'm a fucking loser. I can't even get one person.
You straight up said, "Oh shit, someone's in here," and I was like, "What do you mean someone's in here?" I was like, "You don't ever get nobody in your rooms or what?" Because
Nope.
I had just got on Twitter. I had just got on Twitter like when I met you. Like I had just like literally. The thing is like it would be easy to grow it, to grow my platform. It's just exhausting, bro. It's just exhausting.
The
So
thing is, like,
exhausting.
for me, um, like a lot of people want me to grow this larger than it is. I don't care if it grows because I'm already getting what I want. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're getting your self fulfillment. I
Yeah.
think the thing is people want it to grow bigger because they want to, and they're not looking for self gratification. They're looking for outside like gratification.
Uh-huh.
They're
Uh-huh.
looking for like, oh, oh, you were a part of that. Oh, like
Oh,
they
I
want
spoke
like
in the
words of
space and there were
affirmation from
100
like other
people in
people.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
People feel like they're nice when they say 5 words of stupidness in front of thousands of people. I'm like, really? That's what you want to do? You want to say
Exactly.
stupid things in front of a lot of people? You're a fucking loser.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what's funny is I told my friend the same thing. I told my buddy the same exact thing the other day. I was like, God damn, dude. I was like, when are you gonna understand that you need to start like just believing in your whatever you want to believe in? I was like, I don't give a fuck if you say whatever I say is bullshit. I was like, I just want you to form your own fucking opinion and stop basing all your news and information off what the media and what you see. I was like, just start making up your own theories. I was like, even if I think they're bullshit.
Well, it's just one of those things where like people are looking to gain fans,
Yeah, people want fans. That's
right?
what it is.
They want followers. It's like, what the fuck do you want followers for? Like, what would you do with them? No, you just want them to have them. Why? Because you want to tell people about it? Yo, this is
That's
how
what's
you're gonna base
crazy.
your personality on like having other people approve of what you say. By the way, nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. Hey,
Do you
but
realize that?
on a real note though, my wife, she made her background story is we had a my wife made a page for infant loss awareness, like an infant loss awareness page
Mm-hmm,
because
mm-hmm,
she
mm-hmm.
was trying to like cope with her infant
Mm-hmm.
loss that she had because we had two
Mm-hmm.
miscarriages, and
Wow.
she made a page on Instagram, and she got a lot of followers, and her page was getting traction. Well, she had our son, and she couldn't really talk about that stuff anymore. It was a little bit harder to talk about it because like the people were like, "Well, you have a kid now, like
Yeah.
how can you
Why
still
are you
keep?
complaining?
Yeah,
Yeah.
why are you complaining? Like you have a son now, and even though like, so she changed it up. And last week or the week before, Instagram gave her first bonus. Granted, it was only like $10 per reel, which came out to $50, but they gave her first bonus, and each of her reels and stuff that she's been producing they've been getting more traction. So she's been getting like 1,000+ views on her shit. So I'm like, shit. I was like, that's fucking awesome. Like you're fucking making money off of something that you just fucking do for fun. Which you know, I think it's fucking badass. I told my wife, I was like, fuck yeah, you can be my sugar mama. I don't have to work no more. I could be the one that stays at home now. I'll do whatever you need me to do.
But it just shows you like that page that she initially set up. That's the realest shit in the world. You know, my buddy, the comedian Quinn, like one of his like recurring themes, like joke wise, is the fact that he lives in a basement. You know, and a lot of people would be embarrassed by that, but he uses it in his comedy, and it's because he's so confident in himself to tell the truth. People love it.
I mean, shit, that's what Kevin Hart did. That's what Kevin Hart did, and he's the biggest comedian on the face of the earth. Everyone knows who that guy is. Damn, I went to somebody's house today, or the other day, and the guy I was like, oh, I need to go inside. It's getting a little cold. It's getting a little cold for me. And the customer was all like, he was like, oh my god. He's like, don't be so dramatic. It's not that cold. I'm like, sir. I was like, it's 100 and fucking something degrees in the summer, and you think it's okay for me to just be okay with the temperature being in the freaking 30s and then in the 20s and shit? Come on.
That's cool.
Like, what the fuck? Dude, there's some days where it'll be 32 degrees outside, Mike, and then it'll be 80 degrees during the day.
Wow, you're like Mercury over there.
I fucking swear, dude. I bought me a telescope, dude.
No, that's exciting. Actually, you can like look at Saturn's rings and shit. That's the first thing I would look at. Where's Saturn's rings at?
Well, it's cloudy over here, so I can't look at it right now, but I bought me one. It's pretty cool. It's from it's like National Geographic, and it's a traveling one, so it has a little case and stuff like that. So if like I ever wanted to take it with me out into some open, because you know how we have a lot of light pollution, like when you're near a city, there's a lot of light pollution in the sky. Like if I wanted to go like to an empty field and just pop that hoe out, just pop that beach out. You feel me?
Well, all right, homie. I'm gonna get some rest. It's been some late nights recently. It's good talking to you again.
Good talking to you too, bro. I'm gonna be hopping on every now and then. Not like crazy, but you know, check up on you, see how you're doing. But glad to see that you're doing good, bro. Happy to
we
see
out here.
you're healthy.
That's it.
All right, bro.
Hey,
Later.
hey, the names might be different, but the emotions are still the same.
Dude.
All right.
All right, later.